Chapter 001. The Old Thief of the Starship. Name: Ji Xinghe. Gender: male. Age: 65. Why, at your retirement age, do you still have a pension? Why not enjoy life? Why resort to theft, especially of a single-soldier starship? Frankly, do you even know how to operate one? I can operate it. The officer in charge of the interrogation paused, pondering whether this was a retired veteran of the Federation. If so, his line of questioning might need to cease, as military matters fall under the jurisdiction of a military court. Only soldiers or retired personnel from the space fleet would pilot a single-soldier starship, and there were indeed some who could do so at the new Phoenix City Police Department. As they were retired space fleet soldiers, however, Ji Xinghe's age posed a contradiction. How could a 65-year-old veteran exist when the space fleet had only been established for a short time in single-soldier starships? For an even shorter duration, as details such as name, gender, age, and fingerprints were entered into the terminal, the officer was taken aback not due to the impressive accolades of Ji Xinghe, but rather the astonishingly mundane nature of his profile. Born on January 19, 2022, to an ordinary family in the Federation's Longzhou, he attended kindergarten at 3, primary school at 6, middle school at 12, high school at 16, and university at 20, having repeated a grade in both middle and high school. His university was a common vocational institution, specializing in mechanical maintenance. After graduation, he returned home to work at a large auto repair shop. He married at 31, welcomed his only son, Ji Xinghe, at 33, and lost his wife to an accident at 55. That same year, his son enrolled at the Federation Longzhou Starry Military University, majoring in mecha piloting. Ji Xinghe had no criminal record prior to his recent actions. Really? A mechanic like you can pilot a single-soldier starship? Did your son secretly teach you? Upon hearing this, Ji Xinghe, who had maintained a stoic demeanor throughout the questioning, momentarily displayed a flicker of sadness on his face, quickly suppressing it. I learned while playing a game. The officer blinked in confusion. You're not referring to Galactic Glory, are you? Yes, Galactic Glory. The officer clicked on the terminal, revealing more information about Ji Xinghe, including a Federation credit score of 739, a normal figure, though it would likely plummet after today. He had a single phone number and one social media account, all of which painted Ji Xinghe as exceedingly ordinary. In the realm of Galactic Glory, a globally popular virtual reality competitive game with the highest registration and concurrent player count, Ji Xinghe had achieved the title of Glory King for 21 consecutive seasons, surpassing 2,200 points in the peak matches for 19 seasons, and boasting 12 national heroes. That a formidable player indeed. The officer marveled inwardly, considering that Galactic Glory had been released for just over a decade, with 2 seasons each year. Achieving such a feat indicated Ji Xinghe was likely a beta tester. Sir, are you perhaps overly engrossed in gaming? No matter how realistic Galactic Glory is, it remains a virtual reality game. Can a real single-soldier starship truly compare to those in the game? To be frank, while your skills are commendable among amateur players, countless professional players and streamers surpass you in ability. How do you muster the courage to claim you can pilot a single-soldier starship? Ji Xinghe fell silent once more, refraining from mentioning that he had begun playing the game at the age of 55, while most professional players and streamers peak around 20. Such emphasis seemed futile at 65. He could not revert to the prime of his youth to prove superiority over elite players. Moreover, the officer was correct. Games are merely games. No matter how realistic the simulation, they remain just that. Otherwise, he would already be piloting a single-soldier starship away from Blue Star rather than sitting in an interrogation room at the new Phoenix City Police Department. Handcuffed. All right, I won't press you further. At your age, please provide your son's contact information, as it appears to be absent from your records. Having ruled out Ji Xinghe as a retired veteran, the officer confirmed that the case fell under the jurisdiction of the new Phoenix City Police Department, necessitating adherence to protocol. Besides investigating, the most pressing task was to notify family members. The records indicated that Ji Xinghe's only living relative was his son, Ji Xinghe, who served in a space fleet mech infantry unit in the Federation's Longzhou. Yet, Ji Xinghe remained silent once again. Sir, I must inform you that this case is quite serious, and imprisonment is inevitable. However, the Federation grants every citizen the opportunity to seek legal assistance. Before your rights are entirely stripped away, you may contact your family to help find a defense attorney. For someone of your age, a reduced sentence could be significant. Of course, if the lawyer is inept, you might end up serving additional years. Ji Xinghe continued to remain mute. The officer began to understand. Are you embarrassed? It makes sense. Your son is out there on the front lines, fighting against the Imperial Apes to secure peace for our Federation, while you're here causing trouble. Perhaps sensing his tone was too harsh, the officer softened his approach. Even when dealing with a criminal, The traditional virtue of respecting elders and caring for the young was not lost on Long's culture. Furthermore, while the crime of stealing a single soldier starship was severe, it did not quite reach the level of heinousness until actual damage was inflicted. The single soldier starships issued to the new Phoenix City Police Department and all police departments throughout the Federation were unarmed, akin to patrol vehicles capable of flying into space. During Ji Xinghe's theft, no accidents or casualties had occurred. It remained a mystery how he infiltrated the police station and entered the starship, only to be detected by the artificial intelligence system before takeoff, resulting in a locked out of the cabin and a swift arrest by the responding officers. A 65-year-old man caught in the act. If you refuse to speak, we will contact them directly. After a long silence, Ji Xinghe finally spoke, his voice hoarse. Young man, there's no need to contact anyone. I want to defend myself. I accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, be it life imprisonment or being sent to a mining planet. I deserve this, just don't contact them. Oh, your acceptance is surprisingly high. Where was this resolve earlier? Think it over. The officer remained non-committal, as contacting family was a necessary procedure. After the first round of interrogation concluded, Ji Xinghe was detained, and the police began reaching out to the Longzhou military, while also investigating other possibilities, including potential links to terrorist organizations or imperial espionage. The process of contacting the military was convoluted, requiring layers of transfers and authorizations. Eventually, the new Phoenix City Police reached Ji Xinghe's unit, and after a brief communication, the officers received shocking news that Ji Xinghe was killed in action 2 weeks ago. You only notified Ji Xinghe a week ago? He had expressed his desire to enlist and fight on the front lines, but you turned him down. That makes sense, considering he is 65. Ji Xinghe attempted to steal a single soldier starship 6 days ago, and it appears the system recorded his intended destination as the front lines. We are currently investigating, concerned that he might be an imperial spy or something similar. Wait, you formally rejected his enlistment just last week. Then the police of Xi and Fengqing are well aware that this is indeed a criminal incident. However, it also unfolds as a tale driven by the fervent desire for vengeance. Chapter 2. A violent individual. Xi and Feng City, situated along the coastal region of the federal Azure Star Longzhou, is a relatively renowned tourist destination. Although the Federation claims to have entered the interstellar era, in reality, it possesses only one habitable planet. Other accessible celestial bodies within the Azure system are either battlegrounds, known as the Mars alien planets, or mining planets. Consequently, Azure Star boasts a dense population, and prominent tourist cities like Xi and Feng City never lack for visitors, allowing its residents to enjoy a remarkably high level of happiness. However, Ji Xinghe finds no joy in his existence, for he has become a true recluse. Old man, what on earth are you in for? A voice pierced the silence in the detention center of Xi and Feng City. Ji Xinghe, unmoved, chose not to respond, remaining as mute as a statue. In his hazy vision, the image of his son, Ji Xinghe, briefly surfaced before being overshadowed by a shock of vibrant red hair. The young man sporting the flamboyant hairstyle stood before Ji Xinghe, exuding an air of arrogance. Hey, old man, just because I call you grandpa doesn't mean you can take it seriously. I'm asking you a question. Did you come in for some petty crime or theft? Let me tell you, I came in for street racing. I hacked the self-driving program and completed the circuit of Xi and Feng City in just 13 minutes. They call me the 13th young master of the Jianghu. Not the 13th in rank, but the 13th in minutes. The hierarchical dynamics of the prison had not dissipated with the advent of the Federation era, nor had the youth, with their rainbow-colored hair, vanished with humanity's entry into the interstellar age. Neither had those who trudged forward, sacrificing their lives for the safety of Azure. Ji Xinghe found himself perplexed. Was his son's sacrifice truly meant to protect such individuals? This young man, so reckless, chose to emulate street racers and tampered with the automatic driving systems that all modern vehicles possessed, reverting to the obsolete manual driving method. This was a recipe for disaster. In a previous time, Ji Xinghe might have engaged in some banter, but now he felt utterly indifferent. The fate of this reckless young man, whether he would end up imprisoned for illegal racing or worse, cause an accident that claimed innocent lives, seemed inconsequential. Nothing mattered anymore. The one thing that had once been of paramount importance was now beyond his reach. Hey, old man, can you at least make a sound? Just a grunt will do. The 13th young master, with his flamboyant personality, found the solitude of their shared cell unbearably dull. The cold indifference reflected in Ji Xinghe's expression eventually stung the young man as pride. He stepped forward, intending to shove Ji Xinghe, but hesitated, fearing he might inadvertently harm the elderly man. However, before his hand could reach Ji Xinghe's shoulder, He felt as if it had been caught in a vice. Suddenly, a surge of strength enveloped him, and a shadow fell over his vision. Ji Xinghe had risen. It was then that the young man realized how imposing Ji Xinghe truly was. At nearly 6.5 feet tall, his stature had been obscured while seated, perhaps due to his apparent lack of vitality and the fact that he had not had a proper meal in days, leaving him gaunt. Hey, I was wrong. The 13th young master attempted to apologize, but it was too late. An inexplicable vigor erupted from Ji Xinghe, akin to a famished beast that had just spotted its prey. The young man felt an irresistible force emanating from Ji Xinghe's left hand, compelling his right elbow to rest against Ji Xinghe's shoulder. A sudden jolt of pain surged through his chest as he collided with Ji Xinghe, and then he found himself lifted off the ground, his vision spinning. With a muffled thud, the 13th young master was flung against the wall of the cell, his head colliding with the chair where Ji Xinghe had been seated, resembling a painting hung upside down. Unaware of how he resembled art in that moment, he only felt the overwhelming sensation of being overpowered by an elderly man. Pain coursed through his right arm, wrist, and chest, and the impact on the chair sent waves of agony through his head. Am I dying? Help! Help! The old man is attacking me. He is trying to kill me. As he crumpled to the floor, the alarms in the detention center blared, and the dynamic monitoring system had detected the commotion. When the guards rushed in, they found Ji Xinghe standing impassively in the center of the cell, while the 13th young master lay curled in a corner. Upon seeing the guards, the young man felt a surge of hope. He hit me. This old man is a violent criminal. He should be locked away. This place isn't suitable for him. However, his frantic cries were abruptly silenced as he met Ji Xinghe's cold gaze. The iron door of the cell creaked open, and the guards cautiously entered, instructing Ji Xinghe to raise his hands, then to crouch with his hands on his head against the wall. Ji Xinghe took a deep breath to steady himself and complied with the commands. Seeing this, the 13th young master grew emboldened once more. But as he attempted to spring up, the guards swiftly subdued him. And you, stay put, one guard ordered. Hey, I'm the one who got hit. This old man attacked me. You're 19. He is 65. He hit you? What of it? Do you doubt that a 65-year-old can take on 4 of you? Shut up. The young man, unwilling to be silenced, defiantly turned to Ji Xinghe. Old man, tell me, can you really take on all 4 of them by yourself? Ji Xinghe had no intention of responding, but recalling that this moment might be witnessed by others, potentially increasing his chances of accomplishing the one thing that mattered to him, he replied, not just 4, I can take on 10. See, I told you he can fight. Even at 65, he is formidable, the 13th young master exclaimed, rising in excitement, only to be pressed back down by the guards. Wait a minute, 10? Taking on 4 is already impressive, but 10? Are you bragging? I'm serious. Answer honestly. You know, honesty can lead to leniency. It's 10, Ji Xinghe confirmed, now handcuffed, as both he and the 13th young master were instructed to stand. Recalling the earlier incident and the pain still lingering in his body, the 13th young master began to believe it. Old man, what martial art do you practice? Ji Xinghe paused thoughtfully. Wing Chun. Wow, at 65, you're not practicing Tai Chi in retirement, but Wing Chun? You truly are a dangerous, violent individual. Sentence him, officer. He poses a threat to society. Ironically, it was the 13th young master, a reckless street racer, who for the first time recognized the dangers he posed to society and felt he deserved to be punished. Chapter 003. His talent is not inferior. The newly minted combat hero of the Federation, Han Li, felt a heavy weight in his heart as he received the military medal representing his achievements. The medal seemed to weigh down upon his chest, causing his expression to appear rather somber. Major General Tu Yuan, who was presenting the medal, was not surprised by this scene. He too felt a profound sense of sorrow. Each victory celebrated by the Federation's military came at the cost of numerous sacrifices made by its soldiers. Some claim that every medal is stained with the blood of the enemy, a symbol of honor. Yet these medals bear not only the blood of foes, but also that of comrades. What is most heartbreaking is that those who sacrifice themselves are often unable to wear the medals that rightfully belong to them. Many have perished without a trace, leaving the weight of the medals even more burdensome. Loss and injury are inevitable in war. Yet the paramount task is to survive and to carry forth the will and spirit of fallen comrades into battle. Major General Tu Yuan patted Han Li on the shoulder before preparing to leave, as he was the sole recipient of the medal today. In fact, every soldier in Han Li's mech infantry battalion had perished, many leaving no remains. Nonetheless, their sacrifices enabled the Federation to successfully defend a crucial position on the alien front. thereby earning Han Li his commendation. "General," Han Li suddenly spoke, hesitatingly adding, "there is a matter in which I hope you can assist." Tu Yuan furrowed his brow. "Is this a matter of public or private concern? Is it your issue or someone else's? Is it legitimate, or does it require bending the rules?" Han Li felt a flicker of anxiety. While instances of favoritism within the Federation's military were not entirely absent, they were almost non-existent. Major General Tu Yuan was known for his unwavering integrity, never granting favors even to distinguished soldiers, always operating within the bounds of legality. However, Han Li was unfamiliar with the upper echelons of the military, having recently been promoted to the rank of major. Although he had the opportunity to interact with generals, such encounters were rare, and with his imminent return to the front lines, time was scarce. Taking a deep breath, he pressed on. "In my mech infantry battalion, there was a fallen second lieutenant named Ji Xinghe. He was a first-class mech pilot, and by the time my battalion was annihilated, his mech had already been adorned with 12 gold stars. The Federation's mech pilots are categorized into 5 ranks: third class, second class, first class, special class, and ace. The gold stars can theoretically be painted on at will, but convention dictates that one may only add a star after successfully destroying an Imperial mech and eliminating its pilot. A first-class pilot with 12 gold stars, who had not retired due to injury, needed only to achieve 8 more to be considered for special class status, which is exceedingly rare within the Federation. Among millions of Federation soldiers, only 300 have attained this rank. There are only 9 ace mech pilots currently alive, and it is said that when the 10th appears, one must perish. A proposal was made by a Federation legislator to temporarily withdraw ace pilots from the front lines. Yet all of them vehemently opposed it. Li Yuanba, renowned as the strongest mech warrior in Federation history with a staggering 231 gold stars, stated in a congressional meeting, "We can leave the battlefield alive, but only if we achieve victory in this war. How do we define victory? It is when I set foot on the Imperial star and tread upon the Emperor's head, as the Imperial apes and monkeys will tell you, that is victory." Mech warriors are invaluable, and thus such losses elicited a deep sigh from Tu Yuan. He had already been aware of this information, yet the anguish on Han Li's face resonated with him profoundly. Ji Xinghe had a father named Ji Xinghe, who was 65 years old. A few days prior, Han Li had visited him and told him. Han Li paused briefly before inhaling deeply, continuing, "At that time, Ji Xinghe requested to be taken to the front lines, stating that he needed nothing more than a gun to avenge his son. That is utterly absurd," Tu Yuan admonished, furrowing his brow. "A 65-year-old man, 25 years my senior, how could he go to the front lines? The strength of those Imperial apes is beyond what ordinary citizens can comprehend by merely watching the news. You, Han Li, cannot fathom it either. Even with Mechs, we struggle against them. Without them, a single ape could take on an entire platoon. He has lost his senses, and you seem to have as well. I want to allow him to go to the battlefield." Han Li, unperturbed by the reprimand, felt a pang of regret for not articulating his thoughts clearly due to his nervousness. With a resigned and sorrowful expression, he replied, "General, I do not wish for you to assist in sending him to the battlefield. Rather, he attempted to steal a single-person starship from the new Phoenix City Police Department yesterday, without any weapons, intending to reach the front lines, and he was captured." Tu Yuan was taken aback. Han Li hesitated before adding, "The police informed our unit that he had brought several knives as weapons." Tu Yuan, maintaining an impassive demeanor, inquired, "What kind of knives?" "Kitchen knives, fruit knives, cleavers, essentially, all the knives from his kitchen," Han Li replied. How could someone like him possibly father a first-class mech warrior like Ji Xinghe? Tu Yuan thought aloud, but upon saying it, he felt it inappropriate. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Is Ji Xinghe a retired soldier?" "Not at all. He is a mechanic, a master craftsman." Ji Xinghe often spoke of his father's exceptional skills, capable of repairing any vehicle, including top-tier spacefaring cars. Tu Yuan chuckled in disbelief. "A master craftsman? Doesn't he think he can apply his automotive repair skills to a starship or a mech? Does he?" Han Li hesitated before adding. Ji Xinghe also mentioned that his father was quite adept at games, having once taken him to play Glory of the Kings. After enlisting, Ji Xinghe could no longer play, but his father managed to maintain a high rank each season on Ji Xinghe's account, even reaching over 2,000 points in the Pinnacle competition. Ji Xinghe also achieved high ranks on his own account, effectively juggling 2 accounts while working. "Games?" Tu Yuan asked. "Yes, games, Star Glory," Han Li confirmed. Tu Yuan was aware of Star Glory, a game that purportedly offered a highly realistic simulation. Yet it was merely a revamped version of the outdated virtual reality training system discarded by the Federation, far from capable of identifying true talent. What use is being skilled in games? In the real world, he is just a mechanic, and on the battlefield, he would only be able to repair vehicles. At 65, how effective can he possibly be? Though Tu Yuan's words were stern, he inwardly sighed, understanding Ji Xinghe's sentiments. Had Ji Xinghe been 40 years younger, no, even just 20 years younger, Tu Yuan would have considered enlisting him. Whilst our glory may not currently yield true talent, it had once produced a number of elite individuals, though not from the gamified version, but rather from the military's previous generation of virtual reality training systems. At the age of 65, one has reached the threshold of retirement. However, the operation of individual starships and mechs demands an exceptionally high level of physical fitness from their pilots. The Federation has consistently lagged behind the Empire in this regard, as the Empire's pilots are predominantly extraordinarily robust guerrillas. The term guerrilla is not a pejorative label used by the Federation against its enemies. Rather, it is an undeniable truth. The Empire's ranks are filled not with humans, but with gorillas and monkeys, whose intellectual capabilities rival those of mankind. This revelation stands as one of the most astonishing discoveries of the 21st century for the Federation, a revelation that nearly led to its obliteration and heralded the dawn of a new era. Han Li found himself in a moment of hesitation. Tu Yuan furrowed his brow and urged, "Speak." Ji Xinghe claimed that his father was an exceptionally skilled fighter, having secured second place in the school's martial arts competition during his time at the military academy, and upon returning home, he could not best his father. The first-place victor was I. How old was Ji Xinghe at that time? Perhaps 59, 58? Tu Yuan, in resignation, remarked, "You are still young. You do not comprehend the adage that with each passing year, one accumulates experience. Just because one can fight at 59 does not imply the same capability at 65. Moreover, would Ji Xinghe dare to challenge his father? Furthermore, engaging in a physical altercation is entirely different from piloting a mech in combat, a distinction you should grasp. You, as the first-place champion, are on the verge of becoming an ace mech warrior, while Ji Xinghe, despite his second-place standing, has yet to attain the status of a special-class mech warrior. I do not mean to belittle Ji Xinghe. I am merely drawing a comparison. I understand, hence my refusal." Han Li replied with a sense of defeat. "However, I never anticipated he would resort to stealing an individual starship. He has now been apprehended by the new Phoenix City Police Department. I received this news only this morning. While I am aware of the legal ramifications and the guidance from my superiors in the military, I must emphasize, General, he is Ji Xinghe's father. He merely sought to avenge his son." After a moment of silence, Tu Yuan suddenly inquired, "Are you referring to New Phoenix City?" "Indeed. Ji Xinghe's hometown is New Phoenix City. I happen to be heading there for recruitment purposes and can take the opportunity to investigate the matter." "Thank you, General." Han Li recognized that the seemingly unyielding Major General Tu Yuan had decided to make an exception, driven by his concern for Ji Xinghe and Ji Xinghe. Chapter 004. Just a bit older Tu Yuan gazed expressionlessly at the holographic projection before him, which repeatedly displayed the effortless performance of Ji Xinghe executing a shoulder throw. The entire process was clean and crisp, and even though he had witnessed numerous martial arts masters, he couldn't help but internally marvel. This old horse possesses remarkable skill. After all, he is a 65-year-old man. Yet, Tu Yuan remained stoic, after watching it several times. He shifted his gaze to another holographic screen that clearly displayed Ji Xinghe's entire profile. The key point that left him unfazed was the absence of any indication that Ji Xinghe possessed martial arts skills. He thus posed a direct question: why? The personnel from the detention center, along with the officers from the Xinfeng City Police Department, were somewhat perplexed, unclear about what this renowned federal major general was inquiring about. Major General Tu Yuan was quite famous, not because he had only recently attained the rank, but because he had become the youngest major general in federal history at the age of 37, 3 years prior. Those unfamiliar with Tu Yuan did not grasp the essence of his question, but his aides quickly deduced. Is it possible that his proficiency in Wing Chun is indeed genuine? And throughout his training, he has never been monitored? Surveillance is omnipresent, yet it cannot cover every location. If he was never captured on camera, then big data would not record it. Without any relevant records of learning or practice, even the Federal Artificial Intelligence Program could not uncover Ji Xinghe's martial prowess. Tu Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. You possess martial skills, and you are quite formidable. Yet, from childhood until the age of 65, you have never engaged in a single conflict. Why do you think that is? One of his aides responded tentatively. Perhaps he has a good temperament and sees no need for disputes. A good temperament? Tu Yuan's frown deepened as he pointed at the incessantly replaying footage of Ji Xinghe's shoulder throw. Is this good temperament? With such a temperament, could he dare to steal a single-man starship? With such a temperament, could he attempt to charge into the front lines wielding a kitchen knife against the Imperial Mechs? The aide's tone suddenly became more assured. Yes, he has a good temperament, but his only living relative, Lieutenant Ji Xinghe, was killed, leaving him to mourn the loss of his own child. Thus, his temperament has soured. Lieutenant Ji Xinghe had originally held the rank of second lieutenant, and upon his sacrifice, was posthumously promoted to first lieutenant. This was not mere nominal recognition, but represented tangible benefits. In addition to his own retirement pension, Ji Xinghe would also receive a higher standard of federal compensation annually. You are mistaken, Tu Yuan directly countered, though his denial was peculiar. He does not have white hair. Indeed, Ji Xinghe's image on the screen displayed no signs of gray hair, a fact that the detention center personnel and the officers handling the case could confirm. The aide, puzzled, remarked, at 65, having no white hair indicates he has taken excellent care of himself. He is also skilled in martial arts. So surely that should not be a concern? Tu Yuan pondered briefly. So why, despite his sorrow, impulsivity, and inability to control his temper, does he still lack white hair? A sudden aging? Everyone present grasped Tu Yuan's implication but found it somewhat baffling, for instances of sudden aging are exceedingly rare and seemingly unrelated to this case. Yet, no one dared to question him, for they were in the presence of the youngest major general in the Federation, and the combination of youth and rank foretold a promising future. Provide me with Ji Xinghe's dossier. After Tu Yuan spoke, 3 seconds later, he received a tablet from one of his aides. It had holographic projection capabilities but remained deactivated, as the information regarding Ji Xinghe could not be viewed by others present. As he scrolled through the information, Tu Yuan suddenly paused. Suspected? Yes, suspected. The aide, having reviewed all of Ji Xinghe's information, replied, We cannot confirm this yet, but we have dispatched personnel to verify, which is expected to take 3 days. Suspected of what? Curiosity spread among the surrounding personnel. Could it be that Ji Xinghe had not perished? Yet that seemed implausible. The federal military was always meticulous, and missing personnel were classified as missing, while those who had sacrificed were indeed confirmed as such. Tu Yuan nodded, handing the tablet back to his aide, his gaze now serious as he focused on the police officers and the detention staff. I wish to meet him. Is that possible? Yes, of course. No problem. We can arrange that immediately. With the possibility of Ji Xinghe being an imperial spy or terrorist ruled out, the circumstances surrounding the case left the involved officers disheartened. They had already prepared for the withdrawal of charges. However, mere withdrawal from their side was insufficient. The prosecution needed to drop the charges as well, for only then would the court refrain from proceeding. The police, prosecution, and judiciary are integral components of the federal legal system. Ji Xinghe was led out from his solitary cell, and the well-informed personnel from the detention center kindly cautioned, the one who has come as Major General Tu Yuan. Be mindful and refrain from speaking out of turn. Just cooperate, and you should be able to return home. Thank you, Ji Xinghe replied, falling silent, but walking with a newfound determination, though it bore no relation to his fate of returning home. Upon entering the interrogation room of the detention center, Ji Xinghe spotted Tu Yuan. Previously, he had recognized the man while Tu Yuan had not been aware of him. But now he felt certain that Tu Yuan must recognize him as well. No need for that, Tu Yuan gestured, halting the detention staff from handcuffing Ji Xinghe as per procedure, and signaled for him to take a seat. As the towering Ji Xinghe, standing at nearly 2 meters, sat down, he retained an imposing presence. His somewhat wrinkled face exuded vitality, and his piercing gaze seemed capable of inflicting harm at any moment. This did not align with the notion of mourning a loved one nor with the demeanor of a criminal before a general. Stop pretending. I will not enlist you. Tu Yuan wasted no time in dismantling Ji Xinghe's faade, directly inquiring, What is the story behind your martial skills? In mere moments, Ji Xinghe's posture slumped, his towering height seeming to collapse, his spirit and energy abruptly dissipating, his voice turning hoarse. Does it matter? If you do not permit me to go to the front lines, nothing holds significance. Yet you must understand, your deployment to the front lines would serve no purpose. The Federation's mechs are precious. Your physical condition cannot maximize their performance, and you would merely squander federal resources. I can fire artillery. If it were so simple to hit Imperial mechs or positions with artillery, why would we even bother to manufacture mechs? That is a foreign land, not Blue Planet. The methods of combat are entirely different. I can pilot a single-man starship. I understand that some missions require sacrifices. I fear not death. Provide me with a single-man starship, and I shall crash into whatever target you designate, as long as there are Imperial Mechs present. Tu Yuan remained silent for a moment. It is futile, for you would similarly be unable to utilize the single-man starship effectively. You would be intercepted and shot down en route. Could you lend me a firearm? I have money. I will purchase one from you. Allow me to go to the front lines. Tu Yuan fell silent once more, unsure whether it was due to Ji Xinghe's words or the increasing hoarseness of his voice. Ji Xinghe did not wish to remain silent. This may be his final opportunity. I do not consume much. I can cover my own expenses. I need not stay in military barracks. I can reside in a tent. My retirement and pension can be fully surrendered. I will give it all to you if you allow me to go to the front lines. I no longer desire mechs or firearms. What I seek are discarded scraps and remnants of metal. I possess the capability to forge an exosuit that can withstand the conditions of an alien environment. No, not a mech, merely a spacesuit. I shall not squander the oxygen within military barracks, nor shall I waste the air at the extraterrestrial base. I can thrive in the great expanse beyond. If all else fails, when you next employ the jump gate to assault the Imperial Star, cast me into the fray with nothing but 2 blades. The 8-slicing knife would be ideal. I am adept with it, though I do not possess one. Indeed, I am a formidable fighter, remarkably so. Ji Xinghe glanced at the perpetually silent Tin and hesitated before speaking. With your capabilities, I could easily take on 10 of you. Tuan could no longer contain his fury and retorted, I am a civilian major general. What good is it if you could defeat 100 of me? Huh. At 65 years of age, you are too old for this. If you were 20 years younger, I would let you go, but at 65, can you not simply enjoy your retirement? Ji Xinghe fell silent, and after a prolonged pause, he finally replied, I cannot, for my son has passed away. Chapter 005. There exists a conscription examination, unrelated to age, and disconnected from the war between the Federation and the Empire. For all his life, Ji Xinghe had lived honestly and simply, but now he yearned for vengeance. However, he could not embark on a journey to the alien frontlines alone, as the inhospitable environment of the alien planet was perilous for human survival. The atmosphere was exceedingly thin. Without a breathing apparatus, one would perish. The drastic temperature fluctuations between day and night necessitated the protection of a spacesuit. The erratic magnetic fields and unpredictable storms rendered many technologies ineffective. Beyond military camps and bases, there were no suitable habitats for humans on the alien front. Even the Empire's renowned guerrillas, known for their physical prowess, struggled to survive on the alien surface without equipment for extended periods. While humans donned spacesuits, they were ill-suited for combat. Their movements were cumbersome, and any damage could lead to lethal oxygen leaks. In contrast, the Empire's guerrillas only required auxiliary breathing devices, resulting in the Federation's complete collapse in initial skirmishes. Yet, endings often herald new beginnings. The Federation's Academy of Sciences developed a new generation of combat mechs, which, despite being ill-suited for battle on the Azure planet, shone brilliantly on the alien world where gravity was relatively weaker and high-tech weaponry was impractical. Thus, the Federation established bases, military camps, and mines on the alien planet, extracting resources while repelling enemies. The Empire's guerrillas and monkeys accessed the alien world through jump gates, but research confirmed that they could not directly utilize these gates to reach the Azure planet, at least not for the time being. However, if the alien territory fell, the Empire's forces could launch a direct invasion of the Azure planet, while the Federation's advanced weaponry could function effectively within the vicinity of the Azure planet. No one wished to engage in war there. The Empire was not a primitive civilization. They possessed technology and had acquired even more during their conflicts with the Federation, including mechs and starships. Should war erupt above the Azure planet, the Federation would be unable to withstand the assault, and the Empire's forces would penetrate the near-Earth space, wreaking havoc upon everything human, including human lives. Under such circumstances, those who could venture to the alien front lines were meticulously chosen. Even the miners, chefs, mechanics, scientists, and artists residing in the bases could harness their unique talents during peacetime, transforming into soldiers when duty called. Some individuals could survive on the alien world from the age of 30 to 65, such as those who remained after the initial landing and survived the Empire's first offensive. Yet, no one would permit a 65-year-old man to squander resources on a mission deemed impossible and ultimately meaningless in their eyes. The vengeance for Ji Xinghe shall be avenged on your behalf, for it is not merely your vendetta, but ours as well. A grievance shared by the Federation and all of humanity, transcending Ji Xinghe alone. 2 Yuan left behind these words before departing. 3 days later, Ji Xinghe, who had grown thinner during his silence, once again beheld the sunlight. Old steed, upon your return, ensure you eat well, rest adequately, and take care of yourself. The officer who had interrogated Ji Xinghe stood beside him and spoke these words, yet received no response. Ji Xinghe, once fierce as a lion during his interrogation, now resembled a frail old man nearing his end. The officer sighed in resignation. Do you not seek revenge? In your current state, you could not best even a fraction of me, let alone those Empire gorillas. You cannot even contend with the Empire's monkeys. What talk of vengeance is there? The officer's tone grew increasingly stern before softening. Old steed, though I wish to avoid such words, the situation at the front is indeed dire. Otherwise, General Tu would not need to personally recruit soldiers across various regions. If the Empire truly advances upon us, and war erupts on our very planet, you might still find an opportunity for revenge, provided you remain capable then. The frail elder seemed to regain his stature under the sunlight, his stooped form akin to withered grass revitalized by the long-awaited rain. Ji Xinghe gazed intently at the officer, leaving him somewhat taken aback. Old steed, speak freely. I will assist you in any way I can. May I forge 2 blades with my own hands? Ji Xinghe finally spoke, his voice hoarse from days of inadequate nourishment and rest. In truth, he had been in a weakened state since the 8th day of his ordeal. The officer furrowed his brow. Are you referring to the 8 slashing blades? Old steed, everyone is now employing mechs and starships. What use would your blades be? I must remind you, they are regulated weapons. I will not sharpen them, at least not for now. Unsharpened, what purpose would they serve? It has been many years since I practiced. I wish to regain my touch. Should the situation you mentioned arise, I will sharpen them then. Sharpened. And you think you can cleave through mechs? The officer was left speechless, fully aware of the dimensions of the 8 slashing blades, short knives measuring only 30 to 40 centimeters. While mechs towered at least 3 meters tall, with Empire mechs averaging 4.5 meters. Very well, as long as you do not sharpen them. You may forge a pair for yourself. Ultimately, the officer did not wish to argue with a 65-year-old man, but he still emphasized, but you must not sharpen them. And you can only practice alone. Do not seek a sparring partner. Although many believed Ji Xinghe's presence on the alien front would serve little purpose, it was widely acknowledged that he was a formidable fighter. General Tu himself had declared, Ji Xinghe could take on 100 of me. Though General Tu was a civilian officer, he was still a general, capable of matching 100 generals in combat. Rest assured, I have never sparred with anyone, except. Ji Xinghe began to speak more freely, but fell silent when mentioning his only sparring partner. The officer, unaware that Ji Xinghe had secured 2nd place in military academy combat competitions, curiously inquired, except for whom? Ji Xinghe took a deep breath. My son. The officer paused, quickly shifting the topic. You truly possess remarkable skill, even training alone. If only you. General Tu is here in our new Phoenix City to recruit soldiers. Why not train a few apprentices to enlist? Such public recruitment will occur annually, and they do not require prior experience or education. You have a chance. Public recruitment? Ji Xinghe's eyes sparkled. Is there an age limit? They require candidates to be at least 18 years old, but there is no upper limit, as they are also seeking individuals for other professions. The officer instantly understood Ji Xinghe's intention, sighing once more. But do not harbor illusions. There are physical fitness assessments, and at your age, you would certainly not pass. Those over 45 cannot succeed. Physical fitness assessments? Ji Xinghe suddenly felt hunger, thirst, and fatigue. He needed to eat well, drink adequately, and rest soundly. He was determined to participate in the examination. Chapter 006. He claims he does not believe in limits. The old steed has returned. Where have you been all these days, seeking out some elderly dame? Nonsense. The old steed never pays any mind to those old ladies. Do you think he is like you, a lecherous old man who dances in the square every day? Old steed, let us engage in a game of chess. It has been quite some time. I shall grant you a rook. You would give the old steed a rook? Has it not always been the old steed who has allowed you to use his rooks and knights? In the green space of the community, a group of elderly gentlemen and ladies basking in the sun caught sight of the long-missing Ji Xinghe, and they greeted him warmly, indicating that he is quite well liked. This rapport stems from Ji Xinghe's helpful nature and his commendable lifestyle both before and after his wife's passing, alongside his pension and retirement benefits. No, I have matters to attend to, so you all carry on. Ji Xinghe hastily responded before making his way home. He had no desire to recount the experiences of the past few days, as that would mean uttering those words once more. It is not easy for him to speak of them to Tu Yuan, nor does he seek sympathy. He yearns only for vengeance. The elderly folks found his behavior somewhat peculiar. What could the old steed possibly be busy with now that he is retired? Indeed, what are we busy with? We have nothing to occupy our time. How about we go collect some eggs? It only takes 3 bus transfers and 19 stops. Do you truly need those few eggs? I do not, but it is merely a way to pass the time. That is true. Let us hurry, or we shall miss the rush hour and find no seats on the bus. What is there to fear? Surely someone will offer us their seat. Indeed, the house was rather desolate, having gone 10 days without cleaning, yet only a thin layer of dust had settled. The living room was impeccably arranged, with all furniture and appliances neatly in place, devoid of any clutter save for the essentials, lending an air of monotony. In the kitchen, there were no forgotten scraps of food, and the refrigerator bore no foul-smelling ingredients. Upon returning home, Ji Xinghe did not wallow in solitude. Instead, he headed straight for the kitchen and retrieved 2 pieces of steak he had personally marinated. The cold storage held over 30 neatly packaged steaks, originally intended for. Now, they were destined solely for Ji Xinghe. With practiced ease, he ignited the stove, letting the pan heat before adding butter. Unwrapping the steaks with freshly washed hands, he placed them upright in the hot pan, searing the edges before cooking them thoroughly. Within moments, the steaks were cooked to a perfect medium. This method may not suit steak, but Ji Xinghe preferred his beef well done. Had it not been for Ji Xinghe's fondness for steak, he would have opted for beef stew with carrots or potatoes, or perhaps a simple braise. Eschewing cutlery, Ji Xinghe preferred not to use forks and knives, which were remnants of utensils purchased for Ji Xinghe. Placing the 2 steaks on a plate, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to eat, tearing into the meat with vigor, as if these steaks were his adversaries. Having gone several days without a proper meal, Ji Xinghe was not well suited to consume steak. Yet his physique remained robust, his digestive ability commendable, and his teeth intact, unmarred by age. His hair, as dark as night, belied his 65 years. Yet he indeed was 65. After the meal, he took 2 digestive tablets to prevent any potential discomfort from overeating. He needed to maintain his health in preparation for the enlistment examination commencing in 7 days. Feeling fatigued, Ji Xinghe did not retire immediately. Instead, he entered his study. The room was lined with books, 3 walls filled with volumes primarily on mechanical repair, alongside some texts used by Ji Xinghe during his schooling and a few related to mecha piloting. Books Ji Xinghe had chosen himself when Ji Xinghe expressed his dream of becoming a mecha warrior. Each year, the collection was updated, resulting in a rather full bookshelf, yet there was no concern of it collapsing, as Ji Xinghe had constructed the shelves himself. As a mechanical repair expert, his craftsmanship was exceptional, though previously limited to automotive repairs. In addition to the books, a desk stood before a window, the place where Ji Xinghe had studied from childhood through university. At the center of the study were 2 items, an ergonomic chair connected to a power source, equipped with a helmet-like device, and a pair of gloves that gleamed with a metallic sheen. This was the interface for interstellar glory, requiring the synergy of helmet and gloves for consciousness-level interaction. The mecha also contained a similar consciousness interaction device, enabling the user to control the mecha more adeptly, compared to the initial voice command and manual operation methods. This new mode of operation imbued the mecha with true life, allowing it to perform complex maneuvers. However, this also meant that the new era's mechas demanded a high level of physical fitness from their operators. Extreme maneuvers could lead to overload, similar to the experiences of fighter pilots years ago, resulting in dizziness, nausea, or worse, unconsciousness, or even death. The final object in the study was a wooden dummy, crafted by Ji Xinghe himself. Both he and Ji Xinghe had practiced on it, yet this dummy was not made of wood, but of iron. 30 years ago, Ji Xinghe could no longer practice on a wooden dummy. It would splinter under his force. Upon seeing the dummy, memories flooded back of Ji Xinghe's early training sessions, where he had cried out in pain. The sound of his plaintive voice seemed to echo in Ji Xinghe's ears. "Dad, I'm going to call the police. You're abusing me." "This is not abuse. Do you not wish to become a mecha warrior? This is to enhance your combat skills, to ensure your survival on the battlefield, and to enable you to vanquish more foes. I'm already a mecha warrior. What need have I for martial arts? My mecha is armed with cannons and high-frequency oscillating blades, slicing through foes effortlessly. Son, do you know why mechas are designed in human form? Why were all the animal-shaped designs abandoned? Why? Because humans are the most versatile beings. The human form is the most suitable for combat. But a person cannot overpower a tiger. That is due to the significant disparity in strength, speed, and defense between humans and tigers. However, in a battle between a humanoid mecha and a tiger-shaped mecha, both possessing equal strength, speed, and defense, the humanoid mecha would undoubtedly prevail. Why? Because a humanoid can wield weapons like swords, guns, and spears, while a tiger is limited to its claws and teeth, or its tail. Then I shall transform the tiger's claws into blades, its tail into a spear, and its mouth into a cannon. Haha. Then your mecha would be unable to run. It could fly. I would equip it with flight engines. While that is not impossible, before you achieve that, you need to learn boxing from me, as well as the 8/sword technique and the 6.5 staff technique. I shan't learn boxing. I have no need for my mecha-s fists. I will learn sword techniques for my mecha to wield blades. I will not learn staff techniques. A staff cannot kill an imperial gorilla without a spearhead. I will learn to use firearms. Who says a spear without a head cannot kill? You must learn boxing because when your mecha is weaponless, you will have only your fists, and when you are without your mecha, you will also have only your fists. I will not learn. I will call the police. You are abusing me. Had I not imparted the art of Wing Chun to him, nor supported his aspirations to attend military school. With a resounding thud, Ji Xinghe's fist struck the wooden dummy, causing its structure to rotate and 2 iron rods to swing towards his body, which he deftly blocked with his elbow and raised knee. The impact from his previous punch had been formidable, and the rods struck with a certain sting, leaving his knuckles aching. Yet, Ji Xinghe felt an unexpected sense of comfort, as if the physical pain could alleviate the anguish within his heart. In this abode steeped in memories of Ji Xinghe, how could he not feel sorrow? After satiating his hunger, he practiced his punches to aid digestion. His 65-year-old body unleashed an unprecedented force within the confines of the space. He applied medicinal ointment to treat his iron rod injuries, consumed tonic liquor to replenish his energy and blood, and numbed himself to ensure that sleep would be dreamless, preventing him from waking to find his pillows soaked with tears. On the 7th day, the iron wooden dummy suddenly shattered, as if, after enduring 30 years, it could bear the burden no longer, or perhaps, Ji Xinghe's martial prowess had ascended to a new level. While the former explanation seemed more plausible, Ji Xinghe yearned for the latter. Echoing in his mind was a phrase he once shared with Ji Xinghe: "Son, do not believe in limits. For if you choose to disregard them, they cease to exist." Chapter 007. He can also resort to any means, my dear daughter, at the age of 29. Are you planning to remain single for the rest of your days? Mother, what do you mean 29? I am merely 18 years and 132 months old. Nonsense. I tell you, if you do not bring a boyfriend home this new year, I shall arrange a blind date for you. Fine. Go ahead and set up a blind date. Just find me an older gentleman, preferably one with a house, savings, and a pension. Ah, I see now. This stubborn girl isn't dating because she has her sights set on an old horse. Tell me, have you made a lifelong commitment to him? This old horse is in his 60s or 70s and dares to pursue my daughter. I shall confront him right now. With a resigned expression, the daughter replied, "Go ahead. But let me inform you that this old horse's son is a member of the space fleet, a mecha warrior. If you create a scene in front of him and get arrested, I will not bail you out." The ordinary citizens of the Federation hold great respect for the military, especially during these times of war. The stability and peace on Azure Star allow the citizens to visit the zoo to observe gorillas and monkeys, rather than being confined within the zoo themselves. This is all thanks to the soldiers who sacrifice their lives to maintain defensive positions on the front lines. Among the ranks of the military, the mecha warriors are particularly revered. Not only do they appear gallant in combat, but they also represent an elite group. Only 300,000 mecha warriors have emerged from the millions of soldiers selected from a population of 8 billion. In essence, these 300,000 warriors are truly 1 in a million. Humph. Quite impressive. If only you had been more responsible and married earlier, perhaps you would have a grandchild by now, ready to enlist. Even if I had married earlier, the child would only be 8 years old. And what's wrong with that? An 8-year-old can't pilot a mecha? Can't we just create a smaller mecha? The daughter was at a loss for words, but suddenly recalled that today marked the beginning of the new recruitment drive in New Phoenix City. She hurriedly turned on the television to watch the live broadcast. The incessant chatter of her mother finally ceased as they both focused on the screen. The entire Federation was keenly interested in this recruitment event, as it was the first public enlistment directly open to all citizens. Previously, Enlistment had been limited to those who voluntarily applied and were approved. Many had taken to the internet to voice alarming predictions, claiming that the Federation was on the brink of losing its hold on the alien front. Rumors spread that the Empire had discovered a method to open a transit gate on Azure Star, allowing their warriors to emerge directly from the gate and bringing the war to their home planet. The Federation officials dismissed these claims, asserting that this was merely a routine recruitment effort aimed at altering previous enlistment practices. While some believed the officials, others succumbed to the panic spread online. Regardless of their beliefs, the recruitment drive captured the attention of countless viewers across the Federation. Dear viewers, this is the new Phoenix City television station, and I am your correspondent, Ji Xinghe, reporting live from the new Phoenix City Sports Stadium. As today is the weekend, the venue is bustling with attendees. Not only those registering for the recruitment assessment, but also many who have come to support them. Now let us conduct some interviews. Sir, you need not push any further. The area inside is for registration verification. Why not take a moment for an interview? The live footage broadcast on the television stunned both mother and daughter in the living room. An old horse? Similar exclamations echoed throughout the neighborhood. In the auto repair shop where Ji Xinghe had worked for 40 years, and even in the new Phoenix City Police Station, the commotion arose because the individual being blocked by the reporter in the crowd was none other than Ji Xinghe himself. Feeling a surge of confidence, Ji Xinghe had come late after crafting his weapon and now found himself amidst a sea of people, realizing he might not be able to push through. Sir. Ji Xinghe called out, extending the microphone towards Ji Xinghe amidst the noisy crowd. Are you here to send your grandson for the recruitment assessment? With a blank expression and a moment of contemplation, Ji Xinghe abandoned the idea of pushing further into the crowd. He was willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals. If he dared to steal a police starship, what else could he not do? No, I am not here to send my grandson. Oh, are you here to send your son? Neither am I here for my son, for my son is already serving in the military. His name is Ji Xinghe, who graduated third in his class from the Mecha department of Longzhou Military Academy and is now a mecha warrior in a certain unit of the Space Fleet. The surrounding noise diminished significantly as people turned to gaze at Ji Xinghe with surprise, admiration, and respect. Ji Xinghe, thrilled to have stumbled upon such a notable figure, eagerly inquired, "Are you here to see your son Ji Xinghe? Is he enlisting? Will your son perform in the mecha demonstration? Can this recruitment allow him to join the mecha forces directly?" Ji Xinghe was silent for a moment, though he had resolved to take any means necessary. Articulating certain truths proved challenging. After a deep breath to steady his emotions, he faced the camera and spoke. "No, my son is not here to enlist for. He has already made the ultimate sacrifice." An immediate hush fell over the crowd, as if the silence were contagious, gradually quieting the tens of thousands gathered outside the new Phoenix City Sports Stadium. In fact, many were watching the live broadcast on their mobile devices, witnessing Ji Xinghe's words. The audience viewing Ji Xinghe's statement certainly numbered well beyond tens of thousands, as the recruitment event spanned 10 cities, with New Phoenix City having the highest population, thus drawing the most viewers. "My condolences," Ji Xinghe responded, bowing deeply to Ji Xinghe, a moment captured faithfully by the camera and shared widely. Countless viewers were moved, while others criticized the reporter for being overly dramatic. "Sir, your son's sacrifice was for all humanity. We shall not let his sacrifice be in vain. And we will seek justice for your son and the many heroes who have fallen on the alien front. We, the Federation." "Young lady, may I pose a question?" Ji Xinghe interrupted Ji Xinghe, who was about to deliver an emotional speech. No one reproached him. After all, he was a father of a hero. "Please, go ahead. Why should you come to avenge my son's death?" The crowd fell silent, and viewers at home were momentarily taken aback. Ji Xinghe responded quickly, "Sir, because your son sacrificed himself for us, for the entire Federation. It is our duty and responsibility to seek revenge. From the perspective of both the Federation and the Empire, this is not merely revenge, but—" "Wait," Ji Xinghe interrupted once more. "Are you implying that my son sacrificed himself for the Federation, so everyone in the Federation bears the responsibility to avenge him? Is there a flaw in my words? Will this elevate tensions? Have I said something inappropriate?" Ji Xinghe's mind raced swiftly, and after a moment of determination, she affirmed, "Yes, that is precisely what I mean. Am I a citizen of the Federation? Indeed, you certainly are. Do I bear the responsibility and obligation to avenge my son?" Ji Xinghe found herself utterly perplexed by Ji Xinghe's thought process, yet instinctively nodded and replied, "Of course. You not only belong to the Federation but are also your son's father. You undoubtedly have the duty to seek vengeance for him." Finally broaching this point, Ji Xinghe, with an impassive expression, continued to address the camera. Then I wish to enlist. I desire to go to the front lines of an alien world. I seek to avenge my son. Is there a problem with that? All who beheld Ji Xinghe's aged visage and heard his hoarse voice instinctively responded in their minds. There is no problem. Chapter 008. Some matters were anticipated had Ji Xinghe sacrificed himself. Within the largest auto repair shop in New Phoenix City, the mechanics gathered before the television displayed expressions of disbelief. Some had watched Ji Xinghe grow up, while others had shared their formative years with him. Over the years, Ji Xinghe often brought Ji Xinghe to the workshop, imparting knowledge while mentoring apprentices. Yet, Ji Xinghe showed little enthusiasm for learning automotive repair. It was not due to a lack of aptitude. The seasoned mechanics knew that his heart was set on piloting and repairing mechs, skills that no one in the shop possessed, as they only repaired cars. Consequently, Ji Xinghe began to teach himself the intricacies of mecha operation and repair. However, his theoretical knowledge failed to convince Ji Xinghe, nor did it sway the other mechanics, leaving Ji Xinghe without guidance in mecha-related disciplines. This morning, the elder Ji had forged 2 blades. An aging master suddenly spoke up, prompting the others to recall the morning's events. Outside the warehouse, Ji Xinghe had extracted a special alloy plate designated for enhancing the ballistic capabilities of spacefaring vehicles. He meticulously cut, shaped, and polished it with the shop's tools. The result was 2 short swords, complete with handguards, yet neither was sharpened. During the payment process, Ji Xinghe had argued with the shop owner and mechanics, but he never disclosed the purpose behind crafting the blades. The mechanics pondered visiting Ji Xinghe after work, though he was generally composed and earnest. It was often such individuals who instigated significant events. Having forged weapons certainly raised concerns. However, before they could pay him a visit, the reason became painfully evident. Silence enveloped the repair shop as they heard Ji Xinghe's question on the television. Instinctively, they yearned to respond with no problem. But rationality reminded them of the gravity of the situation. Old Ji, you are far too aged for this. The same sentiment echoed among those in Ji Xinghe's community. The police department, the detention center, and a multitude of viewers. They all believed Ji Xinghe sought retribution for his son, who had perished on the battlefield. And while none doubted his intent, they all recognized the significant issues at hand. Outside the New Phoenix City Sports Complex, reporter Pei Jing struggled to articulate the words "no problem," despite them fleetingly crossing her mind. Once she failed to voice them immediately, they eluded her completely. Sir, you. She attempted to frame her words, but could only helplessly express, you are far too old for this. Aren't you nearing 60? At 65, Ji Xinghe appeared closer to 60, yet whether nearing 60 or being 65, he was undeniably an elder. I am 65, Ji Xinghe stated, gazing directly into the camera, responding to Pei Jing's inquiry. This was not arrogance. Rather, he was determined to manipulate public opinion. But does being 65 preclude me from avenging my son? At 65, am I barred from serving the Federation? At 65, am I rendered useless, a mere drain on resources, incapable of contributing to our society? Was this the same Ji Xinghe once known for his integrity and steadiness? Those acquainted with him felt a transformation, while strangers perceived him as a man leveraging his age for advantage, casting aspersions. Pei Jing felt cornered. Individuals aged 65 and above constituted 17.2% of the Federation's population, a significant demographic, indicating severe population aging. A poor response could offend this substantial group, and losing her job would be the least of her concerns. YNT, the director's voice emerged from her earpiece. Was the live broadcast still ongoing? Was something amiss? The director at New Phoenix City Television felt equally trapped. Cutting the live segment at this juncture could jeopardize their own position. The rising viewership signified a keen interest, and depriving them of the spectacle risked incurring their ire. Why interview him out of so many? Are you trying to stir controversy? I did not mean that, sir. Pei Jing cast a pleading glance toward Ji Xinghe. She was a beauty, and her gaze had often been her ally. But today, facing the resolute Ji Xinghe, a man forged from a lifetime of labor, she felt outmatched. What do you mean? Ji Xinghe's expression remained impassive, his tone devoid of warmth. Why is it stated that anyone over 18 can enlist, yet when I arrive, I am turned away? Pei Jing finally identified the oversight. Sir, no one is preventing you from enlisting. However, there are physical and skill assessments post-application, and at your age, you might not pass. Ji Xinghe continued to address the camera. What if I can pass these tests? Pei Jing hesitated, but the surrounding silence compelled her to respond before the live feed cut off. Of course, you could enlist. I believe it should be so, Ji Xinghe declared, his gaze shifting from the camera to the crowd, raising his voice. What do you all think? Is that not the case? Supportive voices emerged from the crowd, while others offered gentle counsel, and some captured the moment with their phones. The atmosphere grew lively once more, bringing Pei Jing a momentary sigh of relief, though anxiety soon returned. Young lady, Ji Xinghe turned to Pei Jing. As a journalist, if you wish to interview me, would you like to broadcast my assessment process live? Pei Jing instinctively wished to decline, yet the voice in her earpiece left her no choice but to acquiesce. Certainly, sir. As long as the Federation military does not intervene, we can broadcast. Whether the Federation military would obstruct Ji Xinghe remained uncertain as he strode towards the registration area. The throng parted instinctively, and Pei Jing and the cameraman followed closely behind. Hello, I wish to enlist. Here is my identification. You need to apply online beforehand. We only verify identities here. The registration staff struggled to articulate their response as hundreds of eyes scrutinized them, with many more observing Ji Xinghe's back in various ways. This recruitment drive indeed stipulated only a minimum age requirement, not an oversight, as physical assessments were involved. Elderly individuals might excel at square dancing or navigating crowded buses, but they would not subject themselves to the humiliation of failing assessments. No one could foresee that a 65-year-old man would come forth to enlist, especially with a reason so compelling that it was challenging to dismiss. He sought vengeance for his son, who had sacrificed himself for the Federation on the front lines. Very well, the staff began recording Ji Xinghe's information and arranging for the physical assessments. Pei Jing engaged with the staff regarding filming and broadcasting permissions, and she received the expected approval. This was, after all, a public recruitment event, and the Federation's higher-ups hoped to garner more attention and attract more citizens to enlist. Only the senior officials of the federal military are aware that they are truly on the brink of collapse. Chapter 009. Some people feel embarrassed within the confines of the new Phoenix City Stadium. A multitude of young individuals, having verified their identities and collected their identification tags, lined up in orderly fashion, preparing to commence the day's physical fitness assessment. The task at hand was a running test, yet the location was not within the stadium itself. The stadium served merely as a gathering point, with the finish line situated 10 kilometers away, beyond the bounds of New Phoenix City. The thoroughfare, stretching a total of 10 kilometers, had already been cleared, and 4 batches of young participants had already departed the stadium. Now, the 5th group of assembled youths was leisurely making their way out. No one would sprint recklessly at the outset of a 10-kilometer run. Such folly would only result in disqualification. Among the 500 youths who had signed up online a week prior and had arrived at the testing site today, none wished to face elimination. As this cohort of 500 took off, several drones trailed closely overhead. Upon exiting the stadium, they were greeted by a throng of onlookers lining the roadside, friends and family who, at that moment, should have been vocally cheering for them. To their astonishment, however, these supporters were silently absorbed in their phones. Was there breaking news? Amidst the sparse shouts of encouragement, the 500 runners gradually distanced themselves, oblivious to the fact that the 6th batch was readying to depart behind them, nor were they aware that an elderly man had unexpectedly appeared among the 7th group. Counting backwards, Ji Xinghe was the first elderly participant among 3,500 individuals, and also the last. Out of the 10,000 who registered in New Phoenix City, 7,000 had come to participate in the assessment, yet only one was over the age of 35, Ji Xinghe, who had brought along a journalist and a cameraman to document his endeavor. His motivation was not to seek attention, but rather because without them, he would not have been permitted to participate in the physical examination. Amidst the youthful crowd, Ji Xinghe stood, the focus of many gazes, his demeanor calm as he observed the grand screen facing the podium within the stadium. Present there were military personnel, officials from New Phoenix City, legislators, and prominent figures from society, including the ambitious Tu Yuan, the youngest major general in the Federation, who had previously threatened Ji Xinghe to remain quietly in retirement within New Phoenix City. As Ji Xinghe gazed at Tu Yuan, the latter returned the scrutiny. Unlike the others on the podium who were watching the runners or Ji Xinghe himself through various screens, Tu Yuan's attention was singularly fixed on Ji Xinghe. Although the distance between them was considerable, neither Tu Yuan nor Ji Xinghe could clearly discern the other, yet their gazes collided in an almost palpable manner. Should I go down? Tu Yuan heard his aide whispering softly in his ear, and he understood the implication, shaking his head in response. It's of no concern. He won T complete the 10 kilometers within 35 minutes. It's simply impossible. His aide was taken aback, not because he believed Ji Xinghe could achieve such a feat, a standard that eluded the vast majority of young participants, and one that hovered close to the Federation's second-tier athletic benchmarks, men at 34 minutes, women at 42 minutes. Rather, it was due to the increased verbosity from Tu Yuan, who typically limited himself to a curt no need. Did the general truly consider the possibility that Ji Xinghe might meet that standard? Sir, only by completing the 10 kilometers within 35 minutes can you pass this physical assessment. Are you certain you wish to proceed? A staff member inquired kindly. Yes, Ji Xinghe affirmed. After a moment's hesitation, the staff member asked, would you like to change your attire? Ji Xinghe shook his head, removing his outer coat, revealing a physique clad only in a sleeveless shirt. He was lean. This was the immediate impression of all who beheld him. There was no trace of obesity or flabbiness typically associated with the elderly. Rather, his body displayed defined muscle contours. Ji Xinghe continued to undress, this time removing his trousers. Old man, don't. This is live, came the urgent reminder from Pei Jing, but she quickly amended her words as Ji Xinghe had already shed half of his pants, revealing a pair of standard athletic shorts underneath. The loose-fitting trousers had effortlessly slipped off his sneakers. At that moment, the audience finally recognized that Ji Xinghe was not jesting or attempting to convey a message through his participation. He genuinely wished to partake in this physical examination, aspiring to enlist and serve on the extraterrestrial front lines. I would appreciate it if you could watch over my bag. Thank you, Ji Xinghe said, beginning to warm up. The bag he referred to had been entrusted to Pei Jing upon entry, containing 2 knives he had forged himself. It was due to her assistance that he was able to bring it inside. Pei Jing, uncertain of the bag's contents, nodded, her gaze filled with concern as she watched Ji Xinghe. However, as this batch of participants was about to set off, she positioned herself on a borrowed balance bike, realizing that the cameraman could not follow while carrying his camera. Fortunately, the television station had quickly dispatched a drone to trail Pei Jing. As the whistle blew, signaling everyone to prepare, Pei Jing moved to the side of the track to follow along, while the drone hovered above Ji Xinghe, its camera angled downward. The whistle sounded once more. Ready. Bang. The starting gun fired, and Ji Xinghe joined the other 499 young athletes in their sprint, his destination 10 kilometers ahead. From this moment on, he had only 34 minutes and 59 seconds remaining, yet he had taken his first step toward his goal. As this cohort exited the stadium, the previously distracted onlookers finally shifted their focus from their phones, for the person they had come to see was now before them. 500 participants were many. Yet Ji Xinghe stood out clearly, having fallen behind everyone else even as they left the stadium. Some spectators sighed, others remained calm, some prepared to witness the spectacle, while a few began to cheer loudly. Go. Keep it up. The 10-kilometer roadway was lined with many spectators, and some were en route to the finish line, calculating their time. However, the majority congregated about 3 kilometers from the stadium, initially intending to reach the 1-kilometer mark, but upon seeing Ji Xinghe's lean physique, they felt he could manage 3 kilometers. No more than 3 kilometers, or those young folks will lose face. Perhaps due to this reason, the young participants in Ji Xinghe's batch took off at a furious pace from the outset, quickly distancing themselves from him. 10 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters. On the track, only Ji Xinghe remained, accompanied solely by Pei Jing, who was gliding along the edge on her balance bike. Yet, it was uncertain how many eyes were focused on this scene. These gazes could not perceive Pei Jing, for the drone's lens was fixated on the silently running Ji Xinghe, who was utterly alone within a 5-meter radius. An inexplicable wave of solitude suddenly enveloped the hearts of many, as they seemed to envision the lonely old man, who, upon hearing of his only son's sacrifice, prepared a meal in solitude yet refused to partake, seated in the dim confines of his home, unwilling to step onto the balcony to bask in the sunlight, reminiscing through albums and videos of those who would never return. Yet, Ji Xinghe was not truly alone. He had the capacity to escape this loneliness, and thus he chose not to be solitary any longer. With resolute yet unhurried steps, Ji Xinghe soon encountered a young man, who initially sprinted away at a breakneck pace, only to find himself gasping for breath and unable to continue. Consequently, Ji Xinghe surpassed him, marking him as the first young man he had overtaken, yet certainly not the last. The young man's face drained of color as he noticed the drone hovering above Ji Xinghe, seemingly capturing him within its lens, prompting him to hasten towards the edge of the track. During this moment, a flicker of resentment danced in his gaze directed at Ji Xinghe, for he felt the old man was shamelessly undermining him. In truth, Ji Xinghe harbored no desire to outpace anyone. His sole ambition was to complete the 10 kilometers within 35 minutes. He was more than willing to afford everyone their dignity, as long as they did not obstruct his path to the extraterrestrial front lines. Should anyone impede his progress, regardless of who they were, he would not grant them any courtesy. With the death of his son, he had nothing left to lose. Chapter 010. Some do not understand where they lost one after another. Young individuals were surpassed by Ji Xinghe. Initially, their gazes towards him were filled with resentment, which was not entirely unfounded. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of the elderly Ji Xinghe, they would not have expended their energy in a frenzied dash, ultimately depleting their stamina for the full distance. As their resentment gradually faded, Ji Xinghe caught up with the leading group. The young athletes, who were accustomed to rigorous training, had managed to create a slight distance from others during the initial sprint. They began to adjust their pace on the more forgiving track, conserving energy to complete the test within the allotted time. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers. As they reached the 5-kilometer mark near the stadium, fatigue set in. Each one of them was drenched in sweat, even the athletes among them. This was no leisurely 5-kilometer jog. Had it been, they could have easily run 10 kilometers. However, to jog 10 kilometers would require over an hour, while this physical test had a strict time limit of 35 minutes. The overhead military drones eliminated any possibility of cheating, compelling everyone to expend their true physical capabilities in the race. Thus, when the young frontrunners heard the gasps of the spectators and saw their excited expressions, they instinctively turned to glance back, their eyes filled with astonishment. The inexplicably persistent old man had indeed caught up. 5 kilometers had passed, and the youths began to question the accuracy of the distance markers along the roadside. Yet, the distance they had run, the time elapsed, and the energy expended all confirmed the markers were indeed accurate. The old man, who had lagged behind from the start, had truly run the 5 kilometers and caught up. In a mere 5 kilometers, their expressions transformed from resentment to astonishment, and then to admiration, merely cycling through different groups of people. The perspectives of those who had fallen behind were certainly distinct from those of the leaders. The front runners understood precisely how much energy Ji Xinghe had expended to reach this point, without being cast aside once more. This was a level of stamina one would not expect from an elderly man. "Keep going," shouted a young man, overtaken by Ji Xinghe, inexplicably encouraging him. However, more voices of encouragement soon followed, rising from those whom Ji Xinghe had surpassed, and from the enthusiastic spectators lining the track. Some had begun following from the stadium's exit, but now they had vanished, unable to keep up. The remaining followers primarily joined from 3 kilometers away, yet even they struggled to maintain their pace, despite their pursuit of a mere 65-year-old man. "Old steed, give it a rest." Among the resounding cheers, a peculiar voice emerged, causing the onlookers to glare in anger, though their ire quickly dissipated upon realizing the voice belonged to a few elderly individuals, who appeared to know the old man on the track. "Old steed, are you trying to wear yourself out?" The elderly woman, who had previously accused Ji Xinghe of flirting with her daughter, squeezed to the track's edge, calling out to him. "Uncle Ji, stop now, you can't keep this up. Old steed, even if you must run, could you slow down a bit? I can't keep up, aren't you tired?" A few elderly men and women, accompanied by several young people, ran alongside the track, their voices becoming increasingly breathless, yet Ji Xinghe remained oblivious. The spectators and the young competitors gradually fell silent, no longer shouting encouragement, as they finally recalled that this old man had already run 5 kilometers, and at a pace faster than many of them. They noticed the sweat pouring from Ji Xinghe, his complexion growing pale, and his vest and shorts thoroughly soaked. Yet he continued to run, his speed slightly diminished from when he had first exited the stadium, yet he pressed on, his gaze fixed straight ahead, undeterred by the calls from either side of the track. "Grandpa Ji, take a break, you can rest now." Pei Jing approached Ji Xinghe, her hands poised to support him at any moment. Yet Ji Xinghe did not falter. He kept running, surpassing one young person after another, transcending even his own limits. Worried yet hesitant to intervene, Pei Jing pivoted and hurried to the supply station, retrieving 2 cups of warm water, one with salt and the other with sugar, before maneuvering back to Ji Xinghe's side. However, he did not take them, seemingly unaware of her presence. "Grandpa Ji, you can drink water. It's not against the rules." Ji Xinghe remained deaf to her pleas, continuing his relentless pace, completely disregarding the 2 cups of water in her hands. As he ran past the 6 kilometers marker, he did not even glance at it. "Grandpa Ji, it won't take long to drink a couple of cups. You still have time." Pei Jing, filled with concern, understood that during long runs, one would sweat profusely. necessitating salt water to replenish electrolytes and sugar water to restore energy, lest he risk hypoglycemia. Grandpa Ji, there's still ample time, but you must hydrate, otherwise you'll become dehydrated and exhausted. Ji Xinghe continued to ignore her. Old steed. Suddenly, a flying car zoomed above the heads of the spectators. Its window rolled down, revealing an elderly man who had worked alongside Ji Xinghe for over 30 years. He called out while driving, undeterred by the police drones blaring warnings to halt dangerous driving. Old steed, can I have my son avenge you? Go home. Running like this will tire you out. The vehicle was not solely occupied by him. Had it not been for the 4-person capacity of the car and the fact that only this freshly repaired flying car was available today, many would have come to support Ji Xinghe, as he was well-liked. From the back seat, a middle-aged man, his voice choked with emotion, shouted, Master, I'll avenge my little junior brother. I'll enlist to seek retribution. Please take a break. This man was not Ji Xinghe's martial arts disciple. Ji Xinghe had only taught his son martial arts, but he had imparted automotive skills to this young man. Yet the spectators were unaware of this detail. The terms master and little junior brother echoed in their minds, fueling their curiosity. Old steed, respond. Master Ji, take a breather, rest before continuing. The elderly mechanic, now panicked as a police drone approached, shouted, That young lady, don't ask him. Just give him the water. Old steed can't hear. He is deaf to everything. Huh, deaf. Pei Jing was bewildered as to how Ji Xinghe had suddenly become hard of hearing, yet the occupants of the car, undeterred by the police pursuit and the consequences that might follow, rushed to encourage him, surely not lying in such a matter. She maintained her distance while gliding on the balanced scooter, striving not to disrupt Ji Xinghe's running rhythm, carefully controlling her speed. She remained relatively stationary in relation to him before finally bringing the cup in her right hand to his lips. After a prolonged silence, Ji Xinghe, beyond the act of running, finally exhibited some movement. As he opened his mouth, he slightly tilted his head back. Pei Jing, ever accommodating, inclined the cup, and he drank the water in one swift motion. Throughout this exchange, Ji Xinghe did not cease his running. In fact, he even surpassed a young man in the process. The young man, observing the stunning Pei Jing beside Ji Xinghe, felt a pang of inexplicable sorrow as he reached out with the cup to offer Ji Xinghe a drink. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Here he was, heartbroken and enlisting in the military, only to be overtaken during a physical examination by someone serving him a metaphorical bowl of dog food, an old man and a beautiful young woman, no less. Oh heavens, where did I go wrong? Chapter 011, The Reluctant Father and Son. Dad, I can't run anymore. Just hold on a little longer. But I truly can't run anymore. Can I rest for a moment before continuing? When you're on the battlefield, do those Imperial guerrillas allow you to take a break? When I'm on the battlefield, I 1T run. I'll blow those Imperial guerrillas' heads off. You must run. When the time calls for it, you absolutely must run. No, I refuse to run. I want to kill them. But if you die, who will avenge you? If I run, then who will stand against them? If time could rewind to those mornings of their runs, Ji Xinghe would have earnestly persuaded his son, Ji Xinghe, yet time cannot be turned back, and his words would likely be in vain. For Ji Xinghe's temperament was stubborn and filled with heroic ideals. You should run, my son. This phrase echoed repeatedly in Ji Xinghe's mind. Regardless of the steadfast positions he was obliged to uphold, indifferent to the outcome of the war between the Federation and the Empire, or whether humanity ruled over the gorillas and monkeys, or vice versa, all he wished was for his son to survive. You should run, my son. For 10 years, Ji Xinghe had taken Ji Xinghe out for morning runs. Even after Ji Xinghe was admitted to the military academy, he would still run in Xianfeng City during the academy's collective morning runs, simply to accompany his son, despite the distance between them. He only wanted Ji Xinghe to possess a better physical constitution, to have a chance to escape when necessary. You should run, my son. But Ji Xinghe did not run. He fought valiantly on the front lines of an alien world, single-handedly destroying 6 Imperial mechas before being obliterated in the self-detonation of an Imperial machine. In the silence of his run, Ji Xinghe's mind conjured a video brought by Han Li, extracted from Ji Xinghe's mecha's black box. It did not show Ji Xinghe. Instead, it depicted the Imperial mechas from his perspective, one after another, seemingly endless, until Ji Xinghe's mecha was engulfed. As the explosive flames filled the screen, the black box recorded Ji Xinghe's final words. Dad, I didn't run because I didn't want to bring you shame. Yes, my son, you did not bring me shame, and thus I will not bring you shame either. I will run the distance you could not. With a heart unburdened by distractions, Ji Xinghe entered a state familiar to his colleagues. Whenever he encountered challenges while repairing vehicles, he would become this silent and focused. Not deaf to the world around him, nor blind to others, but entirely absorbed in his task until its completion. This was a state of extreme concentration. Today, his singular goal was to complete the 10-kilometer run, as if by finishing it, his son could escape the battlefield. As if by completing it, his son could be reborn. As if by finishing it, his son would embrace him once more at the finish line. Time slipped from his awareness, yet the instinct of a mechanic, coupled with decades of morning runs, endowed him with the ability to maintain the pace necessary to achieve his goal within the allotted time. He was fatigued, yet he would neither stop nor slow down, for his son had not brought him shame, and he too would not bring shame upon his son. He ran, but he was not fleeing, nor was he running in place of his son. He simply wished to draw nearer to him, even if the outcome were death. Within the Xianfeng City Stadium, Major General Tu Yuan stood at the podium, his subordinate's voice reaching his ears. 9 kilometers down, time. Still sufficient. This reminder felt somewhat superfluous, for the massive screen in the stadium displayed a single image, merging all split screens into one, allowing everyone to witness Ji Xinghe's determined run. In the upper right corner, the distance he had covered and the time elapsed were clearly displayed. 9,136 meters, 31 minutes. With 4 minutes remaining and a distance of 864 meters left, Ji Xinghe's average speed had consistently exceeded 290 meters per minute. If he maintained this pace, he would surely complete the run within the stipulated time. Tu Yuan, expressionless, murmured, "Why has his speed remained almost unchanged throughout?" Typically, in a 10-kilometer run, speed fluctuates due to varying endurance levels. Such time-limited races impose great psychological pressure, often prompting participants to accelerate when feeling vigorous, striving to gain time early on, only to grit their teeth and endure in the latter stages. Yet, Ji Xinghe's speed remained constant. He neither accelerated when strong nor decelerated when fatigued. Perhaps it's due to his profound understanding of his own physical condition, allowing him to allocate his energy wisely from the outset, a strategist analyzed. Tu Yuan glanced at the strategist. Martial prowess? Reasonable? The strategist remained silent, focusing intently on Ji Xinghe on the screen. When he noticed a beautiful reporter offering Ji Xinghe a cup of water, yet he did not open his mouth, a pang of concern tightened in his chest. "General," the strategist said earnestly, "let him go to the alien front lines, even if it's just to see the position Ji Xinghe defended with his life." Tu Yuan redirected his gaze to the screen, where Ji Xinghe was nearing the finish line. Yet his attention was not on Ji Xinghe, but rather on the crowd waiting at the end. There were many people at the finish line, yet none cheered for Ji Xinghe. They merely watched him in silence, ignoring the other runners, including their own friends and family. Even the reporter Pei Jing, who typically captivated the attention of all men around her, seemed to vanish from their sight. Their eyes were solely on Ji Xinghe. If the camera could capture their gazes, it would reveal the concern they felt. Yet unfortunately, the lens could not convey such emotions with clarity. However, Tu Yuan perceived those worried expressions. Reminiscent of the look he had seen on his strategist's face moments earlier, nearly everyone was worried for Ji Xinghe. At 40, each year seemed to weigh heavier than the last. Tu Yuan felt an inexplicable urge to speak as he watched Ji Xinghe draw closer to the finish line. Posing another question, "If it were you, would you run like this for your life?" "General, are you cursing me?" The strategist replied from the heart. "I would not, for I know such an act bears no significance." Then why does he find such meaning in it? Perhaps because, apart from this, he knows not what else to do, nor what he is capable of. Is the ambulance in position? It has arrived, waiting at the finish line. Make arrangements. We'll head to the hospital shortly. Understood. Amid their conversation, Ji Xinghe crossed the finish line, timing in at 34 minutes and 44 seconds, 16 seconds ahead of schedule. Cheers erupted from the crowd as many rushed to approach Ji Xinghe, who was slowing to a jog before transitioning to a walk. However, medical personnel rushed past him with a stretcher, causing the crowd to halt, their anxious gazes fixed upon Ji Xinghe. For they all understood that when Ji Xinghe stopped, it would mark the moment he collapsed onto the stretcher. After his fall, can he rise once more? This question remains unanswered, for the stallion of the Milky Way has not truly fallen. Finally coming to a halt, he stands tall, like a resilient evergreen tree perched upon a precipice. His gaze serene as he extends his hand towards the worried Pei Jing. "Little girl, my knife." On the podium of the gymnasium, Tu Yuan chuckled, aware that he would not be visiting the hospital today. Chapter 012. Zigan is not my match, little girl, my knife. At first, Pei Jing thought she misheard due to the overwhelming cheers around her. She assumed that Ji Xinghe was simply too fatigued to articulate clearly. Yet, when she handed over her bag to Ji Xinghe, who proceeded to open it in her presence, she realized her ears had not deceived her. Within that bag she carried were 2 knives, Ji Xinghe's knives. This 65-year-old man, determined to enlist and avenge his son, bore 2 blades with him. After running 10 kilometers in 35 minutes, he stood tall like a pine tree, demanding his knives rather than collapsing in exhaustion. But what purpose do such weapons serve on the alien front lines? The Imperial guerrillas pilot Mechs towering at an average height of 4.5 meters. What difference is there between these easily stowed knives and mere toothpicks in such a context? Perhaps it is merely a form of spiritual solace. Everyone understood that Ji Xinghe's journey to the alien front held little significance, yet he was resolute in his decision to go. Pei Jing felt a tumult of emotions. Yet she could only utter a single phrase, "Grandpa Ji, would you like to take a rest?" Ji Xinghe too had a multitude of words he wished to express. But he refrained, merely stating through the camera, "No need, I can run another 10 kilometers." Those who witnessed Ji Xinghe's demeanor and heard his words shared an almost unanimous thought. This is a stubborn old man. They yearned to interview him, to continue the conversation. Pei Jing heard the producer's prompt in her earpiece, fully aware that an interview with Ji Xinghe at this moment would yield remarkable viewership and subsequently high click rates. Nevertheless, she genuinely believed he needed rest, so she gently inquired, "Grandpa Ji, when would you be available for an interview?" Ji Xinghe gazed at the camera thoughtfully, feeling that Tu Yuan was likely watching him. Tu Yuan was the only person in New Feng City who could determine whether Ji Xinghe could proceed to the alien front. Manipulating public opinion did not grant him the liberty to disregard rules. Those who wielded and crafted such rules often despised his defiance. Having lived a rather unremarkable life at 65, Ji Xinghe possessed a wealth of life experiences. "I'm sorry, young lady, if I have the time, I will reach out to you." This was a polite refusal. Ji Xinghe had not requested Pei Jing's contact information, making it difficult for him to approach her even if he wished to. This was also a veiled threat, for Pei Jing's details were not hard to find, given her affiliation with the New Feng City television station. Moreover, beyond Pei Jing, there would be countless others eager to interview him in the coming months. This was a strategic retreat. Ji Xinghe walked away from the camera, disappearing into the throng of people. Yet, Pei Jing felt a sense of solitude, surrounded by a crowd. Ji Xinghe could not find the embrace he so longed for. He stood on the Azure planet, yet his heart resided on the alien front, alive, but in many ways. He was already dead. How she wished to embrace this pitiful yet admirable old man. "Do you truly wish to march toward death?" Tu Yuan asked Ji Xinghe, his expression devoid of emotion, posing an impolite question given their age difference. Ji Xinghe remained silent, his gaze steady upon Tu Yuan, who stood at a height of nearly 1.9 meters, inadvertently looking down upon the 1.78-meter Tu Yuan. This too was an impolite gesture due to their differing statuses. However, neither man cared for such trivialities. Often, formalities held no significance. "Why do you refrain from speaking more with those who know you?" Tu Yuan continued, referring to those who had come to see Ji Xinghe, who, after much effort, had finally approached him in the crowd, only to watch him depart in disarray. Having run 10 kilometers, Ji Xinghe was not disheveled. Amidst the throng, he remained composed, and before the general Tu Yuan, he was unruffled. Yet, in the face of those familiar faces, he appeared somewhat disheveled. Ji Xinghe understood precisely why he chose not to engage with those who knew him. He also knew that Tu Yuan was aware of this, leading him to maintain his silence, steadfastly looking down at Tu Yuan, his resolute gaze betraying a hint of pleading. After a moment of silence, Tu Yuan spoke again. "Today's physical tests have concluded, albeit much later than anticipated. We expected 7,000 participants, yet the number surged to 13,000, an increase of 6,000, all because of you. Typically, registration occurs online, and on-site registration is merely a formality. No one expected those unwilling to click their mouse to show up in person. However, as Ji Xinghe's simple story gained traction due to his participation, many who had registered online but did not attend suddenly arrived to partake in the assessment. Additionally, some who had not registered came to sign up and participate. In the context of New Feng City's population, 13,000 is not significant, but considering the specifics of the physical tests and their purpose, this number is substantial. The influx of 6,000 exceeded all expectations. Regardless of how many passed, this was a positive phenomenon for the Federation. Finally, Ji Xinghe spoke. No need to thank me. Tu Yuan chuckled, harboring some concern for Ji Xinghe's health. However, seeing Ji Xinghe in good spirits alleviated his worries. Unbeknownst to him, Ji Xinghe was not jesting. He genuinely meant it, even silently adding, "I'm sorry." His apologies were directed toward those who passed the physical tests and their families. "I have 3 strategies," Tu Yuan said, his smile fading as he asked earnestly, "Which would you like to hear first? Which one will allow me to seek vengeance?" Ji Xinghe replied, "All are possible. The first strategy is to present you as the face of the recruitment campaign. You will tour every city in the Federation, rallying the strength of the entire Federation to the alien front. We will undoubtedly win, and you will achieve your revenge." Ji Xinghe, who had just internally apologized, shook his head. Tu Yuan appeared unfazed, not angered by Ji Xinghe's obstinacy. Perhaps he too recognized that while this approach was the most advantageous, it lacked humanity. The second strategy involves sending you to the alien front, but you will remain at the rear base, your military life broadcasted live. Your sole task will be to repair vehicles. I've checked, and nearly all military vehicles you can fix, and those you cannot will have someone to teach you. Even if your repairs are slow, it is still a means of participating in the war. If we win, you will achieve your revenge. The gap between the certainty of winning and the conditionality of success in the second strategy was immeasurable, yet Ji Xinghe shook his head once more. Tu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. You truly are a stubborn old man. Should I detail the distinctions between these strategies, discussing the responsibilities and obligations you, as a citizen of the Federation and a father of a federal war hero, should bear? No need, I understand. Ji Xinghe's tone was calm. But all I desire is to avenge my son. Foolish, Tu Yuan rebuked. Ji Xinghe remained unperturbed. Zigan is not my match. I am capable. Huh, what do you mean? In a moment of anger, Tu Yuan found himself perplexed, believing that Ji Xinghe was speaking nonsense. Yet, the aide beside him maintained an unwavering calmness, as was his duty and obligation, softly reminding. As Confucius said, "Zi Qian, this is beyond your reach." Instantly, Tu Yuan recalled a conversation. Zigong remarked, "I do not wish for others to impose upon me, and I likewise hope not to impose upon others." Confucius replied, "Zi, this is not something you can achieve. Zigong, Duan Mu Ci, courtesy, named Zigong. Is one who can casually elucidate his thoughts with the intellects foolish? He is not foolish. He merely seeks vengeance for his son, indifferent to the outcome between the Federation and the Empire. His sole desire is to avenge his son, unconcerned with notions of duty or obligation. He wishes only for the chance to perish on the same planet as his son. An old steed in the stable may not aspire to traverse 1,000 miles, but rather to die on an alien world, for this old steed is unburdened by attachments." Tu Yuan fell silent, and Ji Xinghe pressed for an answer. The lower strategy. Tu Yuan remained silent, instead retrieving a document he had received 4 days prior, originally intended to be handed to Ji Xinghe upon leaving New Phoenix City. However, he felt compelled to deliver it personally, unwilling to send Ji Xinghe to his demise. You have a granddaughter, 6 years old. Chapter 13. A departure without farewell. You have a grandfather. In the Federated Base Number 6 on an alien planet, a woman lying in a hospital bed gazes at the little girl before her, her face etched with reluctance. Grandfather? Yes, you have a grandfather. What is a grandfather? The father of your father is your grandfather. Can he let me see Daddy? The woman in the hospital bed is at a loss for words. She struggles to explain to her daughter that such matters cannot be conveyed to a 6-year-old. The clearer the explanation, the more brutal it becomes. The most daunting question she faces is the one she is about to confront, a decision of greater cruelty that is not born of her intent, yet remains undeniably harsh. You should ask him. Who is he? He is your grandfather. Will he answer me? Yes, whatever questions you have, he will answer, as long as you are obedient. Xinxin is the most obedient. This is a somewhat glitch detail. The alien front is not solely a battlefield. The vast distance between Blue Star and the alien world makes the transportation of ordinary living supplies impractical, thus giving rise to alien bases. These bases were already part of the Federation's plan, existing to extract resources from the alien planet and construct more habitable bases to alleviate the population pressure on Blue Star. When the Imperial Army emerged through the sudden rift on the alien planet, the unprotected bases suffered catastrophic blows, nearly all succumbing. To fend off the enemy from the planet, to protect those surviving on the alien world, and to secure the resources found there, the Federation dispatched troops and many who would not directly engage in combat. They served the war in their own ways, residing in the alien bases. Among them were miners, tasked with extracting unique resources, botanists, responsible for cultivating crops to alleviate food shortages, construction workers, in charge of building and maintaining the bases, as well as scientists, doctors, and nurses. Ji Xinghe was gravely injured in battle and transferred to the medical system at base number 6 for treatment, leading to a beautiful encounter between a war hero and a white-clad angel. Yet, love on the front line seldom finds a happy conclusion. The war hero is reluctant to leave the front, and the angel equally refuses to depart. Consequently, the angel chooses to give birth alone and keeps the identity of the child's father a secret, not wishing to burden Ji Xinghe. She fell ill, gravely so, and could no longer care for the child. Thus, she sought Ji Xinghe, but by that time, he had already sacrificed himself. We have confirmed that the child is your granddaughter. If you find this hard to believe, you may verify it using relevant technological means once you arrive at the alien front in base number 6. Tu Yuan observed the silent Xinghe, devoid of any congratulatory sentiment. For this was not a matter worthy of celebration. After reviewing the documents, Xinghe's gaze lingered on the photograph of the little girl. He needed no further verification to ascertain that she was indeed his granddaughter, his only kin in this world, a uniquely profound sensation. What about the child's mother? Xinghe turned to Tu Yuan. Can she be saved? Tu Yuan shook his head slightly. No, it's late-stage cancer. Can the child come back? When he posed this question, Xinghe's voice trembled, as it signified his relinquishment of something he had fiercely clung to. This was the very choice Tu Yuan had hoped for. Yet he understood that he must speak the truth. He was unwilling to deceive the elderly man. No, she was born on the alien planet, where the gravity is only 1/3 that of Blue Star, so her body cannot support a return to Blue Star for a healthy life at this time. She needs corresponding treatment. If all goes well, she might return by the age of 8. The differences between the alien environment and Blue Star are not limited to gravity, but also include air pressure, magnetic fields, radiation, and more. The bases constructed by the Federation cannot perfectly replicate the conditions of Blue Star. Adults can reside on the alien planet for extended periods, yet newborns face significant challenges. Xinghe was aware of these facts. When he learned that Ji Xinghe would head to the front lines, he had feverishly absorbed knowledge about the alien world, yearning to be as knowledgeable as Ji Xinghe had been in her youth, though by then she was no longer in need of such guidance. Thus, Xinghe understood that if things did not proceed favorably, his granddaughter might never return to Blue Star, destined to grow up on the alien world, only to perish due to accidents, war, or disease. Regardless of the cause, he would once again be left alone in the world. Moderate choice, Xinghe said, glancing at Tu Yuan, his voice hoarse. I choose the moderate option. In truth, the superior choice would have been best. Tu Yuan silently lamented, unsure how to justify delaying Xinghe's meeting with the girl by a year or two, well aware that much could change in such a span. All right, can I depart today? Not yet. You need a thorough medical examination, an interview, and professional training. The earliest you could leave for the alien world would be in 2 months, with a journey lasting 3 months. The distance between Blue Star and the alien planet is not fixed. At its closest, it is just over 50 million kilometers, while at its farthest, it extends to 400 million kilometers. Approximately every 15 years, the two planets come closest together, only to drift apart again until they draw near once more 15 years later. In the next 7 years, the distance between Blue Star and the alien planet will continue to decrease, signifying increasing pressure on the front lines, as the Imperial forces have become aware of this pattern. I can accept the medical examination, the interview, and I am willing to have you broadcast my life on the alien planet, Xinghe proposed. But I wish to depart within a week. I know you will have a spacecraft heading to the alien world within that time. Tu Yuan frowned. But if you do not undergo training, you won't be able to adapt to life on the alien planet. I can manage. I've read many books. And I can take the exams. That's mere theory. Tu Yuan hesitated, but eventually nodded. If you do not pass the exam, you will have to undergo professional training until you succeed. All right. Do you have any other requests? May I bring my knife? What do you need a knife for? To cut down the Imperial mechas? If the opportunity arises, you cannot bring it. Understood. Xinghe did not press the issue, for he intended to forge 2 knives upon reaching the alien world. The superior mines there could yield better alloys than the bulletproof materials he currently used. These were among the most sought-after resources by the Federation. He then proceeded to the interview, finding it surprising that the interviewer was not a military journalist or a renowned reporter from the Federation's official media, but rather Pei Jing, who had interviewed him previously. The process was straightforward, as Xinghe's story was simple. However, upon concluding the interview, he made a request to Pei Jing. Young lady, could you do me a favor? Yes. Grandfather Xing, please help me find a lawyer. I wish to sell my house quickly and buy out my pension and retirement fund. Of course, but, Grandfather Xing, aren't you planning to return? Xinghe intended to return, but he was uncertain if he could. Moreover, he believed that treating his granddaughter would require a substantial sum of money. I do not know. Ji Xinghe handed his bag to Pei Jing, saying, Thank you, little girl. This is for you. It holds little value, and if you dislike it, you may discard it. Pei Jing accepted it with the reverence one would reserve for a treasure, fully aware that within lay two unsharpened knives, not classified as prohibited weapons. And indeed, they possessed little intrinsic worth. Yet, during a fleeting moment in time, they embodied Ji Xinghe's hopes for revenge. Though the duration was brief and the blades themselves short, the hope they represented flowed endlessly, akin to a river. I will not throw it away. I shall cherish it well, Grandpa Ji. Please take care of yourself too. Thank you. Upon concluding the interview, Ji Xinghe did not return home, nor did he seek the company of concerned friends, neighbors, or colleagues. He signed the pertinent authorization agreements and then departed New Fengsheng with 2 yuan, embarking on a journey that would lead him onto a spaceship after an examination. He intended to care for his granddaughter, yet his quest for vengeance remained unwavering. He had once confided in 2 yuan, if the opportunity arises. Chapter 014. The Mecha with 73 golden stars for the first time. Ji Xinghe beheld a federal spaceship, having previously only encountered such vessels on television, in games, and on mobile screens. Contrary to the sleek designs portrayed in science fiction films, this craft resembled a somewhat bulky aircraft. In truth, the majority of the federal spacecraft were merely upgraded space shuttles, reliant on reusable rockets to ascend into the cosmos. While there existed vehicles capable of flying directly into space, as well as individual starships that could transport soldiers from the surface of Azure Star to extraterrestrial frontlines. Both types had significant limitations in terms of cargo capacity. Much like climbing a mountain, an ordinary person burdened with a heavy load could hardly reach the summit, whereas one traveling light could scale the highest peaks. The challenge of sending a 2-ton object into space differed vastly from that of launching a 20-ton payload. Essentially, the Federal engine technology had not undergone a revolutionary leap. However, this was of little concern to Ji Xinghe, as long as it enabled him to reach the extraterrestrial front lines. After successfully completing his physical examination and passing the tests, Ji Xinghe donned his spacesuit and entered the spacecraft, securing himself to the cabin with safety buckles and belts. There were no seats, no cryogenic chambers as seen in science fiction. Everything was rudimentary, aimed at conserving resources. Even his spacesuit was not custom-made but rather designed for multiple uses. Within the cabin, he was not alone. Many others bound for the extraterrestrial front lines were also clad in spacesuits, all silent and still. Due to the helmets, their faces were obscured, and all gazes were drawn to a towering metallic giant in their midst. Standing at 3.9 meters tall, it was entirely crafted from metal yet did not appear cumbersome. It was a humanoid construct, undeniably a weapon of war. One shoulder bore a miniature missile launcher, while the other housed a machine gun. Gleaming metal spikes reflected light at the elbows and knees, and one hand featured a cutting apparatus, while the other displayed a claw-like structure. These weapon configurations were relatively simplistic, perhaps ill-suited for complex combat scenarios, yet simplicity also implied durability. So long as it remained intact, it could continue to fight. Compared to the various models of Federal mechas, which had been modified according to the user's preferences, this brand-new mecha appeared rather unremarkable. Nonetheless, it captivated the attention of everyone in the cabin. Not because they had never seen a mecha before, many among them had trained with mechas, but rather due to the 73 golden stars emblazoned upon its surface, signifying that its pilot had destroyed 73 Imperial mechas, thus likely becoming an ace mecha warrior. The Federal ranking system for mecha pilots was limited. Levels 3 and 2 could be attained by passing the requisite tests. To achieve level 1, a pilot needed to destroy 10 Imperial mechas in real combat, while a special level required the destruction of 20. An ace, however, was distinguished by the destruction of 100 Imperial mechas. The leap from special to ace was substantial, not due to any deliberate hindrance from the Federal system, but rather because becoming an ace entailed the privilege of owning a truly customized mecha, constructed from the Federation's most precious materials by its foremost scientists. Below the rank of ace, only special mecha warriors could utilize modified mechas, while those beneath that level were restricted to standard models. Modifications were permissible, but only with personal resources, as Federal assets could not be employed. This arrangement was not unjust. It represented a rational allocation of resources aimed at maximizing benefits. The eyes directed towards this mecha were filled with reverence and envy, yet Ji Xinghe's gaze was laden with sorrow. This was his first encounter with this particular mecha. Yet it was not his first sighting of the mecha pilot within. Han Li, a newly minted combat hero of the Federation and a special mecha warrior with the rank of Major, was the classmate of Ji Xinghe's son, Ji Xinghe. Han Li had once triumphed over Ji Xinghe in a school martial arts competition, claiming first place. Following graduation, he became Ji Xinghe's comrade and, due to his outstanding record and leadership qualities, ascended to the position of his commander. In Ji Xinghe's final battle, he fought valiantly under Han Li's command, ultimately meeting his demise. Had Ji Xinghe survived, he too would likely have attained the status of special mecha warrior and could have modified his standard mecha. Ji Xinghe pondered whether the modification plans he had designed for Ji Xinghe would have been realized. Ji Xinghe closed his eyes, fully aware that Ji Xinghe would never employ his designs, as they paled in comparison to the creations of the Federation's professional scientists. He understood, too, that the fierce battle leading to Ji Xinghe's death could not be blamed solely on Han Li. The latter was merely executing orders from superiors, sacrificing himself and his comrades to hold the line. Viewed from a broader perspective, the sacrifices of Ji Xinghe and his fellow warriors carried profound significance, and Han Li's command and personal valor were, in hindsight, impeccable, accomplishing what the command center deemed impossible, a victory worthy of song and praise. Yet, the cost of that victory was Ji Xinghe's life, leaving only Han Li to survive. The cabin began to tremble as the launch rocket ignited successfully, and the sensation of acceleration was magnified tenfold for Ji Xinghe. His spacesuit provided adequate protection, and the oxygen supply within his helmet ensured he would not suffocate. With his eyes closed, Ji Xinghe's thoughts settled, and by eliminating all distractions, he entered a state of focused clarity, meticulously attuning himself to his body. He had been practicing this for some time, for only by mastering his own physicality could he unlock his full potential. Under the guidance of mental will, the human body was the primary machine, the mecha was secondary. This was wisdom he had once shared with Ji Xinghe, who had scoffed. For Ji Xinghe had never truly piloted a mecha, he had only played mecha warrior roles in video games. No matter how realistic a virtual simulation might be, it remained merely a game. Otherwise, the Federation's battle heroes would not be individuals like Han Li, but rather those who spent their days immersed in video games from the comfort of their homes. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, and a gentle voice resonated in the cabin, announcing that passengers could now remove their spacesuits and move freely. Once the spaceship reached the heavens, the protective gear was no longer necessary, as the cumbersome suits would hinder their movements. They would don their suits again only when the spacecraft prepared to land on the extraterrestrial front lines. With a series of clicks, safety buckles and belts were unfastened, and passengers began to shed their spacesuits, securing them in designated locations. Yet they did not commence their newfound freedom. Instead, their attention remained fixed on the mecha encased within its specialized plastic container. A louder click echoed as the mecha's rear armor opened, and Han Li, clad in a specially designed combat suit, floated out from within. Without the need for a spacesuit, he was akin to engaging in battle on an alien planet. After nodding in acknowledgement of the surrounding reverent gazes, Han Li glided over to Ji Xinghe, who was still in the process of removing his suit, his movements noticeably slower than those of the younger passengers. "Uncle Ji, allow me to assist you." "Thank you, but it is unnecessary. I can manage." Han Li did not insist, but remained nearby, observing quietly. Ji Xinghe removed his cumbersome spacesuit, and with one hand grasping the safety belt, he began to stretch his body. It was imperative to hold onto the safety belt, otherwise he would drift away. He found himself ill at ease in the weightlessness of space, unable to maneuver his body with the same ease as Han Li, who could effortlessly control his floating direction, remain still, or move about. This was Ji Xinghe's inaugural venture into the cosmos. "Xinghe," Han Li struggled to articulate, yet managed to convey, "when I first arrived in space, I felt just as you do now." He said it was you who taught him. Ji Xinghe's movements faltered, enveloped in silence. In truth, he had imparted a wealth of knowledge to Xinghe that lingered in the latter's memory, though he was reluctant to acknowledge it. He said, "He doesn't want you to tire yourself out or be overly concerned." Ji Xinghe remained silent, while Han Li lowered his head, continuing as if he were explaining on behalf of Xinghe. "You are of an advanced age. Researching information is exhausting, reading is tiring, and even playing games can be quite laborious. All of this is in pursuit of knowledge that you may not even need, which you then pass on to him. Yet, it is unnecessary, for we have more specialized individuals to guide us. In essence, Han Li was suggesting that Ji Xinghe was worrying unnecessarily. This was not an insult or mockery, but rather a prelude to his true intent. He wished to dissuade Ji Xinghe from venturing into the perilous frontiers of alien worlds, even if Ji Xinghe's destination was a relatively safe base. Although Ji Xinghe was not one to exhibit the wisdom that often accompanies age, he was indeed aware of his own years. "I understand," Ji Xinghe said, his gaze steady upon Han Li, his tone resolute. "But from this moment forward, this knowledge will prove invaluable, will it not?" Han Li fell silent, unable to continue with his prior arguments. Chapter 015. Ji Xinghe vs. Han Li, Part 1. The 3-month journey through the cosmos is extensive, and the spacecraft, laden with supplies and passengers, offers little in the way of extraneous movement. However, this does not imply that the passengers are devoid of entertainment. Within the tranquil confines of the cabin, the passengers don the helmets provided by the spacecraft and immerse themselves in a virtual realm. In contrast to the advancements in space technology aboard the craft, the immersive virtual reality technology within the Federal Scientific System is significantly more advanced, although it merely represents a localized network aboard the spacecraft. This world can still be described as vast, with a sky as blue as the ocean and an expanse of land that stretches infinitely, encompassing oceans, forests, and mountains. The physical embodiment of this data world bears a striking resemblance to the home computer chassis from 65 years ago, which, in the context of a spacecraft designed for optimal capacity usage, is rather inconsequential. Ji Xinghe manifests within this world, compared to the weightlessness of space. He finds this realm far more familiar, having engaged in the virtual reality game Galactic Glory for over a decade, a game that bears no essential distinction from this environment. Greetings, dear viewers. I am Battlefield reporter Su He. I currently reside within the localized network of spacecraft number 9632, and beside me stands the esteemed Mr. Ji Xinghe. Su He maneuvers a virtual drone, focusing the lens on Ji Xinghe. The footage appears to be captured by the drone, yet it is merely a recording of relevant data, later transformed into visuals using other devices when necessary. Essentially, this shooting process resembles a screen recording function. In the previous episode, we documented Mr. Ji Xinghe's inaugural arrival aboard the spacecraft and his venture into space. Although he was initially unaccustomed to the weightless environment, his indomitable will allowed him to adapt swiftly. Today marks Mr. Ji Xinghe's first foray into the virtual world within the localized network of space. Let us now inquire about his sentiments. The microphone approaches Ji Xinghe's lips. He is reluctant to partake in the interview or broadcast his life on the alien front lines. Yet, he finds himself compelled by Tu Yuan's insistence. Had it merely been a request, Ji Xinghe would have declined. However, Tu Yuan proposed compensation, which pertains to his granddaughter, his sole remaining kin in this world. My experience is quite pleasant. It bears no difference from utilizing this virtual reality world on the surface. Ji Xinghe recalls the script he just perused. His countenance devoid of expression, becoming a mere vessel of dialogue. In fact, compared to using this technology on the surface, the absence of gravity in space facilitates an easier transition into a state of rest. The absence of bodily pressure from gravity renders operations within this realm much smoother. Such statements are both false and true. The veracity of words often hinges on the audience's perception and subsequent actions. The Federation, in response to the increasingly intricate warfare on alien frontlines, seeks to recruit soldiers en masse, aiming to harness the collective strength of the Federation. Ji Xinghe, due to his age and narrative, has become an inspirational figure for the military. At 65, his willingness to enlist speaks volumes. The interview process, in essence, is merely a recitation of lines, whether it be Battlefield reporter Su He, the interviewee Ji Xinghe, or the commander of Ji Xinghe Star, the newly minted federal combat hero Han Li. All partake in this scripted exchange. Ji Xinghe cooperates fully, not solely for his granddaughter, but also because the provided dialogue is reasonable, devoid of exaggerated emotional appeals. Yet, such recitations struggle to garner high viewership. Ji Xinghe's story and persona retain only fleeting relevance, for humanity is forgetful, and most are indifferent. A transient moment of emotion does not wield the power to influence a lifetime. Thus, Ji Xinghe must engage Han Li in a duel. Dear viewers, you should have gathered sufficient insight into Mr. Ji Xinghe's life. Our prior reports and interviews have already elucidated his accomplishments within the game Galactic Glory. New viewers may revisit our previous episodes for further understanding. It is well known that galactic glory evolved from the Federation's inaugural generation of virtual reality warfare training systems, focusing on simulating the complex environments of alien battlefields, striving to better equip Federation soldiers raised on our Azure planet for the unique combat scenarios found beyond. After eloquently discussing this, Suhi finally broaches the main topic. Despite his advanced age, Mr. Ji Xinghe excels in utilizing mech warrior game characters for combat, boasting multiple national server heroes. Today, he will employ one of his most adept national server heroes to engage in battle against Major Han Li within the virtual reality world. The drone camera shifts its focus from Suhi to Han Li, and with a resounding thud, a 3.9-meter-tall humanoid mech descends from the heavens, crashing beside Han Li. Such an entrance for a mech only occurs in a virtual realm. In reality, a mech plummeting from the sky would invariably result in catastrophe, as most mechs lack flight capabilities. The mech Han Li currently pilots is a standard ground combat mech, modified version, freshly acquired in the real world, devoid of flight functionality. Major Han Li, could you enlighten our audience about your mech? Certainly, Han Li replies softly as he stands beside his mech. Our Federation's standard mechs total 36 models, and mine is the 29th variant. Upon becoming a distinguished mech warrior, I proposed modifications to better suit my combat style, which were then executed by professionals. Following this introduction, Suhi queries, Major Han Li, I have a question. Shouldn't the latest models be the most powerful? Why do you opt for the 29th model instead of the newest 36th? Han Li smiles and responds, indeed, the most advanced models excel in performance, but they may not necessarily suit me. Uncle Ji Xinghe once said, only that which is most fitting for you can truly unleash your potential. Suhi exclaims, did Mr. Ji Xinghe truly say that? Yes, comes the reply. The camera naturally shifts back to the awaiting Ji Xinghe. Suhi, adopting Han Li's address, inquires, Uncle Ji Xinghe, why do you believe this? Ji Xinghe, expressionless, refrains from responding, for this line is absent from the script. Han Li internally sighs and states, let us omit that segment. It's my fault for mentioning it. Suhi immediately comprehends, his expression turning slightly awkward as he recognizes the connection between Ji Xinghe and Han Li. Then, could we omit my previous question, the one after Major Han Li's statement? Han Li does not respond but gazes at Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe nods and calmly inquires, shall we commence? Certainly, let us proceed. Suhi readdresses the drone camera. Major Han Li's mech has been introduced. Now, let us witness Uncle Ji Xinghe's mech. Thus, Ji Xinghe summons forth his mech. The Federation's first-generation standard mech, game-exclusive edition, a towering 4.5-meter humanoid mech, entirely devoid of weaponry, save for a lance that exceeds even the mech's height. In terms of physique, although the mech of Ji Xinghe is somewhat taller, it appears excessively bulky by comparison. When assessing the weaponry systems, Ji Xinghe's mech is utterly inferior to Han Li's, as it is equipped solely with rudimentary cold weapons. Regarding the pilot, the 65-year-old Ji Xinghe is hardly a match for the Federation's elite mech warriors. Hence, the outcome of this battle seemed unequivocal. Prior to its commencement, everyone shared this belief. Originally, it was planned for Ji Xinghe to succumb to Han Li. However, just as both parties were preparing to board their mechs, Han Li unexpectedly suggested, please adjust the settings and unlock the gameplay abilities of Uncle Ji's mech. Chapter 16, Ji Xinghe vs. Han Li, Part 2. In the realm of gaming, mecha heroes are endowed with extraordinary abilities that are unattainable in the real world. For instance, Han Li's mecha lacks any special skills, relying solely on pure maneuvering and adherence to the laws of physics. Initially, the confrontation between Ji Xinghe and Han Li was intended as a demonstration. Within the confines of the spaceship's local network, Ji Xinghe's mecha could not access its game skills, limiting it to its basic capabilities. Consequently, no one doubted Han Li's impending victory. However, Han Li insisted on unlocking Ji Xinghe's game skills. Is it possible? Indeed. Following Han Li's declaration, he refrained from entering his mecha, choosing instead to assert his determination through action. Suhi, not wishing to complicate matters, proceeded with the necessary applications. Moments later, confirmation arrived. The Federation exhibited a remarkable degree of tolerance towards a promising candidate for the elite mecha warrior rank. Thus, Ji Xinghe's mecha was granted access to its game skills. There were no dazzling visual effects. Everything was merely data, lacking tangible existence. Hence, from a certain perspective, Ji Xinghe had already won today, as the mecha and its unique abilities from the gaming world could never manifest in reality. At this juncture, Han Li finally entered his mecha. while Ji Xinghe maintained an impassive demeanor as he too settled into his cockpit. The internal structures of mechas tend to be quite similar, providing ample space for a person to stand comfortably, a helmet capable of sensing brainwaves and offering protection, gloves designed for maximum dexterity, and foot pedals to control movement. For someone of Ji Xinghe's age, the most challenging component to manipulate would be the sensory gloves, as aging diminishes finger agility. Should he suffer from Parkinson's? Uncontrollable tremors would render piloting akin to navigating a current of electricity, making stable standing nearly impossible. As the helmet illuminated, Ji Xinghe's perspective transformed into that of the mecha. Equipped with a 180-degree field of vision at the eyes and additional cameras for peripheral views, creating a panoramic effect akin to a vehicle's 360-degree camera system. Simultaneously processing two visual feeds is not ideal for someone of advanced years, as such distraction can easily impair control. A notification chimed, a communication request from Han Li. Upon acceptance, Ji Xinghe heard Han Li's voice. Uncle Ji, if you lose even after unlocking your game skills, I hope you will remain at the base on the alien planet and refrain from venturing outside. Ji Xinghe remained silent, tightening his grip on his sole weapon, a nearly 5-meter-long rifle. Han Li observed this with a hint of resignation, realizing Ji Xinghe's obstinacy, mixed with a sense of frustration at his perceived simplicity. Surely, no one genuinely believes that piloting a mecha equipped with game skills could conquer a Federation's elite mecha warrior. Do they truly think the 73 gold stars emblazoned on my mecha are mere decoration? Uncle Ji, Han Li continued to persuade, I recently learned about Ji Xinghe's daughter. I will do everything in my power to ensure she receives the best possible treatment. When she returns to Blue Star, I hope you will accompany her back. With me on the front lines, the alien territories shall not fall, and the vengeance for Ji Xinghe will be realized. I yearn for retribution as much as you do. For not only did Ji Xinghe sacrifice his life, but so did all my soldiers and countless comrades. Uncertain of how to acknowledge Han Li's goodwill, Ji Xinghe opted for silence and charged forward. As the towering 4.5-meter mecha surged ahead, its feet carved pits into the ground. The 3.2-ton behemoth moved with surprising speed, the long rifle readied. In the frame, the height disparity between Ji Xinghe's 4.5-meter mecha and Han Li's 3.9-meter counterpart appeared minimal. However, the contrast resembled that of a sumo wrestler charging at a Victoria's Secret model. Given that Ji Xinghe's mecha was a first-generation model, it was bulky and heavy, while Han Li's was a sleek, lightweight 29th-generation construct, crafted from high-strength alloys, weighing only 1.6 tons. Among the onlookers, several second-tier mecha warriors, witnessing Ji Xinghe's charge, did not naively assume that Han Li would be easily overpowered. Old Ji is going to lose. I wager a move. Have you forgotten that old Ji possesses game skills? This led to a moment of realization. They struggled to recall the specific abilities of the first-generation mecha. Officially, the Federation categorized its 36 models numerically, yet most preferred to refer to them as first through 36th generations, as each successive model surpassed its predecessor. Unbeknownst to Ji Xinghe, he had never contemplated utilizing such an offensive approach against Han Li. In stark contrast, Han Li appeared momentarily paralyzed with shock as Ji Xinghe's rifle closed in. However, at the last moment, Han Li sidestepped with a sudden lateral movement, narrowly avoiding the rifle's trajectory as it sliced through the air, data that was not bound by physical loss. Han Li's mecha emerged unscathed, but the rifle barrel collided with Ji Xinghe's mecha, delivering a powerful strike aimed at Ji Xinghe's eyes. Should the cameras be destroyed, Ji Xinghe would be left blind. Despite the onslaught, Ji Xinghe did not falter. As the rifle missed its target, he continued his charge. Just as Han Li prepared to strike the crucial cameras, Ji Xinghe unleashed his game skill, Chaotic Wave Jump. A second-tier mecha warrior suddenly recalled the name of this ability. In that instant, Ji Xinghe's cumbersome mecha leaped into the air, evading Han Li's attack while aiming both knees at Han Li's head. As Han Li ducked to evade, he reached for Ji Xinghe's foot, relishing the opportunity to grapple with an airborne opponent. If he could seize Ji Xinghe's foot, the latter would be thrown off balance, leading to a precarious defeat. Yet, game skills exist to defy the rules of physics. The essence of the chaotic wave jump lies not in the leap itself, but in its unpredictability. In midair, Ji Xinghe executed a perplexing lateral maneuver, dodging Han Li's grasp. As he completed his turn, the rifle's tip pivoted, aiming directly at Han Li. A wave of energy coalesced at the rifle's tip, transcending the boundaries of physics. This could only be described as extraordinary power. The armor of any mecha in the real world could not withstand such an assault, and Han Li's mecha, rooted in tangible parameters, would be no exception. Should he be struck, it would result in catastrophic failure. However, Han Li is not merely an exceptional mech warrior. He was once an ardent youth captivated by games, which allowed him to anticipate the attack patterns of Ji Xinghe from the outset. In this very moment, Han Li, relying on his remarkable agility, successfully evaded yet again. His right hand wielded the spinning cutting disc, sweeping through the air as the long spear grazed his body and plunged into the ground, resulting in its shattering. He refrained from launching further attacks, as he had no desire to be crushed by Ji Xinghe, nor even to sustain an injury. Any damage to the mech would undoubtedly affect the ensuing combat, despite this being merely an exhibition match with no subsequent battles to consider. Han Li remained steadfast in his pursuit of perfection in combat. With a thunderous crash, Ji Xinghe slammed into the ground, sending soil flying as his feet sank into the earth, hindering his movement and rendering him a target for a brief moment. Han Li abstained from employing firearms or micromissiles, as he did not wish to take advantage of an elder or to harm the father of a fallen comrade. Amidst the swirling dust, Han Li accurately pinpointed Ji Xinghe's position and surged forth, his aim still set on Ji Xinghe's eyes. A resounding clash reverberated as Han Li was taken aback. His body had been struck, yet he remained unscathed, for the weapon that pierced him was a spear devoid of a tip. According to the rules of the virtual realm, such a spear held no lethality. Although puzzled by how he had been hit, Han Li seized the opportunity to counterattack, shattering the spear shaft with a swift motion before deftly evading Ji Xinghe's arm. In a spectral flash, Han Li appeared behind Ji Xinghe and executed a dual-strike maneuver. With a resounding bang, Ji Xinghe's head was obliterated. As the smoke dissipated, the outcome was clear. Han Li emerged unscathed, a result that surprised no one, least of all Ji Xinghe himself. Yet, Ji Xinghe harbored doubts. He had previously used a wooden stick to pierce through a solid wooden door at home, relying solely on his physical strength. He pondered whether, with the enhanced might of a mech and the metal spear, he could have pierced both Han Li and his mech. Was it truly the absence of a spearhead that rendered it incapable of inflicting fatal harm? Perhaps he should resort to using a blade instead. Chapter 017. The old steed seeks to create Mech's old steed. What are you looking at? A young man floated over to Ji Xinghe, his tone somewhat frivolous. However, Ji Xinghe did not take offense, for he had insisted on being addressed as Old Steed. Some young people referred to him as Uncle Ji, while others called him Grandpa Ji, resulting in a cacophony of names. As the situation escalated, it seemed that many would soon call Ji Xinghe Big Brother Ji. Unable to bear it any longer, Ji Xinghe finally corrected their terms of address, and everyone settled on calling him Old Steed. In truth, Ji Xinghe did not possess such esteem. Despite his advanced age and considerable fame, his assessments, interviews, and stories being fervently broadcast across various platforms in the Federation on Azure Star, this renown afforded him no authority. At present, he was merely a private, subordinate to a hierarchy that included corporals, sergeants, lieutenants, captains, generals, and marshals. Conversely, Major Han Li wielded authority, not only as a major but also as a distinguished mech warrior and a newly minted combat hero of the Federation, with a promising future ahead. Thus, following Ji Xinghe's insistence, Han Li lent his support, and Old Steed became the universally accepted moniker for Ji Xinghe. Old Steed, say something. You're always so aloof. It's rather dull, another voice chimed in, echoing the sentiments of the group. They were all aware of Ji Xinghe's past, and could empathize with his silence or perceived coldness. Yet for these youths, it seemed imperative to coax a more optimistic demeanor from him, even if it meant provoking his ire. They believed a release of his pent-up negative emotions would ultimately benefit his well-being. As a man seasoned by life, Ji Xinghe recognized their concern and chose not to chastise them, only letting out a resigned sigh. I am examining the specifications of various mech models, investigating what they can truly achieve in the real world. Ji Xinghe had previously perused numerous professional texts on the subject, but certain information was classified. Now that he had become a private, he had access to more information than the average soldier, particularly in light of his role as a mechanic. I see, Old Steed. You're feeling disgruntled about losing to Major Han Li, aren't you? He mentioned that you jabbed him with a gun devoid of a bullet. In reality, he wouldn't have been so easily behind you, one of the young men remarked. So, do you wish to face Major Han Li again in real life? Forget it. Old Steed, that's unrealistic. No offense, but Major Han Li's mech has 73 gold stars. He'll soon become an ace mech warrior upon returning to the alien front. Not to mention, even if we banded together, we might not stand a chance against him, another added. By the way, Old Steed, How did you detect Major Han Li's position and charging path amidst the swirling dust? The two youths, engaging in banter, began to irritate Ji Xinghe. Yet, recognizing their goodwill, he refrained from being overly brusque. I am not disgruntled, I merely wish to understand. As for how I detected him, perhaps it's just gaming experience. Such experience was not easily articulated, and the young men ceased their probing, shifting the topic. What is the use of understanding mechs? Although you are a mechanic, your duties are primarily to repair vehicles. You aren't permitted to fix mechs. Mechanics and mech warriors are both military roles in the Federation. However, just as mech warriors are classified into various tiers, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, elite, and ace, so too are mechanics, albeit without formal recognition. Typically, a standard mechanic, like Ji Xinghe, is tasked with repairing vehicles. Professional mechanics handle conventional armaments like tanks and armored vehicles. Expert mechanics tend to specialize, whether in aircraft, missile systems, or mechs. A truly omnipotent expert mechanic does not exist, as the breadth of knowledge required is extensive. Understanding can never be detrimental, Ji Xinghe replied calmly, beginning to close several applications on his device. With the two young men hovering nearby, he found it challenging to concentrate on his reading. As he closed the windows, one interface flashed briefly, catching the attention of the observant youths. Is that a mech sketch, old steed? It doesn't resemble any current designs, one exclaimed. Please don't tell me you designed this mech. Ji Xinghe sighed, acknowledging his waning dexterity with age. No, you must be mistaken. It's merely a casual sketch. Come on, old steed. We have plenty of travel time ahead. Let us take a look. We'll help you refine it. I assure you, I'm not mistaken. I am an expert-level mechanic, one insisted. Though I won't claim to be your teacher, I can certainly offer some advice. Yes, I'm a mech warrior too. Though only at the 2nd level, I'm sure I can reach elite status once I see combat, another chimed in. With the journey from Azure Star to Mars proving exceedingly dull and the weightlessness of space rendering training difficult, the group opted to gather around Ji Xinghe, hoping to alleviate their boredom. With a resigned sigh, Ji Xinghe recognized their good intentions and reluctantly reopened an application on his device, retrieving the earlier sketch. It was indeed a mech design, yet it bore no resemblance to the sleek, contemporary designs of the latest 10th-generation mechs. Current Federation mechs favored a slender profile, suitable for navigating the complex, dust-laden terrains of alien planets. In contrast, Ji Xinghe's design resembled the bulky first-generation mech he had once engaged with Han Li, cumbersome and unwieldy, almost resembling a rotund figure composed of stacked tires. The eager expert mechanic and the 2nd-level mech warrior exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. They feared disheartening Ji Xinghe with their honest opinions, yet they also found it challenging to fabricate praise. Ahem, this mech's defensive capabilities must be formidable, one finally ventured, trying to find a silver lining. Indeed, as an expert mechanic specializing in mechs, I can certainly discern its merits, the second added. Its size suggests it could withstand even the most forceful blows from Imperial mechs, and its imposing stature likely translates to impressive endurance. It could probably traverse vast distances like a vehicle. Hearing these affirmations, Ji Xinghe's spirits lifted, and he nodded with delight. Yes, the design of this mech has two primary objectives. The first point is the formidable defense, rendering it resilient to damage. The second point is its exceptional endurance. As per my design, it can traverse a distance of at least 1,000 kilometers. This initial statement flowed eloquently. Yet the mech designed by Ji Xinghe indeed required the guidance of some seasoned professionals. The expert mechanic and the 2nd-tier mech warrior exchanged glances, both perceiving a sense of regret in each other's eyes. However, regardless of Han Li's profound respect for Ji Xinghe, they were unwilling to offend him. Thus they mustered their courage to engage in discussions. They painstakingly offered suggestions on the mech design, which they deemed outdated, cumbersome, and ineffective, while Ji Xinghe graciously welcomed their input for improvements. An hour later, Ji Xinghe's enthusiasm remained unabated, yet the two young men could no longer endure the lengthy discourse. The 2nd-tier mech warrior noticed someone emerging from the virtual realm and, as if seeing a beacon of hope, called out excitedly, "Hey you. Yes you. Old Ji wants to build a mech. Come over and lend a hand." Consequently, the entire crew of 1,000 aboard the spacecraft became aware of Ji Xinghe's endeavor to create a mech, gathering around with expressions of disdain to offer their opinions, treating it as a mere diversion to amuse the old man during the monotonous journey. Under such circumstances, although Ji Xinghe's mech was still in the sketch phase, it had already been bestowed with an official name. Let us call it Old Man's Joy. Anyone who dares to suggest a different name will have to answer to me. Chapter 018. The Unaware Genius Mr. Liu. Do you remember Ji Xinghe? He was one of your students from the 2042 class of the Machinery Repair Department. He has a notable characteristic. He stands at an impressive height of 1.90 meters. Ah, Ji Xinghe. I remember him well. What is your assessment of Ji Xinghe? In the image displayed on the screen, the 90-year-old Mr. Liu reclines in a sunlit chair at a nursing home, his eyes closed as he basks in the warmth of sunlight, appearing as though he is in a peaceful slumber. The reporter, standing nearby, refrains from pressing further and patiently waits. After about a minute, Mr. Liu's eyes suddenly snap open, as if awakening from a dream. Ji Xinghe. Yes. He is quite tall, 1.93 meters. Indeed, that is him. Mr. Liu, what is your opinion of him? Once again, Mr. Liu closes his eyes, gently swaying in his chair. The reporter, with a slight twitch of his expression, explains in a hushed tone, Mr. Ji was indeed 1.93 meters in his youth. But as he aged, his physique has become somewhat stooped. So during the last physical examination, he measured only 1.90 meters. Age and time are humanity's greatest adversaries. Not just Mr. Ji, but even Mr. Liu, who is now 92, is battling forgetfulness. Another minute passes in silence, and once more Mr. Liu's eyes widen as if a clock has chimed within him, and he exclaims, he is an unaware genius. A genius? The reporter asks excitedly. Mr. Liu, are you saying that Mr. Ji is a genius? If so, why did he return to work at a repair shop in Xian Fengcheng after graduating from school? Mr. Liu drifts off again, and the reporter, resigned, continues to wait. A minute later, Mr. Liu awakens once more, eyes wide, declaring, Ji Xinghe. Yes, he is very tall. 1.93 meters. Yes, Mr. Liu, that is him. What is your evaluation of him? After another minute, he responds, he is an unaware genius. Why do you say that? Did Mr. Ji display his talents during his time at school? Could you elaborate, Mr. Liu? Mr. Liu? The interview falters, despite the reporter's patience. Conversing with an elderly individual suffering from memory loss is challenging. Nonetheless, this segment of the interview video is edited and released by the federal military, as they seek to maintain the public's interest in Ji Xinghe, preserving the inspiring narrative of revenge for his son's sacrifice, which unites the Federation in its struggle against the Empire. As the distance between the alien world and planet Azure diminishes, so does the proximity of the Empire to the Federation. Should the defenses of the alien world falter, it would spell a true catastrophe for all humanity. In this context, Ji Xinghe requires prominence, yet confined within the spacecraft en route to alien territory, he has not generated news stories. At the age of 65, he completed a 10-kilometer run in 35 minutes without succumbing to exhaustion or hospitalization, a tale that does not possess lasting motivational power. Thus, they delve into Ji Xinghe's past. Yet his life narrative is remarkably simple, devoid of turbulence, marked only by a quietly tragic existence. The solitary Ji Xinghe possesses only the story of his wife's accident as a potential narrative. However, for the parents of a combat hero who sacrificed himself for the Federation, the military must tread respectfully, even while attempting to generate interest. They may mention Ji Xinghe, as he was a soldier of the Federation. They may refer to Ji Xinghe, as he is currently also a soldier of the Federation. However, they cannot speak of Ji Xinghe's mother, Ji Xinghe's wife, for she was an ordinary woman, akin to all the common people that the Federation's soldiers strive to protect with their lives. Ji Xinghe has fallen, yet Ji Xinghe remains, shifting the narrative focus onto him. All who know Ji Xinghe may find themselves included in documentaries related to him. Mr. Liu remarked that Ji Xinghe is an unaware genius. As a classmate of Mr. Ji, what is your assessment of him? Taking Mr. Liu's words into account, the reporter begins interviewing Ji Xinghe's university, high school, and even middle school classmates, all now in their 60s or 70s, necessitating the use of respectful titles. Yes, old Ji is a genius, one university classmate states. He consistently achieved perfect scores in every examination, both theoretical and practical. We used to call him the academic overlord. Indeed, old Ji is a genius. A high school classmate adds, although I know he repeated a year, he truly is a genius. The reason for his repetition was his immense passion for the machinery repair field, leading to frequent failures in cultural subjects. I even recall a heated argument he had with his parents over his desire to pursue this profession. Yes, old Ji is a genius, a middle school classmate chimes in. Let me tell you a secret, old Ji knows martial arts. He repeated a year because he was secretly studying martial arts while also volunteering at a repair shop, fixing all sorts of machinery. Mice, keyboards, phones, computers, televisions, bicycles, motorcycles, electric bikes. He could fix anything that was broken. Had it not been for these pursuits, he wouldn't have had to repeat a year. The accounts of these three classmates gradually clarified Ji Xinghe's image for the audience. A genius who loves martial arts and machinery repair, thus neglecting his regular academic studies. He pursued his dream in university, enrolling in a machinery repair program, where he showcased an extraordinary talent that continues to astonish his teachers even after 4 to 5 decades, earning him the title of an unaware genius. Now the question arises. The reporter extends the microphone towards Ji Xinghe's friends and colleagues. Why did such a genius as Mr. Ji choose to work in a repair shop in Mechs after graduation, instead of furthering his studies or seeking employment in a more specialized field? What? Do you look down on our repair shop? One friend retorts. Let me tell you, there is no more professional repair shop in all of Mechs, no? In all of Langzhou? No, that's not my intention. I'm merely curious about Mr. Ji's decision, the reporter clarifies. The answer is simple. Ji Xinghe's friend gazes into the camera. Both of his parents were in poor health at the time, and he wanted to return home to care for them. Moreover, there were no Mechs back then. Machinery repair specialists were simply mechanics. Aside from working on large machines, the only option was automobile repair. Mechs is a tourist city, lacking factories, so there was only car repair. Upon hearing this, the reporter feels a deep sense of respect and sincerely states into the camera, Mr. Ji is an unaware genius, yet he chose to forego a promising future to care for his parents. What kind of spirit does that embody? Just as Mr. Ji, having already retired, could enjoy his twilight years, yet chose to enlist in the military at an advanced age, successfully passing the rigorous assessments. What spirit does that reflect? I apologize, I struggle to find the right words, but I wish to call it the spirit of Old Ji. Old Ji is steadfast, aiming for great heights. Even in his twilight years, his ambition remains undiminished. As the audience witnesses these scenes and hears the reporter's impassioned voice, their emotions become profoundly complex. The Federation's recent enlistment campaign sees a significant rise in applicants. What remains unknown to many is that the journalist had also interviewed the elementary school classmates of Ji Xinghe. However, their remarks were ultimately omitted from the final cut. Old Ji is a genius? He merely wished to create transformers. He used to tell us daily that when he grew up, he would invent transformers, and even wagered that if he succeeded, I would have to marry my sister to him. But where are the transformers now? He can't even construct mechas. My sister, her grandson is already in college. His clandestine martial arts training? I am aware of that too. He claimed he couldn't create a transformer, so he intended to capture one to ride. Not pilot, but ride, since he had to secretly practice martial arts to compete with a transformer. Old Ji, you are truly foolish. At your age, enlisting in the army? If you perish, I shall not pour a drink at your grave. I will drink at home, making you envious, you fool. In a display of collective strength and ingenuity, the mecha designed by Ji Xinghe not only materialized on paper, but was also successfully constructed in the virtual realm through data. Old Ji, indeed, is a remarkable talent. In this virtual world, many gazed in awe at the colossal mecha, which reached a staggering height of 6.3 meters. They were unable to view the documentary about Ji Xinghe due to communication limitations aboard the spaceship, nor did they hear the numerous claims that he was an unrecognized genius. So they merely referred to him as a talent. There exists a fundamental distinction between talent and genius. And while the 1,000 individuals aboard the spaceship were humorously dubbing Old Ji as a talent, their tone was more jesting than earnest. Their claim that Ji Xinghe was a talent did not stem from the fact that he had genuinely constructed a mecha. After all, this endeavor involved the contributions of hundreds, a product of collaborative effort rather than a solitary design by Ji Xinghe. Moreover, the mecha's superior performance and astonishing combat capabilities, though successfully created in the virtual world, do not guarantee its feasibility in reality. Even if it could be constructed in the real world, it does not imply that it would be practical for battlefield application. At 6.3 meters, it undoubtedly surpasses all standard mechas in height, as the tallest among our 36th generation standard mechas measures merely 5.1 meters and is rarely utilized due to its lack of agility. I recall the initial attempts at creating mechas, with some towering 7 to 8 meters, even exceeding 10 meters in height. However, they were deemed unsuitable for frontline combat in alien environments and were ultimately discarded. Indeed, the complexities of alien terrains render taller mechas heavier, and their bipedal stance and explosive movements risk them becoming ensnared in the ground. A mere moment of hesitation transforms them into targets before Imperial mechas. Old Ji's creation weighs 4.6 tons, which is relatively light. But such a weight only applies to its virtual representation. In reality, its mass would undoubtedly exceed 5 tons. If Old Ji were to pilot his contraption, a mere misstep would lead to his demise without any adversary laying a finger on him. The crux of the matter lies in the improbability of constructing such a mecha in the real world. Xinghe, one of the few expert mechanics aboard the spaceship, has indicated that two critical issues remain unresolved, rendering the creation feasible only in the virtual realm. Xinghe was among the first to recognize Ji Xinghe's mecha-making aspirations and possesses expertise in mecha mechanics, thus holding significant sway aboard the spaceship. What if Old Ji could procure the special alloys that Xinghe mentioned for crucial components, or even the most advanced engines? If he could secure such resources, why would he resort to crafting his own contraption? Each of the 36th-generation standard mechas boasts superior performance compared to his makeshift design. In cases of unique requirements, he could also request professional-grade modifications. Indeed, if he could obtain those resources, he would certainly possess the authority to request modifications for standard mechas, rendering his contraption unnecessary. Why are we discussing this so extensively? The contraption is merely intended to bring Old Ji some joy. As long as he is happy, that suffices. After all, he is merely a private mechanic and has no chance of piloting a mecha or even coming into contact with one. It is akin to a dream of mecha ownership that everyone harbors. Yes, everyone possesses a dream of piloting a mecha. Yet not everyone is qualified to operate a true mecha, as doing so necessitates exceptional personal capability. It is not merely the 65-year-old man. Even at the prime age of 25, the vast majority would struggle to pass the Tier 3 Mecha Warrior test and gain piloting rights. The crowd fell silent, gazing at Ji Xinghe as he tested his contraption, with only a handful standing beside him. Han Li, Xinghe, and a few Mecha Warriors observing closely. Following the external tests, the moment of piloting assessment arrived. Although professional Mecha Warriors were present, none sought to usurp Ji Xinghe's opportunity for the initial test. Everyone merely watched with curiosity as Ji Xinghe activated the front armor of the mecha and climbed into its metallic framework. In this regard, none of the Mecha Warriors wished to pilot Old Ji's contraption. The access hatch of all modern mechas is located at the back. Old Ji, Xinghe called out. Perhaps we should reconsider and relocate the access hatch to the rear of the mecha. Otherwise, the frontal defense seems rather inadequate. Han Li hesitated to voice his thoughts, but several Mecha Warriors nearby expressed their concerns without reservation. Indeed, Old Ji, placing the cockpit at the front makes it vulnerable. An intruder could easily breach the seams. And without the armor layer, your body would be defenseless. The mecha primarily faces foes head-on. If an Imperial mecha maneuvers to your rear while you are caught off guard, you would stand little chance of retaliation. Thus, defense must be concentrated at the front, as a solidly integrated armor offers superior protection compared to the access hatch's closure. Moreover, if the enemy strikes the access hatch directly, you may find yourself trapped and unable to escape. The Federation's experts have conducted numerous tests and practical applications to establish the standard of placing access hatches on the back of mechas. Your modification lacks merit. While the discussion unfolded, Ji Xinghe had already climbed into the mecha, seated himself, and sealed the access hatch without uttering a word. Indeed, Ji Xinghe sat properly, rather than standing. Observing this scene, Han Li and the others could not suppress their bemusement. They struggled to comprehend the peculiar thought processes of Ji Xinghe. All Federation mechas are designed for standing operation, with the posture of the pilot closely mirroring that of the mecha's movements. The reasons for this are numerous and do not require elaboration, as Ji Xinghe undoubtedly understands them. Throughout these days, Ji Xinghe managed to rally this group to collaboratively construct a mecha, not merely because of his age or his status as Ji Xinghe's father, but also due to his remarkable talents, learning capabilities, and knowledge reservoir that astonished others. Yet the issue lies in Ji Xinghe's reluctance to adhere to established rules. To phrase it positively, he seeks to carve his own path. To phrase it negatively, he is obstinate, refusing to turn back until he collides with an insurmountable wall. Strapping himself in with meticulous precision, Ji Xinghe donned a headset that captured cerebral waves and provided a mechanized perspective. His hands rested firmly on the two gear levers while his feet were positioned on the dual pedals, with an additional pedal nestled between them. Secured by the safety belt, Ji Xinghe's demeanor resembled that of a driver rather than a mech pilot. In truth, the cockpit he occupied bore little resemblance to a typical mech control center. It more closely resembled the driver's seat of a vehicle. No, not a conventional car, for there was no steering wheel. Rather, It resembled the cockpit of an excavator, complete with 2 levers, 3 pedals, and an array of mechanical buttons. Through the holographic projection screen on his palm, Shenmue observed the interior of Ji Xinghe's cockpit, witnessing the designs he had vehemently argued for, only to be disregarded by Ji Xinghe. Words eluded him in that moment. Let the old man revel in his joy. That sufficed. Old steed, activate your joy and prepare for the first test, codenamed Automaton. Transformation commits. Chapter 020. The untold story of the old man's joyride. Why must my mech cockpit be positioned at the front? It is imperative that when I pilot the mech, it is during a moment when my granddaughter's safety is jeopardized. I cannot bear the thought of any harm befalling her. Thus, I would prioritize her escape. When my adversaries are behind me, the rear armor of my mech must possess formidable defensive capabilities. In his heart, Ji Xinghe silently pondered a question regarding the old man's joyride, a thought he would not disclose to anyone, especially not to his fellow federal soldiers. To display trepidation before battle is a cardinal sin in any era, particularly as Ji Xinghe had yet to truly step onto the battlefield, even upon reaching the alien front lines. He would remain within the sanctuary of the base, undoubtedly the safest location on the alien front. Should Ji Xinghe entertain thoughts of retreat, it is likely that Major General Tu Yuan, who had personally summoned him into service, would come to hunt him down. Crack, crack. In the virtual realm, the old man's joyride emitted sounds reminiscent of mechanical bearings in motion. The metallic body began to morph, its towering frame of 6 meters and 3 centimeters suddenly crouching down. The sound that resonated was not that of metal crashing to the ground, but rather the tires, ejected from within the armor, thudding against the surface. 4 tires in total. A design that made Shenmue avert his gaze. Transformation complete. An electronic notification chimed in Ji Xinghe's ears, and the visual display shifted from the dual screens of the mech to a 4-screen perspective akin to that of an automobile. The front windshield view, left and right rear view mirror views, and the reverse mirror view. This sight was quite familiar to Ji Xinghe. A seasoned driver and the most skilled mechanic in Xinfeng City, how could he not be adept at driving? The external transformation was even more pronounced. What was once a corpulent humanoid mech had now morphed into a 4-wheeled off-road vehicle, measuring 5 meters in length and standing 2 meters tall. Its appearance markedly distinct from conventional off-road vehicles. This vehicle bore no glass structures, entirely crafted from metal, with all exterior views captured by cameras installed atop it. Speaking of cameras, one must mention Hanli. The old man's joyride was equipped with 19 cameras. A precautionary measure taken after Hanli had attempted to breach his optics during their earlier confrontation, which left Ji Xinghe with some psychological scars. However, he did not perceive that battle as a source of trauma. Rather, it became a valuable experience. The vehicle was adorned with a single headlight, positioned at the front, which had originally served as a searchlight atop the mech's head. Upon transforming into car form, it became the vehicle's headlamp. There were no turn signals, tail lights, or fog lights, as it was not designed for road use. Hence, those features held no significance. All 19 cameras integrated into the old man's joyride were equipped with night vision capabilities, as the virtual environment rendered cost concerns irrelevant. This configuration endowed the old man's joyride with exceptional defensive strength, prompting Shenmue to exclaim, "I shall refer to it as the strongest old man's joyride in history." Originally, the term old man's joyride referred to a popular electric vehicle from decades past, compact enough for elderly drivers to navigate through traffic and crowds with reckless abandon, often resulting in various traffic mishaps. Yet, despite the initial merriment derived from such vehicles, the old man's joyride had long since been rendered obsolete. Ji Xinghe, drawing from decades of accumulated knowledge, mechanical expertise, and the assistance of hundreds, particularly the prodigious Shenmue, who had become an expert mechanic in his 20s, had meticulously crafted this version in the virtual realm without regard for expense. Undeniably, it lived up to Shenmue's claim of being the strongest. This creation even managed to evoke a faint smile from Ji Xinghe, who had not genuinely laughed since learning of Ji Xinghe's sacrifice. The design's purpose, to protect his granddaughter, provided his aimless heart with a semblance of direction and purpose. Virum, the old man's joyride roared to life with the sound of its engine. In contemporary terms, the word engine merely refers to a component. However, in this era, it denotes a specialized engine capable of harnessing the power of nuclear fuel cells to unleash tremendous speed and strength. Ji Xinghe pressed the accelerator, deftly maneuvering the gear shift, and the old man's joyride surged forward with a whoosh. Transforming into a vehicle allowed it to traverse as one, with a weight of 4.6 tons propelled by the Mech's engine. It accelerated to 100 kilometers per hour in a mere 2.3 seconds, swiftly vanishing from the sight of Han Li and others. "Why is this old steed racing off so hastily?" Shenmue exclaimed in frustration. "Wasn't the cockpit designed for two? I was expecting a thrilling ride alongside him. Yet he dashed off alone." Typically, mechs possess only a single cockpit. Even the rare few that can transform accommodate only one pilot post-transformation. Yet, Ji Xinghe's Old Man's Joyride was uniquely designed with dual seating, an anomaly that defied logic, as more space rendered the mech bulkier, detrimental to its close combat capabilities. And mechs do not necessitate dual pilots. Ji Xinghe offered no explanation for his design choice, unwavering in his conviction, while others, lacking understanding, chose not to challenge him. Among the crew aboard the spacecraft, only Han Li surmised Ji Xinghe's motivations. He was aware of Ji Xinghe's granddaughter and knew that Ji Xinghe had a daughter, a fact unbeknownst to the rest. To this day, the federal military has yet to disclose Ji Xinghe's granddaughter's existence, for myriad reasons. The most significant being that this child should not have been born, and even if she had, her birth should not have occurred on an alien planet. Given the harsh environment of alien worlds, the infant mortality rate is alarmingly high, leading the Federation to implement regulations prohibiting pregnancy in such locales. Should a breach of safety protocols result in a pregnancy, it must be reported immediately, and the individual must return to Azure Star to ensure the newborn's safe arrival. However, the woman whom Ji Xinghe, a soldier steeped in heroism, cherished would never abandon the alien front due to an unintended pregnancy. If she returned to Azure Star for that reason, she would forfeit her chance to return to the alien battlefield, likely never to cross paths with Ji Xinghe again, resulting in a grievous violation of protocol. Such an infraction is inherently unjust, wasting resources, flouting regulations, and depriving Ji Xinghe of the knowledge of his daughter until his demise. While the girl herself exists like a tender sprout amidst a tempest, it is equally unfair to Ji Xinghe. He has indeed transformed from a solitary being to one with a granddaughter. However, he originally wished to perish on an alien planet. Yet now he finds that he cannot easily embrace death. He must exhaust every effort to ensure his granddaughter's safety. Han Li observed as Ji Xinghe piloted his old vehicle in a circle before charging back, intercepting Shenmue, who was eager to rush forward. "Do not go there. That position is not meant for you." "Is that you, Major Han Li? If it were you, I would certainly not dare to seize it." "It is not me." "Then who is it?" "An angel." Chapter 021. The girl with a nickname. I believe it should no longer be referred to as Old Man's Joy, but rather as Transformers. Yet, it remains Old Man's Joy, for this contraption cannot be realized in reality. Did you not say that if the old steed were to obtain special alloys and 12 generations of engines, it could indeed be constructed in the real world? With special alloys and 12 engines, one could forge a mech with superior combat capabilities. Why then create this Old Man's Joy? Under Shenmue's insistence, Ji Xinghe's creation bore a striking resemblance to the Autobots from Transformers, yet the final name remained Old Man's Joy. Ji Xinghe did not press the issue. He was indifferent to the name as long as he could achieve his objectives. Regarding the wager with his elementary school classmate, had he not seen the documentary about himself, he would not have recalled his childhood wish to marry his classmate's sister. Prior to his landing on the alien planet, he could not have viewed the documentary due to limited communication resources. After his arrival, he had neither the interest nor the time to watch it, as he was preoccupied with caring for his granddaughter and fulfilling his duties of repairing various military vehicles, alongside constructing the mech he had named Old Man's Joy. Ji Xinghe's girlfriend had passed away before she could meet Ji Xinghe. This tragedy may stem from her long-standing commitment to frontline medical care on the alien planet, or perhaps from her overwhelming longing for Ji Xinghe, mourning his sacrifice. There exists a more merciless possibility: her punishment for disregarding legal regulations to bear her daughter on the alien planet. Despite the tight communication resources aboard the spaceship, news managed to reach them due to Han Li and Ji Xinghe's influence. The girl was affectionately named Xin, with no formal name, as her mother had previously withheld Ji Xinghe's identity. "Rest assured, Uncle Ji, she is being well cared for. In just a week's time, you will be able to meet her. I believe you should consider giving her a formal name." Han Li did not address Ji Xinghe as Old Steed like others. He continued to refer to him as Uncle Ji. After delivering this news, he departed, uncertain how to face Ji Xinghe. The loss of his son, coupled with the untimely death of his daughter-in-law before she could even enter the family, weighed heavily on him. The most sorrowful aspect was that the couple had left behind a granddaughter afflicted with congenital illness. The most harrowing truth, which could neither be accepted nor ignored, was that the daughter-in-law, too, had perished due to the war, yet her violation of laws precluded her from being honored as a hero. During the construction of Old Man's Joy, Ji Xinghe had interacted with hundreds of people and conversed with nearly 1,000. He appeared no different from an ordinary elder. Though he had never truly smiled, he no longer treated those around him with indifference. However, now, Ji Xinghe had once again descended into a state of apathy, enveloped in an aura of despair and decay. In the past 10 days, Ji Xinghe had immersed himself in the virtual world, experiencing his old man's joy and enlisting Shun Mu's assistance to refine its details, aiming to bring it to life in the real world. Yet, in the final 7 days of their journey, he seemed to have forgotten about Old Man's Joy, no longer entering the virtual realm, instead confining himself to the cabin, fixated on reading. Although he appeared unfazed, those around him understood that he was troubled. His pace of turning the pages of the electronic book had slowed to about 1/5 of its original speed. What once was a leisurely reading habit now resembled a daze. As he stared blankly at the pages for extended periods, no one dared to disturb Ji Xinghe, though they were ignorant of the specifics. They sensed the shift in his emotions. He did not require their attempts at levity or distraction. He merely sought solitude. Days turned into weeks as the spacecraft traversed the vacuum of space for 3 months and a few days, finally arriving at the alien planet and commencing its descent. The crew donned their space suits and secured themselves against the walls of the cabin, while Han Li returned to his mech. No one peered through the portholes to view the alien landscape, as the passenger compartments were devoid of such design. Unlike the spacecraft, which could not directly ascend into space from the surface of the blue planet, it could descend from the void above the alien world. This was due not only to the relative ease of descent compared to takeoff, but also to the planet's thin atmosphere, which allowed considerable atmospheric escape, resulting in minimal air resistance that would otherwise damage the spacecraft's outer shell during landing. The difference in gravity was also a significant factor, as the alien planet possessed only 1/3 of the gravity of the blue planet. Ji Xinghe pondered these concepts. He had been diligently reading and acquiring knowledge, seeking to divert his attention from his granddaughter's well-being, to the extent that he had yet to consider a formal name for her. Look, Xin. Your grandfather is up there, at Base 6 of the Federation on the alien planet. A nurse accompanied a small girl to the porthole on the top floor of the base. The sunlight outside was splendid, and visibility was clear. The weather around the base was normal, devoid of inexplicable sandstorms. Outside the porthole lay a vast square, filled with numerous vehicles and machinery, alongside missile launchers, armored vehicles, tanks, and 30 Mechs standing solemnly in various positions. Almost everything visible from the porthole was stationary, save for a few automated cleaning vehicles scurrying about, tirelessly sweeping away the dust. The little girl, standing beside the nurse, had her gaze fixed on the cleaning vehicles. Upon hearing the nurse's voice, she looked up to see a spaceship gradually approaching from the distant sky, coming closer to the base and the ground, becoming increasingly distinct. Such a sight, coupled with her grandfather's words, should have elicited joy from the little girl. However, she remained silent. The nurse felt a pang of sorrow. For the Xin she remembered was not like this. Since her mother's passing a week ago, Xin had remained mute, having called out to her mother in vain at her bedside, then watched as others took her away on a stretcher. At 6 years old, the little girl did not grasp the distinction between life and death, yet she could undeniably feel that her mother would never again appear before her, never again hold her to sleep, nor tell her stories. She understood that her father would similarly never return, displaying a maturity that surpassed the comprehension of her mother and those around her. With her mother gone and her father absent, what could her grandfather bring back? Xin silently watched as the spaceship landed on the square's runway, then slowly entered the base with the help of a tow vehicle and its own propulsion. Come, Xin, let us go meet your grandfather. By the time we arrive, they should have completed the health checks and disinfection, allowing them to move about freely. The nurse grasped the frail hand of the little girl, gently guiding her toward another section of the expansive base, which would take some time to traverse. Obediently, Xin followed, and after nearly 7 days of silence, she suddenly spoke. Aunt, may I not meet my grandfather? Huh? Why do you not wish to see your grandfather? Because mother said that if I misbehave, grandfather will no longer want me. But Xinghe is obedient. Xinghe has always been very well behaved. Grandfather will not forsake you. Yet mother says I am not grown up yet. She says I do not understand. Sometimes, when I misbehave, it is not out of defiance. but rather because I do not know any better. Can you wait until I grow a bit more? Until I understand better? Then I shall not misbehave out of ignorance. And grandfather will not want to abandon me. The nurse was momentarily taken aback. Then, unable to restrain her emotions, she sank to her knees before Ji Xinghe and wept uncontrollably. Her tears were not solely due to Ji Xinghe's words and story. They were also a reflection of her own longing for home. At 32 years of age, she had ventured to this alien planet at 22, having disregarded her parents' wishes, and she had never returned. A decade had passed. Hint, do not cry. Ji Xinghe gently patted the nurse's back, reminiscent of how her mother often comforted her. Ji Xinghe will go to see grandfather now, so please, do not cry. Chapter 022. My apologies. Upon landing on the alien planet, Ji Xinghe did not experience the anticipated lightness. The gravity, which was only 1/3 that of Blue Star, did not render him as agile as a swallow or restore him to his peak condition at the age of 20, which dampened his confidence somewhat. He felt certain that removing his spacesuit would significantly improve his comfort. Han Li's voice echoed in Ji Xinghe's ear as he piloted his mech out of the spacecraft. Although the mech was heavy, the spacecraft and the base's ground could easily support it. It dawned on Ji Xinghe that he was still clad in the cumbersome spacesuit, weighing 60 kilograms, designed to withstand the impact during the spacecraft's landing. However, this weight also counterbalanced the effects of reduced gravity. The hangar doors had already closed, and the prompt indicating that the oxygen had been replenished resonated, signaling everyone to shed their spacesuits. Of the 1,000 passengers aboard the spacecraft, only a handful had visited an alien world before. The rest, including the expert mechanic Shenmue, were on their maiden journey. Quickly, everyone, remove your suits, Shenmue exclaimed, ripping off his helmet and causing a commotion. Soon, 1,000 individuals began shedding their attire in the expansive open area. A swarm of robots emerged from the newly opened metallic doors of the hangar, collecting the discarded spacesuits, conducting inspections, and preparing them for future use. At last, Ji Xinghe felt a sense of lightness akin to what he had envisioned. With the sudden decrease in gravity, his strength, in a sense, experienced a direct enhancement, alleviating the burdens on his body. His 65-year-old physique felt as if it had reverted to the vigor of his 20s. However, this transformation was limited to aspects such as strength and speed. He noticed no significant improvement in finger dexterity or reaction time, as his body had indeed aged. How do you feel? Han Li, standing beside Ji Xinghe in his mech, seemed to tower over the robots collecting the spacesuits, which appeared as mere toddlers beside an adult. Ji Xinghe, who was typically imposing, now appeared diminutive in his tight-fitting protective suit. Quite well, Ji Xinghe replied, stretching his body. After 3 months of travel aboard the spacecraft, his physical condition had declined slightly. Shall we engage in another match? Han Li's voice resonated through the mech's speakers, audible to many nearby. In this low-gravity environment, you would undoubtedly perform much better than on Blue Star. If we fought again, you might emerge victorious. Unfazed, Ji Xinghe continued to stretch, his movements appearing somewhat peculiar in their limited range. Major Han Li, do not deceive the old steed. While my strength may flourish in this low-gravity setting, your own physique benefits similarly, Shenmue interjected, having removed his spacesuit and gazing up at Han Li's mech. The combat effectiveness would be more pronounced in the bulky mech. Han Li clarified, our battles in the virtual realm simulated Blue Star's conditions, not those of this alien world. Your mech is considerably heavy, making operation more challenging. However, here on this alien planet, its speed and power will see substantial enhancement. Should we engage again, I believe Uncle Ji has a fair chance of victory. The crowd fell silent. Shenmue hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts. Han Li's words were clearly intended to allow Ji Xinghe a favorable start after his landing. Under normal circumstances, a 65-year-old mechanic piloting a first-generation federal mech could not possibly defeat a 34-year-old elite mech warrior in a 23rd-generation mech without eliciting joy. It was akin to collectively assisting Ji Xinghe in creating a joyous experience. Everyone wished for his happiness, as they all acknowledged a fundamental truth. It was their duty, as the young, to protect the frail, the elderly, and the children like Ji Xinghe from the horrors of war. Yet, Ji Xinghe had arrived, becoming the oldest federal soldier on this alien world, aside from the scientists. I have never piloted a mech in reality. The simulations have their limitations. Ji Xinghe finally ceased his movements, looking up at Han Li, recalling the long spear that could not harm without a tip. If you truly wish to fight, step forward. Han Li stood stunned, with everyone around him equally astonished. Ahem. Shenmue leaned closer to Ji Xinghe. Old Ji, perhaps you should first undergo a health check. Let me just feel your forehead, just a brief touch. It was customary to check for fever by feeling the forehead. And although Shen Mu had placed his hand on Ji Xinghe's head, he felt comfortable joking with him, yet refrained from being too forward, adhering to the traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young. Ji Xinghe cast a glance at Shen Mu and uttered a statement that led everyone to believe he was unwell. You may join Major Han Li in combat. Coughing violently, Shen Mu found himself choking on his own saliva, a genuine cough rather than one to draw attention. Very well, Han Li's voice emanated from his mech, leaving everyone in a state of stunned silence. The atmosphere was charged with astonishment as spectators pondered Han Li's intentions. Those who had surmised that Han Li would intentionally lose to Ji Xinghe struggled to comprehend the thought processes of both men. During mech battles, leniency could go unnoticed due to the subtle differences in performance. However, without the mech's enhancements, the outcome of a 34-year-old Major Han Li against a 65-year-old Private Ji Xinghe was predetermined, rendering any attempts at leniency redundant. All right, Ji Xinghe agreed. Yet the battle did not commence immediately. As Han Li's mech hatch opened, he stepped out and gently suggested, Uncle Ji, you should first have your health checked. We shall engage in another match elsewhere shortly. Health checks and disinfection were mandatory procedures upon landing on an alien world, which everyone had to adhere to. What would ordinarily be a tedious process was imbued with excitement, as the 1,000 individuals aboard the spacecraft buzzed with anticipation. Not only from the thrill of their first alien landing, but also from the prospect of Han Li's second match against Ji Xinghe. Even though the outcome was already a foregone conclusion, and the rationale behind the battle remained unclear, everyone was eager for what was to come. Once the mandatory procedures concluded, Ji Xinghe donned his private's uniform, still wearing the tight protective suit underneath, as all personnel on the alien world were required to wear such attire, even within the base. Base 6 was expansive, with most structures situated underground, resembling an underground city. First-time visitors to the alien world could not leave the base immediately. They needed to acclimate to the alien environment before proceeding to their designated roles. Thus, the audience for the duel between Ji Xinghe and Han Li was vast, comprising not only the passengers who accompanied them, but also numerous individuals from the base who were temporarily unoccupied with tasks. A throng of thousands gathered within a venue at the base. However, the only spectator that truly held significance for Han Li and Ji Xinghe was a singular individual, a little girl, accompanied by a tearful nurse, standing in the front row, a place to which she had no rightful access. To those unaware, this was perplexing, for children on this alien planet were exceedingly rare. Even fewer than the elite mech pilots, a mere 300 in number. Yet, to those in the know, it was no surprise upon seeing the little girl. They understood why Han Li was so insistent on facing Ji Xinghe once more. This was not merely a battle, it was a gift. Major Han Li was presenting a gift to Ji Xinghe, a gift to Ji Xinghe, and a gift to the little girl. In the name of the Federation's elite mech warriors, in the name of the Federation's combat heroes, in the name of the victor of the Military Academy's combat tournament, and in the name of the 73 golden stars atop the mech, these accolades that Han Li neither needed nor desired, served as the wager for this precious offering. I am sorry. I have caused the death of your son. I am sorry. I have caused the death of your father. I am sorry. Please allow me to lose to you. I am sorry. Please permit me to lose to your grandfather. I am sorry. Though my capabilities are limited, I am willing to do everything within my power, as long as it ensures your well-being. Chapter 023. The Peerless Master. What is a top-tier mech warrior without their mech? In the days before Mechs graced the Federation, soldiers primarily relied on firearms to engage in combat. Yet, what happens when these soldiers find themselves devoid of their weapons? The answer to this inquiry is quite evident. Soldiers stripped of their firearms are often in peak physical condition, adept at hand-to-hand combat, molded by years of rigorous training that encompasses more than just marksmanship. Beyond their physical prowess and combat skills, their most formidable attribute lies in their unyielding willpower. In contrast, a top-tier mech warrior, bereft of their mech, possesses combat capabilities that far surpass those of unarmed soldiers. Ordinary soldiers cannot contend with them, nor can close combat specialists. The only soldiers who could rival them in prowess were once collectively referred to as the kings of soldiers. Among the millions of soldiers in the Federation, only 300,000 are qualified to pilot mechs, and from this elite group, merely over 300 can be designated as top-tier mech warriors. They possess not only formidable physical attributes, enabling them to operate advanced single-soldier combat equipment for extended periods, but they also boast unparalleled martial arts skills. allowing them to execute intricate tactical maneuvers with humanoid mechs. Crucially, their adversaries are the Empire's Mechs and mech warriors, where the performance of the Mechs is comparably similar. However, the distinction between the mech warriors themselves is as stark as that between humans and gorillas. The Empire's mech warriors are akin to gorillas, endowed with physical capabilities that far exceed those of humans, coupled with an intellect that rivals human intelligence. The remarkable achievements of Major Han Li, known for his decisive victories, have led all to believe that even without a mech, he remains one of the mightiest human warriors. Yet, at this moment, Han Li stands against a mere 65-year-old man, an ordinary soldier, a mechanic of humble rank. Within the artistic venue of Base 6 on an alien planet, the audience is packed to capacity. Their gazes filled with curiosity and confusion, devoid of anticipation, for this battle was not one to be eagerly awaited. The outcome was predetermined from the very beginning. On the silent stage, Han Li and Ji Xinghe face each other, neither refusing the presence of spectators nor hindering the battlefield reporter Su He from capturing the moment. This tacit agreement implies that the ensuing footage will find its way into Ji Xinghe's documentary, disseminating not only throughout the alien world, but also reaching the inhabitants of Blue Star. One party acts with intention, while the other is aware of that intention. The stage, not constructed for a martial competition, is made of a sturdy stone material unique to this alien environment, crafted and installed by relevant personnel. Its hardness rivals that of ordinary steel, though the gravity on this alien world is merely 1/3 that of Blue Star. It does not imply that all materials here are fragile. Besides the low-gravity environment, the most inhospitable aspect for human survival is the extreme temperature fluctuations between day and night, sometimes reaching a staggering 100 degrees Celsius, compounded by the ever-present threat of storms and radiation, rendering many materials here scarcer than those found on Blue Star. In simpler terms, the precious meteoric iron revered in martial novels is not exactly ubiquitous on this alien planet, but since humanity's arrival, such materials have ceased to be rare. Shenmue once mentioned that among the materials needed by Ji Xinghe to craft the old man's joy, one was an invaluable local specialty from this alien world. Uncle Ji, allow me to say a few words first. Han Li addressed Ji Xinghe calmly, not as a question, but as a notification. Ji Xinghe furrowed his brow. Actually, there's no need for that. What do you mean there's no need? Please don't misunderstand, Uncle Ji. Han Li smiled at Ji Xinghe, then requested a microphone from a nearby staff member, turning his attention to the audience. Many of you may know me, while some may not. I understand your curiosity regarding my decision to battle Uncle Ji. You might feel that when I don my mech, I am bullying someone of equal standing. And when I fight without it, I am preying upon an old man. You might think I am being irrational, and that Uncle Ji's agreement to fight me is equally nonsensical. I am Han Li, a major, a top-tier mech warrior, adorned with 73 gold stars on my designated mech. He is Ji Xinghe, the father of Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe was the finest mech warrior under my command, and at the time of his sacrifice, his mech bore 12 gold stars. Yet that is not the entirety of his legacy during his final stand. He brought down 6 enemy mechs before perishing in a mutual destruction with one of them. Thus, at the moment of his sacrifice, his mech should have rightfully displayed 19 gold stars. Had Ji Xinghe survived, he would have undoubtedly ascended to the rank of a top-tier mech warrior. For defeating another enemy mech would have posed no challenge for him. My fallen comrades and I have always believed that Ji Xinghe would have been the second top-tier mech warrior in my special operations team, with me being the first. Not only in rank, but also in distinction. Han Li's tone remained steady, but those attuned to his gaze would discern that he was ensnared in memories, though physically present. His heart wandered elsewhere. I was the first in our military academy's combat competition, with Ji Xinghe trailing close behind in second place. I secured 3 first-place finishes, while he garnered 3 second places. Indeed, from our sophomore year, we consistently claimed the top 2 spots in the Academy's combat competitions. Our first year passed without accolades. Not due to our inadequacy, but because freshmen were ineligible to compete. Had we been allowed to participate, I am certain we would have both claimed first and second place. The bond between Han Li and Ji Xinghe was profound. After 4 years of camaraderie at the military academy, they continued to serve in the same unit. Ji Xinghe never harbored jealousy over Han Li's consistent victories or his earlier promotion. On the contrary, he had repeatedly risked his own safety to protect Han Li, even at the cost of injury. Once, Han Li inquired, "Why do you never seem disheartened by your losses to me?" Ji Xinghe's response never failed to amuse Han Li, for he claimed that once he returned home on leave, he would diligently learn a few techniques from his father, and upon his return, He would be able to best Han Li effortlessly. Yes, those were his exact words. He spoke of besting me, as if he could effortlessly lift me to defeat me. His father is Ji Xinghe, the very man standing beside me now. A simple yet extraordinary father, an ordinary yet exceptional mechanic, a humble soldier and mechanic of modest rank. I had long awaited Ji Xinghe's return to learn those techniques, but during our time at the military academy, he lacked the opportunity to go home due to the heightened state of conflict, and even as students, we were not afforded leave. After graduation, his chances of returning home diminished even further. In truth, since our arrival here, he has never been able to return, and he never will. Before a father and in front of thousands, I spoke of the fallen hero of the Federation. This revelation could have drawn criticism, yet no one present rebuked Han Li. All believed that he bore a sorrow deeper than that of anyone else, save Ji Xinghe. He shared over a decade of friendship with Ji Xinghe, a bond of classmates and comrades, a connection forged in the fires of life and death. Yet, now that Ji Xinghe has sacrificed himself, Han Li remains. Han Li intends to confront the father of Ji Xinghe. The words Ji Xinghe once uttered elicited laughter from both myself and my comrades, yet he never contested them, for he lacked the time, and his father was absent, leaving no evidence to refute the claims. However, his father has arrived now, driven by a desire for vengeance, thereby granting me the opportunity to engage in a duel with him to substantiate that Ji Xinghe spoke no falsehoods. Ji Xinghe asserted that throughout the entire Federation, no one could best his father in a one-on-one confrontation, as his father, ostensibly an ordinary mechanic, is in truth a remarkable master concealed within the mundane. I shall endeavor to validate this assertion. Should I emerge victorious, I will continue to mock Ji Xinghe upon our eventual meeting. If I should falter, I will offer him my apologies. Indeed, I shall meet Ji Xinghe, but not at this moment. Han Li's voice gradually diminished, his head bowed, lips nearly touching the microphone, before he suddenly lifted his gaze, his voice booming like thunder. I am Han Li. After shedding my armor, I have only been bested by one individual, a man named Li Yuanba, the Federation's mightiest mech warrior, who boasts 532 golden stars on his exclusive mech. Chapter 024. Wow. Li Yuanba, true to his name, is an unparalleled warrior. Within base number 6, there may be some who are unaware of Major Han Li, yet none could claim ignorance of Li Yuanba. Not merely confined to base number 6, but throughout the entire alien realm, the Azure Star, there exists no soul who does not know of Li Yuanba. Even on the Imperial Star, the location of which remains a mystery to many, Li Yuanba's reputation resounds, inciting the fury of the Imperial Guerrilla Emperor to recklessly wreak havoc in the palace as an outlet for his anger. This is due to the fact that among the 532 golden stars emblazoned upon Li Yuanba's mech, 3 are of a particularly grand size, signifying a royal prince, a general, and a crown prince of the empire, piloted by the 3 mightiest guerrilla warriors commanding the most powerful mechs of the empire. Thus, when Han Li declared before thousands that he had only ever been bested by Li Yuanba after shedding his armor, no one deemed Han Li to be a weakling. Rather, they instantaneously elevated his prowess in their hearts. As a major in the Federation and one of the mere 300 elite mech warriors, and as a hero who had just pledged to remain and battle in this alien realm, he had no reason to fabricate such claims. So, is Ji Xinghe truly an extraordinary master? As the audience gazed upon the stage, anticipation and excitement typical of a combat match began to emerge. Transitioning from the earlier assumptions of bullying the weak and the young preying upon the aged, to the realization that Major Han Li, possessing the Federation's finest combat skills, was now to face an enigmatic master of unparalleled skill. After speaking, Han Li relinquished the microphone to a nearby staff member, with only a handful noticing that his gaze intentionally avoided the girl seated in the front row. His averted eyes bore a hint of anxiety and regret, for he had just revealed a truth, a harsh reality that adults often hesitate to share with children. Yet, no one blamed Han Li. Those unaware saw no reason for reproach, while those who understood could surmise Han Li's intentions and motivations. Ji Xinghe, facing Han Li once more, softly uttered, "Truly, you need not feel this way." Han Li chose not to contest this statement again, for he had articulated it too clearly, at least for Ji Xinghe's understanding. "Uncle Ji, we must ensure that the old man Lu is crafted. Otherwise, the collective efforts of hundreds would be in vain," Han Li said with a smile, finding solace in his words. This was his way of aiding Ji Xinghe, allowing an ordinary mechanic to leverage the fame he had garnered to acquire the precious resources necessary for the creation of the old man Lu. Noticing Ji Xinghe's complex expression, Han Li grew concerned that Ji Xinghe might feign defeat, unwilling to win even if he attempted to throw the match. Therefore, he whispered, "Uncle Ji, do not worry. I require no such fame. The golden stars are sufficient for me. The next time you see me, my mech will undoubtedly bear a 3-digit number of golden stars." Having 3-digit golden stars on his exclusive mech would qualify him as a Federation Ace Mech warrior. Given that there were only 9 Ace Mech warriors in the entire Federation at present, Han Li was confident he could become the 10th or perhaps the 9th. Yet, did he truly not mind having such an ignominious past of being defeated by a 65-year-old man, especially in front of thousands, with more eyes to witness his defeat? Han Li did care, but he was willing to accept it, for he understood that Ji Xinghe would never engage in true combat. Nor could he attain the Golden Star embellishment unless he ventured beyond the confines of repairing simple vehicles and weapons at the base. Ji Xinghe could never forge the old man Lu without assistance. In this war, everyone's worth is indispensable, yet resources are finite. Hence, true equity in resource distribution is unattainable. Only a relative sense of fairness and reasonable allocation exists. Uncle Ji, I am earnest. I truly do not require such hollow accolades. In fact, they can be quite burdensome. Before my defeat against Li Yuanba, I was incessantly besieged by challengers seeking to spar with me and Chen Xing, which grew wearying. Han Li continued to persuade, their voices low, though the nearby referee and battlefield reporter Su He, equipped with a camera, could capture and record their exchange. Nonetheless, Han Li was confident that Su He would edit this segment out. In truth, aside from Han Li and Ji Xinghe, the one most attuned to Han Li's intentions was Su He, who comprehended the situation with remarkable clarity. The referee, however, could only guess at parts of it, still pondering in a daze. At that moment, Ji Xinghe abruptly sighed, interrupting Han Li's entreaties with a serious tone. "No, my intention is not what you think it to be." "Huh, then what do you mean, Uncle Ji? Are you worried I might lose too convincingly, rendering the match meaningless?" "Fear not, I assure you, my defeat will be utterly genuine. I have seen your fight against that 13 young master in the detention center. It will be no issue." "No, what I mean is..." Ji Xinghe struggled to articulate his thoughts, but had no better words at this juncture. He could only lower his head slightly and soften his voice further. "What I mean is, you need not deliberately concede." "Huh? Su He, the referee?" Ji Xinghe lifted his eyelids, gazing down at Han Li, who stood at a mere 181 centimeters, his voice rising slightly. "Han Li, give it your all." Han Li was taken aback. What did Uncle Ji mean? The drone-mounted camera operator Su He, unable to contain himself, whispered a reminder. "Old Ji, do not jest. Major Han Li is indeed formidable. Surely you do not believe that your casual practice of Wing Chun can surpass the finest mech warriors in the Federation? Or do you think the gravity of this alien world is so low that you feel lighter than air, creating an illusion?" Major Han Li is even lighter on his feet. The referee finally grasped the situation. Han Li intended to deliberately lose to elevate Ji Xinghe's status. Yet Ji Xinghe believed he could genuinely defeat Han Li. Thus, he hastily murmured, "Old Ji, traditional martial arts are no match. Military combat techniques are no jest. And your physical condition?" Ji Xinghe, resigned, sighed again and took a step back. "Let us commence. 1 minute. If you do not land a hit within that time, you will give it your all, or I shall turn and leave." "Oh, this old man is rather stubborn," thought the referee, positioning himself between Han Li and Ji Xinghe, hands raised, ready to signal the start. Han Li finally understood that Ji Xinghe was not jesting. Yet he still did not believe Ji Xinghe had the capability to defeat him. He was familiar with Wing Chun and knew that Ji Xinghe practiced it. But that did not equate to being able to surpass him. "Very well," Han Li replied, stepping back 3 paces to indicate to the referee. The referee, no longer hesitating, blew the whistle and lowered his hands in signal. He was not a professional referee. He possessed a whistle due to his main duty of directing vehicles, aircraft, and spacecraft into docking. His role as a temporary referee stemmed from this. No one paid heed to the minutiae, had it not been for Han Li wagering his reputation. And Ji Xinghe possessing some semblance of pity-inducing fame, this match would not have garnered such an audience, nor would it have necessitated the temporary requisition of this venue. As the match commenced, the audience's eyes sparkled with intensity. A little girl, her gaze bright with expectation, stood up from her seat, untroubled by the potential disruption to those behind her, for she was merely 6 years old and the shortest in the hall. Yet, on the stage, or rather, the arena, the tallest man present, indeed the tallest in the entire venue, was her grandfather. He had traversed millions of kilometers, crossing the starry seas to care for her. Her grandfather aimed to defeat an imposing figure, for he was an unparalleled master. Gasps erupted from the audience, and the little girl instinctively prepared to exclaim. Yet she quickly covered her mouth with her small hand. She dared not make a sound, as adults disdained noisy children. Disobedient children risked being abandoned. If her father rejected her and her mother did not want her, what would happen if her grandfather turned away as well? She feared solitude. Yet, her concern escalated as the formidable man charged forward, leaping high into the air, aiming a kick at her grandfather's head. Would her grandfather be harmed? Would he end up like her mother, confined to a sickbed? Would he sacrifice himself like her father? The little girl remained oblivious to the fact that in such combat, death could not be described as sacrifice, nor did she comprehend her grandfather's true prowess as a master. She was unaware that her grandfather would never forsake her, regardless of her behavior. With a resounding thud, the gasps of the crowd abruptly ceased, as if every throat had been constricted. In truth, someone's neck had indeed been grasped, fueled by youth and buoyed by the low gravity of this alien world. Han Li unleashed a speed that surpassed even the champions of the Olympic sprinting events on Earth, coupled with the height of high jump victors. His kick was as swift as thunder, a forceful strike that left the audience questioning their ability to evade such an assault. Those who had previously believed Han Li would hold back now realized their assumptions were misguided. The crowd gasped once more, only to find their voices silenced as if their throats were being choked, for Ji Xinghe had seized Han Li by the neck. Stunned and motionless, Ji Xinghe reacted with a speed equally swift as Han Li's kick approached. His towering form, once standing at 191 meters, compressed like a spring and then released an unprecedented power. Ji Xinghe, whose height had adjusted from 19 meters to 191 meters upon arriving on this alien planet, effortlessly grasped Han Li's neck before gently exerting his strength. The resultant thud was the sound of Han Li being slammed to the ground, while Ji Xinghe remained rooted, as if he had never moved. In that moment, he embodied the essence of a master. The little girl released her hand from her mouth, her eyes sparkling. Whispering in awe, "Wow!" Ji Xinghe refrained from pursuing his advantage. After all, this was merely a combat competition, not a life-or-death struggle. Thus, as Han Li awkwardly rose, he noticed the hint of apology in Ji Xinghe's gaze. "I intended to grab your waistband, but you were too quick," Ji Xinghe softly confessed, acknowledging the inadvertent mistake of grasping Han Li's neck instead. He had ducked to evade Han Li's kick, only to spring up and miscalculate Han Li's speed. He could have aimed for the head, but the consequences of such a move would have been more severe. Han Li, now understanding, smiled and shook his head, indicating he bore no ill will. Yet, he misinterpreted Ji Xinghe's words, believing they suggested Ji Xinghe's slower reflexes, a clear weakness in close combat. "It's all right, Uncle Ji. I can take a hit. Feel free to go all out. Within a minute, I will definitely land a blow on you." Time was of the essence. More than 10 seconds had elapsed since their exchange, leaving Han Li with roughly 30 seconds to strike Ji Xinghe before he had to unleash his full strength. He did not wish to do so, akin to his reluctance to win, and thus aimed to connect with Ji Xinghe first. With the agility of a startled rabbit, Han Li advanced without any elaborate maneuvers, his right fist driving straight toward Ji Xinghe, having already devised a follow-up strategy. Regardless of Ji Xinghe's defense, he was determined to land a hit. However, Ji Xinghe chose neither to evade nor block, believing Han Li's earlier claim of resilience. Seeing Han Li charge, Ji Xinghe perceived him as a wooden dummy from his study, not the metal construct but the original wooden version he had once broken. Lacking genuine combat experience, Ji Xinghe could only reference his training with wooden dummies and practice bouts with Ji Xinghe. He could not view Han Li as an opponent, but merely as a target akin to the wooden dummy. Thus, he approached the confrontation without flair, aiming directly for the center line, striking fist against fist. The collision occurred with such swiftness that Han Li barely had time to withdraw. The searing pain radiated from his hand, rendering all his planned maneuvers meaningless in that instant. Han Li was indeed formidable, having lost only to Li Yuanba after shedding his armor. Yet, he had never anticipated someone would meet his punch with their own, a notion that contradicted the fundamentals of combat. For ordinary individuals, a mere touch of knuckles could elicit discomfort. What then of the collision between two exerting force? As tears welled from the pain, Han Li felt a gust of wind approach. Ji Xinghe's already towering form seemed to swell even larger, akin to a military vehicle barreling toward him. Before Han Li could fully retract his hand, Ji Xinghe's body collided with his chest, unleashing a burst of power that sent Han Li soaring. Indeed, he flew, under the alien world's third of Earth's gravity, Han Li's weight of 180 pounds translated to a mere 60 pounds. In this low-gravity environment, the strength of his aging body had not diminished, rather, it had intensified. Han Li soared approximately 2 meters high and several meters away, skidding across the smooth stone surface for several meters before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, the entire venue fell silent once more. No one doubted the authenticity of the recent battle. The collision of fists could not possibly be feigned. How could one dismiss the fact that Ji Xinghe, with a mere proximity, sent Han Li flying over 10 meters? Was this old man truly a master of unparalleled skill? A little girl seated in the front row widened her eyes, her mouth agape in a soft gasp that quickly transformed into an even larger expression of awe. Her gaze was infused with excitement, yearning to cheer aloud. Yet she remembered that adults disdained noisy children. Thus, she grasped the sleeve of the nurse beside her, trembling with fervor, her small hand turning pale from an excess of enthusiasm, an unhealthy shade devoid of color. The nurse, sensing the girl's distress, held her hand gently, crouched beside her, and offered an encouraging glance. Soon, she joined in the chorus of cheers, and the sound reverberated throughout the hall, inspiring the little girl to join in as well. Unbeknownst to the audience, their voices lent courage to a timid child who had hesitated to cheer, just as they remained oblivious to the fact that Ji Xinghe, who had not intended to strike with such ferocity, chose this method solely to embarrass Han Li because he had spotted the girl. In a fleeting moment, he recognized her as his granddaughter, his only kin in this world. "Child, your grandfather is quite formidable, and I shall protect you, no matter where or against whom." Ji Xinghe understood that the little girl could not comprehend the essence of true combat, and thus he resolved to employ a straightforward fighting style that would yield flamboyant effects. "Forgive me, little Han. Stand up." As Ji Xinghe called out, he transformed from an old steed tethered to a post to a wild stallion breaking free, charging towards Han Li. The sound of his feet striking the stone floor echoed, reverberating like the heartbeat of Han Li, momentarily unsettling him. "Uncle Ji, does your fist not hurt?" Indeed, Ji Xinghe's fist felt no pain, not only due to his frequent training on the Iron Man post, but also because his granddaughter stood close by. "Uncle Ji, are you serious?" Ji Xinghe had no intention of sparing Han Li, for had he truly meant to engage, Han Li would have already met his demise. "Uncle Ji, I am Han Li, not an imperial gorilla. You have not mistaken me, have you?" Ji Xinghe was well aware of Han Li's identity. Yet he had issued a warning in advance. This was a choice Han Li had made, and Ji Xinghe had offered him an opportunity to retract, which Han Li had squandered. As Ji Xinghe sprinted across the stage of the alien base, he felt the burdens of years vanish, and in his wild dash, he was transported back to a sunlit evening of his youth. Fists flew, and feet kicked as Han Li, in a state of panic, attempted to defend himself. Though he managed to block Ji Xinghe's every move, the openings in his defenses widened with each passing moment, transforming him into the wooden dummy that Ji Xinghe had struck for years. The rapid exchange of blows became a blur, and many in the audience instinctively leaned forward. They were oblivious to the fact that Ji Xinghe and Han Li had made a tacit agreement for a 1-minute bout, and as that minute elapsed, Han Li had failed to land a single hit on Ji Xinghe. The collisions of fists and elbows did not count as genuine strikes. Without a proper referee or formal combat setting, both participants adhered strictly to their own codes of conduct. "Use your full strength," Ji Xinghe urged, yet Han Li could not respond, for he had already exerted himself to the utmost. His timing was impeccable. He had unleashed his full power at 1 minute and 10 seconds. He had granted 10 seconds of leniency, but now it was evident he needed not 10 seconds, nor even 1 minute. Even if he had begun with all his might, he would have struggled to land a blow on Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe had not lied. He did not require Han Li to hold back, for he was indeed a master of extraordinary prowess. However, Ji Xinghe remained unaware that Han Li had given his all to him. Han Li merely appeared capable without much practical experience, leading him to believe Han Li was still holding back. "You claim to be a special-grade mech warrior, yet lack the strength to strike." Disappointment surged through Ji Xinghe, and with a furious shout, he forcefully broke through Han Li's defenses, gripping his collar with one hand and his belt with the other, twisting with power. Once again, Han Li soared through the air, and as he crashed to the ground, so too did the reputation of the special-grade mech warrior. He ought to have cried out, yet internally, he felt a sense of relief. Uncle Ji truly was an extraordinary master, and he need not worry any longer. Yet, Ji Xinghe remained oblivious to his own mastery, still believing Han Li was holding back, just as he was unaware that Ji Xinghe, who had confidently proclaimed him a master, was engaged in battles among the stars. having witnessed the brilliance of humanity's celestial tapestry. Chapter 26. Shen Mu's indignation and determination. The audience dispersed after the hastily commenced combat match concluded. The second round between Ji Xinghe and Han Li ended with Ji Xinghe's overwhelming victory, reminiscent of Han Li's earlier triumph over Ji Xinghe in a similar fashion. Yet, after shedding his armor, the 65-year-old Ji Xinghe triumphed over the 34-year-old Han Li, a battle that would be recounted with fervor by all. This was not merely due to the shift in victory and defeat. It was a remarkable occurrence that defied expectations. "I'm fine, Uncle Ji. Are you all right?" Han Li inquired with concern. Had he not been incessantly rubbing his right fist, forearm, and the various parts of his body that had met the ground multiple times? Those surrounding him might have doubted his sincerity. "I'm fine. The more laborious tasks I undertake, the more calluses I accumulate," Ji Xinghe replied, extending his hands toward Han Li. The thick calluses resembling a layer of armor, causing Han Li's own hands and feet to ache in sympathy. "That's good." "Oh, wait," Han Li hurriedly interjected, raising a hand in a gesture of caution. "Uncle Ji, please don't say that. If you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask me. You can consider me as your son, and I would be honored to care for you in your old age." However, he refrained from voicing this sentiment, believing it to be inauspicious. Moreover, Han Li was acutely aware of his military duty. This was a battlefield, and until victory was secured, he remained prepared for sacrifice. Well, Ji Xinghe was at a loss for words, but Han Li did not afford him the opportunity to respond, as he excused himself, emphasizing the urgency of military matters. Before departing, he entrusted the personnel at Base 6 to look after Ji Xinghe, particularly the expert mechanic Shen Mu and the battlefield journalist Su He, both of whom would also remain at the base. "I believe Major Han will head to the medical station first," Shen Mu remarked apprehensively, having nearly engaged Ji Xinghe in combat himself. Observing the recent skirmish, he concluded that his involvement would have made little difference, merely transforming one person being tossed about into two. "That seems likely. I noticed Major Han had some bruising," Su He replied, quickly adding, "but it's nothing serious. The medical technology at the base is highly advanced. Such minor injuries won't have any lasting impact." This notion only deepened Ji Xinghe's sense of guilt, as he realized he had become overly immersed in the fight, having practiced alone for so long. Envisioning combat scenarios in his mind, this was truly his first genuine battle. His previous sparring sessions with Ji Xinghe hardly counted, as neither could exert their full strength against the other. "Cough," Su He interjected, glancing at Ji Xinghe before turning to Shen Mu. "Aren't you supposed to be filing a report?" "No need. Reporting is all done online now. As soon as I disembarked from the spacecraft, my report was automatically submitted. My task log hasn't even been updated yet, as I have a day's time to rest, arrange personal matters, and acclimate to the environment. Coincidentally, I can get to know Uncle Ji better, as our quarters are quite close." Clueless, Su He thought, desperately signaling Shen Mu with his eyes. Yet, as a technical expert, Shen Mu struggled to decipher the nuances of Su He's expression. He was as excited as a child unboxing a new computer, eagerly approaching Ji Xinghe, brimming with curiosity. "Uncle Ji, what martial art do you practice? I never imagined you were such a master. When Major Han mentioned it, I thought." Shen Mu continued, "Do you think I have any talent? Am I destined to be an extraordinary martial artist? Should we do a bone assessment? I've read about that in martial arts novels. Go ahead, feel free to examine me." Su He understood that Shen Mu's lack of social awareness stemmed not from his technical background, but rather from his unfounded fantasies. Ji Xinghe, recognizing Su He's exasperation, felt similarly helpless. After a moment of contemplation, he placed a hand on Shen Mu's shoulder. "Actually, I have a granddaughter." Shen Mu was taken aback, unaware of this fact. His understanding of Ji Xinghe was limited to what the public knew. At 65, he enlisted to avenge his son, who had perished on the battlefield. Traversing the stars devoid of romance, only to encounter bloodshed and corpses. The Federal Major General Tu Yuan had commented, in his later years, he still yearns for battle, not for glory, but because the spirit of youth remains unyielded. This statement served as the opening line for the documentary The Elder and the Stars, portraying Ji Xinghe not merely as one individual, but as a representation of many ordinary yet extraordinary heroes who continued to fight until old age in distant worlds. "Please inform him. I'll step away for a moment." Can we omit this segment from the recording?" Ji Xinghe turned to Su He, who appeared somewhat troubled. He had been instructed to document everything regarding Ji Xinghe's experiences on the alien planet, later to be edited by professionals for the documentary. Although the existence of Ji Xinghe's granddaughter had not been publicly disclosed for various reasons, many were already privy to this information. The ability to keep it confidential now did not guarantee the same in the future. Moreover, sometimes, violations could yield positive societal values. Thus, Suhe's profession compelled him to refuse Ji Xinghe's request, despite the emotional weight behind it. However, humans are not machines, they possess emotions. Suhe clenched his teeth in determination. Rest assured, Uncle Ji, I will take responsibility for this matter. Ji Xinghe, feeling somewhat resigned, replied. It's not as dramatic as you make it sound. I understand your professional obligations and wouldn't wish to complicate your work. I'm merely concerned about the child's recent emotional state. After some time, we can reshoot. Suhe breathed a sigh of relief. Having feared Ji Xinghe would object to filming the girl. I understand. As a battlefield journalist, I'm not a gossip columnist. I won't resort to unscrupulous tactics. Go on, Uncle Ji. The child will be anxious if you delay. Thank you. Ji Xinghe turned to leave, eager to meet his granddaughter. Meanwhile, Suhe began recounting the story of the girl, inciting Shunmu's anger. What is wrong with that woman? If she refuses to leave the front lines, she should take proper precautions. The child is so innocent. She is a nurse working in the medical system. How can she not know that children born on alien planets often have congenital defects? And what of Ji Xinghe? How could he be unaware that his partner was pregnant? Can a child just appear out of nowhere? The notion of 10 months of pregnancy is no joke. How could he not know his daughter is already 6? Is he fit to be a father? If he hadn't perished before me, I would have gladly taught him a lesson. For he is neither a competent father nor a worthy son. Now, Uncle Ji is expected to care for his child. If anything happens to the child, Uncle Ji. Shunmu's voice faltered, and Suhe could fully comprehend his emotions, placing a comforting hand on Shunmu's shoulder. We cannot expect everyone to be perfect saints. Ji Xinghe may not be a good father or son, but he was a commendable soldier. No, not merely commendable. He was exceptional. A heroic fighter who sacrificed himself for us and many others. Ms. Rong may not be an ideal mother, yet she too was a devoted soldier. A battlefield nurse willing to sacrifice herself. The unexpected nature of accidents is what renders them tragic. Had they still been alive, they would undoubtedly have felt even greater sorrow than we do. Over the past 6 years, Ms. Rong has endured unimaginable suffering, a burden we cannot truly fathom. I understand. Shunmu wiped his nose in tears, exclaiming in anger, but I still want to confront Ji Xinghe. For they are all forcing the old horse to be a perfect saint. Suhe sighed. You cannot confront Ji Xinghe now. Even if time could rewind, you would still be unable to defeat him. Indeed, I cannot overcome him, nor can time be reversed. Shunmu gazed in the direction Ji Xinghe had departed, his heart aching at the sight of Ji Xinghe's hunched back, knowing it stemmed from a grandfather, a peerless master, who did not know how to face his granddaughter. If only time could turn back, how wonderful it would be if the old horse could be younger. He is truly a genius, whether in designing mechs or in combat. Yes, he does tend to have flights of fancy when designing mechs, but that is understandable given his lack of formal training. Suhe concurred. Indeed, he is a genius. Although I do not comprehend combat, I can see he surpasses Major Hanli. And while I am not versed in mech design, I can discern your genuine admiration for the old man. At his advanced age, it is indeed no easy feat. So, would you consider helping the old horse manifest his dreams? Shunmu did not respond, but summoned the holographic projection screen on his portable smart device. Opening a blank task log and inscribing a task not issued by the base system. Create the old horse's dream. It is about creating the old horse's dream, not merely assisting Ji Xinghe in its creation. However, if the dream can be realized, it will undoubtedly belong to Ji Xinghe. As he traversed the underground base, predominantly constructed of metal, Ji Xinghe felt a tinge of anxiety, not due to being in an entirely unfamiliar environment or not knowing how to greet his granddaughter, but rather because he had yet to decide on her name. A person cannot be defined solely by a nickname. They ought to possess a formal name, for they will inevitably grow up, and he wished for his granddaughter to thrive safely. Base number 6, along with other Federation bases on alien planets, features an exceedingly intricate internal structure. It could be likened to a city submerged underground, yet it is far more complex than mere submersion. Excavating an area comparable to a city on an alien planet requires unimaginable human and material resources. Even with the Federation's advanced engineering robots and the rapid local network enabling remote operation by engineers, the site selection for the base underwent countless theoretical validations. Areas with existing underground spaces were chosen, necessitating spatial stacking to create more living space. Base number 6 boasts 36 floors, covering over 862,000 square meters, larger than 120 standard football fields, capable of accommodating up to 50,000 inhabitants. The limitation on occupancy is not the building's area, but rather the inhospitable nature of the alien environment for human life. If one disregards essential factors such as oxygen, water, and food, the building area of base number 6 could comfortably house 100,000 people on Blue Star. In the face of life and death, humanity does not require palatial residences. Only a space to lie down suffices. Ji Xinghe glanced at the portable smart terminal on his wrist, akin to a mobile phone on Blue Star, connected solely to a local network. He could neither communicate directly with Blue Star nor contact other living or military bases on the alien planet. The widespread application of holographic projection technology has rendered these portable smart terminals remarkably compact, resembling a wristband. A green arrow appeared on the holographic projection screen. An augmented reality technology made this navigation module reminiscent of the heads-up displays popular in automobiles decades ago. Besides the navigation interface, the holographic screen primarily featured 3 prompts: notifications, task logs, and personal information. The notifications were self-explanatory, comprising various updates from base number 6, including important news from Blue Star and publicly accessible battlefield information from the alien front, predominantly daily information related to base number 6. Personal information was equally straightforward. As the name implies, the task log, however, was of great significance. Every individual residing in base number 6 and other bases possesses a task log, a day in advance. The base's artificial intelligence and command center push the tasks each person must complete the following day, conveyed through the task log. This applies to everyone. For all inhabitants on the alien planet have assignments, differing only in the frequency of task information received and the urgency of the tasks themselves. Alongside routine tasks, the task log may also issue urgent assignments based on circumstances and resource allocation, varying in progress for each individual. Following the direction of the green arrow, Ji Xinghe proceeded slowly, casually opening his task log, which contained no specific task details, only a welcoming message to base number 6. Reiterating what Shenmu had mentioned, find your assigned accommodation within a day, familiarize yourself with the main transportation routes and work environment, as well as the locations for meals, water, and resource collection. Ji Xinghe then accessed his personal information panel. Name: Ji Xinghe. Gender: male. Age: 65. Rank: private. Occupation: mech technician. Contribution points: 50,000. Length of service: 3 months and 16 days. It resembled a personal information panel from a video game, which Ji Xinghe found quite familiar, save for the contribution points, the significance of which eluded him. Contribution points serve as the universal currency on the alien planet. Federation currency is not viable here and cannot be directly exchanged for contribution points. To acquire contribution points, one must contribute on the alien front, aiding the war efforts of the Federation and the Empire. This is because contribution points can be directly exchanged for unique resources found only on the alien planet. And the Federation hopes to harness the power of capital from Blue Star without allowing it to influence the war unduly. However, the influence of capital is pervasive. Every creature has its way, leading to unofficial black market exchange channels, which the authorities overlook to some extent. All inhabitants on the alien planet yearn to return to Blue Star, yet their responsibilities and obligations bind them. Should they return, they would require Federation currency to sustain their lives. And if their contribution points were exchanged for Federation currency through official channels, the exchange rate would be 1-to-1, which does not correlate with the effort expended to earn those points. In the black market, the exchange rate stands at 1-to-1.3, often with demand outstripping supply, making it acceptable for capital holders to pay a premium. Ji Xinghe's house, pension, retirement funds, and more have all been entrusted to Pei Jing for sale and one-time settlement, a task she has executed with remarkable efficiency. However, he cannot access the funds yet, as he has yet to ascertain the location of the black market channels. Furthermore, while the technical difficulty of establishing communication with Blue Star is not insurmountable, communication resources are exceedingly scarce. Without direct communication established, Ji Xinghe cannot receive his funds, as Pei Jing remains unaware of his safe arrival, thus negating any possibility of remittance. Ji Xinghe aspired to create his own haven, but the 50,000 contribution points at his disposal were far from sufficient to save his granddaughter. However, before he could even commence his efforts, He was astounded to find an unexpected addition of 50,000 contribution points in his account. Upon examining the account details, he realized that this sum had been transferred to him by Han Li, and notably, it was not before Han Li had been sent flying, but rather immediately after his departure. Ji Xinghe understood that Han Li intended for him to accept this assistance without protest. Indeed, Ji Xinghe was in dire need of funds. Although Tu Yuan had assured him that relevant medical services would provide free treatment for his granddaughter, he was acutely aware that complementary medical resources could never compare to those that were paid for. Additionally, being on an alien planet, Ji Xinghe felt that his granddaughter's safety was precarious. Relying on others seemed less prudent than relying on himself. He needed to establish his own refuge to safeguard her. While he hoped never to utilize this haven, its creation was imperative. As a mechanic, he lacked both the qualifications and resources to construct his own mech. Thus, he would have to procure one with money. Han Li had previously assisted him in garnering support for this very reason, and his monetary transfer was a reflection of that understanding. Yet, Ji Xinghe felt he could not accept this money and promptly returned it. Ding! A notification sounded instantly, and a line of text appeared on the holographic display. The other party has placed you on their transaction blacklist. Please contact them to lift the restriction before proceeding with the transfer. Ji Xinghe was taken aback. He hurriedly attempted to contact Han Li, but to no avail. Han Li had already departed from Base 6. Contrary to what Shun Mu and Su He had suggested, he had not gone to the medical facility first, but had instead left the base with his mech at a speed surpassing Ji Xinghe's haste to reach his granddaughter. Once outside the communication range of the base, contacting Han Li required higher communication privileges, which Ji Xinghe did not possess. He was merely a private soldier. This child, indeed, in Ji Xinghe's eyes, Han Li, a 34-year-old federal major, was but a child, and he was about to meet another child, a true child. Arriving at a metallic door, Ji Xinghe gently knocked, and it swung open to reveal a young girl standing at the threshold, gazing up at him. Ji Xinghe crouched down and softly spoke, "Hello, I am your grandfather." The girl's voice trembled slightly as she replied, "Hello, I am your granddaughter." Chapter 28. Chocolate. The greetings of hello and greetings did not resonate as a dialogue between a grandfather and his granddaughter, but rather resembled the exchange between two unrelated adults. In truth, had it not been for the unfortunate diagnosis of the little girl's mother with cancer, discovered far too late to alter the course of fate, Ji Xinghe might have never crossed paths with this little girl. Nor would he have known he had a granddaughter. Before Ji Xinghe's sacrifice, the girl's mother refrained from revealing the truth due to her concerns for Ji Xinghe's future. After his sacrifice, she remained silent out of worry for his reputation. The little girl was meant to share a close bond with her mother. Yet fate had dealt her a cruel hand, leaving her to cling solely to her own existence, which had now become entwined with Ji Xinghe's. "Do you know? If you had not appeared, I still would have come to this planet, but I would surely have met my demise here. Yet now, I wish to live. I am frightened of death, for I fear that if I were to pass, no one would care for you." Ji Xinghe's innermost thoughts remained unspoken, for he believed the little girl could not comprehend them, and he did not wish to burden her with thoughts far beyond her tender years. At 6? No, in truth. She was but 5. Born on the 13th day of the 12th lunar month, she had not yet celebrated her 6th birthday, which was still 8 months and 3 days away. Unbeknownst to him, the little girl could indeed understand, and she too harbored sentiments that remained unvoiced. "Did you know? I am quite afraid. I almost forgot to address you properly, but my mother said adults do not favor impolite children. If you do not like me, you might abandon me, and I fear you would do just that, for my mother said without you to care for me, I could not grow up. I want to grow up, for then I could avenge my father on the battlefield and save many like my mother." This day marked the first encounter between the little girl and Ji Xinghe. She sought to leave a favorable impression. Her mother had advised her to be considerate, yet not overly mature, lest she frighten the adults. She was unaware that her thoughts lacked maturity, and had the nurse, Aunt Wang, heard her, she would have surely told her that no one could excel as a supreme mech warrior while simultaneously becoming a miraculous healer. For both endeavors demanded a lifetime of effort from ordinary individuals. Following their exchange of greetings, silence enveloped the room. Nurse Wang, who had brought the girl, approached her from behind and gently patted her back. "Xinxin, don't you have many questions for your grandfather? Now is the time to ask. Speak your mind, dear." "Isn't that right, Mr. Ji?" Ji Xinghe, momentarily taken aback, nodded earnestly, his gaze softening as he looked at Xinxin. "Indeed, you may say whatever you wish. Nothing is off limits. Grandfather will not leave you." The little girl, wide-eyed, gazed at Ji Xinghe, her pupils reflecting his figure with striking clarity. Will you really not leave me, Grandpa? You want to depart like Daddy did, or like Mommy? Ji Xinghe fought back tears, unable to express his sorrow. He extended his right hand toward Xinghe, whispering, No, Grandpa will not leave you. I will be by your side as you grow. You are 5, and I am 65. When you turn 20, I will only need to live another 15 years. My health is good. I can live to 80, and I will surely reach that age. At that moment, Ji Xinghe had never yearned for longevity as he did now. His aspirations were modest. Living to 80 would suffice. Xinghe cautiously placed her small hand within his, feeling the warmth and solidity that his calloused palm exuded. Initially, she merely rested her right hand upon his, but then, with great care, she placed her left hand atop it as well. Her small hands could barely cover his palm, and as she did so, her movements were deliberate, her gaze scrutinizing Ji Xinghe's eyes for any hint of discontent, fearing that even a whisper of displeasure would compel her to withdraw her hands. Yet, she found no discontent in his eyes, only the same tenderness, compassion, and affection she had seen in her mother's gaze. Yes, Grandpa's eyes mirrored her mother's, and his hands were just as warm, not the hands that had grown cold in recent months as her mother endured endless treatments, the fluids appearing as frigid as the winter chill. Ji Xinghe noticed Xinghe's expressions and movements, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had faced numerous perils without a quiver when he pilfered the police station starship in New Phoenix City, when confronting Federal Major Tu Yuan, during a 10-kilometer run in 35 minutes, and even when facing the elite mech warrior Han Li. Yet now, he found himself unable to maintain composure. Nurse Wang, observing Xinghe, wiped away a tear. This was her second time crying today, though this instance was silent, as she wished not to disrupt the precious moment shared between grandfather and granddaughter. Xinghe, however, did not weep. She merely felt the warmth of Ji Xinghe's hand, which prompted an urge to converse, yet words eluded her. Xinghe, are you hungry? He inquired. I am not hungry. I just had a meal. Are you hungry, Grandpa? I have 2 boxes of chocolate biscuits that I can share with you. While biscuits were not uncommon on this alien world, chocolate remained a rare commodity. The limited arable land was not utilized for cultivating cocoa, coffee, or tea, non-essential crops. Thus, these 2 boxes of chocolate biscuits were precious, not only to Xinghe but to many others on this planet. I am not hungry. Do you enjoy chocolate, Xinghe? I can buy some for you, Ji Xinghe proposed, initiating a conversation that became easier once the first thread was woven. Nurse Wang hesitated, wishing to caution him about the exorbitant price of chocolate at base 6, knowing full well that Ji Xinghe possessed no substantial means and had lost his ability to earn. Simply arriving on this alien planet was a feat in itself. However, she felt unable to voice her concerns directly, so she resolved within herself to purchase a few pieces of chocolate as a clandestine gift from Ji Xinghe to his granddaughter. I don't want any, oh no. Mommy said eating chocolate would cause cavities, Xinghe replied, though her eyes sparkled with longing, an impulse difficult for a child to suppress. How could she resist the allure of sweets? Ji Xinghe chuckled, his heart swelling with gratitude towards Han Li. He crouched by the door, activating his portable smart terminal, navigating to the online marketplace of base 6, and searched for chocolate, only to be momentarily stunned. A single chocolate, 3 centimeters in diameter, cost 300 contribution points, a price that far exceeded tenfold its worth. Yet, such a premium was acceptable to all on this alien world, for their purpose was not to indulge but merely to survive, to ensure that more could live peacefully on the blue planet. I have here, Mr. Ji. Nurse Wang swiftly activated her portable smart terminal. Every adult on this alien planet possesses such a device, save for the over 100 children who have been born and remained here over the years, including Xinghe. Ding! A notification chimed from Ji Xinghe's smart terminal. Due to the holographic projection screen, Nurse Wang clearly saw that Ji Xinghe had purchased 10 units at once, totaling 3,000 contribution points, equivalent to her basic salary for a month. This old man is quite wealthy, isn't he? No, it is not that the old man is affluent. Rather, he is exceedingly generous towards his granddaughter. Just as Nurse Wang's feelings of gratitude began to surface, Xine's cries erupted. Xine doesn't want chocolate. Wah. Grandpa. Don't buy chocolate for Xine. Xine doesn't want to lose Grandpa. Ji Xinghe panicked. Grandpa wants Xine. I promised that I wouldn't leave before Xine grows up. But Mommy said that if Xine spends carelessly, wah, Grandpa will no longer want Xine because Grandpa has no money. Grandpa is old and can't earn anymore. Mommy is mistaken. Grandpa is wealthy. And he can still earn money. He can earn a lot of money. You see, Grandpa has plenty of money. Ji Xinghe displayed his account balance, worried that Xin might not comprehend it. Xin understood. Her cries ceased, though her tears did not. With tear-filled, wide eyes, she gazed at the screen. Her voice still choked with emotion. Can we save it? Sell the chocolate and save the money. No need to sell the chocolate. Grandpa will buy it for Xin. Grandpa can still earn and save. What does Xin want to buy? Tell Grandpa, and he will get it for you. The subject was shifted. Yet Xin dared not respond. Ji Xinghe gently wiped away the tears from Xin's cheeks with his left hand, cautious not to harm her delicate skin with the calluses on his hand. The warmth of his hand instilled courage in Xin. Xin wants to buy a mech. Xin wants to avenge Daddy. Ji Xinghe's movements froze. Even his breath seemed to suspend, akin to the moment he received the news of Ji Xinghe's sacrifice. Chapter 29. The fading light shall shine again. After purchasing the chocolates, they were not sold. The intelligent robots at Base 6 delivered them with remarkable speed, bringing 10 chocolates to Xin's modest room, left for her by her mother. The room was quite small, resembling a hotel suite, consisting of a single room and a bathroom, with an area of merely 10 square meters. It was sparsely furnished, containing only a single bed, a table, a chair, and a wardrobe. Observing the clumsy figure of the delivery robot, Ji Xinghe felt a pang of regret. If the Federation's robotic and artificial intelligence technologies could be advanced further, perhaps there would be no need for humans to pilot mechs in battle. Remote control would suffice. However, Ji Xinghe understood that this was a mere wishful thinking. The rapidly changing battlefield conditions and the complex environment of alien planets would render communication on the surface exceedingly difficult. Often, communication between individuals was hampered, let alone remote piloting of mechs or combat robots. The mechs and combat robots were equipped with intelligent combat programs, akin to the intelligent driving systems in cars. If all vehicles utilized such systems, supported by cloud servers providing immense computational power for route planning and speed allocation, accidents would be averted. Yet, as long as individuals opted for autonomous driving, akin to the reckless behavior of the 13 young masters of New Phoenix City, accidents were likely to occur. The more individuals relied on automatic driving, the less reliable the intelligent driving programs became, as artificial intelligence struggled to comprehend the complexities of human nature. Moreover, the Empire's mechs were not governed by the Federation's artificial intelligence. The reckless speed of the 13 young masters surpassed the allocations made by the intelligent driving programs, indicating that if the Federation employed such immature technology, the Empire's mechs would easily overpower theirs. This room had been left by Sister Rong. They resided in a communal dormitory, and applying for a private room required the expenditure of contribution points. Nurse Wang observed the slightly calm demeanor of the grandfather and granddaughter and began to relay Sister Rong's admonitions before her departure. Sister Rong did not wish for Xin to reside in the communal dormitory, fearing she would be bullied by other children. In truth, the children harbored no ill intentions. They simply. Thus, Sister Rong applied for this separate accommodation, which left her with little savings over the years, as she still had expenses for Xin. The children meant no harm. They simply should not be confined to grow up within this base. They needed the azure sky, fresh air scented with the fragrance of greenery, rather than the artificial air of the base. They required playgrounds, or at the very least, some toys, yet the base lacked these amenities, as well as many other necessities for children. Xin's treatment was free, even though she was born in violation of regulations, for children are innocent, and the Federation was compassionate in this regard. However, the Federation was not affluent, especially on resource-scarce alien planets. The free treatment provided by the base was, in fact, quite mediocre. Mrs. Rong hoped her daughter could return to Azure Star soon, which is why she had been spending money. According to her original plan, Xin would regain her health by the age of 8, reaching a state suitable for boarding a spaceship back to Azure Star and surviving in its environment. As for herself, she would continue to work, or rather, fight on the alien planet, although merely a nurse. Her work in the alien realm was also a contribution to the Federation and humanity. Yet, fate had other plans, and unforeseen circumstances arose. Sui remarked that no one could truly empathize with Mrs. Rong's inner turmoil, and this was indeed true. Ding. Ji Xinghe received a transfer of 10,000 contribution points, the entirety of Mrs. Rong's wealth left behind after her departure. The rent for this room was 2,000 per month, significantly cheaper than the chocolates. and Xin indeed required her own living space. Therefore, I know, I will continue to rent it. Ji Xinghe nodded. He neither promised nor committed. This was his responsibility and obligation, as well as something he desired to do. Nurse Wang hesitated, unsure where Ji Xinghe had acquired 50,000 contribution points. But he had just spent 3,000. This extravagant spending method was indeed a form of love for his granddaughter, yet it also represented a waste of resources. My basic salary is 3,000. Mr. Ji, you should be earning a similar amount. I heard you are an ordinary mechanic, and your performance may not be as good as mine. Ahem, I can set aside some each month to transfer to you, and some of my colleagues have also offered to help. We could manage about. No, really, there's no need. Thank you all, Ji Xinghe declined. He could accept the money left by Mrs. Rong, yet he could not accept funds from Nurse Wang or other colleagues. Everyone was struggling on this alien planet. Basic salaries were determined based on job functions, and aside from the base salary, performance bonuses were crucial. Completing assigned daily tasks would yield the basic salary, but this amount was negligible compared to their contributions, even at black market rates. To earn more, one needed to complete additional tasks, commonly referred to as performance, which differed somewhat in definition from that on Azure Star, but the essence remained the same. Although individuals on the alien planet could potentially earn 2 to 3 times the income level based on equivalent job functions when compared to Azure Star, the exorbitant prices of non-essential items like chocolates and the impossibility of living solely on necessities rendered their lives rather strained. It's all right, Mr. Ji. No matter how difficult it gets, we can't let the children suffer. We are many. Each contributing a little is more than what you earn. Ahem, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. I understand. Thank you all, but truly, there is no need. I can earn and save money. I still need to buy a mech for Xin, Ji Xinghe said, glancing at Xin, who was lost in thought, staring at the chocolates. Despite her maturity, she was still a child, and her internal struggle was evident. Upon hearing Ji Xinghe mention the mech, she reluctantly diverted her gaze, perhaps uplifted by the thought of chocolates, even if she had yet to taste them. Grandpa, can you build mechs? Mom said you are a very skilled mechanic. When my mech breaks down, you can fix it for me, just like Mom used to treat patients. If you can build mechs, you could make one for me, saving us a lot of money. Nurse Wang sighed inwardly, yearning to clarify that the child's mother was not a doctor, merely a nurse. She wished to explain that the grandfather was not an expert mechanic, just an ordinary car repairman incapable of constructing mechs. Ji Xinghe hesitated to claim he could build mechs, as his passion project had drawn criticism from Shun Mu and others, and he had yet to produce a genuine creation. He could lie to a child, knowing they would forget or not take it seriously as they grew, but he preferred not to deceive his granddaughter. Grandpa cannot build them yet, but he is learning. Once he masters it, he will create an impressive mech for Xin. Nurse Wang suspected Ji Xinghe was fabricating tales to amuse the child, yet unbeknownst to her. Ji Xinghe spoke from the heart. He was indeed learning to construct and repair mechs, and he possessed the capability to do so. A remarkable mech. Not the most formidable in the world, but still impressive. Xin clapped her hands in delight. Grandpa, you're amazing. Let us learn together. I also want to study and become a doctor to save many people like Mom. They sealed their promise with a pinky swear, and Xin timidly asked, Is that okay? Certainly, of course, let us make a pact, unchanging for a century. Ji Xinghe extended his hand, and Xin, smiling through the remnants of tears on her face, reached out in return. A pact unchanging for a century, she exclaimed with a voice full of joy. Grandfather is an extraordinarily skilled mechanic, a master of unparalleled prowess. Thus, I too can become a remarkable doctor, as well as a formidable mech warrior. Nurse Wang sighed inwardly. Indeed, such aspirations are the privilege of youth. Yet, she comprehended why Xin harbored such fantastical dreams. This child simply wished to save her father and mother, to rescue many souls akin to theirs. Yes, Xin could achieve this, for her grandfather had done so. Ji Xinghe resolutely declared, Grandfather is not merely a talented mechanic, nor solely a master warrior. He is also an exceptional mech fighter. This was a truth Ji Xinghe had previously been reluctant to acknowledge, perhaps due to a lack of self-assurance. However, in that moment, he resolved to embrace this truth, even at the age of 65. Nearing the limits of human learning and physical capability, he once told his son, Son, do not believe in limits, for if you do not believe, they cease to exist. Now, amidst the alien expanse, Ji Xinghe felt the spirit of Ji Xinghe, who had perished on this planet, whispering to him, Father, do not believe in limits, for if you do not believe, they cease to exist. Ji Xinghe was unwilling and could not afford to accept limitations, for he aspired to be a beacon for his granddaughter. Humanity requires exemplars, a conviction for which to strive throughout life. Ji Xinghe lacked a role model, yet he could become one for his granddaughter, who represented the very essence of his remaining purpose. Though he faced the twilight of his life, he resolved to ignite his fading light once more, shining brightly for another 15 years, until his granddaughter reached adulthood. Chapter 030. War is not a banquet. Old Ji sent a message, inviting us to the dining hall for a meal. Upon noticing the notification on his wristband-like portable smart terminal, Xinmu felt an eagerness to begin navigation. Beside him, Suhi also saw the message regarding Ji Xinghe's invitation. The tradition of treating others to a meal is commonplace in Longzhou, yet it appears rather precious on an alien planet. As a battlefield reporter, Suhi had visited alien worlds before, thus possessing a deeper understanding than Xinmu, who had only recently arrived after completing his studies at the Research Institute. Don't rush, Suhi cautioned, tapping on the screen of his wristband. Do you know how costly it is to dine here? Let me talk to old Ji. There is no need for such formalities on this alien world. Once we reach the restaurant, we can simply order a meal each and enjoy it together. In the alien base, meals and accommodations are provided. Otherwise, considering the average salary of all personnel within the base, it would be impossible to afford the basic costs of food and water, let alone 3 meals a day. Whether the supplies are shipped from Azure Star or cultivated on the alien planet, the exorbitant costs are a burden on the federal treasury, which is one reason why salaries have not seen significant increases. The Federation simply cannot afford it. Old Ji, at his age, likely enjoys such gestures, believing them to hold significance. Xinmu glanced at his wristband, which displayed a balance of 32,300 contribution points, a sum afforded to him as an expert-level mechanic. Apart from Han Li, the elite mech warrior, he was among the wealthiest passengers aboard the same spacecraft. How about this? I'll contribute a bit for old Ji, and he can reimburse me when he returns to Azure Star. It's important to treat him, especially since he has reunited with his granddaughter. That is indeed a cause for celebration. Suhi paused. Reimburse upon returning to Azure Star? You're thoughtful, but it's truly unnecessary. Let us be pragmatic. If you wish to assist old Ji, that money could be better spent on something more meaningful. We must convey to him that survival on the alien front lines is not about feasting, but about warfare. Some bad habits from Azure Star need to be discarded. Resources here are indeed scarce. Xinmu was taken aback, glancing at the drone hovering beside Suhi. Don't tell me you're recording this conversation. Indeed, I am. Suhi replied seriously. Our dialogue is being documented, including the earlier segment. While the previous part may not be broadcasted, I believe this segment can be shared to illustrate the harsh realities of our existence on this alien world, showcasing the sacrifices made by those on the front lines for the Federation. Clearing his throat, Xinmu turned away from Suhi and the drone, adjusting his hair before facing them again, adopting a righteous demeanor. Yes, survival on an alien world is not a banquet. Comrade Old Ji's understanding needs refinement, and we should firmly reject such outdated customs, for all resources here must not be squandered. Suhi chuckled. All right, enough with the pretense. No one enjoys such a lecturing tone. Few genuinely appreciate pure didacticism. I've never been fond of your reporting style. As a journalist, I believe my duty is to present the truths I witness. How those truths resonate with viewers is subjective. Xinmu eyed Suhi suspiciously. How long have you rehearsed that line? I didn't prepare it in advance, but if you're asking when I formed this perspective, it dates back to my high school days. At that time, all right, you can finish that thought later. We should find old Ji. If he is not responding, he is likely busy messaging several people. If too many are invited and the word gets out, my funds may not suffice to cover the expenses. With that, Xinmu pulled Suhi along in search of Ji Xinghe, relying on the navigation system of their wristbands. Although Suhi had been to alien worlds before, he had never visited Base 6, thus, he too found the navigation system essential. Ji Xinghe had not sent messages to many individuals among the 1,000 who arrived with him. Many were mech warriors and soldiers like Han Li, who immediately headed to the barracks upon arrival. For those from Azure Star, being on an alien world equates to being on the front lines. Yet for those residing on the alien planet, the barracks represent the true front lines. The base, protected by the military, provides essential supplies and combat materials. A significant portion of the remaining individuals had never spoken directly to Ji Xinghe. They were mere spectators during his design of the old man's joy, and were unable to contribute due to their differing expertise, not out of unwillingness to assist. Only a few dozen truly knew Ji Xinghe and remained at Base 6. However, due to the identity of his granddaughter, Ji Xinghe hesitated to invite them to dine together, opting instead for a smaller gathering with Su-hee, Shin-mu, Nurse Wang, and a few colleagues. Yet, just as Su-hee sought to dissuade Ji Xinghe from hosting a meal, Nurse Wang and the others, well acquainted with the realities of life on the alien base, declined the invitation. It wasn't a matter of disrespect or a desire to distance themselves. It wasn't that they didn't want a good meal, but rather, as responsible adults willing to sacrifice, they understood that indulging in pleasures held no significance in a war that determined the fate of the Federation and humanity. If they sought a comfortable life, with their professional skills, they could easily attain middle-class status on Azure Star. Individuals like Nurse Wang could easily earn a monthly salary of 10 to 20,000 federal coins in private hospitals, even becoming head nurses with ease. Yet, she remained on the alien world, drawing a meager salary of 3,000 contribution points, contemplating even the purchase of chocolates as a gift with utmost determination. Grandpa, Xinghe doesn't need new clothes. She has enough to wear. Xinghe tugged at Ji Xinghe's sleeve, pulling his hand away from the wristband screen with some irritation. Why doesn't Grandpa understand? You just want to waste money. Ji Xinghe did not perceive his actions as wasteful. Upon inspecting the wardrobe within the room, he noted there were only 3 identical outfits. Not only were these 3 outfits the same, but nearly everyone in the base wore nearly identical clothing, differing only in their professional insignias and epaulets. This was a measure to conserve resources. However, for Ji Xinghe, who had always lived on Azure Star, his granddaughter deserved to wear something beautiful. The internal temperature of the base was a constant 22 degrees Celsius, suitable for donning a lovely dress. Yet none could be found in the stores. All right, Grandpa won't buy it. I'll make something for Xinghe. Ji Xinghe switched off the shop interface and noticed that Xinghe appeared somewhat disheartened, which tugged at his heartstrings. He understood that her discontent was not due to a lack of desire or awareness of the myriad styles of clothing available in the world. The base was replete with resources, primarily sourced from Blue Star's vast array of entertainment offerings, 10,000 films, 10,000 television series, and 1,000,000 novels, all easily transportable in a small box. Everyone's wristband screens could access these cultural treasures. Xinghe had seen the lovely dresses, toys, amusement parks, the azure sky, and verdant pastures. Yet, she refrained from spending frivolously. She was far too sensible. Be good, Grandpa, she said, patting Ji Xinghe's hand with a smile. A knock echoed at the door, revealing Shin-mu and Su-hee. As the door swung open, Su-hee turned off his drone's camera, reluctant to film despite the potential for editing, as the rights were not in his hands. It's all right, Ji Xinghe remarked, noticing the changing light indicating the camera was off. He held Xinghe's hand and said, I asked Xinghe, and she said it was fine. Su-hee awkwardly smiled as he turned on the camera, uncertain of what to say. He could spout wisdom in front of Shin-mu, yet found himself at a loss before Ji Xinghe and his granddaughter. Xinghe's consent was innocent. She merely wished to please the adults. What a beautiful little girl, Shin-mu exclaimed, enthusiastically squatting before Xinghe. What is your name? Can you tell Uncle? My name is Xinghe, and I'm 6 years old. Xing? Shin-mu was taken aback, as the term Xing was too sensitive for the Federation. Xing, as in flourishing, she clarified, clearly accustomed to this misunderstanding. My mother's surname is Rome. Shin-mu's eyes glistened with unshed tears. This man of science was surprisingly more sensitive than many humanities scholars. He found himself at a loss for words, as he was not experienced in conversing with children. Old Ji, no more treating, Su-hee interjected, shifting the topic. Let us eat something casual. You can take the child around the base, and we can familiarize ourselves with the surroundings. Xing, would you be our guide? Just show us around. Of course. Xing replied eagerly, fully aware of what a guide entailed. She was quite familiar with the layout of the base, having been born and raised there. 800,000 square meters felt vast to a child, yet it constituted her entire world. All right, no more treating. I was presumptuous, Ji Xinghe admitted. He knelt to ask Xing, where would you like to take us first? After a thoughtful pause, Xing suggested, let us go see the cars and watch them being repaired. Ji Xinghe's spirits lifted. Do you love cars? Grandpa knows how to fix them. I do. And Mom said that when Grandpa fixes cars, I should quietly watch. Despite her words of affection, the adults could tell that her enthusiasm was more a result of her mother's instructions than genuine interest. Ji Xinghe recalled Xing's earlier wish. Which did she prefer? Cars or mechs? After a moment's hesitation, She whispered, lowering her gaze, I like mechas more. Then let us first visit the mechas, Ji Xinghe said, gently ruffling her hair. For Grandpa will not only fix cars, but also mechas in the future. Yay! Xin exclaimed, her joy now authentic. Shenmu and Su He refrained from exposing Ji Xinghe's little fib. He was merely an ordinary mechanic, without the qualifications or capabilities to repair mechas. Even if he had designed the elderly-friendly vehicle, if the vehicle truly qualified as a mecha, it would not bear such a name. Fortunately, Shenmu was present. Otherwise, the quartet would have been unable to access the mecha area, as mealtime had not yet arrived. Instead, they proceeded directly to the mecha zone. However, each sector within the base had its own access regulations. Individuals lacking the necessary permissions could not enter these areas under normal circumstances. Young host Xin was too naive to comprehend the reasons behind this, while Ji Xinghe and Shenmu merely understood the rules without grasping their implications. Only Su He, a battlefield journalist returning to an alien planet, was privy to the history. Previously, such permissions had not existed. When the base was smaller, individuals could wander freely. The limited living space had made strict confinement maddening. Yet, Su He observed Xin, lowering his voice and quickening his pace, but some did lose their sanity. The pressure to survive is immense, not merely in terms of sustenance and living conditions. Sometimes, when the front lines falter, the Imperial Army could breach the base at any moment. Such terror is unbearable for many. In moments of madness, people may act irrationally, causing harm to themselves and others. An incident at Base 2 resulted in significant casualties, leading to the establishment of these access regulations. Under normal circumstances, without permissions, entry to core areas is prohibited, only lifted in emergencies. Shenmu glanced at Xin, who was gleefully trotting beside Ji Xinghe, alternating between the left and right sides, holding Ji Xinghe's hand. Yet, during emergencies, wouldn't issues arise more readily? If access restrictions were lifted, what if someone? That depends on the understanding of the emergency, Ji Xinghe interjected. If certain sectors of the base were compromised, and the oxygen supply and thermal control systems were damaged, failing to lift restrictions would be tantamount to sentencing those trapped within to death. Furthermore, during emergencies, core areas would invariably have guards. Even if someone succumbed to the pressure, they would likely be subdued before causing harm. Following Xin's lead, they soon arrived at the mecha zone. 800,000 square meters sounded expansive, yet divided among 36 floors. Each level was not particularly large. 100 meters square yielded 10,000 square meters. Shenmu scanned his wristband for access authentication. As he was granted permission, the metal door did not open immediately. An electronic voice prompted, Lieutenant Shenmu, please confirm that you wish to bring Private Ji Xinghe, Su He, and Xin into the mecha area. Su He lacked a military rank, being a battlefield journalist, and notably one of the few without a title. Even Nurse Wang held a rank. Confirmed, Shenmu replied. Following successful voice recognition, the metal door finally swung open. This door was not particularly imposing, barely accommodating 4 individuals side by side. Yet once it opened, a vast space unfolded before them, a space exceeding 50,000 square meters. One of the 3 largest areas in the entire base, alongside the cultivation zone and hangar. Although the area is vast, it is sparsely populated, with just over 1,000 individuals scattered across more than 100 small teams. Each team is stationed near one or several mech units, equipped with their own tool stations and various operational devices. The entrance through which Ji Xinghe and his companions entered is not the only one in this enormous space. With a ceiling exceeding 8 meters, there are 40 similar doors, alongside 4 large gates designated for the passage of Mechs and vehicles. The smaller doors can accommodate 4 individuals walking side by side, while the larger gates can allow 6 Mechs to move abreast. As they stepped inside, a cacophony of sounds, clattering, humming, and mechanical clicks assaulted their ears, momentarily rendering the 4 speechless. Even Su He, who had previously visited another mech facility, felt a sense of awe upon witnessing such a scene once more. It was not the sheer size of 50,000 square meters, nor the presence of over 1,000 people, or even the hundreds of mechs and robotic arms that struck him. Rather, it was the sight of these individuals diligently repairing and manufacturing the Federation's most formidable war machines on the alien front lines. Without these mechs, humanity would have long succumbed to defeat on alien worlds, where the Federation's advanced weaponry could not be effectively utilized. Once the alien territories fell, the Empire's simians would inevitably rush towards the Blue Star during its closest approach, even without waiting for that moment. The difference between 3 months and 1 month of space travel is indeed significant. Second Lieutenant Xinmu, your report is scheduled for 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. A middle-aged officer with the rank of colonel approached with a stern expression, having already accessed Xinmu and the others' identities through his wrist device. He issued a reminder to Xinmu before turning his gaze towards Su He and Ji Xinghe. Reporter Su He, you did not apply for interview and filming permissions. Please turn off your camera immediately and report your purpose for being here honestly. Private Ji Xinghe, you lack the authorization to be here. Please leave at once. If Hanli, Xinmu, Su He, and Nurse Wang conveyed the warmth and compassion of humanity amid the alien landscape. This colonel's coldness and stern words illustrated the merciless military law that governed this realm. Xinmu, an expert mechanic, was also a soldier. Thus, he dared not argue. Feeling regret for having confidently brought Ji Xinghe and the others without fully understanding the situation, Su He, a battlefield journalist, was acutely aware of the ruthless military protocol and prepared to comply by shutting off his camera before speaking properly. He indeed possessed the rights to film all non-military confidential matters on the alien planet. As the documentary The Old Man and the Stars and the Sea featured Ji Xinghe as its protagonist, among others. However, Ji Xinghe's voice interrupted his actions to turn off the camera. Sir, I have authorization to be here. He stepped protectively in front of the frightened Xinghe, clasping her right hand behind his back while placing his left hand over it. Xinmu and Su He were momentarily taken aback, eager to persuade Ji Xinghe against causing trouble. For this was no trifling matter. Yet the colonel, maintaining his impassive demeanor, spoke again. Private Ji Xinghe, please present your proof of authorization. It was over. Old Ji Xinghe was poised to face military discipline on his very first day on the alien planet. As Xinmu and Su He sighed inwardly, Ji Xinghe gently applied pressure with his right hand, prompting Xinghe to understandingly release her grip, though her small hand remained held in his left. Sir, may I ask Second Lieutenant Xinmu or Reporter Su He to operate my wrist device? Certainly. The seemingly indifferent colonel demonstrated a semblance of humanity throughout the encounter. He had not cast a cold glance at Xinghe, nor had he pointed out that she was the least authorized person present. Xinmu was quick to respond, his skills as a mechanic allowing for swift and steady movements. My personal information and professional qualifications are in here. He quickly located the relevant details, which surpassed what the police in Xinghe City could access, primarily due to the absence of any employment qualification checks. The information was far more extensive than Xinmu had anticipated. Certificates in automotive mechanical repair, automotive electrical repair, bodywork restoration, automotive painting restoration, automotive beauty and decoration, low-voltage electrical work, used car appraisal, melting, and welding operations. While the initial qualifications seemed relevant to automotive repair, Xinmu was unprepared for the subsequent revelations that made his fingers tremble as he scrolled. Registered mechanical engineer, registered metallurgical engineer, registered mining mineral engineer, civil aircraft pilot license, metal rolling personnel certification, non-ferrous metal smelting personnel certification, mold maker, foundry worker, forging worker, metal heat treatment worker, lathe worker, milling worker, electrical discharge machinist, welder, electrician. He continued to scroll further down. Ji Xinghe's expression remained neutral, not due to anger, but understanding that the colonel was merely fulfilling his duty. Much like a soldier determined to fight to the last, he felt these certificates lacked significance, as they were too easily obtained, prompting him to urge Xinmu to hasten his search for a particular qualification that he deemed genuinely challenging and a testament to his right to be present. Yes, this one. After over 10 seconds of scrolling, Xinmu finally stopped, clicked on it, and was left speechless. Old Ji Xinghe, have you been using hacks? Chapter 32. Who exactly are you? I truly do not cheat. As the Glory King in the game Interstellar Glory, Ji Xinghe naturally understands the implications of cheating. At 65 years of age, he occasionally feels out of touch with the times, yet he is capable of keeping pace. Xinmu's fingers hovered over the occupation of fitter, which, upon being clicked, revealed 4 categories: ordinary fitter, mechanical fitter, tool fitter, and fitter. The first 3 are standard classifications of fitters, with levels categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, technician, and senior technician. However, Ji Xinghe possesses the highest rank of senior technician in all 3 categories. Yet, these 3 certifications, which Xinmu perceived as unattainable for an ordinary person throughout their lifetime, were not what Ji Xinghe found most challenging, nor were they what astonished Xinmu the most. A fitter? Level 8? Xinmu gazed at Ji Xinghe in disbelief. Old Ji, if you are not cheating, Then you must have fabricated this information while filling out your personal details. This is no laughing matter. I did not enter this information myself. It was automatically retrieved from the official database of the Federal Human Resources Bureau after I granted permission, Ji Xinghe replied. Then you have breached the Federal Human Resources Bureau's official website and altered your professional certification information. Verification of professional qualifications must be conducted through the official website of the Federal Human Resources Bureau, just as academic credentials can only be verified through the relevant official channels. People only check when necessary. Otherwise, they do not, and checking requires authorization. Many individuals falsify their academic qualifications, and it often takes a considerable amount of time for someone to uncover the truth, let alone the professional certifications that typically go unnoticed. Faced with Shen Mu's relentless skepticism, Ji Xinghe maintained a calm demeanor. I assure you, I earned all of them myself. You earned what? Shen Mu exclaimed, overly agitated, causing the nearby major officer, Suhi, to furrow his brows. While Xian did not frown, she scrunched her nose and glared at Shen Mu. Yet he remained oblivious. The classification of level 8 fitter was abolished last century. You are not 165 years old. Where did you obtain a level 8 fitter certificate? This was the crux of Shen Mu's insistence. Even if Ji Xinghe held the highest rank of senior technician in the first 3 certifications, Shen Mu was not particularly concerned or shocked, as he too possessed those 3 certificates. However, Ji Xinghe's certification included a standalone fitter, level 8, which was utterly inconceivable and the easiest lie to expose. If Shen Mu were to unearth the truth, it would be manageable, but if the major officer were to discover it, the repercussions would be significant. Shen Mu's persistence was not aimed at discrediting Ji Xinghe, but rather at safeguarding him, cautioning him. Ji Xinghe paused momentarily before recalling. 20 years ago, the Federation reinstated the Level 8 fitter examination, provided that candidates held the senior technician rank in all 3 conventional fitter categories. I qualified, so I took the exam and passed. To be honest, it was quite challenging. I nearly failed. 20 years ago, I was still in diapers. Shen Mu quipped. Seeing Ji Xinghe's steadfastness, he began to believe him, but still inhaled deeply and asked, that doesn't add up. I have not heard of such an examination, nor anyone obtaining a level 8 fitter certificate. Surely they didn't just conduct it for you, and then cancel it afterward? This was not a question of doubt, but rather curiosity and an attempt to assist Ji Xinghe in filling the gaps. Ji Xinghe recalled, it seems an AI program named RomeoDoc, which manipulated robotic arms, also passed the exam. Using human labor is significantly more costly than employing an AI program with robotic arms. Moreover, those who could pass the level 8 fitter exam were quite elderly. Among the 12 of us, I was still one of the youngest at 45. They said we could pass, but could hardly perform any work, hence it was cancelled. Out of 80 billion people in the Federation, only 12 could pass? Even considering that many might not participate due to mismatched expertise. It is still remarkable. Shen Mu stared at Ji Xinghe, earnestly asking, Old Ji, tell me the truth. Do you have any cheats, like a system, or something? Or are you perhaps a reincarnated cultivator from another realm, possessing the prowess of a golden elixir stage, or even a legendary emperor? Ji Xinghe shook his head. I assure you, there is nothing of the sort. Then how did you achieve this? By reading extensively and engaging in practical experience. As long as you maintain a lifelong learning mindset and are willing to put in the effort, by the time you reach 65, you will undoubtedly hold more certifications than I do. Shen Mu found himself at a loss for words, for Ji Xinghe spoke the truth. Had he dedicated himself to studying and taking exams, he too could have amassed such qualifications, if not more, before turning 65. Yet what significance would that hold? Some professional certifications bore no value for him, as the knowledge encompassed would forever remain beyond his reach. And who exactly was Shen Mu? A full scholarship recipient from the most prestigious university in the Federation. He had earned a Master's degree in mechanical engineering in his 20s and was granted the opportunity to come to the alien base after a year of study at the Federation Mech Research Institute. His decision not to pursue a doctorate was not due to inability, but rather his desire to contribute meaningfully as soon as possible. Given that he had already accrued over 30,000 contribution points upon his arrival, he was undeniably a true genius. But who was Ji Xinghe? A retired master from the largest auto repair shop in Xinfeng City, merely an auto mechanic. Other certifications were insignificant since many of Ji Xinghe's ranks were not the highest. However, the significance of the level 8 fitter was entirely different. Shen Mu pondered deeply, questioning whether he could pass any relevant exams before turning 40, if such exams still existed. Old Ji, who exactly are you? Ji Xinghe did not respond to Shen Mu's inquiry, but instead turned to the major officer, who noted that Shen Mu's indiscreet words had not incited Ji Xinghe's anger. The relationship between the two appeared amicable, leading the officer to relax his previously furrowed brows, yet his expression remained cold. Private Ji Xinghe. This does not constitute your proof of authority. Please present valid proof of authority immediately. Proof of authority is unmistakable, whether or not one possesses it. An AI program can identify it promptly. Without the necessary proof that Shen Mu had brought, Ji Xinghe indeed lacked such documentation. Otherwise, the major officer would not have received alerts from the AI program and subsequently begun to dismiss them based on relevant regulations. Sir, Ji Xinghe stood tall, his voice resonating. I reviewed the requirements before coming here. There is an opening for a fitter, and the job listing clearly states that if one possesses a level 8 fitter certificate, they may report directly without an interview or assessment. Compared to Shen Mu and Su He, Ji Xinghe was more knowledgeable about the common practices and regulations of Base 6, as he needed to care for his granddaughter. When he decided to bring her to the Mech district, he had already researched the relevant regulations and anticipated this situation, yet he still came, confident that he and his granddaughter would not be turned away. The major officer raised his hand, conducted a search on his wrist device, and nodded. Indeed, there is a hiring requirement. Private Ji Xinghe, please proceed to report to Operation Zone 109 immediately. Should your reporting be successful, you will gain access permissions to this area at all times. Thank you, sir. Ji Xinghe and the others breathed a sigh of relief, ready to head to Operation Zone 109, but the major officer continued to block their path with an impassive expression. Reporter Su He, I remind you for the second time, please turn off your camera and truthfully report the purpose of your visit here. The camera remained on as Su He suddenly declared with confidence, Commander, I possess the authority to follow Mr. Ji Xinghe. I can go wherever he goes. Here is my proof of authorization. As he spoke, Su He deftly manipulated the screen of his wristband. The lieutenant colonel, after a brief verification, offered no further words and proceeded to walk away without a backward glance. Shen Mu, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Isn't he even the slightest bit curious? Won't he come to see if old Ji is truly an 8th level mechanic? Su He chuckled, responding, If old Ji were an imposter, he would have appeared before us the moment the judgment was made, perhaps only a minute or two later, considering the size of this place. Lieutenant Shen, you must acclimate to the fact that people here do not engage in idle chatter and are reluctant to squander time, as everyone's time is exceedingly precious. Shen Mu paused in contemplation. Is that so? I know many soldiers at the Research Institute, and they are not like that. Moreover, weren't there many people who went to watch old Ji and Major Hanli fight just now? That is because the Research Institute is located on Azure Star, and the soldiers you are familiar with, like yourself, were specially recruited due to their professional skills. The individuals who went to observe my confrontation with Hanli have different responsibilities and thus possess varying amounts of time. Ji Xinghe, believing Su He's words, glanced around and remarked, Have you not noticed that no one has come to watch us? Indeed, not only was there a lack of onlookers, but when they were stopped by the lieutenant colonel, the few who had glanced their way quickly averted their eyes, engrossed in their diligent work. Shen Mu continued to be in a daze, still in his 20s. Ji Xinghe squatted down earnestly and asked, Xin, shall we go see the Mechs? Yes, she exclaimed. Thus, Ji Xinghe rose once again, and the group made their way to Operation Zone 109, aware that an 8th level mechanic was required there. However, they were oblivious to the fact that the mecha zones of Base 6, as well as those in other bases, all necessitated 8th level mechanics. And not just in the mecha zones. The vast majority, when filling out job requests, were unaware that there still existed living 8th level mechanics who had arrived on this alien planet. His name was Ji Xinghe, and he had the credentials. Chapter 33. The old steed. The mech zone's ground was clearly marked, so there was no need for navigation. Ji Xinghe and his companions quickly located Operation Zone 109. All work areas within this expansive space, totaling 50,000 square meters, were delineated into operational zones, amounting to 150 in total. As they approached, someone raised a question. What do you want? Unlike the formal demeanor of the lieutenant colonel, whose tone was stern, the words of these mechanics were more casual and conversational. Hey, this person looks quite old. What are you staring at? Get to work. Only a single young man, appearing reluctant, stepped forward to block Ji Xinghe and his group, while the others continued with their tasks, showing no interest in the unfolding situation. In truth, they were indifferent to many matters, such as the recent battle between Ji Xinghe and Hanli, No one in the mech zone had witnessed it, and it had not spread widely. Or else curiosity might have drawn a few onlookers to Ji Xinghe. Hello, I heard you were looking for a mechanic. Ji Xinghe displayed his level 8 mechanic certification on his wrist screen. I am here to apply. A mechanic? Level 8? Wow, Master, there really is a level 8 mechanic. What did you say? A level 8 mechanic. Master, he is a level 8 mechanic. The young man's voice was loud enough to attract the attention of several nearby workers, not out of concern for the commotion, but due to the seemingly mythical term he had shouted. Keep your voice down. The middle-aged man, referred to as Master, noticed the gazes directed their way and, after frowning and admonishing the young man, approached Ji Xinghe to examine his wrist screen. Upon seeing the certification information, his pupils involuntarily contracted. Ji Xinghe? The Master read the name on the certificate aloud, then looked up at Ji Xinghe with a hint of hesitation. Do you remember Lu Daohang? Ji Xinghe furrowed his brow in contemplation, then asked, Are you referring to the Lu Daohang from Longzhou Mechanical Company? Yes, that's him. Do you remember what he looks like, or any distinguishing features? He had a mole on his left cheek, with 2 white hairs growing from it. During his exam, he nearly lost those white hairs due to frustration. He was around 60 at the time and had a confrontation with the examination authority because they allowed an AI program called Romeo Dog to participate with a mechanical arm, nearly disqualifying him. It's truly you. You are indeed a level 8 mechanic. The middle-aged man, now visibly excited, exclaimed. I am Lu Daohang's grandson. My grandfather spoke of you. He said you were the youngest among the 12 who received the level 8 mechanic certification and had the brightest prospects. He even wanted you to join Longzhou Mechanical Company, but you insisted on returning to repair cars, which upset him for many years. Now Ji Xinghe understood why the job listing for mechanics in Operation Zone 109 specified that level 8 mechanics would not require interviews or assessments. They must have known there were level 8 mechanics in the Federation. It's not that I didn't want to go, but it seemed pointless. Longzhou Mechanical Company had also acquired that AI program. I recall someone mentioning that the exam was merely a formality to endorse that AI program. We were all just running alongside. My grandfather said the same. Eventually, he resigned because, with the advent of AI programs, mechanics like him became obsolete. Indeed. With AI programs and mechanical arms, why are you still hiring level 8 mechanics? Ji Xinghe was genuinely curious about this question. He had previously dismissed the significance of his certifications, and even Tua Yuan, who was aware of them, believed he would only be repairing cars and other relatively simple machinery after arriving on the alien planet. This was partly due to the autonomous nature of Mechs and the existence of AI programs and mechanical arms. It was remarkable how, in such a short time on this alien planet, multiple constructions spanning over 800,000 square meters, even exceeding 1,000,000 square meters, had been erected, thanks to the contributions of AI programs. Shenmu also looked curiously at Master Lu, noting that if his grandfather's surname was Lu, then his must be as well. Master Lu, having calmed down, replied, It's due to resource limitations. AI programs require programming before they can utilize mechanical arms and other equipment to create the components we need. Although we possess the fabrication programs for all mech components, our resources are finite. We cannot simply replace a broken part. If it can be repaired, it must be repaired. In this regard, AI programs fall short. The Federation's AI could only be considered weak AI, as it lacked true reasoning and problem-solving capabilities. These programs and machines merely appeared intelligent but lacked genuine consciousness, functioning solely as tools for humanity, reliant on human intent to operate effectively. From a certain perspective, this could be seen as a blessing. Yet when the AI failed to independently address varying types and degrees of mech damage, it became a drawback. Additionally, there were modifications tailored for mech warriors, designed to suit their driving and combat preferences. Master Lu added, These tasks are beyond the capabilities of AI programs, as they cannot think independently, and their computational resources are limited. The manufacturing resources allocated to us are equally constrained, and at times, we genuinely need to craft certain components manually. Ji Xinghe understood, as did Shenmu. Shenmu, intrigued, asked, Then why doesn't the Federation directly recruit more level 8 mechanics? During my time in school and research institutes, I never heard of such demand. Because the level 8 mechanic exam is exceedingly difficult. Even more so than the senior technician exam. Those who pass it are invariably senior technicians, rendering a separate examination for level 8 mechanics unnecessary. We simply recruit senior technicians, which the Federation has been doing. It's just that there aren't enough of them. Shenmu grasped the situation, realizing he had fallen into a cognitive trap. The alien planet did not lack level 8 mechanics. It was merely that Master Lu recalled an exam from 20 years prior when someone had attained a level 8 mechanic qualification, leading to that casual mention in the job listing. From a comparative perspective, a level 8 mechanic was, in essence, equivalent to a senior technician, as both represented the pinnacle of the mechanic profession, differing only in nomenclature. In the past, mechanics, like many trades, operated under an 8-level system, with level 8 being the highest, whereas the modern mechanic system adopted a 5-level framework, with senior technician as the apex. The alien planet had a persistent shortage of senior technicians, yet there were many who qualified beyond Ji Xinghe. Shenmue had qualifications, as did Master Lu. Among the over 1,000 mechanics in the mech zone, a quarter held senior technician certifications. The remaining individuals were not incapable. Rather, they specialized in different fields. Repairing mechs required expertise across various domains, including energy supply systems, intelligent operating systems, and weapon systems. That's wonderful. Old Steed, you no longer need to repair cars. You can start working on mechs directly. Repairing mechs pays better than fixing cars. Shenmue, aware of Ji Xinghe's financial struggles, proactively inquired, Master Lu, how many contribution points can you offer Old Steed per month? Repair cars? Master Lu did not answer Shenmue's question, but instead looked at Ji Xinghe with a mix of astonishment and realization. Mr. Ji, you haven't been working on mechs at all since then, have you? You've only ever repaired cars? Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment and nodded. That's correct. I have never worked on a mech. Did you not pursue any further studies in mech specialization before coming here? No, this is incorrect. With your level of expertise, you should indeed be repairing mechas, suggesting that you have undergone relevant training. What you mentioned pertains to enlisting based on professional specialties, something I wished to do a decade ago. However, at that time, I was already 55 years old, and they did not allow me to enlist. Master Lu was taken aback, suddenly realizing that Ji Xinghe and his grandfather seemed to belong to the same generation. Mr. Ji, how old are you this year? Not much. 65. Indeed, that is not particularly old, considerably younger than Master Lu's grandfather by a 15-year margin. Yet, disappointment still etched itself on Master Lu's face. What purpose does an 8th-level fitter, who has never encountered a mech, serve? While it is true that one can be trained, as there is a saying that all paths lead to the same destination, 65 is already retirement age. What significance does training hold? Shenmue shared this sentiment, his expression tinged with regret. If only old Ji were a bit younger. As for the old man who merely engages in theoretical discussions, he is the one with the most doubts and criticisms among professionals. How could he possibly take it seriously? In his plans, he intends to assist Ji Xinghe in altering many designs that Ji Xinghe is reluctant to change. In stark contrast, Suhi exhibited only shock, devoid of regret, as his mind replayed Ji Xinghe's earlier statement. 10 years ago, the 55-year-old Ji Xinghe wished to enlist based on professional specialties. A decade ago marked the time when Ji Xinghe's son, Ji Xinghe, landed on an alien planet. This old Ji observing Master Lu's disappointment. The elderly Ji suddenly felt anxious and insecure. Is being an 8th-level fitter no longer viable with age? Perhaps, allow me to give it a try? His voice bore a hint of pleading, for his granddaughter stood beside him. Chapter 034. The old master, shall we give it a try? Master Lu furrowed his brow. Mr. Ji, mechas are not automobiles. The stakes involve the lives of soldiers on the front lines, and not merely those of the mecha warriors. Since you have never engaged with mechas before, I cannot allow you to attempt this. The battles on the alien front lines are not solely between the mecha forces of the Federation and the Empire. Although the Federation's advanced weaponry cannot function properly on these foreign lands for various reasons, ordinary soldiers are required to don cumbersome space suits weighing up to 60 kilograms. Despite this encumbrance, they still manage to coordinate their efforts with the mecha warriors. In essence, the phrase overcoming difficulties encapsulates their struggle. However, this notion is far simpler to articulate than to actualize, as the challenges they face often demand the ultimate sacrifice. It is precisely due to their willingness to endure such sacrifices that individuals like Master Lu become increasingly concerned for their well-being. At this juncture, Shenmue grew anxious and prepared to speak, only to be halted by Ji Xinghe. He realized he could not perpetually rely on others to stand in front of him, nor could he allow them to resolve his issues. He needed to step forth and confront the challenges himself, for only then could he honor his commitment to his granddaughter. He aspired to be an excellent mechanic, to construct exceptional mechas, and to become a formidable mecha warrior. Only through these achievements could his granddaughter aspire to become both a mecha warrior and a healer. Despite his hopes that she would grow up safely to become a doctor, or perhaps even a lawyer, he understood the necessity of supporting her dreams. Just as he had refrained from using his paternal authority to dissuade his son Ji Xinghe from attending military academy, instead striving to help him realize his aspirations, he raised his children and grandchildren as individuals, not puppets. I do not wish to impede your dreams, but I will fiercely defend your right to pursue them with dedication, even to the extent of sacrificing my life. While it is true that I have not previously encountered mechas, I am speaking of their tangible existence. You are aware that the Federation possesses a limited number of mechas. Virtually all that can be constructed have been dispatched to the alien front. Yet, in a certain sense, I have a deeper understanding of mechas than I do of automobiles, despite my 4 decades of experience with the latter. Ji Xinghe's tone remained calm, the plea dissipating as he recognized that he no longer needed to plead. He merely needed to present his case. Reason represents both logic and truth exists only within the range of artillery fire. He intended to convey to Master Lu that though his cannons may be aged, their reach remains impressively vast. Old cannon. The term flashed through Master Lu's mind, leading him to believe Ji Xinghe was increasingly unfit. At 65, he should have a clearer understanding of what was feasible and what was not, rendering the cultivation of his skills as a specialized mechanic unnecessary. Just as he was about to decline, Ji Xinghe's resolute voice interrupted. Tell me what components you require, whether for crafting or repair. I will cover the cost of materials myself. Provide me with some tools and specify a timeline. If I fail to complete the task, I will depart quietly. If I succeed, I ask only for your employment. As he spoke, Ji Xinghe revealed his account balance. With the 50,000 contribution points from Hanli and an additional 10,000 from Ms. Rong, he still possessed 57,000 points, more than sufficient to compensate for any damaged components. However, upon seeing this amount, Master Lu shook his head in refusal. Mr. Ji, I believe you could craft or repair 1 or 2 components, or perhaps even more, but you are 65 years old. Even with a heart full of enthusiasm for learning, we lack the time to teach you this knowledge. Given the time we spend explaining mecha concepts, we could complete the work ourselves. Look at them. They are all exceptional young men, and neither I nor they have time to squander. After concluding his statement, Master Lu paused, finally noticing the little girl beside Ji Xinghe. Observing the hand he held and the age disparity between them, he swiftly deduced their relationship. Reverence for the elderly and care for the young are cherished virtues in Longzhou, a sentiment shared by Master Lu. He sighed and remarked, if you could further your studies in mecha-related knowledge on Azure Star, I would truly consider allowing you a trial. Even if you are advanced in years, and your hands may not be as steady as in your youth, investing some time could yield components we require, which is better than having none at all. However, for now, it would be best for you to return, learn, and then come back. Online courses will not suffice. Practical experience is essential, and the alien front lacks the conditions and resources that Azure Star provides. Ji Xinghe sensed Master Lu's impatience. The time spent discussing this matter was already sufficient for Master Lu to make significant progress on his tasks, which directly impacted the safety of soldiers on the front lines. Thus, he needed to expedite matters. First, though I am 65, my hands do not tremble. Ji Xinghe's voice was steadfast and brimming with confidence. Even if internally he felt uncertain, he understood the necessity of projecting confidence. Otherwise, time would be squandered in idle chatter, and Master Lu's patience would soon wane, leading to his expulsion. The lieutenant colonel could also reappear at any moment. Secondly, your grandfather became a level 8 mechanic because he possessed the requisite skills. As for me, Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment, feeling a twinge of bashfulness. Yet, he was the one who, in his determination to succeed in the exams and subsequently pass military enlistment scrutiny, resorted to any means necessary to sway public opinion. I became a level 8 mechanic simply because that is the highest rank available. If there were a level 9 exam for mechanics, I would undoubtedly be among those who could pass it within the Federation. Ji Xinghe's voice resonated loudly, aiming to capture the attention of those in the nearby operational area. If Master Lu would not grant him a chance, he hoped someone else would. He needed this opportunity, and thus chose to boast and leverage his age. Comrade Lu, your grandfather may not be able to pass the level 9 exam, and neither can you, but I can. Therefore, I am not requesting an opportunity. Rather, I am extending one to you out of respect for your grandfather. Ji Xinghe released Xian's hand and stepped forward, his towering stature of 191 meters exuding an imposing presence as he loomed over Master Lu, who stood at only 17 meters. Will you grant it, or not? Master Lu instinctively retreated 2 or 3 steps, fearing that should he refuse, this old man would surely retaliate. Although he held no fear of a 65-year-old, unaware of Ji Xinghe's extraordinary prowess, he was apprehensive about the possibility of being taken advantage of. Very well, I shall allow you to try. Master Lu braced himself and stated, "You are the one who mentioned self-funding for materials." Ji Xinghe smiled and looked at Master Lu with an expression filled with regret. He took Xian's hand once more and turned to Shen Mu. "Lieutenant Shen, please review their list of requirements and find something suitable for me." "Ah, old steed, you have managed to rise above your station. How is it that a mere private mechanic dares to command me, a second lieutenant mechanic? Is there not a semblance of hierarchy?" As these thoughts raced through his mind, Shen Mu, without a trace of hesitation, stepped into the 109 operation zone. He was acutely aware of Ji Xinghe's expertise and sought to select the most suitable components for him. If Ji Xinghe's hands truly remained steady, success would undoubtedly follow. Yet, what Ji Xinghe desired was not merely the approval of others, but rather a recognition of his exceptional skill. Pull down further, continue to delve deeper. Shen Mu was taken aback. Another one? Chapter 035. I have repaired it. Ji Xinghe stood behind Shen Mu, guiding Xin. And as Shen Mu's finger hovered to flip through the records, he spoke, "This one will do." Shen Mu's finger paused at the third to last item on the demand list for Operation Zone 109, a maintenance project requirement. The system estimated the completion time to be 864 hours. Here, the hours correspond to the time units of the Azure Star. The cycles of day and night on the alien planet differ entirely, and a day does not equate to 24 hours. However, this discrepancy bears little consequence, as most inhabitants dwell within underground bases, rarely seeing the sun. This time, although not indicative of the artificial intelligence program's efficiency in conjunction with advanced technologies like robotic arms and machine tools, merely reflects the allocation of related resources based on urgency. The 864 hours are predominantly queue time, indicating the high difficulty level of this component's repair. "Old horse, are you up to the task?" Shen Mu glanced at Master Lu beside him, whispering, "This exceeds the capabilities of an 8th-level machinist. Even if your hands are steady, it may not be achievable." Ji Xinghe noticed Master Lu perk up, suddenly regretting his earlier bravado. Yet, having put on a show, he felt compelled to see it through. "I've stated before, I am an 8th-level machinist because that is the highest tier." Ji Xinghe, now with a retreat option, recognized the advantage of his age. If he conceded and shifted to automotive repairs, no one would truly hold it against him. However, he resolved to leave no path of retreat. For life operates on this principle. Taking a step back can obliterate any chance for advancement. Youth may offer new opportunities, but Ji Xinghe was no longer young, and others referred to him as old horse without question. Fine, you can be stubborn." Shen Mu expressed some frustration but promptly shared critical knowledge points with Ji Xinghe. As a junior lieutenant and expert mechanic, Shen Mu possessed extensive knowledge of all standardized mechs and their components within the Federation, which was precisely why Ji Xinghe had sought his assistance in the selection process. As Ji Xinghe listened, his eyes brightened. He realized that Shen Mu's explanations mirrored the documents he had access to. Moreover, due to confidentiality, Shen Mu disclosed information that would otherwise remain inaccessible. "I can manage. Bring me that broken component," Ji Xinghe instructed Lu Master. "If I fail to repair it, I will buy you a new one immediately. If you doubt me, I can transfer my contribution points to you right now." Having felt moments ago that he was on the verge of being scammed, Master Lu dared not accept Ji Xinghe's deposit. He hastily nodded in agreement, offering to provide all necessary tools, as the tools required for a machinist were not rare and he had spares on hand. "Let us repair it. If it breaks, I want to take your contribution points. After all, we lack the time for repairs. The queue is over 800 hours long now, and it may still be that much in a few days. Given the prioritization of tasks, there may be instances of queue jumping. Our original plan was merely to wait, and if we couldn't get it done, we would replace the component instead." Master Lu looked at Ji Xinghe, who was of the same generation as his grandfather, and suddenly sighed. "Mr. Ji Xinghe, I assure you, I am not trying to make things difficult for you. 8th-level machinists are in high demand here, and the situation is the same in other bases. But considering your age, we cannot afford to gamble, as the stakes are life and death." Seeing someone fetch the damaged mech component from the warehouse, Ji Xinghe felt relieved. "Master Lu, I apologize for my earlier excitement. I understand your concerns. I truly need this opportunity, and I promise not to disappoint you." In this moment, the most important figure among them was not Master Lu, Shen Mu, or Su He, but Ji Xinghe's granddaughter. While waiting for others to prepare, he crouched down to converse with Xin, for soon he would be engrossed in serious work and would have no time to attend to her. Shenmu and Su-hee discreetly retreated to the side. Shenmu initially intended to emphasize some key points, but found himself pulled away by Su-hee, and the two stood outside the demarcation of Operation Zone 109. With curiosity, Su-hee whispered, "Is an 8th-level machinist truly impressive? How do we assess if Old Horse is capable? Is it based on processing precision, such as millimeters or nanometers?" Shenmu looked at Su-hee in surprise. "You don't know this?" "Not really. I only know that processing precision is crucial, referring to the degree of conformity between the actual dimensions, shapes, and positions of the machine parts and the ideal geometric parameters outlined in the drawings. The smaller the number, the better. Indeed, that is the definition of processing precision. Nanometers represent the pinnacle of human technology. So, can Old Horse achieve nanometer-level precision as an 8th-level machinist?" Initially reluctant to delve into this explanation, Shenmu noticed Su-hee's camera was recording. Considering he would inevitably appear in Ji Xinghe's documentary, he decided to respond earnestly, "No, not even if Old Horse claims to be a 9th or 10th-level machinist. The limits of human processing precision only extend to 3 decimal places in millimeters. Are you saying the maximum achievable precision is 0.001 millimeters?" Su-hee was stunned. "But 1 millimeter equals 1 million nanometers. The difference between 2 zeros and 5 zeros is colossal." Shenmu took a deep breath, calming the complex emotions elicited by the naive inquiries of an outsider, and continued to explain earnestly. "The disparity extends beyond just 2 zeros and 5. The gap between 0.009 and 0.001 is also substantial. To put it simply, I can achieve a manual precision of 0.009 millimeters, but I cannot guarantee that I can reach 0.001 millimeters in my lifetime. You? What about me?" Shenmu stood tall. "I am Shenmu, the youngest junior lieutenant mechanic in the Federation. I just arrived on this alien front and already received a subsidy of 30,000 contribution points. Do you know why? Why? Because the maximum subsidy for special talents is 30,000, and I... Wait, cut that part out. Let us start over." Shenmu cleared his throat and, with a serious expression, declared, "Some individuals can obtain a subsidy of 30,000 contribution points because they are only worth that much, while I receive 30,000 because the Federation's highest subsidy for special talents is capped at 30,000. Su-hee, exasperated, interjected, "Everyone who comes to the alien front is a hero. Is it really appropriate to question their worth?" Is that inappropriate? Then cut that part out too. Let me rephrase. Don't dwell on that. You cannot aspire to be like Old Horse. He can leverage his age, but can you?" Su-hee redirected the conversation, asking, "Since those robotic arms, machine tools, and lithography machines can achieve nanometer-level processing precision, what significance does a hand machinist with only millimeter-level precision hold? Beyond the reasons Master Lu mentioned, do you have anything else to add, Lieutenant Shin? Or could you summarize?" Shenmu furrowed his brow in contemplation, and after a while, he addressed the camera earnestly. "Everything that exists has its rationale. It takes 3 years to become a proficient lathe operator and 10 years to become a mediocre machinist. The existence of machinists is inherently justified by necessity. What Master Lu expressed embodies the very essence of a machinist role. When one reaches the level of an 8th-level machinist like Old Horse, they can even be referred to as a god of craftsmanship. Yes, in terms of processing precision, Old Horse cannot compete with nanometer-level machine tools and robotic arms. However, precision is merely one of the criteria for assessment. It is significant, but not the entirety of the matter. In the realm of machines, where only zeros and ones exist, we seek not just these binary figures, but the discerning judgment of an 8th-level machinist that transcends mere numbers." Su-hee was taken aback by Shenmu's profound statement. Despite its minor flaws, it was quite commendable. He pressed further, inquiring, "What else?" Shenmu racked his brain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, until he finally managed to articulate. "An 8th-level machinist can fabricate nanoscale machine tools and robotic arms. Yet the nanoscale machine tools and robotic arms cannot create an 8th-level machinist." As Su-hee raised his thumb in approval, the damaged mech components had already been brought over. Ji Xinghe stood beside Xinghe, donning the work attire that accompanied the components, while Xinghe dashed to Shenmu and Su-hee, standing outside the operational zone and turning to Ji Xinghe with a raised fist. "Grandpa, go for it." With this encouragement, the 109th operational zone resumed its industrious activity, with no one paying heed to Ji Xinghe's repair efforts, as Master Lu and others had already squandered a considerable amount of time. Time trickled by, yet it appeared that Ji Xinghe was making little progress. As the end of the workday approached, a lieutenant colonel had also appeared nearby. Shenmu, feeling anxious, lifted his foot, intending to re-enter the operational zone to guide Ji Xinghe. However, just as he took a step, the hem of his shirt was firmly tugged by a small hand. Turning around, he encountered Xian's serious expression, her steadfast gaze fixed upon him. Her little head shook vigorously, as if to convey her stance through this action. Uncle, my grandpa says you cannot always assist him. You have your own work, responsibilities, and obligations, and so does he. Shenmu was momentarily taken aback. It had been quite some time since Xian had left Ji Xinghe's side, yet she perfectly remembered his instructions and executed them flawlessly. This child possesses remarkable qualities. Could she be a prodigy? At that moment, Ji Xinghe's calm voice suddenly resonated within the 109th operational zone. I have completed the repairs. Master Lu, please check it when convenient. I am not in a rush. While Master Lu and others stood in stunned silence, staring at Ji Xinghe, Shenmu grew anxious. Old Ji, come on. The child hasn't eaten yet. If you're not in a hurry, how can she be? He urged. Master Lu, could you please find a moment? If you really lack the time, I can do the inspection myself. Not eaten. Ji Xinghe's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a look of regret and fluster. I'm sorry, Xian. Grandpa lost track of time while working. Let's go. I'll take you to eat. I'm not hungry, Grandpa. You've worked hard. Xian replied as Ji Xinghe quickly stepped out of the operational zone, taking her hand and leading her outside. The others were left in a state of disbelief. Sui's task was to document Ji Xinghe, yet he felt the inspection of the component was equally vital and hesitated to leave. Shenmu called out, Old Ji, wait a moment. This is urgent as well. Weren't you just about to react physically? How can you now just walk away? Without turning back, Ji Xinghe disregarded Shenmu's careless insinuation, holding Xian's hand with his right while waving his left hand behind him. I have completed the repairs, he stated confidently as he departed with his granddaughter, not merely out of assurance, but because he deemed her timely nourishment far more significant. After all, the sacrifices made to secure their sustenance were all for her well-being. Granddaughter, you must grow quickly and healthily, for Grandpa has little time left to avenge your father. Chapter 36. The cripple and the elder. The cafeteria of Base 6 suddenly blossomed with activity as an elderly gentleman entered, accompanied by a young girl. Their presence attracted the gaze of hundreds, igniting a flurry of hushed conversations. It's him. Who? The unparalleled master. What unparalleled master? Oh, I forgot you were at work and missed it. Let me tell you, a spaceship from Azure Star arrived today, bringing around 1,000 people. They wanted to engage in combat right after disembarking. Combat? Yes, it's this old gentleman. No, it's this esteemed master. Have you been sneaking drinks? Let me smell your breath. Go away, I'm not joking. Don't let his age fool you. Just look at his stature and frame. He's practically a human weapon. Are you saying this old man is a formidable fighter? Even at his age? That's not just my opinion, it's a fact. Do you know who his opponent was? Who? Hanli. That name sounds familiar. He's a top-tier mech warrior, with 73 gold stars on his exclusive mech, Major Hanli. Oh, I remember now. Wasn't he a captain? He must have been promoted after his last exploits. But that is not important. What matters is that Major Hanli is a fierce fighter. Yet this old gentleman defeated him. Wow, how can he still fight at such an old age? How many gold stars does his mech have? Doesn't he have a mech? He is not a mech warrior. They fought without their armors. Without their armors? Are you serious? I know Hanli lost to Colonel Li Yuanba before, and it wasn't an embarrassing defeat. Are you telling me this old man defeated Major Hanli? Yes. Let me tell you, this time Major Hanli lost quite badly. At that moment, the whispers among the crowd, fueled by the sheer number of people and the spreading rumors, finally transformed the once quiet cafeteria into a lively scene reminiscent of Azure Star's dining halls. However, these conversations did not disturb Ji Xinghe, who was merely concerned about his granddaughter due to the attention they were attracting. Xin, would you prefer to eat in the cafeteria or back in our room? I want to eat in the cafeteria. There are so many people here. All right, we shall dine in the cafeteria. With one tray each, the grandfather and granddaughter found a vacant spot and began their meal. Ji Xinghe initially intended to help Xin carry her tray, but she insisted on doing it herself. Finding a spot was not difficult. Although Base 6 housed around 30,000 permanent residents and the cafeteria appeared modest, mealtimes were not particularly crowded. Each meal had a 2-hour window, and patrons typically grabbed their food, ate quickly, and left, resulting in a brisk dining pace. Dinner was quite sumptuous, featuring rice and steamed buns as staples. accompanied by a meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, an extravagant spread for an alien world, even if the meat dish contained only 3 slices of meat. I don't want it. You eat, Grandpa, Ji Xinghe said, returning a piece of meat she had taken for herself back to Ji Xinghe's tray, her dexterity with chopsticks surprising for a 6-year-old. Don't worry about it being dirty. I haven't used my chopsticks yet. I'm not picky, Grandpa. Mom says I need to eat meat to grow big, and you need to eat meat too. But Grandpa can't grow any taller. Ji Xinghe sighed inwardly, explaining earnestly. Grandpa has already grown. It's you who needs to grow. Besides, I've eaten plenty of meat on Azure Star. Azure Star? Ji Xinghe's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented longing, a look that tugged at Ji Xinghe's heart and made him regret mentioning Azure Star. He wished to share tales of Azure Star with her, yet he feared it might cause her sadness. Fortunately, someone timely intervened. Excuse me, Mr. Ji, may I sit here and chat with you for a moment? Ji Xinghe hesitated, wishing to avoid interrupting his granddaughter's meal. However, upon seeing the newcomer, he nodded in agreement. Of course. Thank you. The visitor was polite, yet as he settled down, it was evident that he did not move as effortlessly as he might have wished, for he possessed only one natural leg, the other being a mechanical prosthetic. His cautious movements indicated that he had yet to fully acclimate to the prosthetic, but once seated, his posture was remarkably upright, a testament to his military background, as suggested by the badge on his chest which denoted his rank as a mech warrior 2nd lieutenant. Mr. Ji, I'm a straightforward man and will speak candidly. I wish to know if I can still fight in my current condition. The 2nd lieutenant's gaze was intense as he looked at Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe did not respond immediately, instead posing a counter-question. Why do you ask me? Because you are the unparalleled master. Major Hanli said so, and you defeated him. But we fought without our armors. You are unaware that we had previously battled while armored, and he defeated me in an instant. You are a mech warrior. You ought to consult a more qualified individual. But they won't allow me to wear armor anymore. The 2nd lieutenant's tone was calm, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. They say that without one leg, I am no longer like a normal person and cannot wear armor again. But I still want to wear armor. I still want to fight. Mr. Ji, you are an unparalleled master. Can you tell me, is it true that one cannot fight with only one leg? Ji Xinghe fell silent, unsure how to address this question, as it transcended his realm of knowledge. He had never piloted a true mech or used a mechanical prosthetic. Yet, the 2nd lieutenant's pleading gaze mirrored that of Ji Xinghe when he expressed his desire to join the military and venture to an alien world. Combat, mechanical prosthetics, mechs. Perhaps this does not exceed my understanding? Ji Xinghe spoke calmly. Stand up. The 2nd lieutenant placed his hands on the table to rise, cautiously stepping out of his chair before carefully adjusting his mechanical prosthetic, which stood beside Ji Xinghe like a javelin. Ji Xinghe also stood, extending his arms and relaxing his body. The 2nd lieutenant followed suit, obedient as a young child, much like Ji Xinghe, who was compliant partly because she believed that aside from Ji Xinghe, no one else would want her. And the 2nd lieutenant was obedient because Ji Xinghe was his only hope. When everyone at the base declared he could no longer wear armor, he could only place his hopes on the unparalleled master Ji Xinghe. Even though this was their first meeting and he was so overwhelmed that he forgot to introduce himself, Ji Xinghe was his sole beacon of hope. Curious onlookers turned their gaze toward them, witnessing Ji Xinghe exploring the 2nd lieutenant's body. What is he doing? As Shenmu entered the cafeteria and observed Ji Xinghe's actions, he was instantly enraged. Old Ji, you can't say you don't know how to feel for bones. Chapter 37. The importance of his leg. In truth, the seemingly furious Shenmu was not angry at all. Rather, he was overwhelmed with excitement as he dashed into the cafeteria. The testing had concluded, and Ji Xinghe had successfully repaired the damaged component. Shenmu raced over to share this splendid news, leaving Su He trailing behind. However, upon entering the cafeteria and discerning Ji Xinghe's actions, Shenmu's exhilaration was abruptly halted. He stood frozen like a fool, for he beheld a young lieutenant officer, a potential rival for Ji Xinghe's favor, whose leg was amputated. It was virtually impossible for a disabled individual to come to an alien planet, let alone become a mech warrior. The pristine mechanical prosthetic was a clear indication that it was newly fitted, suggesting that this mech warrior had not always been disabled. Once, he had been a fully capable warrior, robust and highly trained, but a fierce battle had cost him a leg. The unfamiliarity with his new mechanical limb rendered him somewhat limping. Shenmu stood motionless, having previously encountered some retired soldiers due to injuries, albeit mostly through the television screen. During his year at the Federal Mech Research Institute, he had also met some injured mech warriors engaged in research. Yet, It was unimaginable that such a warrior would sustain injuries to this extent. Losing even a finger would render one incapable of piloting a mech, let alone a leg. What, then, was this mech warrior seeking from the elderly Ji? Though not present at the moment, Xinhe had already conjured the reality in his mind. Suhi, arriving a moment later, was quicker to react. After a brief pause, he cautiously approached with his drone, mindful not to disturb Ji Xinghe's examination, as it would disrupt the dream of a valiant warrior, once deemed unfit for mech combat, yearning to don the armor again. Sit down and hand me that leg, Ji Xinghe commanded, halting his actions. The young lieutenant complied, his previously reddened eyes now calm, though the longing within them remained. Carefully, he seated himself and lifted the mechanical leg, which was exposed and unadorned. In the base, no one would mock his prosthetic, hence, there was no need for concealment. Yet, everyone would deny him the chance to fight in a mech once more. Ji Xinghe was not his only hope, nor the sole arbiter of his fate. But in this moment, he represented his hope, not for combat, but for survival. Ji Xinghe discerned the young lieutenant's aspirations, treating the mechanical leg with utmost reverence as he placed it upon his own. Xian, it's time to eat, he called out, redirecting his attention to the inquisitive onlooker. He resumed his examination, his calloused hands gliding over the pristine mechanical surface, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. Weight was paramount, not merely the weight of the mechanical leg, but the weight of each segment and component. In terms of appearance and functionality, this mechanical leg epitomized the pinnacle of federal technology. Ji Xinghe held no authority in that realm, yet once he conducted his examination, he would possess insight regarding its weight. The best is not always the most suitable. The most suitable is invariably the best. Please hold on a moment. Ji Xinghe gently set the mechanical leg aside and activated his wrist screen to conduct research. He lacked photographic memory and had not had access to pertinent information prior to arriving on this alien planet. It was entirely reasonable to consult available data. However, access was a significant hurdle. He was merely a mechanic, tasked with repairing vehicles and documenting the journey. No one would grant him unrestricted access, and previously, he had been unable to enter the mech repair zone. Raising his gaze, he spotted Xinhe. Lieutenant Xun, could you assist me with something? Huh. Oh, certainly. Xinhe hastened forward, activating his wrist screen and crouching beside Ji Xinghe to present the display for his perusal. Take your time, no rush. Everything is fine. Please proceed with your research, Ji Xinghe replied, and with that, he began his inquiries on Xinhe's device. Every question posed was met with an accurate response. And with reference to the higher privilege data, Ji Xinghe gained clarity. Thank you, he concluded. You're welcome, Ji. But, please attend to your matter first. Xinhe stammered, ultimately refraining from requesting Ji Xinghe to examine him, for the urgency of the task at hand took precedence. His previous actions had bordered on impropriety. Utilizing his access to provide information to Ji Xinghe, who lacked such privileges, an act that could warrant scrutiny, yet he remained unperturbed. Ji Xinghe turned his gaze to the young lieutenant, his expression earnest, his tone composed. I understand your desire to engage in mech combat, but regrettably, I have never piloted a true mech. Therefore, I cannot offer you guidance in that regard. However, if you inquire whether you can defeat a normal person despite losing a leg, I can assure you that not only can you, but you might even best Major Hanli. My apologies, Major Hanli. You once claimed that you were indifferent to fame, so I truly apologize. The lieutenant's eyes transitioned from anticipation to disappointment, then to astonishment as he finally exclaimed, Major Hanli? You mean, I could defeat Major Hanli? The exceptional mech warrior with 73 gold stars? Indeed, but there are 4 prerequisites, Ji Xinghe affirmed. First, your mechanical leg must be modified to suit you better, resembling your original leg while retaining its formidable attributes. Second, Major Hanli's prowess must not have improved during this interval. Third, I will instruct you on combat techniques, or rather, how to utilize your leg effectively. Fourth, neither of you can don your mechs. It must be a battle without armor. The second and fourth conditions were self-evident. Ji Xinghe was simply meticulous. The lieutenant was primarily concerned with the first and third points. As the third was implicit, Ji would certainly be willing to assist. The first prerequisite weighed heavily on his mind. Resources at the base had always been scarce. Receiving a mechanical leg instead of being sent back to Azure Star to retire was a consequence of his prior distinguished service. How could he dare to request more? Thank you, I. The lieutenant wore a pained expression, and both Ji Xinghe and Xinhe recognized his concerns. They had recently departed from Operation Zone 109. witnessing firsthand the extent of resource constraints. Fear not, I will assist you, Ji Xinghe assured earnestly. I will not only teach you how to wield that leg, but I will also help you modify it. You would help me? The lieutenant paused, momentarily taken aback. He had almost voiced, aren't you an unparalleled master of combat? How could you possibly assist in modifying a mechanical leg? Yet, he suddenly recalled the professional insight and confidence that Ji Xinghe had displayed while examining his prosthetic, as well as the badge on his chest, the mechanic's insignia. Yes, I will help you. I can assist you, Ji Xinghe declared, his voice imbued with confidence, reminiscent of his nonchalance when departing from Operation Zone 109. Beside him, Shenmue was about to assist Ji Xinghe with his studies when he suddenly recalled Ji Xinghe's purpose for coming to this alien world, as well as the exorbitant medical expenses that Xin was quietly incurring while dining nearby. Old Ji, this is not a matter that can be resolved in just a few days. It's nothing, Ji Xinghe replied with a smile. Indeed, my time is limited. But his leg holds immense significance. That leg was sacrificed for the sake of us all. Chapter 038. My refusal. The clamor of the cafeteria faded away, as everyone turned their attention to the elderly man and the limping soldier. The terms elderly man and limping soldier were merely descriptive, devoid of any derogatory connotation. Was this truly feasible? The lieutenant officer harbored lingering disbelief. He had chosen hope, and that hope had granted him solace. Yet, deep within, he lacked confidence. For everyone at the base had told him, you are no longer fit. It is time for you to retire and return to Azure Star for a comfortable life. This war can be entrusted to us. Indeed, it is possible. The soldier, Ji Xinghe, spoke with utmost seriousness, affirming that if one were to fight without armor, it could indeed be done. The lieutenant's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yearning to express his emotions, but finding himself unable to do so, for his rank forbade such vulnerability. After a deep breath, he sought to calm his racing heart and spoke softly in the hushed cafeteria. Thank you, but thank you truly. The lieutenant bowed to Private Ji Xinghe, a gesture transcending rank and age, rooted in hope. Turning away, he departed. This scene left Ji Xinghe momentarily bewildered. He could not fathom why, despite his promise, the lieutenant chose to leave. No introduction, no discussion regarding the modification of the mechanical leg, nor any mention of when to commence learning specialized combat techniques. He simply walked away, signifying a choice to forego the opportunity. However, Ji Xinghe did not impede him. He respected everyone's dreams and their tenacity, willing to assist within his means, yet he would not impose anything upon others, for his own time was indeed limited. The other patrons of the cafeteria silently watched the lieutenant's retreating figure, some understanding, others bewildered, yet all respecting his choice. For this lieutenant was a hero, and heroes recognize one another. Everyone at this base, and all who dwelled on this alien planet, could be deemed heroes. As the lieutenant's silhouette vanished from the entrance, a familiar voice resonated behind Ji Xinghe. Fighting without armor, no matter how skilled, cannot match a mech. It cannot lead to battle, so he chose to give up. He did not wish to squander your time, nor that of others, nor our limited resources. It was the colonel who had previously obstructed Ji Xinghe and his comrades in the mech zone. He had arrived in the cafeteria unnoticed, his demeanor as cold as before, his voice equally frigid. He merely sought to ascertain whether he had become a liability, whether he had any hope of donning armor again. You informed him that he was not a burden, yet also that he would not have the chance to fight again. Thus, he expressed his gratitude and chose to relinquish the opportunity after your affirmation. Ji Xinghe understood, as did the others. This reverence for resources was a shared conviction among all who had survived on this alien planet for over half a year. Private Ji Xinghe. Present. Ji Xinghe replied, somewhat unaccustomed to the formality. Operation Zone 109 has officially approved your appointment. Your personnel status and corresponding privileges will be transferred to the mech zone. Report to Operation Zone 109 tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Understood. Though Ji Xinghe had achieved his desire, a sense of discontent lingered, for he suddenly realized that the colonel's words were not merely answers or explanations, but a subtle reminder. Unbeknownst to the colonel, Ji Xinghe had grasped this, leading to a candid and unvarnished delivery of the truth. You are now a mech technician. Your time is no longer your own. Your limited working hours should be devoted to more pressing matters. You spoke rightly. Your time is indeed scarce, and his leg is significant, but this war is paramount. And the mechs that can play a crucial role in this conflict are even more vital. The others in the cafeteria did not question this, for they shared the same belief. Yet, they were astonished. How could a private technician, evidently an ordinary mechanic, ascend to the mech zone? The lowest rank among mech technicians is that of a non-commissioned officer. The Federation's rank system is straightforward, ascending from private to sergeant, then to officer and general, with the officer ranks divided into 4 levels: major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, and senior colonel. Only officers are categorized into 3 levels: junior, middle, and senior. Professional technical officers are prefixed with professional technical, so, strictly speaking, Ji Xinghe should be classified as a professional technician private, and Shun Mu as a professional technician lieutenant. Judging by rank, Ji Xinghe's technical level was quite low. He should not be in the mech zone. Moreover, Ji Xinghe appeared to be in his 50s or 60s. Could he truly endure the demanding work environment and hours of the mech zone? The colonel merely stated that Ji Xinghe's working hours began at 8 in the morning, without mentioning when he would conclude his duties. For those at the base, this was not a concern, as the mech zone seldom had defined working hours. They would only rest when utterly fatigued and would eat only when the cafeteria was on the verge of closing. Had it not been for the cafeteria's inability to accommodate anyone with special requests, they would likely only consider meals when starvation became unbearable. Yet Ji Xinghe posed a question, for he was not a career soldier and had not yet adapted to the soldier's duty of obedience. Is repairing Mech truly more vital than fixing his leg? The cafeteria patrons gasped in astonishment. How dared this elder challenge the colonel? The disparity in rank was one thing. The chasm in authority was even greater. The colonel did not display anger. His expression remained impassive, his tone remarkably calm as he replied without hesitation, "Indeed, it is more important." Ji Xinghe pressed further. "Then why did you wait until he left to voice these words? Is it because you fear confronting him?" Old Ji you. Shun Mu and Su He spoke in unison, their expressions tenser than anyone else's in the cafeteria. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the colonel remained composed. "No, I was not waiting for him to leave. I was waiting for him to make his own choice. Why not force him to decide? Because he possesses the right to choose, as do you, Private Ji Xinghe. Do you wish to formally decline the appointment to Operation Zone 109 in the mech zone? I have a duty to remind you that upon your formal refusal, your task log's progress, content, and the accumulation of salary and merits will subsequently alter. I have the right to choose as well. Is it because military law possesses compassion, or because I am not a conventional recruit?" Typically decisive, Ji Xinghe found himself wavering, glancing at Xinghe, not in search of her opinion, but contemplating the exorbitant costs required for her treatment, valuing resources. If he did not repair Mechs, yet unexpectedly, Xinghe provided him with a suggestion. "Grandpa, that uncle is a mech warrior, just like Dad, and akin to those whom Mom saved." This was not a suggestion, but rather a seemingly unrelated fact that compelled Ji Xinghe to make a decision. "May I inquire, if I decline, will I still have the opportunity to repair Mechs? For instance, to freely accept repair assignments?" "Indeed. Very well, I decline." With great effort, Ji Xinghe endeavored to repair mechas in the Mecha district. Yet when he received a formal invitation, he chose to decline. His refusal was not born of excessive compassion, but rather the thought of his son, Ji Xinghe. Had Ji Xinghe not perished in battle, but instead lost a leg like that young lieutenant, would he have chosen to abandon the alien front? A father knows his son best. Ji Xinghe understood that Ji Xinghe would not, by any means necessary. Ji Xinghe would have opted to remain and continue fighting. For some, sacrifice is not a source of fear. Rather, what is truly terrifying is the inability to even choose to sacrifice oneself in battle. Just like Ji Xinghe himself, who now finds himself bereft of the capacity to choose sacrifice. Chapter 39. Speak less. Act more. The cafeteria was now empty. Perhaps the presence of the colonel had deterred others from approaching Ji Xinghe to inquire about taking on disciples. Unbothered, the grandfather and grandson enjoyed a hearty meal together, with the sighing Shun Mu and the excited Su He both feeling satisfied. Just as their dining time was drawing to a close, the 4 of them were unexpectedly confronted once more. "Mr. Ji, was my earlier attitude inappropriate?" Master Lu exclaimed, visibly agitated. "If that is the case, please allow me to apologize. I truly did not expect you to be a mecha repairman, especially since you mentioned you had never worked on mechas before. However, you cannot let my demeanor affect your decision to decline my offer. For the sake of those mecha warriors who need to continue fighting, and for my grandfather's sake, please grant me an opportunity for recompense." "Master Lu, you exaggerate. It was not due to that," Ji Xinghe interjected, clarifying the earlier misunderstanding. "In fact, my attitude was lacking. And I owe you an apology. I have inquired and confirmed that I can repair mecha components as a freelancer. They do not fall under your jurisdiction in Zone 109. Rest assured, I will accept and complete any repair requests I am capable of. I simply wish to give that child another chance. Trust me, repairing his mechanical leg and teaching him how to fight will not take much time. I am getting older and require very little sleep. You are aware that you are aging, aren't you? It's not so much that you sleep less. Rather, it's that your sleep is shallow due to insufficient energy. Master Lu retorted, hesitating. Unlike the colonel, he could not coldly utter words of duty, and thus could not prevent Ji Xinghe from aiding those in need. Yet, he was reluctant to let Ji Xinghe's exceptional skills as an 8th-level mechanic slip away. An 8th-level mechanic with a deep understanding of mecha components was a different entity compared to one in the automotive field. How about this? Ji Xinghe said, patting Master Lu on the shoulder, which was somewhat inappropriate considering Lu's rank as a technical lieutenant. However, given Ji Xinghe's age and his status as a peer of Lu's grandfather, it was somewhat permissible. I have been sleeping aboard the ship for 3 months, but recently I feel quite energetic. After I tuck my granddaughter in at night, I head to the mecha area to work. Let us speak less and do more. What do you think? Speak less and do more has always been the guiding principle of the mecha sector and the entire base. Very well, Mr. Ji, but do take care of your health above all, Master Lu conceded, no longer pressing the issue. He wanted to call Ji Xinghe grandfather, but felt the age gap was not substantial enough, and though Ji Xinghe was indeed acquainted with his grandfather, addressing one another by rank and title seemed inappropriate. For professionals, merit always took precedence. I understand, Ji Xinghe replied as he prepared to leave. Master Lu and the others needed to eat, otherwise, they would miss their meal altogether. Wait, Master Lu suddenly recalled something before entering the cafeteria. Mr. Ji, did you just say you would teach someone how to fight? Yes, why? Ji Xinghe replied. Weren't you always focused on repairing cars for over 50 years? Indeed, but I occasionally practice martial arts. You know, repairing cars isn't as time-consuming as it seems. However, Master Lu hesitated, wishing to caution Ji Xinghe not to distract the young man, but felt it was inappropriate to voice his concerns. Ji Xinghe understood the underlying meaning and waved it off with a smile. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. See you in the mecha area shortly. It was unquestionable that Master Lu, having finished work, would head to the mecha area soon after. Ji Xinghe was already aware of this certainty. All right, see you soon. They parted ways. Finally, Shenmue could no longer contain himself. Old Ji, where did you sleep aboard the ship for 3 months? Weren't you always reading and designing your old man as joy? You should rest well tonight. Sleep quality in zero gravity is quite poor. Don't jeopardize your health. Sui chimed in, knowing that Ji Xinghe had not truly rested during the past 3 months, sleeping even less than the normal requirement. I'm fine. I know my limits, Ji Xinghe replied, though he did not wish to elaborate. However, seeing the concerned expression on Xian's face prompted him to clarify. In truth, my sleep has always been minimal. Since I began training, I've only needed 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night. My mother took me to see a doctor once, who said I was in deep sleep. 4 to 5 hours sufficed. When was this? Shenmue asked, puzzled. In 5th grade, Ji Xinghe answered. You've only been sleeping 4 to 5 hours a night since 5th grade. Shenmue exclaimed. Indeed. What I do with the extra time is read, repair things, and practice martial arts. No wonder old Ji's professional skill certificates seem endless. No wonder he has become an 8th-level mechanic and a peerless master above. Please accept my bow as your disciple. Shenmue suddenly knelt. Stop fooling around. You are a junior mechanic, Shenmue. If you have time, hurry and get to work, Ji Xinghe said, pulling Shenmue up effortlessly. Though it appeared as if Shenmue cooperated willingly. The astonishment on Shenmue's face revealed the hidden strength behind Ji Xinghe's simple gesture. Old Ji, you say this. But I'm still worried about you, Shenmue said, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Ji Xinghe patted his shoulder. You need not worry about me. I shall have many questions for you in the future, just don't find it bothersome. And when will you teach me martial arts? Shenmue inquired eagerly. If you wish to learn, come by whenever you have time. I'll gladly show you. Okay, rest assured, old Ji, I won't waste work hours nor avoid overtime. You're wise enough to know how to pace yourself at your age, and I'll do the same, Shenmue assured him. As they conversed, it was time for them to part ways. Shenmue intended to return to his assigned living quarters to familiarize himself with the environment and prepare for his official reporting. After today's events, he decided to report early and commence work promptly. Sui accompanied Ji Xinghe back to Xian's room before leaving. He also needed to return to his place to change the drone's battery. They had agreed that Ji Xinghe would call him when heading to the mecha area, so he was in no hurry. Ji Xinghe began to appreciate the advantage of having Sui around. As a battlefield reporter, Sui had only filming and interviewing tasks. This meant he could help watch over Xin while Ji Xinghe worked, which Suhi was more than happy to do. Knowing the tight resources available on the alien planet, it was crucial for him to contribute meaningfully as both material and human resources, as well as technical expertise. We're in short supply. Grandpa, do you really not need to rest? Xin asked. No, dear. Grandpa has already slept for 3 months, he replied. But Uncle Shenmu said you haven't slept, she countered. Trust Grandpa. I truly only need 4 to 5 hours of sleep each day. Can Grandpa teach me? That way, I can spend more time reading, repairing things, and practicing martial arts just like you. Of course, but only if Xin eats and sleeps on time. For that is the only way to learn, Ji Xinghe clarified. All right, let us make a promise. After sealing the pact, Xin began urging him, Grandpa, hurry and get to work. I can fall asleep by myself. I'm capable. Ji Xinghe was reluctant to depart. He had no desire to leave. Grandfather could monitor Xinxin through the surveillance system. This had been the routine during the nights when mother worked late. Xinxin would call grandfather using the communicator in her room whenever she needed assistance. Is that so? While Ji Xinghe hesitated, Xinxin had already taken his right hand and began to adeptly operate the wristband, her movements indicating that she had often done this for her mother. In no time, she accessed the surveillance footage of the room, as it was her mother's space, and thus had the necessary access code. Grandfather, you should go. They need you, she urged. Displaying her understanding, Xinxin wished to become someone they could rely on, just like her mother, her father, and her grandfather. Ji Xinghe found himself at a loss for words as he watched Xinxin skillfully complete her routine, washing her face, brushing her teeth, washing her feet, and finally snuggling into bed, tucking herself under the thin blanket. Ultimately, he chose to leave, albeit temporarily, in hopes of a more enduring reunion and a brighter future. He could not let such a thoughtful child down. Mechazone, here I come. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 040. Selfishness currently. Ji Xinghe felt disinclined to visit the mecha sector. He yearned to meet the lieutenant officer with the prosthetic legs, but regrettably, he did not know the man's name or designation, making contact impossible. He must be sleepless, he thought, just like me. Can Xin sleep? Probably not. But she will lie still in bed, unwilling to cause me concern or disrupt my work, as she did with her mother's work. Then I must redouble my efforts. With this resolve, Ji Xinghe arrived at the mecha sector. This time, he was alone. Without Shenmu's assistance in bypassing the authorization protocols, he doubted he could enter. Especially after declining the offer from Operating Zone 109 and publicly questioning the base's commanding officer. Unexpectedly, yet predictably, as he approached the mecha sector's metal door, his authorization was automatically verified. A digital voice announced, "Welcome, Specialist Technician and Mechanic Ji Xinghe." He had gained access to the mecha sector, but his task log remained blank. Even if he entered, he would not know what he should do or what he could accomplish. Old Ji, wait for me to authorize you. Shenmu called out from around the corner. He and Suhi had come together, as their accommodations were nearby. Ji Xinghe had also been assigned housing nearby, but he had yet to return. No need. I have authorization, Ji Xinghe said as he stepped through the metal door. He was eager to begin, not only to increase his efforts, but also because he had always been passionate about mecha repair. He had pursued this path out of love. Repairing and building mechas was his dream. Shenmu paused briefly, while Suhi hurried to catch up. Suhi had also applied for the necessary authorization, allowing him to freely enter and exit the mecha sector, even without Shenmu or Ji Xinghe. Wait for me, Shenmu said as he caught up and began to follow Ji Xinghe. I've completed my report and have been assigned to Operating Zone 21 as the supervisor. The previous supervisor applied for frontline duty and never returned. Old Ji, why don't you come and assist me? A true grade 8 fitter. I never imagined I'd have such an opportunity. Mecha repairs on the alien planet were not solely conducted within the base. Mechas transported to the base for repair were fortunate, as the mechanics here were relatively safe. The truly dangerous and difficult tasks were performed on the front lines by the mechanics repairing mechas in the battlefield. No, Ji Xinghe refused again, explaining, I've researched it. If I join you or Zone 109, my tasks would be included in your daily logs. It would not only burden you, but also leave me with no time. The base's AI program and command center would assign daily tasks based on each operating zone's personnel, technical skills, and other factors. In short, those with greater ability would bear more responsibility. If you don't come to my zone or Zone 109, who will guide you? Shenmu questioned. You can't do it alone. I know you're capable, you learn quickly, and you only need 4 to 5 hours of sleep, but self-study is inefficient. We can help you avoid many pitfalls. Old Ji, it's not that I don't want to help, but I'm afraid I won't have time to answer your questions when I get busy. I'm quite skilled, and my task log will likely be full. You can't expect me to teach you after I finish my daily tasks. Sui chimed in. Yeah, Old Ji, you know a little about mechas, but you're self-taught. These experienced masters and Xinghe, with his formal training, can help you avoid many mistakes. If you really want to help that lieutenant officer, it shouldn't take too long. He's probably not in a hurry. As long as you start helping him, you don't need to rush. Why not join 109 or Xinghe's 21 first? You can always resign later. Ji Xinghe observed the mecha sector, where the level of activity was nearly identical to that before dinner or a normal shift change. And the total number of mechanics remained almost unchanged. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I'm well aware that I shouldn't be here. I'm too old. So I'm essentially redundant. Yes, I've used resources to get here, and living here will consume more resources. I must make a contribution, and I believe I can. Furthermore, is the lieutenant officer the only one in this base who needs help? Xinghe and Sui fell silent. The battles on the alien planet were brutal, and many, like the lieutenant officer, had become disabled. Many were unwilling to leave the front lines, yet they had lost the ability to fight. Ji Xinghe turned to Sui. Little Su, I found out that there's a disabled veterans company in the base. I need your help. Compile their information, including the lieutenant officer's name, his previous combat style, and, ideally, combat videos from his mecha's black box. The Disabled Veterans Company, as the name suggested, consisted of individuals like the lieutenant officer. They were unwilling to leave, so they were assigned to this company. Sui did not immediately respond. Xinghe asked the question that Sui also wanted to ask. Why? There's no particular reason. I just want to do it. If I had to say something. An old man that nobody believes in a disabled veterans company that nobody believes in, don't you think they're a good match? Xinghe and Sui had expected Ji Xinghe to offer some profound reasoning or moving words, so they were surprised. Was that really the only reason? No, of course not. Ji Xinghe was acting selfishly. He also wanted to fight in a mecha, but at his age, he would likely never have his own. Even if he managed to earn enough resources to build his own old man's joyride, he would never have the chance to truly fight. However, if those veterans could regain the opportunity to fight in mechas and demonstrate their capabilities, why couldn't this old man fight? As for whether those heroes, who should have retired and returned to Azure Planet, would sacrifice themselves, Ji Xinghe did not need to consider that. The choice was in their hands, not his. He wanted to give those people a chance, and they could give him one as well. All right, Sui agreed without further questioning. Feeling that it aligned with the theme of the documentary, The Old Man and the Stars, Xinghe did not try to dissuade him either. As they spoke, the trio arrived at Mecha Zone 109. Master Lu and others were installing components on a mecha, the one that Ji Xinghe had repaired earlier. After confirming that it was functioning correctly, they would install the components on the mecha for real-world testing. Ji Xinghe had arrived at the right moment. But he did not want to watch. Master Lu, may I see your requirements list? Huh? You're not going to watch the real-world test, Master Ji? We value our time. But we have a few minutes. No need to watch. I told you I fixed it. Chapter 041. Strength dictates Ji Xinghe, a man of remarkable politeness and amiable temperament, transforms into a figure of unyielding authority when it concerns three particular matters. First and foremost, his granddaughter. Second, the martial prowess that has bestowed upon him the identity of an unparalleled master. And third, anything related to machinery, even if it involves mechas rather than his specialty, automobiles. Master Lu and his colleagues did not insist that Ji Xinghe observe the live equipment testing. In truth, their invitation was merely a courtesy. In the operational zone 109, there were 8 mechanics, yet only Master Lu and 2 others participated in the live test, while the remaining 5 were engaged in maintenance tasks. Please proceed to Area 21. Do not waste time, Ji Xinghe commanded as he perused the holographic projection screen displaying the repair requests. He dismissed Xinghe, who had intended to persuade him to accompany him to Area 21, believing it essential for everyone to become acquainted. However, Ji Xinghe was not inclined to go, wishing instead to comprehend what he could contribute. Reluctantly, Xinghe departed, acutely aware that he was accorded the highest standards of treatment. With 30,000 contribution points and the rank of second lieutenant, having recently assumed the role of supervisor in an operational zone, time spent on Ji Xinghe could not be squandered. Meanwhile, Sui was well prepared. He brought along a handheld camera, allowing a drone to automatically follow Ji Xinghe while he utilized the camera to document the mecha undergoing component replacement, conducting interviews without interrupting Master Lu and his team. Master Lu, May I inquire about the component being repaired by the esteemed old Ji? Master Lu, feeling somewhat idle, explained that the live test bore little significance to him or his mechanics. The system merely captured relevant parameter changes during the mecha pilot's operation. Once both the system and the pilot confirmed that everything was in order, the maintenance task was deemed complete. In simple terms, it is an energy transmission plate that was deformed during a previous battle, with the transmission patterns damaged. Have our resources dwindled to such a degree that a mere energy transmission plate requires repair rather than replacement? Surely we should conserve where possible. Our resources may not be in crisis, but they are hardly abundant. And how did old Ji manage the repair? He smoothed the energy transmission plate and then meticulously re-engraved the transmission patterns. His proficiency as an 8th level mechanic is indeed well-deserved. After smoothing, the plate's permissible error margin was reduced to just 0.05 millimeters, achieved with simple tools to attain near-zero tolerance, a feat nothing short of astonishing. Is there a discernible difference in performance between the repair and a replacement? Ordinarily, there would be, but in the case of Master Ji, do you all refer to him as old Ji? Indeed, that is his preference, and Master Lu also addresses him thus. Very well, I shall adopt the same nomenclature. After our testing, we discovered that its performance parameters are identical to a brand new one. Therefore, from this perspective, the efficacy of the repair is indistinguishable from that of a replacement. However, in terms of lifespan, the repair does not match that of a new part due to its reduced thickness. Does this imply that old Ji's repair is significant, albeit not overwhelmingly so? Not at all. Its significance is considerable. If our mechas could achieve the expected lifespan anticipated during their design and manufacturing, it would indicate that we have a viable chance of winning this war. Do you grasp my meaning? I understand. The frequency of combat renders the lifespan itself less consequential. As long as the performance parameters are met, it bears no distinction from replacing with entirely new components. Exactly. During the interview, the live test concluded, and both the mecha warriors and the system confirmed that the mecha posed no issues. Thus, the maintenance task came to an end as a mecha transport vehicle approached from a distance, ready to carry the mecha back to the battlefield. He's out. Xiaodong. Quickly apply the gold stars, 11 in total. Master Lu, who had been rather leisurely, suddenly became animated, calling out. The young man, referred to as Xiaodong, had been prepared. Rushing to the mecha equipped with a gold spray gun and a metal plate adorned with 5-pointed stars. Suhi, familiar with this scene, nonetheless asked for the benefit of the documentary audience. Master Lu, has this recently repaired mecha found its new owner? Indeed, it belongs to a first-level mecha warrior whose mecha was damaged in a prior engagement. It is currently en route for repairs. This mecha, which we have labored on for half a month, has just been assigned to him by the system and will be delivered to him in 3 days. A mecha that is returned to the base for repairs undoubtedly suffers from multiple damages, and the half-month repair duration indicates that 99% of the work was accomplished by Master Lu and his team. Ji Xinghe merely finalized their indecision between replacement and repair. Yet Sui's focus was not on this aspect. Rather, it lay on a matter of greater importance to him and the base. 3 days. Has it truly come so close? While 3 days is not an insignificant journey, it is remarkably close in the context of war, particularly to Base 6. He refrained from posing this question. And Master Lu and his team did not volunteer any information, their expressions revealing no hint of concern. In truth, there was little to worry about. 3 days' travel posed no real threat, especially since they had witnessed battles outside the base firsthand. On the other side, after reviewing the repair request list, Ji Xinghe chose the repair needs that aligned with his greatest expertise, all pertaining to the energy transmission plates of the mechas. Please provide me with these damaged plates, along with the repair tools I used last time. Ji Xinghe expressed his eagerness, while Master Lu once again voiced his skepticism. Old Ji, these plates differ from those you repaired last time. They belong to various models of mechas with distinct components. Are you familiar with them? Not entirely, but they should be manageable since I have the technical parameter blueprints. I will replicate them accordingly. Replicate accordingly? Master Lu replied, perplexed. This is not a mere matter of replication. While it may be relatively straightforward to repair damaged patterns, certain plates are completely deformed, requiring metalwork before smoothing and re-engraving. Like this plate here. Master Lu pointed to one of Ji Xinghe's selected repair requests. After smoothing, the maximum permissible error is just 0.05 millimeters. After metalwork, it is a mere 0.01 millimeters. Should any errors occur during the metalwork, the allowable maximum error becomes even smaller. Only a mechanical arm or machine can handle such precision. I was prepared to cancel this repair request and replace it entirely. Ji Xinghe insisted, If you were already considering replacement, why not allow me to attempt the repair? But your age limits your physical capacity and energy. Why not dedicate your resources to repairs of greater significance? In truth, I believe my physical capacity and energy may surpass yours. However, Ji Xinghe did not remain in operational zone 109. Instead, he sought an unoccupied area to commence his repair work, thus missing the conversation unfolding in zone 109. Master, why not persuade him further? This is a waste of time and resources. Old Ji's stubbornness is evident. Can he be swayed? Let him learn from his own mistakes. Master Lu and the others in zone 109, including Shen Mu and Su He, were unaware that some individuals are obstinate merely due to their nature, while others are resolute because of their capabilities. Ji Xinghe belonged to the latter category. Chapter 042, he reassured himself that Ji Xinghe was not as confident as he claimed. After reviewing the maintenance requirements list for the 109 operation zone once more, he realized that the number of items he could repair was rather limited. As Master Lu had suggested, he should pursue further studies in mecha maintenance for at least a year to truly familiarize himself with the intricacies of mecha repair and to comprehend all the standard mechas of the Federation. After all, mecha maintenance is fundamentally different from automobile repair. Alternatively, as Shen Mu proposed, he might join an operational zone and seize every opportunity to learn fervently from others while repairing the components he was capable of handling. Even if others lacked the time to guide him, with over 40 years of experience in auto repair and various specialized skills, he could learn immensely just by observing others at work. However, much like Master Lu's hesitation to recruit him into the 109 operation zone upon learning he was an 8th level machinist, everyone was acutely aware of his advanced age and the limited time he had left for conventional learning. Ji Xinghe, you must accomplish all that is within your capabilities. Once that is achieved, you may consider other matters. He repeated this mantra in his mind before commencing the repair of the energy transmission board. While he lacked confidence in mecha maintenance, he was assured of his physical stamina, energy, the skills of an 8th level machinist, and the wealth of experience accrued over 4 decades, complemented by the physical conditioning gained from practicing martial arts since the 5th grade. The energy transmission board was a product of the new era, succinctly described as akin to electrical wiring. In the Federation's modern mechas, there were seldom any wires resembling conventional electrical lines. Both energy flow and data transmission employed energy transmission boards crafted from unique extraterrestrial metals. By etching patterns onto these boards, energy or data would seamlessly flow through the engravings, boasting greater efficiency and stability than traditional wiring, without interference from adjacent metal components. In the event of damage, replacing an energy transmission board was considerably swifter than replacing a wiring system, and identifying specific damage was more straightforward, merely requiring an examination of the patterns etched on the board. Prior to his arrival on the alien planet, Ji Xinghe was familiar with energy transmission boards but was unaware of the intricacies of the engraved patterns. Yet, he opted to repair the energy transmission board, as he possessed the requisite authority to access the circuit diagrams of all Federation standard mechas. What proved exceedingly challenging for others was relatively straightforward for him. In Master Lu's words, it was akin to painting a gourd by copying a gourd. As Ji Xinghe grasped a slender energy transmission board, it yielded slightly under his touch, not due to secondary damage but because of its inherent flexibility, akin to a flexible sword. Once laid flat on the workbench, he utilized a specialized magnifying glass to scrutinize the patterns, occasionally glancing at the screen on his wristband. By cross-referencing the two, he swiftly identified the damaged areas. The next step was to ascertain whether the damaged patterns could be re-engraved. If so, he would proceed directly, ensuring repairs within a maximum error margin of 0.05 millimeters. If re-engraving was not feasible, he would need to grind away all the patterns on the board and then re-engrave them with an even stricter error margin, possibly within 0.02 or even 0.01 millimeters. As the allowable error decreased, the task became significantly more arduous. A maximum error of 0.01 millimeters was a daunting undertaking for many in the mecha sector. A single misstep could result in damage, forcing the item into the queue for robotic assistance, which was less efficient than delegating the task to the robotic arm from the outset. The material could not be remelted. The unique metal underwent a one-time transformation from mineral to metallic form. Any attempt to remelt it post-shaping would strip it of its energy and data transmission properties, rendering the smelting process exceedingly complicated, demanding extensive computational resources and robotic assistance. Despite the immense pressure, Ji Xinghe found his breathing, hands, and eyes remarkably steady as he commenced repairs. His carving tool, under the fixed magnifying glass, moved with precision along the lines projected by the laser caliper, resulting in the creation of new, effective engravings. Upon completing one board, Ji Xinghe did not pause for rest. His stamina was exceptional. It was unlikely that any peer, even those 15 years his junior, could run 10 kilometers in under 35 minutes without requiring assistance. The repair of the second board, however, encountered a setback, not due to Ji Xinghe's efforts, but because the re-engraved patterns failed to pass inspection. This indicated that he needed to smooth out all the engravings on the board and then inscribe a complete set of patterns on a thinner board. Thus, Ji Xinghe began the grinding process, approaching it with confidence. Among the examination tasks for 8th-level machinists was the art of shaping irregular metal ingots into as near a perfect sphere as possible, with an allowable tolerance of just 0.01 millimeters. While automated tools within robotic arms and machine shops could achieve this with relative ease, human hands, lacking automation in the final stages, relied solely on files and chisels for meticulous shaping. Ji Xinghe found himself transported back to the days of his examinations, though now, Master Lu was absent, and he was no longer the youthful 45, but rather a seasoned 65. Yet, his hands remained as steady, his vision as precise, and his experience richer than ever, with an unwavering inner drive propelling him forward. Smoothing and re-engraving all the patterns was a challenge, not only because the maximum allowable error had dwindled to 0.02 millimeters, some areas even demanded 0.01 millimeters, but also due to the increased number of engravings required. The greater the number of patterns, the higher the likelihood of errors. Completing 90% of the engravings did not equate to accomplishing half the task. Rather, it signified utter failure. A subsequent attempt to grind and re-engrave would necessitate a tolerance of merely 0.005 to 0.001 millimeters, a precision that, in Shenmu's words, surpassed human capabilities. Venturing into realms where only robotic arms and precision machines could operate at a nanometer level. At 65, Ji Xinghe was uniquely suited for such work. His age, initially perceived as a disadvantage, had transformed into a distinct advantage, as older individuals often possess greater patience. Much like many elderly men and women who can sit in one spot from dawn until dusk, unfazed by the need for entertainment or distraction, they remain attuned to the passage of time. Thus, upon completing the repair of the second board, Ji Xinghe refrained from conducting an inspection, just as he had with the first. His initial hesitation stemmed from a lack of experience. Now, however, his intuition and expertise assured him that he had succeeded, rendering further inspection unnecessary. Although the experience gained from repairing 2 boards was still insufficient, he was undeterred, for the 109 operation zone had 39 boards requiring maintenance, and the mecha sector housed 149 operational zones, each with similar repair needs. In the vast expanse of the universe, Ji Xinghe resolved to undertake what was within his capabilities. Mechs, after all, bore a striking resemblance to automobiles, albeit with a touch more complexity. Piece by piece, he assured himself that eventually, he would possess the prowess to repair mechas with the same ease as he did with cars, and even construct them as he would an automobile. As he embarked on the repair of the third panel, he remained oblivious to the fact that his speed in executing these repairs was steadily increasing, a realization lost on both himself and all those within the mecha district. Chapter 043. You all must believe in him at midnight. The sky outside the base was still radiant, yet within the confines of the base, darkness had already enveloped the surroundings. Many lights had dimmed, and those adhering to the diurnal rhythms of Azure Star were either fast asleep or preparing for slumber. This deviation from the natural cycle of rising with the sun and resting at dusk contributed significantly to the immense pressures faced by all life on this alien planet. A day here spans 24 hours, 37 minutes, and 22.6 seconds, leading to frequent instances of blurred boundaries between day and night. The mechanics in the mecha repair area could be considered among the last to retire for the night. After dining at 8 o'clock, they toiled for an additional 4 hours before returning to their quarters to cleanse themselves and retire for the night, only to reappear promptly at 8 the following morning. Given their limited sleep hours, it was hardly sufficient. The time spent on personal hygiene and breakfast alone required at least an hour. With daily sleep falling short of 7 hours, coupled with the rigorous demands of mecha maintenance, it was remarkable that many had endured this grueling routine for years. Among them, Master Lu stood out as a paragon, having resided on this alien world for a decade. Following a brief pause in his work, Master Lu did not depart, but lingered next to Ji Xinghe for a moment before speaking. Old Ji, it's time to rest. It's already midnight. Ji Xinghe, who had just completed his 5th panel repair, was about to reach for the 6th. Without conducting any tests, Master Lu was unaware that Ji had already repaired that panel. In fact, none of the panels Ji had worked on that evening had undergone testing, save for the second one, which had failed upon inspection. Thus, to Master Lu, Ji Xinghe's efforts that night seemed devoid of tangible progress. Is it already midnight? Ji Xinghe was taken aback by the swift passage of time, glancing at the remaining panels. He hesitated before asking, "May I work an additional 2 hours? Rest assured, I won't be late for tomorrow morning's shift." Unbeknownst to Ji Xinghe, Master Lu was incensed. "Old Ji, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but what are you being so stubborn about? Fine. What if I allow you to work those extra 2 hours? Even if you manage to repair a panel, what does that amount to? 2 hours later. It will be 2 o'clock. By the time you finish washing up and resting, it will be at least 2:30. If you wish to arrive by 8 tomorrow morning, you must rise by 7:20 at the latest. Tell me, how much sleep will you actually get?" 4 hours and 50 minutes, Ji Xinghe replied earnestly. "That is sufficient." "Enough to?" Master Lu faltered, unable to finish his thought. After a deep sigh, he continued, "Old Ji, if you persist in this manner, I will retract all the assignments I've entrusted to you. I can also guarantee that no one in this operational zone will assign you any tasks. Even if Ensign Shin can give you work, how much can he possibly offer? If you can't repair a single panel in 6 hours, you might as well fix cars. If your health deteriorates, I cannot bear the consequences." At this moment, Master Lu's words drew disapproving glances from those around him. In their eyes, Ji Xinghe was akin to a stubborn old duck, lacking the ability, yet still yearning to remain in the mecha repair area. Disregarding his health and the work schedules of others, Ji Xinghe finally grasped the source of Master Lu's anger. He refrained from arguing, instead placing the first panel he had repaired on the testing apparatus before the onlookers, setting the program, and initiating the test. With a chime, the device illuminated a green light, indicating a successful test. Had the test failed, a red light would have signaled the result. Master Lu was momentarily taken aback. But this was merely the beginning. Ji Xinghe proceeded to place the second panel on the tester, configuring the program according to the specific mecha model and component before commencing the test. Ding, 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 ding. The 4 chimes signified that within the span of 4 hours that night, Ji Xinghe had successfully repaired 5 panels. This rate was trivial when compared to the capabilities of mechanical arms, which could complete a panel repair within a minute and finish polishing and re-engraving a full set of patterns in 3 to 4 minutes. Yet, the astonished expressions of those present conveyed the magnitude of Ji Xinghe's achievement when juxtaposed with the manual repair speeds of all the mechanics. However, Ji Xinghe sought neither the astonishment of those around him nor their accolades. He merely aimed to accomplish all that he could within his limitations, working only as long as he possessed the stamina and energy. "Master Lu, I can work an additional 2 hours. And I can guarantee that I will repair at least 2 panels, or possibly 3 if all goes well." Ji Xinghe hesitated for a moment before adding, "I won't even count overtime. Just grant me the contribution points for a single panel repair." Master Lu found himself at a loss for words, feeling a flush of heat rise to his cheeks. Without needing others to point it out or a mirror to confirm, he was acutely aware that his face was crimson. "What's wrong? Old Ji, are you okay?" Shin Mu exclaimed as he rushed over, pushing through the crowd to stand before Ji Xinghe, scanning the surroundings and rolling up his sleeves. "What's the matter? Why are you all looking at old Ji with such strange expressions? If there's an issue, come at me." Beside them, Su He, who had initially been on the verge of sleep, was now wide awake, seizing Shin Mu by the shoulder and pulling him aside. "It's nothing. Don't make a fuss. Besides, why would old Ji need your help?" Shin Mu, being somewhat stronger due to his work as a mechanic, was momentarily swept along with Su He's insistence and the sudden realization of Ji Xinghe's formidable capabilities. "My apologies, old Ji, I misunderstood. Why didn't you test the repairs after completing them? I just saw a record of a failed test." Lu Master, feeling a mixture of embarrassment and excitement, came back to himself. "Old Ji, that's incredible. Was it even 4 hours? 5 panels, and these 2 were repolished too? Had I not known they were all broken, I would have thought you found some hidden gems." Yet, Ji Xinghe had no desire to hear these praises. He did not seek the admiration of others and did not believe that his current status as merely a panel repairman warranted such reverence. "Enough, everyone, just enough." Once the crowd quieted down, Ji Xinghe earnestly explained, "When I was on Azure Star, I only required 4 to 5 hours of sleep daily since the 5th grade. I am well aware of my own body, so may I work an additional 2 hours? However, the more he spoke, the more astonished the crowd became. Before Ji Xinghe could respond, Shenmu interjected eagerly. Old Ji is 65 this year. He started 5th grade at 11. You don't need to calculate it. I've done the math. That's a total of 54 years. With an average of 8 hours of sleep per day, Old Ji has had an additional 985 hours for learning, working, and training, equivalent to nearly 8 years of sleepless dedication. This is why Old Ji is a level 8 mechanic, a master craftsman, and why at 65, he is still here. So, let us be sensible and trust Old Ji. He knows what he is doing. The people around remained in shock and silence. In truth, Shenmu had yet to utter another sentiment. The old steed must still care for his granddaughter. He would never neglect his own well-being. Chapter 044. Grandfather goes to fight at 2 o'clock after finishing work, and at 2:20, he fell asleep. He rose at 6, and, after completing his morning routine, Ji Xinghe quietly awaited outside Xinxin's room at 6:20. He did not find the waiting tedious, for it provided him an opportunity to rest and engage in physical exercise. Resting involved closing his eyes to rejuvenate, while exercising consisted of standing in a posture known as zhanzhuang. The atmospheric pressure and air composition within the alien base closely resembled that of the Azure Star, yet it could not replicate its gravity, which was only 1/3 as intense. This lesser gravity made Ji Xinghe feel as though the physical constraints on his body were nearly non-existent. The work from the previous night had not left him particularly fatigued. Only his eyes felt weary. However, after a night's rest, he was completely rejuvenated. At 7 o'clock, Xinxin awoke, judging by her wake-up time. It seemed she had gone to bed very late the previous night. Having lain still in bed since around 8, she appeared to be sound asleep. Yet, who could fathom the emotional turmoil within her? Ding! The metallic door swung open, and Xinxin, who had independently completed her morning routine and changed her clothes, was startled as she opened the door to place her soiled garments outside. Grandfather? Oh, when did you arrive? Why didn't you knock? You weren't outside all night. Were you? No. Grandfather had a good rest last night. I just arrived, Ji Xinghe explained with a smile. Hand in hand, they set off for breakfast, with Xinxin placing her dirty clothes in a box by the door, where an automated robot would come to collect them for washing and sanitizing. In the cafeteria, bleary-eyed individuals consumed their meals with alarming speed. Such hurried eating was, in fact, quite unhealthy, but if they were indifferent to life itself, how could they concern themselves with such matters? After hastily finishing their meals, everyone hurried off to their respective workstations. Some individuals, whose jobs were relatively easier, opted for a brief nap post-meal or engaged in manageable tasks such as studying. Some who had arrived on the alien world as mere automotive technicians managed to transform into skilled mechanics through diligent study. They did not choose to halt their progress merely because they had relocated to an alien planet. This was one of the reasons why the Mecha district sought workers within the base. However, Xinxin, along with other children like her, lacked the opportunity to attend school every day, as there were no educational institutions or suitable teachers within the base. Ji Xinghe recognized this as a problem. Yet he currently lacked the means to address it. He could neither teach her himself nor hire appropriate educators. Previously, Xinxin's education had been primarily conducted by her mother, supplemented with relevant instructional videos. Given Ji Xinghe's age and occupational responsibilities, he felt ill-equipped to provide the necessary education. Thus, it seemed imperative to resolve the fundamental issue, restoring Xinxin's health so she could return to the Azure Star and attend school, even if it meant delaying her education by 2 years. Unbeknownst to Xinxin, Ji Xinghe was deep in thought regarding this matter. After finishing breakfast, she timidly said, "Grandfather, you should go to work. I will return to my studies." Ji Xinghe smiled and inquired, would Xinxin prefer to study in her room? Or would she like to watch grandfather repair mechas? Xinxin hesitated, almost blurting out her desire, but instead lowered her head and replied, "Xinxin wants to go back to study." Ji Xinghe sighed inwardly and asked, "What if grandfather has to go fight?" "Fight?" Xinxin looked up at him again, her big eyes sparkling. "Why does grandfather need to fight? Mother says fighting is bad. One can get hurt." Xinxin doesn't want grandfather to get hurt. Grandfather won't get hurt. The fighting I will engage in is just like the last time you saw. Then would you like to watch? After a long moment of hesitation, Xinxin finally spoke her true feelings. "Yes. All right, grandfather will take Xinxin to watch him fight." Ji Xinghe glanced at the message and location sent by Su He on his wrist device, then left the cafeteria with Xinxin. He truly was on his way to fight. Wang Gui was not in high spirits. Despite being acknowledged by an unparalleled master the night before, he was acutely aware that it held little significance. He had risen early, skipping breakfast, and trudged to the training area of the base, his mechanical legs still unfamiliar to him, where he observed the mecha warriors training diligently. Some were engaged in rehabilitation training, while others were undergoing adaptive training. The former group consisted of those who had been injured in battle and were receiving treatment at the base, their injuries significantly less severe than Wang Gui's. Once they completed their rehabilitation, they would return to the battlefield. The latter group comprised newly arrived mecha warriors. Not all possessed the requisite talent to head into battle immediately upon arrival on the alien planet. The differences in gravity and the complexities of the alien terrain posed challenges, and actual combat was a different matter entirely. However, after a certain period of training, they too would be prepared for battle. Yet, Wang Gui could no longer join the fray, as he had lost a leg. Many others shared his fate. They had been temporarily assigned to the base's remnants unit, awaiting retirement. For some, even the prospect of staying on the alien planet seemed bleak. Nevertheless, they did not wish to leave without a fight, which is why others remained alongside Wang Gui. "Hello, I am battlefield journalist Suhi. May I interview you?" Upon hearing this voice, Wang Gui did not shift his gaze, continuing to observe the mecha warriors training in front of him. For Suhi was not there to interview him. He found Suhi somewhat bothersome, chattering incessantly early in the morning. "Will interviewing me allow me to return to combat?" The man with only one arm looked at Suhi with a blank expression. "I'm sorry." Suhi had no retort, yet he did not give up. Instead, he turned to another individual. "Hello, may I interview you?" "Sure." The third interviewee of the morning exhibited a markedly gentler demeanor, but did not look at Suhi while responding, for he was blind. "How did you sustain your eye injury?" "My mecha was destroyed. The debris blinded me. Injuries to the eyeball should be treatable. I know of a mechanical eye that connects to the optic nerve like a camera. Such a thing exists, but it is of little consequence. Mechanical eyes are inferior to human eyes. Their dynamic vision and visual range, how shall I put it, pixel quality, is not comparable to that of a human eye." I've inquired. "And human eyes possess a pixel quality of 576 million, whereas the highest quality mechanical eye only reaches 100 million. Then why don't you choose to undergo treatment? If treatment would allow me to return to combat, I would consider it." So he found himself at a loss for words again. He felt that his choice of interview subjects was misguided. Those who had come to the training area at this hour were singularly focused on returning to battle. Yet no one could facilitate that, not even Ji Xinghe. Wang Gui finally spoke up. "Mr. Su, it would be best if you refrained from interviewing us disabled individuals. I appreciate the kind intentions of Mr. Ji Xinghe, but I am intruding on his time. Please persuade him not to waste his time on someone like me, as he is not merely squandering his own time, but also that of all of us, along with our resources." Suhi regarded Wang Gui and asked, "Then why don't you tell him yourself?" "Because I feel embarrassed. I approached him first. After he agreed, I hesitated. But what if he could help you?" "How could he help? Make me capable of fighting like a normal person? Make me stronger than Major Hanley?" Wang Gui's emotions flared suddenly. "After shedding our armor, we are nothing. Not every gorilla can wear armor, as the Empire does not possess enough mechas. But do you know how many times stronger an ordinary gorilla on Azure Star is compared to a human? Fourfold. Do you comprehend how many times stronger the gorillas on that alien planet are compared to us humans? On average, sixfold. Without Mechs, no matter how formidable we may be, it is of little consequence." Suhi found himself at a loss for words once again, aware that Wang Gui's agitation stemmed not from him, nor from Ji Xinghe. Yet, someone spoke on Suhi's behalf. "What does fourfold matter? What does sixfold matter?" Ji Xinghe arrived, leading Xin, bearing his selfishness and the opportunities it entailed. Chapter 045. Because I practice Wing Chun Master, where is Lao Ji? Did he oversleep due to fatigue from last night? Last night, with the assurance of his own capabilities and Lieutenant Shun Mu's endorsement, Ji Xinghe was allowed to stay late to work. When they arrived in the morning, they found that Ji Xinghe had repaired 3 panels. This time, it seemed he was not in a hurry to leave, as he had decided to finish his work properly. After a night's labor, 4 out of the 8 panels requiring repairs in Operation Zone 109 were successfully mended. If he continued at this pace through the day and night, wouldn't all the repairs be completed? It was likely he had exhausted himself. He was like my grandfather, never willing to admit defeat, and Lao Ji was the same. Master Lu hesitated before asking, "Does anyone have Lao Ji's contact number? We should check in with him. It's one thing to be tired, but if he has overworked." The others shook their heads. They hadn't managed to add Ji Xinghe as a contact. "Shall I go check where Lao Ji lives? I can see what I can find out." someone suggested. Although this would hinder their work progress, Ji Xinghe's contributions were invaluable. Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. And Ji Xinghe was the very tool they needed. Hey, where's Lao Ji? Why hasn't he come? The head of Operations Zone 107 approached. Have you finished your panels? If so, send Lao Ji over to help us. The queue for the mechanical arms is far too long, and we need to catch up. We don't know why Lao Ji hasn't arrived, Master Lu said with growing concern before slapping his forehead. Let us find Lieutenant Shinmu. Which operation zone is he in? Go look for him. He must have Lao Ji's contact information. Hurry. Someone immediately dashed to Operation Zone 21 to locate Shinmu, who was already worried and quickly contacted Ji Xinghe. When the video call connected, Shinmu was taken aback. Lao Ji, where are you? In the training zone. Why aren't you in the mecha zone? What are you doing in the training zone? Just sparring. I'll be there soon. Bye. Sparring? Who are you fighting? Don't hang up, Lao Ji. Shinmu's anxiety transformed into eager anticipation. He was desperate to see Ji Xinghe spar. However, he couldn't abandon his duties. So he hastily messaged Suhi, make sure to record it for me. Master Lu finally grasped why Ji Xinghe hadn't shown up and felt a surge of irritation. This Lao Ji, what is he doing? Why is a mecha technician engaging in fights? The base forbids such activities. If something goes awry, I must intervene. But Lu's apprentice suddenly interjected, Master. Lao Ji is truly a master martial artist, as Major Hanli mentioned. He even defeated Major Han. Master martial artist? Sparring? Master Lu recalled Ji Xinghe mentioning last night in the cafeteria that he intended to teach others how to fight. Clearly, he had watched Ji Xinghe's battle video with Hanli, his apprentice had. The head of Zone 107 stood in stunned silence. Who exactly is this Lao Ji? In the training zone, others echoed this question. Not Wang Gue and his group, but a mecha warrior who had just been defeated by Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe had said little to Wang Gue and the others. Often, action spoke louder than words. After releasing Xin's hand, he entrusted Sui to look after her and approached the group of mecha warriors, formally proposing a sparring challenge. Unlike Master Lu, who was solely focused on mecha repairs, the mecha warriors were familiar with Ji Xinghe and Han Li's combat. Without hesitation, one accepted the challenge, only to be swiftly taken down by Ji Xinghe. I'm just a 65-year-old man, deemed too old for the battlefield by all of you. Ji Xinghe's words seemed to address the question posed by Wang Gue and others, who were also perceived as unfit for combat. The training mecha warriors paused to gaze at Ji Xinghe, including those engaged in armor-piercing drills, all peering at him through their mechs. Over 70 individuals and 43 mechs watched, eager for action, undeterred by Ji Xinghe's decisive victory. Ji Xinghe stood tall, unshaken by their scrutiny or the imposing mech surrounding him. The instructors, relishing the spectacle, conferred briefly before blowing their whistles. Everyone, dismount and line up. With the mechanical clattering of hatch doors, the 43 mecha warriors disembarked and began to assemble in formation. Including the instructors, there were 130 individuals standing before Ji Xinghe, appearing as though they were under review, including the warrior he had just defeated. Greetings, Mr. Ji. I'm Instructor Li. Instructor Li approached with measured steps, omitting any mention of rank or unit. Ji Xinghe offered a crisp salute. Officer. Private Ji Xinghe reporting for duty. The instructor waved his hand with a smile. No need for such formality. If we were too serious, your challenge would be against the rules, and his acceptance would be as well. Understood, Ji Xinghe nodded, preempting Instructor Li's inquiries. You need not ask. I am capable. Instructor Li was momentarily taken aback. He expected Ji Xinghe to anticipate his question, but confirmed, really? You can. Wonderful. I was just hoping to speak with you. Since you're here and assert you can, please teach them a lesson. Especially those new recruits who haven't completed their adaptive training. Each one thinks they can run before they can walk. It's reckless. Ji Xinghe remained silent, while Wang Gue and the others stood, watching his figure. The blind man, unable to see, grasped the hand of the lame man, who was Wang Gue, straining to listen. Instructor Li continued, Mr. Ji, you are well aware of your own physical capabilities. I'll select them one by one. If you tire, just say pause. We're in no rush. I'll apply for a special stipend for you, so your efforts won't be in vain. I hope you can teach them thoroughly. Ji Xinghe frowned slightly, deducing from Instructor Li's words that Han Li had likely intervened. That young man, Instructor Li, I am indeed pressed for time. As I have my own responsibilities, Ji Xinghe hesitated. So, could we avoid the one-by-one format? Instructor Li understood, as did the others, yet still asked in astonishment, Mr. Ji, what do you mean? My meaning is Ji Xinghe shifted his gaze from Instructor Li to the lined-up mecha warriors, whispering, I wish to fight 10 of them. Instructor Li frowned. Why? Ji Xinghe replied candidly, because I practice Wing Chun. This was not the true answer. For Ji Xinghe's real intent was not to spar with the mecha warriors, but rather with the guerrillas, for the base-housed guerrillas, the Empire's guerrillas. Chapter 46. The stain begins to spread. Instructor Li did not comprehend the inevitable connection between practicing Wing Chun and engaging 10 opponents simultaneously. However, reflecting on the battle between Ji Xinghe and Han Li, as well as Ji Xinghe's deftly executed takedown of a mecha warrior moments ago, he pondered for a brief moment before commencing roll call. Reluctantly, 10 mecha warriors stepped forward, while the others watched with a sense of schadenfreude. Yet, these sentiments were merely expressed through their expressions and glances. No one voiced their thoughts or disobeyed orders. Take it easy, Mr. Ji. I will refrain from unnecessary chatter. Instructor Li nodded towards Ji Xinghe and then addressed the 10 mecha warriors. You must also exercise caution. I have reiterated many times that in battle, one must know when to strike and when to withdraw. Consider this a pop quiz. Even with the certainty that Ji Xinghe was an unparalleled master, Instructor Li harbored doubts about Ji's ability to truly confront 10 opponents at once. This skepticism stemmed not only from Ji's advanced age, but also from the fact that these mecha warriors were far from weak. In a confrontation against ordinary individuals on Azure Star, each mecha warrior could easily take on 10 unarmed foes, and these were merely the weakest 10 among them. Handpicked by Instructor Li. Understood, the 10 mecha warriors replied in unison, assuming their combat stances as they swiftly encircled Ji Xinghe. This scene caused tension to ripple through Su He, Wang Gui, and others, with Xin being the most anxious. She was practically jumping with worry, for the very mecha warriors she once admired had now surrounded her grandfather, leaving her unable to see him. Noticing this, Su He contemplated lifting Xin onto his shoulder. But their unfamiliarity and her gender held him back. Instead, he crouched down and placed the screen of his wristband before her, maneuvering a drone overhead to capture the scene. The live feed displayed on the wristband screen. Seeing her grandfather again only heightened Xin's anxiety. She regretted expressing her desire to watch him fight. If she had said she didn't want to see it, perhaps he would not have to engage in battle at all. However, the truth was that Ji Xinghe had to fight, not just this time, but in many subsequent encounters as well. Prepare. Instructor Li stood atop a gearbox, surveying the scene from a vantage point. Begin. The 10 mecha warriors hesitated to initiate combat, uncertain how to defeat Ji Xinghe without causing him harm. Although none felt confident in overcoming him in a one-on-one scenario, the adage 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands lingered in their minds, especially considering their numbers. However, they were acutely aware that a miscalculation could lead to grievous injury for Ji, whose aging body would not recover as swiftly as that of a younger person. The instructors, including Li, remained silent, seemingly allowing events to unfold, their curiosity piqued by Ji Xinghe's capabilities. In this predicament, Ji had no choice but to make the first move. My apologies in advance, Ji Xinghe suddenly declared, a preemptive apology coupled with a decisive strike. No sooner had he spoken than he lunged forward, his speed defying that of a 65-year-old man. The mecha warrior directly in front of him failed to react in time, experiencing a sharp pain in his abdomen as he doubled over, only to be met with a tremendous force on his shoulder, propelling him into 2 other mecha warriors beside him. The 2 warriors instinctively reached out to support their teammate, momentarily losing their balance. Had they not been interfered with, the trio would have remained standing, but Ji Xinghe's timely intervention ensured their fall, precisely as he had anticipated. With a powerful push from his right foot, Ji harnessed the reduced gravity of Azure Star, allowing his body to feel lighter while his strength remained undiminished. Standing at 191 meters, he suddenly soared into the air. In a manner reminiscent of Major Han Li, Ji twisted midair, executing a remarkable flying kick that struck 2 mecha warriors squarely in the chest. With a resounding thud, the 2 warriors who had just steadied their teammate were sent airborne, their flight uncontrolled. Ji, however, retained control, landing deftly while pressing his hand against the back of the first warrior he had struck, who was still reeling from the blow. Utilizing his astonishing core strength, he executed a flawless somersault, leaving all 3 warriors sprawled on the ground. 3 down? No, Ji had not exerted his full force, allowing those 3 to rise again. The rules of this engagement had not been established, as both Instructor Li and the mecha warriors viewed the encounter as a light-hearted sparring match. Thus, The three warriors were still capable of rejoining the fray. Yet Ji Xinghe, not perceiving the encounter as mere play, was determined to achieve a definitive victory. Only then could he justifiably challenge the formidable gorilla in the base, proving that even without mechs, humanity could surpass the Empire's greatest beasts. Engage. Ji Xinghe's voice boomed, his eyes glaring like brass bells, fixating on the 7 stunned mecha warriors. He felt an inexplicable surge of adrenaline, akin to his previous encounters with Han Li, where he sensed that his opponent had not truly unleashed their full potential and was merely toying with him. Now, it seemed, these mecha warriors were indeed playing a role. Could this charade enable me to confront the Empire's gorilla? Could it empower me to engage in combat without my mech? Would this performance allow the Federation to triumph over the Empire? With a flurry of punches and kicks, Ji Xinghe transformed into a whirlwind of fury, his fierce demeanor causing the 7 mecha warriors to retreat in unison. Nearby instructors frowned, their frustration mounting. Had the battle not been ongoing, they would have berated the warriors for their incompetence. Much to their astonishment, Ji Xinghe, previously courteous and apologetic, had now voiced their sentiments. Incompetent fools. Ji Xinghe thundered as he lunged toward one of the mecha warriors, his movements appearing more like a leap than a walk due to the low gravity and his explosive power. Before he even touched the ground, he raised his hand to strike the bewildered warrior. Instinctively, the mecha warrior raised his hands to block Ji's strike, while simultaneously launching a punch at Ji's chest. However, Ji, despite his inner rage, tempered his strength due to his age. Realizing this, Ji's anger intensified, and he defiantly absorbed the punch, retaliating with even greater force. With a resounding crack, the warrior's blocking hand collided with his own head, enhanced by the force of Ji's strike. As his vision faded to black, he felt his left leg crash into his right, sending him tumbling to the ground uncontrollably. From an observer's perspective, it appeared as though Ji Xinghe had struck the mecha warrior while simultaneously countering his punch with a sweeping kick. The remaining 6 mecha warriors, still on the sidelines, felt a collective jolt. This old man. Ji patted his chest where he had just been struck, gazing at the mecha warriors as he uttered, "What kind of mecha warriors are you if you lack the strength to fight?" This phrase was initially destined to become a blemish on Major Han Li's life, immortalized in the video of the battle between Ji Xinghe and Han Li. However, this blemish has now spread throughout the training area of Base 6 like ink dispersing in a bowl of water. None of the mecha warriors present in the training zone could escape its taint. "Come at me," Ji Xinghe shouted in fury once more, charging at another mecha warrior. At this moment, the mecha warriors could no longer contain themselves. They chose to momentarily set aside their traditional virtue of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, howling as they surged toward Ji Xinghe, including the 3 mecha warriors who had initially been felled. Then, with a cacophony of cries, they retreated once again. Despite facing 10 opponents, Ji Xinghe achieved a resounding victory. Yet this was not the conclusion. Rather, it marked the beginning. Chapter 047. 300 million people watching as Officer Li clapped his hands and leaped down from the equipment box. His applause resonated with the rhythmic precision of a machine gun, raining down upon the 10 mecha warriors, their faces smeared with dirt. Other instructors soon joined in, their claps echoing in the tranquil training area, forming a sonic barrage that made the mecha warriors wish they could bury their faces in the ground. The applause continued. This time from Xinghe, who stood beside Su He, her cheeks flushed and her small hands reddening from the vigorous clapping. Seeing this, Ji Xinghe felt a pang of sympathy. However, her enthusiastic applause seemed to be the final straw for the 10 mecha warriors, who lowered their heads in search of cracks in the ground to hide in. Unfortunately, the training area, specifically designed for them, was merely uneven, devoid of any crevices. "Apologies, everyone," Ji Xinghe said, his demeanor shifting dramatically after the skirmish. "I tend to get impulsive during fights, and since you did not engage, I'm sorry for my earlier remarks." No, Mr. Ji, you spoke no falsehood," Officer Li replied, his expression stoic as he regarded the 10 mecha warriors. "They are indeed useless. They do not deserve to be called mecha warriors. If they lack the strength to strike, how could they hope to contend with the Imperial guerrillas or the Empire's mechas?" Silenced, the mecha warriors hung their heads, unable to retort. "I understand what you are thinking," Officer Li continued. "You believe that as mecha warriors, you pilot machines in battle rather than engaging in hand-to-hand combat with the Imperial guerrillas. Thus, whether you can defeat Mr. Ji seems inconsequential. If you were clad in your mechas, even 10 or 100 of Mr. Ji would be no match for you. And if Mr. Ji were also in a mecha, he could not defeat you in the same manner as before. Am I correct? No one answered, as it was an acknowledged truth that humans could not triumph over piloted mechas in unarmed combat. Ji Xinghe held the same conviction, unless he wielded a weapon. None could fathom Ji Xinghe's thoughts. Otherwise, the conversation would surely veer off course. Officer Li surveyed the silent mecha warriors, some having fallen to Ji Xinghe and others who had not. Your teachers should have imparted this knowledge in school, and I have reiterated it numerous times. Mechas are not mere weapons like firearms, artillery, missiles, or starships. You must not perceive them as tools of war, but rather as extensions of your own bodies. Unlike firearms, where a missed shot can be followed by another, the combat between mechas allows no second chances. A single misstep could result in being struck by an enemy's mecha. With good fortune, you might withstand a few blows. With ill fortune, you may perish instantly. Mechas can protect you, but only if you know how to wield them. Otherwise, they become a burden. In this context, piloting a mecha resembles ancient warfare with cold weapons. Cold weapons were the ancestors' mechas, extensions of their bodies. The mecha warriors had heard this sentiment many times. Yet it was Ji Xinghe's first encounter with such words, and his eyes sparkled with understanding. Indeed, Officer Li continued, many combat techniques you can employ with your body become futile when piloting a mecha. However, this does not imply that physical combat skills are entirely worthless in mecha operation. On the contrary, we train you in close-quarters combat precisely because it proves invaluable in mecha warfare. It is not the techniques themselves that are inherently useful, though some indeed are applicable to mechas, but rather your ability to adeptly utilize those techniques, informed by your combat experience. Human strength is finite, and so too are the techniques available to you. Given these limitations, if Mr. Ji could face 10 foes at the age of 65, then if he piloted a mecha with your level of expertise, could he not face 10 adversaries? The mecha warriors remained silent. I believe the answer is affirmative. Officer Li asserted with logic. When unarmored, your strength, speed, and reaction times surpassed those of Mr. Ji, yet you still lost. In a scenario where all parties are armored, your capabilities would be confined to the same level. What reason then do you have to believe you would win? Ji Xinghe's eyes shone with newfound brilliance. Li, you truly understand me. He gazed intently at Officer Li, anticipating permission to pilot a mecha, yet Officer Li had no such intention. Who would allow a 65-year-old man to pilot a mecha? Though Officer Li's words were eloquent, he was actually shifting the concept, as Ji Xinghe, in theory, could not fully exploit a mecha's capabilities due to his physical limitations. Thus, the premise of equal strength and speed was merely theoretical. Mr. Ji. Officer Li not only refrained from permitting Ji Xinghe to pilot a mecha, but misinterpreted his silence, solemnly stating, please, say a few words. Disappointed, Ji Xinghe refrained from voicing his desire to pilot a mecha, knowing his current abilities did not warrant such a request. He feared that a forceful appeal would only lead to rejection. All right, I shall speak, Ji Xinghe said, glancing at the time, 8:30, half an hour late. I know you harbor discontent, for I had the advantage in our previous encounter. At first, you were not serious, and by the time you were, I had already divided your ranks. You 10 could not unite against me, thus the illusion of my 1 against 10 was created. You are not as inept as it may seem. Incompetent? Old Ji, is that truly necessary? The mecha warriors held no resentment or anger. They merely felt the injustice in Ji Xinghe's words. One-on-one, none of you should be my match. Ji Xinghe hesitated slightly, but for the sake of his ambition, he boasted, drawing the attention of over 100 mecha warriors. Mr. Ji, Officer Li interjected, you may remove the should. In a one-on-one scenario, none are your equals. Is that so? Ji Xinghe, believing the professional instructor, felt his confidence surge once more. I had anticipated a loss, yet I did not falter because you were restrained. Henceforth, I shall not engage 10 at once, but rather 3. I will face each of you in turn, then 4, then 5. You intend to face all of us. Old Ji Xinghe pointed at the drone hovering above. I hope you take this seriously, otherwise, you may find yourselves featured in a documentary about me. Yes, a documentary promoted throughout the Federation. Not only the mecha warriors, but also Officer Li and others were taken aback. Documentary? Ji Xinghe turned to Sue, by the way. What were the viewership numbers for my documentary's first episode? Sui called out, 300 million. Ji Xinghe turned back to gaze upon the more than 100 mecha warriors. This time, he was not alone in observing them, but rather, he shared this moment with 300 million others. Chapter 048. The old steed speaks true, I shall return at noon, said Ji Xinghe. And I hope you will all be prepared in about an hour. Ji Xinghe had to attend to his duties, which, despite being somewhat ambiguous in terms of remuneration, served as a testament to his prowess. Taking on 10 opponents at once would provide Lieutenant Li with ample evidence for his lobbying efforts. Initially, Han Li had envisioned Ji Xinghe's role as a distinguished instructor in the training zone, imparting close combat skills to the mech warriors. However, Han Li had underestimated Ji Xinghe's innate talent for machinery and his remarkable energy and time management. Ji Xinghe had previously lacked confidence, but now he was brimming with it. A confidence derived from Han Li, the 10 mech warriors he had bested, Master Lu's affirmation, and his impressive speed and success rate while repairing energy transfer panels. Rest assured, Old Steed, they will be ready when you arrive at noon. Just call me Old Ji, if you please. Very well, Old Ji, safe travels. Lieutenant Li smiled as he bid farewell to Ji Xinghe. Once he turned to face the mech warriors. However, his expression had turned stern, his tone devoid of warmth. You all have truly embarrassed me. When Major Han Li mentioned this to me, I did not take it seriously. After all, Old Ji is 65 years old. Even the strongest have their limits. But it seems I have underestimated your training regimen. If a 65-year-old can defeat you, how do you expect to confront the Imperial guerrillas? As he questioned them, a mech warrior raised a hand. Instructor, can you defeat Old Ji? Lieutenant Li replied curtly, enough chatter. Form teams of 3. If you cannot bring down Old Ji, 300 million will be watching, and I will not allow reporters to censor your faces. Do you understand? We understand. The mech warriors not only heard him, but comprehended the implication. Their instructor could not defeat Ji Xinghe either. Su He, having followed Ji Xinghe, had missed witnessing this scene, and his gaze filled with admiration as he observed Ji Xinghe's retreating figure. If Ji Xinghe's previous triumph over Han Li had raised suspicions of it being staged, his feat of taking on 10 adversaries today, even if somewhat opportunistic, was sufficient to affirm his extraordinary skill. The focus shifted to Ji Xinghe's upper body, omitting Xian. As Sui commenced his duties, Old Ji, what makes you so formidable? Truth be told, I was unaware of my own strength until now. Really? Have you never fought anyone before? Never. I have always practiced on my own. Sui felt fortunate that he had not interviewed Ji Xinghe in the training zone. Otherwise, the statement would undoubtedly have incited outrage. If Ji Xinghe, capable of taking on 10 opponents, had merely practiced aimlessly, what could be said of the defeated mech warriors? This doesn't add up, Old Ji. Without any real combat experience, how could you be this strong? My training involves Wing Chun, which utilizes the wooden dummy. It is quite similar to actual combat. Ji Xinghe had indeed engaged in sparring with his son, Ji Xinghe, who had learned military combat techniques during his schooling and had fought many times, but Ji Xinghe preferred not to mention this. Suhi, familiar with the wooden dummy, inquired curiously, but the wooden dummy is inanimate. How can it compare to a living opponent? True, the wooden dummy is inanimate, but when I strike it, it seems to come alive. The faster I hit, the quicker it responds. The harder I strike, the more forcefully it hits back. A vivid image flashed in Suhi's mind of Ji Xinghe furiously attacking the wooden dummy, transforming it into a blur. Old Ji, just how strong are you now? I do not know. You do not know? Indeed, for I lack real combat experience. Did you not just say that striking the wooden dummy is akin to having combat experience? It is akin, but not the same. True combat experience is like when I fought Han Li or those mech warriors. Sui paused, then exclaimed, Old Ji, are you suggesting your strength can still improve? Yes. Ji Xinghe affirmed without hesitation, as he genuinely believed this. His endeavors in the training zone were not solely for Wang Gui and the others, nor merely for special allowances. They were also for his personal growth. He needed combat experience and aspired to become even stronger, strong enough that when he declared his intent to duel an Imperial guerrilla, no one would dare to stop him. Strong enough that when he claimed he would don armor, no one would impede him. Strong enough that one day, Shenmu could assure everyone, you must believe in Old Ji. Grandfather, Xian looked up and asked, can you teach me to fight? I want to be a mech warrior. Ji Xinghe's face broke into a joyful smile. Not because he wished for Xian to pursue a career as a mech warrior. He actually preferred she become a doctor, but because she had begun to express her desires to him directly. This was heartening. Of course, but training is arduous. Can you endure it? I can. I will manage. Very well, grandfather will teach you. Thank you, grandfather. You are so kind. No need for thanks, I am your grandfather. Ji Xinghe's smile was radiant, a rarity for him in recent times. However, he did not immediately commence Xian's instruction, for he had yet to receive her medical report. Nurse Wang had mentioned that her routine examination was scheduled for 3 days hence. In the mech zone, Ji Xinghe's arrival did not spark much commotion, as the personnel were unaware of his earlier feat of taking on 10 mech warriors. Moreover, while his efficiency in repairing energy transfer panels was commendable, it had yet to spread widely. Only those in operational zones 109, 107, 106, 108, and 21 were privy to this information. Old Ji, did you win? I did. Oh. Master Lu, despite his curiosity, was too busy to inquire further, so he merely acknowledged Ji Xinghe before returning to his repairs. The damaged mech components were numerous. Some could be detached for maintenance, while others required on-site repair, a laborious task requiring constant climbing. Ji Xinghe said little, having entrusted Su He with watching over Xin. He too entered a state of focused labor, determined to complete the repairs in Zone 109 before moving on to others, striving to finish all necessary repairs. Xin remained quietly observant, captivated by both Ji Xinghe's repairs and Master Lu's work on the Mechs, as she fervently aspired to become a mech warrior. The morning passed swiftly, but as everyone prepared for lunch, a small issue arose. Why has no one come for the practical tests? What is happening? There are plenty of mech warriors in the training zone. They should send more over. Master Lu, having finished repairing a mech, expressed his frustration. 4 practical operations required mech warriors to pilot the machines, yet today, there was a shortage. The usual assistance from the training zone's mech warriors had not materialized. Nearby, Sui glanced at Ji Xinghe with a knowing look. He understood precisely why the training zone's mech warriors were absent. They were eagerly awaiting their chance to spar with old Ji. Ji Xinghe cleared his throat, not out of embarrassment, but because he decided to seize this unintentional opportunity he had created. Master Lu, I must confess that I am capable of piloting a mech. How about I conduct the live test? You? Master Lu was taken aback. Old Ji, did you not previously claim that you had never laid hands on a mech? However, I possess skills in repairing circuit boards and various other components. Ji Xinghe promptly decided to weave a falsehood. For the mech requiring the live test was one of his specialties, the standard federal mech, and he felt quite confident. After enlisting, I even battled alongside Major Han Li in a mech. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with reporter Su. Sui recollected the formidable confrontation between Ji Xinghe and Han Li, where Ji Xinghe was swiftly defeated by Han Li. Yet, from a certain perspective, it could indeed be deemed a battle of penetration. Thus, he resolutely stated, Old Ji speaks the truth. Chapter 49. Do not rush. Perhaps it was due to the status of Ji Xinghe as a level 8 mechanic. Perhaps it was the speed at which he repaired the panels. Perhaps it was because Second Lieutenant Shenmu had once said that one must trust the old steed. Perhaps it was the knowledge that Ji Xinghe had fought in the training area earlier that day. Perhaps it was due to Major Han Li. Or perhaps it was the sudden exuberance of the little girl. Regardless of the reason, Master Lu surprisingly chose to operate outside the regulations. All right, old steed. Give it a try. As per the usual practice, if you break it, it's on you. Ji Xinghe nodded and approached the imposing mech standing solemnly before him. This was the 16th generation standard mech of the Federation, and also a mech hero from the immersive game Interstellar Glory, in which Ji Xinghe had earned the title in the national server, making him quite familiar with it. The precursor to Interstellar Glory was a military virtual reality technology developed by the Federation for selecting and training the first generation of mech warriors. Although it had been greatly simplified in its gamified version and had added numerous gaming skills for the mech heroes, it still boasted realistic simulation. The nearby mechanics of Unit 109 began directing the procedure for the live test, feeling somewhat anxious. For the live test not only pertained to the success of the repairs but also to the potential emergence of new damages, and even the possibility of casualties among the testing personnel due to unforeseen factors. However, Master Lu was the head of Unit 109, and Ji Xinghe had gained some prestige, coupled with his youth, which deterred anyone from refusing or stopping them. The colonel who could have intervened was not present in the mech area, and the other operational zones were quite busy, leaving no one to notice what was unfolding in Unit 109. The live test commenced. Step 1. Opening the hatch. Ji Xinghe had already donned another wristband and, upon hearing the relevant commands for the live test, pressed it twice. With a click, the back of the 4.2-meter-tall mech suddenly split open, and the cockpit was suspended 1.5 meters above the ground, devoid of a convenient metal ladder or handholds for climbing. Yet this posed no challenge to Ji Xinghe. After all, this was a low-gravity alien world, and even on the normally gravitated Azure Star, Ji Xinghe could leap up effortlessly. The only caution he needed to observe on this alien planet was not to jump too high. As Ji Xinghe floated gracefully into the cockpit, the onlookers were taken aback. While they all could jump as high, none could do so with the same elegance as Ji Xinghe. Some among them even felt that Ji Xinghe's leap was more graceful than that of the professional mech warriors. And the simple action of entering the cockpit gave them an almost artistic impression. Step 2. Synchronization and adaptation. The live test continued, and as the prompt sounded, Ji Xinghe had already stabilized himself on the two pedals, which extended intricately into the mech's legs. The complex mechanical structure posed a slight challenge even for him. With further clicks, metal rings automatically secured his feet, locking his knees in place without hindering his ability to bend them. After securing the helmet in the cockpit, darkness enveloped him. But Ji Xinghe expertly lowered his hands to insert them into two metal devices in front of his chest that resembled cannon barrels. Following a series of mechanical sounds, he felt an impeccable fit with the metallic surfaces, his finger movements slightly restricted, but this was inconsequential. For the design of the hands on the Federation's 16th generation standard mech did not prioritize finger mobility. Externally, they appeared as if adorned with metallic gloves, with 4 fingers fused together and only the thumb separated. The adaptation confirmation echoed in Ji Xinghe's ears, and the darkness lifted, revealing a visual feed from the mech's head and other components, akin to a monitoring screen adorned with intelligent auxiliary system indicators. Adaptation successful. Welcome, Private Ji Xinghe. This prompt could only be heard within the base, as the mech could connect to the base's local network when inside. Outside, amidst the complex alien environment, network disruptions could lead to data loss. At that time, it would only say welcome, without the title of Private Ji Xinghe. Step 3. Communication test. Old Steed. Do you hear me? I hear you. Good. Step 4. Tactical motion test. Old Steed, trust me. All right. Although they agreed to trust Ji Xinghe, the members of Unit 109 collectively retreated 3 to 4 meters as the tactical motion test was about to commence. They were already 7 to 8 meters away from the mech, and this retreat effectively placed them outside the mech's striking range. Xinghe was also pulled back by Su He, her gaze towards the mech sparkling with excitement, entirely different from how she had looked at any other mech before, for she knew that the warrior piloting this mech was her grandfather. Indeed, in Xinghe's eyes, her grandfather was a mech warrior, and anyone capable of piloting a mech was a mech warrior. Standard tactical motion 1. Begin. With a resounding crash, the towering mech stepped forward with its left foot, its body tilting while the right hand formed a fist, and as the left foot landed, the right fist was simultaneously thrust forward. The gust of wind swept across the heads of the mechanics in front, prompting some to involuntarily retreat a few more steps. They had witnessed Mechs punch before, but they had not anticipated Ji Xinghe's movements could be executed with such swiftness, completing the action even before the command had fully been issued. In truth, they were unaware that Ji Xinghe could have moved even faster. However, he believed that since this was a live test, he should wait until the command was fully spoken before acting. Very good, Old Steed, you have skill. This praise was not entirely heartfelt. As professional mechanics, each of them could perform such a simple standard tactical motion. Yet they were mechanics and not mech warriors, because true mech warriors could not merely execute standard tactical motions. The more physically demanding non-standard tactical maneuvers were what distinguished them from the billions of others. Nevertheless, for the live test, there was no need to complicate matters. Old Steed, return to position, then execute standard tactical motion 2. Ji Xinghe maneuvered the mech back a step to its original position and executed standard tactical motion 2, equally flawless, nearly identical to the demonstration in the textbook. Splendid, Old Steed, return to position, standard tactical motion 3. One by one, the standard tactical motion commands were prompted by the mechanics, which actually deviated from the testing protocol. Conducting tests out of the standard sequence would represent true testing. Yet, given that the pilot was Ji Xinghe, they ultimately still lacked complete trust. Excellent. Very well. Test completed. System test passed. Old Steed, what do you think? Master Lu inquired, observing the system prompt. The live test required both system validation and the confirmation from the mech warrior for absolute assurance. Generally, once the relevant operations of the live test were completed, if the system did not issue an alarm, it indicated that the mech had indeed been repaired. Therefore, when Ji Xinghe, who should have responded promptly with no issues, suddenly fell silent, the mechanics of Unit 109 grew tense. Old Steed, is there a problem? Ji Xinghe hesitated, and only when Master Lu pressed him did he resolve his decision. No issues. Master Lu and the others exhaled with relief. Old Steed, you are quite intimidating. Your sudden silence is unnerving. If there is no issue, please descend. In truth, Ji Xinghe was reluctant to come down. His silence stemmed from a desire to experiment with unconventional tactical maneuvers. He sensed that he was capable of executing them, yet he feared alarming Master Lu and the others, worried that he might not have another opportunity for practical testing. Nevertheless, Ji Xinghe ultimately descended, knowing he could not afford to rush. Although he felt an urgency, he understood that haste was not an option. Youth affords the luxury of making mistakes, but he was no longer young. Games may be replayed, but reality is not a game. Thus, he absolutely could not afford any errors. Ji Xinghe, do not be hasty, he reminded himself. Devote more time to refining your mech. Engage in practical tests and participate in training sessions. You have the potential to continue growing. You are indeed evolving. At just 65 years of age, you have yet to reach your limits. You possess no limits. Ji Xinghe repeated these affirmations in his mind. Chapter 050. Accountability. A cacophony of sounds filled the air as Ji Xinghe stood resolutely, his demeanor unfazed. In stark contrast, the 6 groups of mecha warriors, totaling 18 in number, who had come to challenge him this noon, appeared ready to retreat, their expressions betraying their desire to flee. Yet, they found themselves unable to escape, for they were under the scrutiny of Su He, who was poised to conduct interviews with an unyielding determination. Su, it's nearly past lunch hour. Would it be possible for us to eat first before the interview? One of the warriors implored. Oh, my apologies. I completely forgot about lunch. Let's go eat together. And I can interview you while we dine, Su He replied cheerfully. Actually, I've suddenly lost my appetite. You all go ahead, another warrior hastily interjected, eager to avoid the camera's gaze. Quickly, or there won't be any food left. Buying your own will be quite costly, they urged, casting wary glances at Su He, who wielded the camera as if it were a harbinger of doom. Their trepidation stemmed not from fear of Su He or even Ji Xinghe, who had bested them, but from the realization that 300 million eyes were upon them, watching their defeat unfold. By midday, they had confirmed that Ji Xinghe and Su He were indeed truthful. The documentary titled The Old Man and the Stars and the Sea was real, and its inaugural episode had garnered an astonishing 300 million views, with numbers continuing to rise. While it was not humiliating to be defeated by a 65-year-old man, the thought of 300 million spectators witnessing their downfall made their spirits plummet. The notion of returning to the Azure Star became increasingly unbearable, for they felt as if they had already been vanquished in the eyes of the masses. Su He, sensing their turmoil, had no intention of putting the mecha warriors in a difficult position. He recognized them as heroes. Don't worry, I will blur your identities, he reassured them. Is that for real? One of them asked, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. Absolutely. I promise to protect your anonymity. Besides, it's nothing to be ashamed of to be defeated by the old man. The battle between Major Han Li and Ji Xinghe has already reached the Azure Star, and my colleagues are busy editing it. With Major Han Li leading the charge, what do you have to fear? That does make sense, they conceded reluctantly. Then will you accept my interview? Su He pressed. I'm afraid I can't. I have a stomachache, likely from being bested by the old man. I must head to the infirmary. Goodbye. And with that, they hastily departed. Su He, feeling somewhat exasperated, managed to find a few willing participants for his interview, though it wasn't conducted in the bustling cafeteria where space was at a premium. The hurried pace of dining was not merely due to work obligations, but also a necessity to avoid occupying seats for too long. After arranging a time for the interviews, Su He resumed his pursuit of Ji Xinghe in the Mecha district. He chose not to film the lunch, deeming it unnecessary, as it was merely a mundane meal. Furthermore, Ji Xinghe needed to attend to his granddaughter, and whether to disclose the existence of his granddaughter had sparked some debate within the upper echelons of the propaganda department. Just as Shen Mu had once been enraged upon hearing about Xian, wishing to confront the fallen hero Ji Xinghe, many expected their heroes to be flawless, devoid of any blemishes. Yet, heroes are human too, possessing emotions, impulses, and the weighty burden of difficult choices, which reveal their imperfect nature. Thus, Su He made a conscious effort to avoid filming Xian, aligning with Ji Xinghe's wishes, despite her maturity and willingness to be featured. The afternoon repairs proceeded smoothly, and for Ji Xinghe, who had piloted a genuine mecha for the first time, it was as if a revelation had dawned upon him, enhancing his repair speed yet again, with a success rate that remained steadfast at 100%. As the day wore on, apart from engaging in a few sparring sessions in the training area, he remarkably restored over half of the 109's components, thereby earning a second opportunity for a live test. However, the live testing slots were in high demand, with the base housing 150 operational areas constantly occupied by mechas requiring testing. Given the scarcity of mecha warriors, it was impossible for the mecha district to accommodate them all. With a wave of his hand, Master Lu appointed Ji Xinghe as both the mechanic and pilot for the 109, as the live test merely required the execution of standard tactical maneuvers. After demonstrating his piloting skills, Ji Xinghe had earned a measure of trust. The second live test was executed flawlessly, with no issues arising from either Master Lu's repair techniques or Ji Xinghe's piloting skills. Even though the mecha tested in the afternoon differed from the one tested in the morning, yet the inevitable arrived. Private Ji Xinghe. Present. Ji Xinghe approached the middle-aged officer, who had previously confronted him twice regarding troubles. He had learned that this officer, named Chen Sun, was a middle-ranking staff officer in the base's command department, responsible for overseeing various administrative tasks. Sui followed closely, feeling a twinge of nervousness as he held the camera, uncertain if he should film. He was acutely aware that Ji Xinghe had violated protocols, and not just once. His actions in the training area and during the live tests were clear transgressions, and he had unwittingly aided Ji Xinghe by providing a false alibi. There's no need to be anxious. Feel free to film, Chen Sun said, his expression still stoic, yet noticeably more accommodating, possibly due to Ji Xinghe's increasing demonstration of unexpected value. Thank you, Sui replied, offering Ji Xinghe an encouraging glance. Though Ji Xinghe remained fixated on Chen Sun, oblivious to Sui's gesture. 3 matters, Chen Sun stated calmly. Firstly, the special allowance requested by Instructor Li has been approved, but you have 2 options. One is to serve as a special close combat instructor in the training area for a monthly contribution of 20,000 points. The other is to take a part-time role, requiring at least 2 hours each day for a monthly subsidy of 3,000 points. That seems a bit low, Ji Xinghe acknowledged before promptly deciding. I choose the part-time option. Chen Sun nodded, unperturbed by Ji Xinghe's choice. Very well, please confirm the task log on your wristband in 5 minutes. Secondly, your repair wage level in the mecha district has also been determined. As you are not officially employed in any operational area, you do not receive a base salary. Your previous base salary was for the conventional repair area, but since you declined the position, it has been revoked. Thus, you will not receive a base salary. Only piecework pay based on the standards of different components, which will be indicated in your task log. Do you have any objections? No objections, Ji Xinghe replied without hesitation. Having anticipated this outcome, it could be considered a form of part-time employment, and in just 2 days at the base, he had already assumed dual roles. The third matter. Chen Sun continued, his tone growing grave. Private Ji Xinghe, your 2 violations today will be subject to accountability. Further details regarding the consequences will be communicated later. Accountability? Ji Xinghe was taken aback. His concern did not stem from the repercussions themselves. After all, his willingness to undergo live testing and Master Lu's agreement indicated that such violations were not particularly severe. What truly troubled him was the fear of losing any further opportunities to enhance his piloting experience through live tests. Sui, observing the shift in Ji Xinghe's expression from hopeful to despondent, noted Xian in the distance, her worried gaze compelling her to approach, though fear held her back. She was not afraid of Colonel Chen Sun, but rather apprehensive that her presence might impact her grandfather. Deep down, she was acutely aware that not everyone at the base held affection for her or for children like her. Summoning her courage, Sui inquired, are there any remedial measures? Furthermore, old Ji had never encountered issues while piloting the mecha. Even Master Lu had spoken favorably of him. Colonel Chen Sun turned his gaze towards Sui, his expression remaining inscrutable. The absence of problems does not guarantee that issues will not arise. Some matters may appear trivial, yet unforeseen consequences can be significant. Reporter Su, can you shoulder this responsibility? However, Sui wished to invoke Han Li, yet she understood that Ji Xinghe's performance in that battle was, in truth, rather deplorable, as he had been swiftly defeated, and that was within a virtual realm. Colonel Chen Sun's gaze shifted back to Ji Xinghe, his tone frigid. Private Ji Xinghe, if you truly possess the capability, you may take the examination. Examination? Ji Xinghe's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. The mecha warrior examination? But they said I couldn't take it, claiming I was too old. This is an alien world, not Blue Star. Provided that one adheres to the laws and relevant regulations, both people and resources should be utilized to their fullest potential. Colonel Chen Sun's tone remained icy, his words as unyielding as a machine. Yet Ji Xinghe could sense a flicker of warmth within, igniting a fervor in his heart. Chapter 051. No more medicine. The eager Ji Xinghe did not immediately proceed to take the examination, for he was certain that he would not pass at present. Much like obtaining a driver's license, merely knowing how to operate a vehicle does not guarantee success in the examination. Besides the practical test, there are theoretical questions that are not typically disclosed to individuals of Ji Xinghe's caliber, as they possess a certain level of confidentiality. Don't worry, old horse. I will guide you, Instructor Li assured, taking it upon himself. These brats still harbor some discontent. Once you pass the exam, you can pilot a mech and challenge them. If you can defeat them, your stipend will increase. Thank you. Ji Xinghe expressed his gratitude, yet he refrained from promising victory. Fully aware that even Instructor Li harbored doubts regarding his potential to win. The distinction between piloting a mech and engaging in unarmed combat is significant. Even the most extraordinary masters may struggle to harness the full capabilities of a mech, primarily due to age and physical constraints. Physical issues predominantly pertain to endurance. While age affects reflexes, both factors are indeed physical concerns, declining with the passage of time, and are crucial for mech operation. Thus, the daily regimen in the training area fell into a routine. Ji Xinghe had dedicated an hour each morning and afternoon to combat practice with the mech warriors. With his special stipend, he no longer engaged solely in battles. He also imparted techniques and experiences he had painstakingly developed, which proved to be immensely beneficial for the mech warriors. Simultaneously, the routine in the mech maintenance area stabilized as well. After completing repairs on the boards in Zone 109, Ji Xinghe moved on to Zone 21, leveraging the reputations of Shun Mu and Master Lu to secure additional repair jobs in other zones. These tasks were relayed to Ji Xinghe's task log by the mechanics in the respective zones as assignments, allowing him to earn contribution points upon completion. Although the rewards were modest, sometimes merely dozens of points, and at most a couple of hundred, the accumulation of smaller gains proved advantageous. After sweeping through repairs in the mech area over the course of half a month, Ji Xinghe not only amassed contribution points but also began repairing new components. Typically, mechs are categorized into 10 systems. Lieutenant Shun Mu, a talented mechanic with formal training, generously shared his limited rest time to teach Ji Xinghe in a rigorous manner, enabling him to absorb knowledge related to mech maintenance and piloting with great enthusiasm. Much of this knowledge had been self-studied, but due to restrictions, he could only access certain confidential materials now. The engine system, akin to an automobile's engine, is referred to as the engine in mechs. There are two types of energy sources that allow the engine to perform at its optimal power: nuclear fuel cells and miniaturized nuclear reactors. Presently, only exclusive mechs, utilized by elite mech warriors, are equipped with nuclear reactors, not out of reluctance, but due to the exorbitant costs associated with them. The transmission system is essential as the energy generated by nuclear fuel cells cannot directly power all mech engines or all locations within the mech. Thus, a transmission system is required to convey energy. You should have no trouble with this, old horse. It pertains to those energy transfer panels. Speaking of which, I have always thought those panels resemble magical runes, with the etched lines akin to enchantments. If this world had magic, you would undoubtedly be a grand sorcerer. Or at the very least, a master alchemist. The skeletal system is primarily responsible for supporting armor, plugins, transmission, energy, and various other subsystems. Much like the human skeletal structure, the difficulty in maintaining this system lies within the joint system, which enables the mech to maneuver and execute tactical movements. The armor and weapon systems are self-explanatory. Typically, we mechanics are responsible for the armor system, while the weapon system could be considered a separate category of maintenance. By the way, I must confide in you a secret. Though it isn't much of a secret, within a year, it will be utilized in the Mechs of Ace Warriors. The Research Institute is developing energy field generators to provide Mechs with energy shields, marking the advent of a new generation of armor systems. The plug-in system consists of attachments and auxiliary gear that cannot be housed within the mech, but must be mounted externally. The sensory system encompasses radar, vision, hearing, communication, infrared, temperature, pressure, and more. The central control system contains the intelligent chip within the mech. I am not particularly adept in this area, as my expertise lies in mechanics. And you likely share similar proficiency, old horse. Ji Xinghe continued to grow, with Shun Mu, a genius mechanic of formal training, providing significant assistance to the self-taught mechanic. The knowledge he had previously acquired began to coalesce, illuminating his understanding with newfound insights. However, he did not wholly accept Shun Mu's assertions. For instance, concerning the central control system, where he possessed more expertise due to his prior self-study in programming and chip design. Since elementary school, Ji Xinghe's dream had been to create his own transformer, a dream that had not dissipated with adulthood but had instead been suppressed by the realities of life. Even while repairing automobiles, the increasingly advanced AI driving programs and related onboard intelligent chips posed no challenge to him, the finest mechanic in Xinfeng City. In general, the most skilled individuals are referred to as masters, and Ji Xinghe is recognized as a master in the automotive repair field. His days on this alien planet were fulfilling. Balancing 3 part-time jobs while also pursuing self-improvement did not wear him down. Instead, he could distinctly perceive his growth and witness the steady increase in his contribution points, bringing him closer to the substantial medical expenses required to treat his granddaughter. Indeed, Ji Xinghe held 3 part-time positions, and his qualification for practical testing in the mech area had not been revoked, allowing him to earn a salary. Perhaps it was due to the absence of issues in previous tests, perhaps due to the assurances of Master Lu and Shinmu, or perhaps due to Ji Xinghe's gradually increasing importance at Base 6. There could be numerous reasons, yet regardless, his prior violations and subsequent infractions did not attract formal repercussions. Colonel Chen Sun neither hindered nor urged Ji Xinghe to take the examination, seemingly tacitly approving his eligibility to do so. Ultimately, it returned to his earlier words: people and resources must be utilized to their fullest. Time passed unobserved, and Ji Xinghe had already spent a month on this alien planet. Initially intending to care for his granddaughter until he could return her to the Blue Star, Ji Xinghe once again experienced the harsh reality of life's unpredictabilities. I'm sorry, Mr. Ji, but we are out of medicine. The medication was for Xin, and it was essential for Ji Xinghe's very existence. Why? Due to the escalating conflict. This medication can only be produced at Base 3, and we have been occupied by the Empire. What about the single-soldier starship? The spacecraft? We could transport it from space. In response to Ji Xinghe's inquiries, the base doctor remained silent. Not because he lacked answers, but because the truth was too cruel to bear. Chapter 52. Instructor, I wish to operate a mech. The blind man finally beheld Ji Xinghe, for he had acquired a mechanical eye, a form of prosthetic. Yet, he was taken aback to discover that the Ji Xinghe he encountered was not the formidable figure he had envisioned from the training grounds, nor the invincible warrior described by Wang Gui and others. One who could single-handedly take on 3 opponents and whose vigor belied his 65 years. Instead, he found an elderly man lacking vitality, with a gaunt visage marked by prominent wrinkles. Though tall, he appeared somewhat stooped, and contrary to the tales of his once lustrous black hair, streaks of silver now adorned his temples. Had Wang Gui deceived him? That seemed improbable. Wang Gui had asserted that Ji Xinghe's dark locks were inconsistent with the age of a 65-year-old. Other members of the remnant soldiers had echoed this sentiment, claiming that despite his advanced years, Ji Xinghe's vitality was evident in his full head of hair, devoid of any gray. Initially, some speculated that he had merely visited a salon for a treatment upon arriving on the alien planet. However, a month had elapsed, and in the absence of such services at Base 6, Ji Xinghe's hair roots should have revealed the silver of a man of his age. Strangely, it had not changed. Ji Xinghe's tall frame radiated an energy akin to that of youth, and during combat in the training area, his every move was imbued with strength and vigor, devoid of any signs of decline. The mech warriors who fought alongside him privately remarked that he resembled more a humanoid mech than an aged man. His speed, strength, and endurance astonished the mech warriors and gradually revitalized Wang Gui and the blind man as members of the remnant soldiers, instilling in them a sense of renewed purpose. If a 65-year-old could still fight so fiercely, why could they not rally and unleash their utmost potential in the war between the Federation and the Empire? Between humans and the simians? Consequently, Wang Gui embraced Ji Xinghe's proposal for a mechanical leg enhancement and commenced training under Ji Xinghe's guidance alongside the other mech warriors. After Wang Gui's departure, the blind man yearned to witness Ji Xinghe's prowess and to see Wang Gui's progress or recovery. Thus, he consented to the installation of a mechanical eye. Following the surgery and a brief recovery period, the blind man anticipated a true glimpse of Ji Xinghe's spirit, only to be met with the sight of a weary old man, leaving him in disbelief. Is he truly the old steed? Indeed, can I deceive you any longer? Moreover, who else could possibly be the oldest in Base 6 besides the old steed? A nearby nurse quietly responded to Wang Gui's inquiry, her tone implying the obvious truth. The oldest individuals on this alien planet were not Ji Xinghe, but the earliest arrivals, who had spent over 30 years there, witnessing humanity's history unfold. However, these individuals were scarce, with only a few remaining at Base 2. Before Ji Xinghe's arrival, the eldest at Base 6 was merely 50, the commander of the base. Thus, one could say that Ji Xinghe had single-handedly raised the age threshold of Base 6 by nearly 15 years. But why? The blind man struggled to articulate his thoughts. Upon truly seeing Ji Xinghe, he felt an overwhelming sense of disappointment, as his expectations had soared too high. The nurse paused, then sighed before continuing in a hushed tone. It is all due to the unfortunate Xinghe. Rongjie had long wished for Xinghe to return to Blue Star sooner. Thus, she had been administering non-standard treatments for her. After Rongjie left, Old Steed cherished Xinghe and somehow procured contribution points to continue her treatment. But now there are no more medications. The blind man was perplexed, grasping only fragments of the conversation. Rongjie? Non-standard treatment? No medication? The nurse hesitated but continued. There is nothing to hide. Many in the base are aware. Xinghe is the granddaughter of Old Steed, the daughter of my colleague Rongjie. She was born on this alien planet with congenital issues that prevent her from returning to Blue Star, which you should know. You have been trained to manage yourselves. Indeed, the blind man was aware that the Federation's management was quite humane, even within the military. Life in the military was akin to residing in a combat base, generally referred to as a base for living. Soldiers, whether mech warriors or regular troops, enjoyed leave, allowing them to rest at the base during peacetime. Compared to Blue Star, the recreational facilities at the base were modest, yet they were a rare treasure on this foreign world. Soldiers and base personnel were free to engage in romantic relationships, a practice not prohibited, save for procreation. Strictly speaking, procreation was forbidden on the alien planet. Without further ado, the blind man understood the cause of Ji Xinghe's sudden transformation, leading him to inquire about the medication that had been so frequently mentioned. Where is the medication? It has run out. Arrange for more to be sent. Supplies from Blue Star arrive monthly. How much space could a few medications possibly occupy? Yet, this medication does not come from Blue Star, but rather from Base 3, which has supplies that Blue Star lacks. An application can be made to Blue Star for production, but a mere medication does not require an entire production line. It can be prepared in a laboratory without taking much transport space. The issue lies with time. If we submit an application now, the earliest it could arrive would be in 3 months. Although the base receives supplies and personnel monthly, the journey from Blue Star to this alien world takes approximately 3 months. Thus, the supplies for the next 2 or even 3 months have already departed from Blue Star, and no relevant applications had been submitted beforehand. The blind man had served on this alien planet for 5 years, so he understood immediately. He was also aware that the facilities at Base 6 were not fully equipped. Each base on the alien planet had its own specialties. What of Base 3? Base 3 is currently unoccupied, yet we have issues with them. Ground travel is impractical, and air travel is equally challenging. There are no aircraft on the alien planet. Drones can fly, but they are subject to communication restrictions. Due to the exceedingly thin atmosphere, helicopters have been ruled out, and there are not even any. All jet and fighter aircraft are rendered ineffective, as their operation relies on combustion in a chamber that produces high-pressure gas to propel them forward. In the thin atmosphere, air intake is insufficient for proper combustion, rendering fuel ineffective. It is akin to a person gliding through air on land, generating no thrust, yet swimming effortlessly in water. What about single-person starships? Spacecraft? The only modes of transport capable of flight on this alien world are those 2 that the blind man inquired about, the former having been attempted for theft by Ji Xinghe, and the latter being one he had once boarded. The nurse, observing Ji Xinghe's despondent departure from the medical area, sighed. The situation is tense. You should understand better than I why these means are not utilized. In comparison to the urgency of war, the needs of a child, who should not exist on this alien world, are deemed trivial. The blind man finally comprehended the stark contrast between the Ji Xinghe he now witnessed and the one he had heard about. It was not solely the absence of medication but also the significance of that child to Ji Xinghe, which rendered it inconsequential to many others. He is acutely aware of the profound affection and concern that Ji Xinghe harbors for that child. This sentiment is not solely due to Ji Xinghe's companionship with her in the training zone and the mecha area, but also because the blind man comprehends the origin of the perplexing medical expenses that the nurse cannot fathom. These funds are earned through Ji Xinghe's arduous efforts across 3 professions. Here is a man of 65, tending to a child on an alien planet while juggling multiple jobs, all for her sake. Each of these roles is demanding. He engages in combat with the young in the training zone, competes for mecha parts in the mecha area, and vies for opportunities to conduct practical tests alongside mecha warriors. It is said that the old man studies diligently every day and narrates stories to the child. How well does he manage to sleep each night? Can his body truly endure such strain? His hair has turned white within a month. Could this be a sign that he is nearing his breaking point? The blind man is grateful for the mechanical eye he has installed, which lacks tear ducts. The nurse beside him sighs once more, lamenting that if Xinghe's father had not sacrificed himself, he would be a first-class mecha warrior capable of piloting a mecha to base 3. Yet, during such times, he would undoubtedly be occupied with military duties. Poor Xinghe, a first-class mecha warrior? I am one as well, and I am free from military obligations, as I am in the remnants of the army. Activating his wristband, the blind man sends a message to Instructor Li. Instructor, I wish to pilot a mecha. Chapter 053. Promise me, do not steal the mecha, Instructor. I wish to pilot a mecha. This was the second time today that Instructor Li had heard these words. The first instance was not auditory, but rather visual, as it was a text message sent by the blind man. He was taken aback then. For how could a blind person send a text message? Now, he was equally astonished, as the speaker of these words was a 65-year-old man. Old Ji, are you serious? Instructor Li had been aware that Ji Xinghe aspired to obtain a mecha piloting license, yet he did not anticipate that Ji would be taking the examination so soon, nor at such a critical time. Yes, I am quite serious. Ji Xinghe's response was resolute, contrasting sharply with the despondency he had exhibited just an hour prior in the medical ward, as though he were an entirely different individual. Instructor Li furrowed his brow. Logically, he had no grounds to prevent Ji Xinghe from pursuing this path, especially since he had previously promised to assist and look after him. Presently, he found himself with ample time, as the ongoing conflict had left the training area devoid of mecha warriors, with no new recruits. Those who had completed their adaptive or rehabilitative training had already departed for the barracks. However, after a moment of hesitation, Instructor Li spoke. Old Ji, I do not recommend that you take the examination at this time. Why not? Ji Xinghe inquired. Because I am aware of your intentions. Even the blind man had discerned the predicament Ji Xinghe was facing. How much more so for Instructor Li? Ji Xinghe's countenance remained unfazed, his gaze unwavering as he fixed it upon Instructor Li. Instructor, I do not comprehend your insinuations. I have verified this with Colonel Chen Sun, who stated that I can apply for the examination at any time. It is my right and obligation. Instructor Li sighed in resignation and turned to the journalist Su He, who had been observing the exchange. Su, it is not that I wish to criticize you, but your penchant for reveling in others' misfortunes is rather excessive. Could you possibly take Xinghe aside for a moment? Do not misunderstand, little one. Your uncle merely has a minor matter to discuss with your grandfather. Both Su He and Xinghe nodded in unison, casting a worried glance at Ji Xinghe before departing. Yet, Su He's drone remained behind. Much to Instructor Li's chagrin, this old Ji is always reminding me that 300 million people are watching me. If it weren't for your impressive capabilities, I would never entertain such conversations with you. Old Ji, I believe our rapport is quite amicable. Hence there is no need for you to deceive or ensnare me, Instructor Li implored earnestly. Are you intending to apply for the examination solely to commandeer a mecha to the third base to procure medicine for Xinghe? Do not deny it. I have perused your record while facilitating your application for special allowances, and I am aware that you once pilfered a single soldier starship. I must say, your audacity exceeds your years. Ji Xinghe found himself at a loss for words, for indeed, this was his intention. To deny it further would serve no purpose. Although his face was thick-skinned, he still possessed a sense of dignity. He could cast aside shame, but he could not maintain it in the face of accusations of duplicitous intent. Instructor Li's tone shifted to one of earnest concern. Old Ji, you must understand that our Federation has 300,000 mecha warriors. There is no need to elaborate on the elite and ace mecha warriors. Do you know why there are only a little over 1,000 first-level mecha warriors? It is because first-level mecha warriors are not produced through examinations. They require combat experience, the ability to slay the gorillas in exchange for stars. Indeed, third and second-level mecha warriors can be certified through examinations, but first-level warriors cannot. However, fundamentally, the operational distinctions between third, second, and first-level mecha warriors in terms of examinations are not substantial. It merely concerns the number of mecha models one can pilot and the extent of non-standard tactical maneuvers one can execute. Yet, in genuine combat, there is little need to master numerous non-standard tactics, as time and opportunities are scarce, and there are not enough mechas available for selection. Thus, is it truly a lack of combat opportunities that hampers us? Not at all. Rather, it is that we lack sufficient mechas for our 300,000 mecha warriors to utilize. I believe you are well aware of this fact, and I trust you have come to appreciate it deeply. As a mechanic, Ji Xinghe has certainly grasped the gravity of the situation. Even components such as energy transfer boards adhered to the principle of repair over replacement, and queues existed for mechanical arms and machine tools. The Federation was indeed facing a scarcity of resources in mecha production. 50,000 mechas. We currently possess only 50,000 active mechas. Yet there are still 300,000 mecha warriors. Instructor Li sighed heavily. Mechas can be repaired, but lives cannot be restored. And as for those who are damaged, while they may not be irreparable, as exemplified by Wang Gui and his comrades, they have essentially forfeited their chances of piloting a mecha again. I understand that you are providing them with encouragement, and I genuinely wish for you to continue doing so, for without such encouragement, they may lose their fighting spirit and even their will to survive. I have not been providing them with empty platitudes, Ji Xinghe replied earnestly. They are not broken. They are injured, and they ought to be treated, not repaired. Very well, you are correct. It was my error, Instructor Li conceded. Not wishing to engage in further debate with Ji Xinghe, he returned to the crux of the matter. You may take the examination. I believe you are capable of obtaining a third-level mecha piloting license. However, I will not entrust you with the mechas under my management to fetch medicine from the third base. I also do not wish to witness you fleeing during the practical examination or field tests. Ji Xinghe, his intentions laid bare, displayed no hint of remorse in the presence of Instructor Li, for these were merely plans he intended to enact, not actions already taken. I have inquired. Ji Xinghe asserted firmly. There exists a canyon between us and the third base. It is not a combat zone, and it conveniently spans across the battlefield. Vehicles cannot traverse it, but mechas can. Within the training area and mecha zone, there are a total of 12 mechas whose endurance can support my passage across that canyon. Instructor Li appeared to be well prepared, correcting him. There are only 10 mechas, and 8 of them must be immediately dispatched to the combat zone. 12. I can repair 2 of them, leaving 4. Ji Xinghe countered once more. Old Ji, are you determined to be obstinate? Instructor Li had not anticipated Ji Xinghe's calculations to be so precise, and upon hearing his confident assertion regarding the repairs, he raised his voice slightly. My mechas are not available for your use. It is not that I do not wish to assist you. It is simply a matter of regulations. Even if you manage to repair those 2 mechas, what of it? You are well aware that they will be dispatched to the front lines immediately after passing the practical tests. For the warriors there are in dire need of them. I need them as well. My granddaughter requires them. However, Ji Xinghe could not articulate this sentiment, for he could not compare the necessity of his granddaughter's medicine to the lives of the soldiers at the front. Xin was his granddaughter, his sole blood relative in this world, yet those mecha warriors fighting on the front lines, as well as the ordinary soldiers who required mecha protection, were they not all someone's child, daughter, or grandchild? They could also be husbands, wives, fathers, or siblings. Observing Ji Xinghe's silence, Instructor Li reiterated his point with heartfelt sincerity. Old Ji, I have inquired, and Xin can afford to pause her medication temporarily without severe consequences. While her treatment may be delayed, it will not result in, not lead to death. Ji Xinghe's gaze fixed upon Instructor Li, who fell silent. Thus, Instructor Li could not utter the final word, for he and the medical personnel could not guarantee that a sudden cessation of medication would not result in more perilous outcomes. Xin's ailment was not a well-known affliction, nor one that the Federation had ample experience treating. Across all bases on this alien planet, there had been only a few hundred children like Xin over the years. Moreover, the repercussions of this situation extend beyond Xinxin, within Base 6. There are other children akin to her. They truly ought not to be present on an alien planet, yet this should not pertain to them, but rather to their irresponsible parents. Old Ji, Instructor Li inhaled deeply and earnestly implored, promise me you won't steal a mech, and I shall allow you to take the exam. I will also assist you in finding a mech warrior to retrieve medicine from Base 3. Ji Xinghe was so astonished that he could scarcely believe it. This was undoubtedly the most advantageous offer for him, yet he hesitated before replying. No, I cannot allow others to take risks on my behalf. Besides, you mentioned they have more pressing matters to attend to. Instructor Li's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He had never anticipated that his high-risk plan would be rebuffed by Ji Xinghe, who needed it most. However, observing the sincerity and honesty in Ji Xinghe's gaze, he understood why. This proposal had originated from him, and he had little of significance to pursue himself because he was Instructor Li chose not to respond and instead turned to shout toward a different direction, where the same group had remained for the past month, the remnants of Base 6. Li Lin, do you wish to continue piloting a mech? Yes. Come, take the exam and demonstrate for old Ji. All right. Ji Xinghe was taken aback. For the individual stepping forward was the blind man from the remnants, someone he had never conversed with before, yet Li Lin was now willing to assist him. Wang Gue interjected, Old Ji, just watch. The blind man is going to show you how it's done. If he can pass the exam and you cannot. Don't say we didn't warn you. Though he was older, the blind man was indeed blind. And Wang Gui's expression remained unchanged as he referred to him in such a manner, much like how the blind would refer to him as the lame. Their relationship was quite amicable since being grouped with the remnants, and such terms bore no hint of mockery. They were merely factual designations. If they could not endure even this, how could they possibly return to the battlefield? The names others called them were not arbitrary, but rather what they themselves had requested. Ji Xinghe regarded Wang Gue and inquired earnestly, why? Wang Gue did not look at Ji Xinghe, but instead focused on the blind man preparing for the exam. Do you remember what you said when you first arrived at the training area? I mentioned that the average strength of the gorillas on Azure Star is 4 times that of us humans, while the Empire's gorillas average 6 times. Thus, without Mechs, we are nothing. You retorted, so what if it's 4 times? So what if it's 6 times? Ji Xinghe recalled that they had exchanged only that single statement. Although the blind man had been present, Ji Xinghe had not directed his question at him, so technically, they had never communicated. Had you not run swiftly, I would have surely rebutted you, for you had never set foot on a true battlefield. You had never faced the Empire's guerrillas and did not comprehend their terror. Of course, I was not intimidated by them, and my subsequent silence was not due to fear of you who could take on 10. It was simply because the blind man, after hearing our account of your battle, posed 2 questions. What questions? The first was, are you truly 65 years old? We affirmed. The second was, did those 10 men go easy on you? We acknowledged a slight leniency, though it was not genuinely so. And then the blind man became animated. His exact words were, so what if it's 4 times? So what if it's 6 times? So what if you're lame? So what if I'm blind? Wang Gue paused before adding. From that moment on, he insisted we call him the blind man and insisted on referring to me as the lame one. The brother who lost his meniscus became the limping one, and the brother missing an arm was dubbed left-handed brother. We harbored no objections, not merely to the nomenclature, but also to his assertions. Ji Xinghe comprehended, yet Wang Gue remained oblivious to his understanding or perhaps did not care. Continuing to express his thoughts, we are all deemed worthless. Old Ji, you are no different from us. Your age poses a greater challenge than our physical ailments. Yet you are granted special allowances for your ability to fight. You may not have aided the blind man, but your actions have been the greatest assistance to us. Your support for me is also a boon to him and the others. Had I not been unable to take the exam, I would certainly have ventured out myself. Though the blind man is indeed blind, his mechanical eyes perform admirably, making him the most capable among us. Thus he must go, not solely for you, but for himself. He must prove he can continue piloting Mechs and engage in battle. Therefore, old Ji, do not hinder him. You cannot stop him. Ji Xinghe fell silent. Watching the blind man who had vanished into the mech, he was at a loss for words. For only he understood that aiding the remnants was not merely for their sake but also for his own, for his motivations were indeed selfish. Now, his selfishness had prompted a blind man to choose to pilot a mech once more, and he was soon to accept a perilous task. To venture to Base 3 on his behalf. Yes, that canyon was certainly not a combat zone, yet who could guarantee that the Empire's Mechs would not appear there? Furthermore, there are innumerable untouched regions on alien planets, all brimming with unforeseen dangers. If it were merely a matter of piloting a mech to Base 3, why had no one permitted him to go, nor would they allow the intact mech warriors to do so, or for the mech warriors from Base 3 to visit Base 6? Overcome with guilt, Ji Xinghe refrained from preventing the blind man, as Wang Gue had stated. He simply could not impede him, and indeed, the blind man was not solely acting to assist him. With a series of mechanical clatters, the blind man maneuvered the training area's mech, executing various standard tactical maneuvers. Unlike the practical tests conducted after repairing the mech, these standard tactical actions would be randomized during the exam, with a time constraint imposed. The difficulty lay in the fact that the mech driving qualification examination necessitated the completion of non-standard tactical maneuvers and on-site evaluations. Not merely practical assessments within the training area, but also in the alien surface environment. Equipped with mechanical eyes, the blind man executed the training area assessments flawlessly. Although the pixel and dynamic vision capabilities of mechanical eyes do not rival that of human sight, they did not hinder him from performing the foundational evaluations, achieving near perfection in both standard and non-standard tactical maneuvers. 699 points. Exam passed. The mechanical electronic voice echoed throughout the training area, a result derived from the intelligent program capturing scores in conjunction with the manual scoring of instructors like Li. The maximum score was 750. Alas, Wang Gue sighed previously. The blind man scored 709, but it matters not. 699 is commendable since a score of 600 suffices for passing. After 700, each additional point becomes increasingly challenging. Old Ji, you must score above 600, otherwise, subsequent tests will be forfeited. Ji Xinghe nodded, offering a reassuring smile to Xin, who remained unaware of the events yet was evidently anxious. Old Ji, it is your turn, Instructor Li reminded him. In a moment, you two will pilot separate mechs to the surface. Old Ji, please do not act impulsively. This was also one of the reasons Instructor Li had previously withheld Ji Xinghe from participating in the exam. Should Ji Xinghe, the audacious thief of the new Phoenix City Police Department's single-soldier starship, be allowed to pilot a mech on the near-unrestricted surface, the likelihood of him fleeing would be exceedingly high. Understood. Ji Xinghe was unable to witness the blind man disembark from the mech, as he immediately dove into another machine to commence the assessment. After a month of numerous practical tests and theoretical knowledge supplementation, he had become quite familiar with piloting an actual mech. One by one, he executed both standard and unconventional tactical maneuvers, prompting frequent nods of approval from Instructor Li and experienced pilots like Wang Gue. A mechanical voice announced, 699 points, passed. For a moment, everyone was taken aback. It was astonishingly reminiscent of the blind man's score. While some considered it mere coincidence, precise scoring was not beyond the realm of possibility, though few believed Ji Xinghe could achieve it. Even Han Li was not universally trusted to attain such precision, leading everyone to dismiss it as a fluke. Impressive, Old Ji. Scoring 699 at the age of 65. You should have taken this test in front of those new recruits, Instructor Li exclaimed, turning to Su He. Reporter Su, did you capture that? Please edit the footage and send it to me. I want to show those recruits that a 65-year-old can score 699. If they can't match that, how can they dare to claim they want to pilot a mech? Certainly, Su He replied with a smile, while Xian, standing beside him, clapped enthusiastically, whispering, Grandpa is amazing. This time, she no longer needed the encouragement of others' applause. She was aware that she was no longer the unwanted child. She had a grandfather, a truly remarkable one. Xian's applause inspired a wave of clapping from the crowd. A score of 699 was indeed commendable, with scores above 700 reserved for geniuses. And only a select few could achieve above 730 each year. The subsequent surface practical tests posed no challenges either. Neither the blind man nor the old man encountered any issues, and their scores met the required standards. Furthermore, their scores were not identical. The blind man surpassed Ji Xinghe by 3 points, which surprised no one, given the blind man's extensive combat experience compared to Ji Xinghe's first attempt at piloting in an extraterrestrial environment. The examination concluded, but only the blind man's assessment came to an end, as Ji Xinghe still had to take the written test. The blind man, already possessing a certification, was exempted from this requirement. His only ailment lay in his eyes, not his intellect. Moreover, while Ji Xinghe was on the verge of receiving a Class 3 mech driving license, the blind man retained his Class 1 license, remaining a Class 1 mech warrior, for he had the honor of showcasing 11 gold stars on his mech. Though his visual organs might be damaged and life could be lost, his achievements were indelible. I've done it. You all keep pushing forward, the blind man said to Ji Xinghe. Old Ji, don't say anything. Just focus on your spirit. When I return, I'll challenge you to a match. I can fight quite well. As Ji Xinghe diligently painted the gold stars on the mech just applied for by the blind man, he remained silent, simply nodding solemnly, for great kindness need not be spoken. The gratitude of the old man was etched deeply in his heart. Chapter 55, A Gift for the blind man had departed, and it would be at least 8 days before his return. Meanwhile, Ji Xinghe's life appeared to resume its normal rhythm. He engaged in mecha repairs, conducted practical tests, and trained in the designated areas. Although the number of mecha warriors in the training zone had significantly diminished, a few remained, including the members of the remnant warriors. He was tasked with providing specialized guidance to the mecha warriors and soldiers, particularly to Wang Gui, the limping one. This is not the most suitable mechanical leg for you, but it is currently the best fit. You must not merely adapt to it. Rather, you should strive to master it, just as you would with a mecha. Ji Xinghe meticulously adjusted Wang Gui's mechanical leg based on his training progress and effectiveness. The modifications did not enhance performance or introduce any extraordinary features. Instead, they were rooted in his profound understanding of the human body, combat, mecha structure, and piloting. Many failed to realize that Ji Xinghe was not merely the genius that others on Azure Star claimed him to be. He was a polymath, though not a physician. His extensive martial arts training endowed him with an intricate knowledge of the human body. He was not a soldier, yet he could outmatch Han Li, a top-tier mecha warrior, defeating 10 opponents in the training zone. He was not a professional mechanic, yet he earned substantial contribution points through his adept repairs of various mecha components. He was not a mecha warrior, yet he secured a high score on his Level 3 piloting qualification, becoming a Level 3 mecha warrior despite lacking combat experience. To achieve this, both talent and age were essential. Indeed, Ji Xinghe's age was both a disadvantage and an advantage. He had lived longer than others, granting him more time to learn and accumulate knowledge. Wang Gui, unaware of Ji Xinghe's versatility, trusted his judgment. The proof lay in his transformation. He was no longer limping and had indeed become more formidable, thanks to Ji Xinghe's guidance and the modifications made to his mechanical leg. I will master it, Wang Gui declared confidently. If I can control a mecha, why not a mechanical leg? His self-assurance had significantly increased, and he felt that reclaiming his title as a Level 1 mecha warrior was within reach. In truth, no one had stripped him of that title. It was merely that no one would allow him to pilot a mecha again. To him, being a Level 1 mecha warrior who could no longer operate a mecha was inconsequential. If a blind man could achieve it, why could a limping man not? After providing further guidance on the adjustments to the mechanical leg, Ji Xinghe allowed Wang Gui to practice independently and turned his attention to instructing other members of the remnant warriors. The ordinary soldiers required relatively less effort. Ji Xinghe merely needed to collaborate with the doctors and instructors to restore their previous mobility. However, when it came to the mecha warriors, the challenge escalated significantly, for piloting a mecha demanded both strength and precision. In contrast, although the blind man was indeed sightless, he remained the most capable mecha warrior among the remnant warriors. One of only 2 Level 1 mecha warriors in this cohort, both of whom had attained the rank of second lieutenant. The others, lame, deaf, and left-handed, were all Level 2 mecha warriors, boasting 3, 5, and 6 gold stars on their mechas, respectively. Gold stars were not easily earned. Many mecha warriors had perished or retired due to injuries without earning even one, while the standard for a Level 1 mecha warrior was 10 gold stars. Among the 300,000 Federation mecha warriors, there were little over 1,000 Level 1 warriors and merely 300 top-tier warriors, not solely due to a lack of mechas. Thus, lame, deaf, and left-handed were formidable in their own right. Major Han Li, with 73 gold stars on his mecha, was indeed impressive, as was Li Yuanba, the Federation's strongest mecha warrior, who possessed 532 gold stars on his exclusive mecha. From a certain perspective, Ji Xinghe was also quite strong, having defeated Han Li, who had only lost to Li Yuanba after shedding his armor. This was one of the reasons he commanded respect within the training zone. The one-eyed dragon was absent, having gone for surgery following the blind man's successful operation, and would need some time before returning. Ji Xinghe's primary focus was on the 6 mecha warriors of the remnant warriors, with the guidance of the blind man, deaf man, and one-eyed dragon being relatively straightforward, especially in the case of the deaf man, who had already received a cochlear implant and was recovering at a pace only slightly slower than the blind man's. Honestly, I have little left to teach you, Ji Xinghe stated calmly to the mecha warriors before him. Combat is not solely a matter of technique. Muscle memory must be honed through your own practice. Mastery over yourselves and your mechas largely relies on your own efforts. In fact, I believe you could teach me a thing or two about piloting. Ji Xinghe, gazing at the mecha warriors standing before him, continued. I believe the only thing I can impart to you is to strengthen your resolve, to remind you that humanity has both limits and no limits. The group found his words peculiar, as Ji Xinghe seldom spoke in such terms. His previous teachings had been filled with practical wisdom, followed by hands-on practice to facilitate their mastery. Yet today, nay, during these last 2 days since the blind man's departure, Ji Xinghe, appearing outwardly calm, was, in truth, increasingly restless. As the blind man's absence lengthened, this agitation became more pronounced. Previously, the limping man had said, and Ji Xinghe had used that term without objection. Much like everyone referred to him as Old Ji. The average strength of the gorillas on Azure Star was 4 times that of humans, while that of the Empire's gorillas was 6 times greater. Thus, a notion had persisted within you that without mechas, you were nothing. However, that is not the case. At least, it is not my belief. Lions, tigers, sharks, gorillas, they are all more powerful than we are, yet they do not rule Azure Star. We, humans, do. You may argue that this is because they lack intelligence and do not wield true tools or weapons. However, the Empire's gorillas are neither foolish nor devoid of mechas. Indeed, they have not defeated us, nor could they ever. Ji Xinghe paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the gathered warriors before he softly inquired, "Actions speak louder than words. If I claim that I can defeat an Empire gorilla barehanded, would you believe me?" Everyone stared at Ji Xinghe in shock and disbelief, convinced he had lost his mind, and that he was gravely ill. "Old Ji, are you all right? Please do not be anxious. The blind man is quite capable. He is not heading into a combat zone. He will return swiftly. Please do not let your worries consume you." "Really? Old Ji, do you understand how formidable Empire gorillas are? Even those on Azure Star are considered ferocious beasts. Without weapons, that is untenable. If we have weapons, and they do not, perhaps we could test it. But you cannot do it, Old Ji. We are all familiar with one another. You need not boast about how to train us. You could boast about defeating Major Hanli for a lifetime." Ji Xinghe was not boasting. He had previously believed he needed weapons. However, after more than a month on this alien planet, he felt capable of achieving this. It was not due to the planet's low gravity inflating his confidence, but rather the intense training and combat experiences had deepened his understanding of his physical capabilities and combat prowess. More than 4 months ago, he interrupted the Iron Man stance at home. At that time, he believed it was due to the prolonged duration of the stance leading to metal fatigue, and he hoped it was a sign of his martial arts advancing to a new level. Now, he can confidently assert that indeed, his skills have progressed. As I have stated, actions speak louder than words. Once the blind man returns, I shall demonstrate for you. In the coming days, I kindly ask for your assistance in persuading Instructor Li to agree and support the application. Ji Xinghe's expression remained calm. This is a gift for the blind man. And it is also a gift for you all. This gift is called faith, the belief that humanity has no limits. The soldiers in the training area fell silent, recalling how Ji Xinghe had fought them as if they were mere children, akin to an imperial gorilla overpowering them. They suddenly felt a flicker of trust. Perhaps it is truly possible? However, the reality was otherwise, not due to Instructor Li's disapproval, as the base possessed sufficient military strength to ensure Ji Xinghe's safety while battling the imperial gorilla in confinement, but rather because the blind man would not return. A non-mandatory task notification appeared on the mission logs of all mecha warriors at Base 6. Rescue Mecha Warrior Li Lin. The term rescue is misleading, as no one could ascertain whether the missing Li Lin was alive or dead. The newly promoted Level 3 Mecha Warrior Ji Xinghe also received this task notification. He hesitated momentarily, but ultimately chose to accept the mission. The alien terrain, with its unique and complex environment, severely impacted human communication technology, much like the absence of conventional aircraft on the alien planet. Thus, such disappearances were not uncommon. Not only individual mecha could go missing, but entire teams could vanish as well. This could be attributed to the alien magnetic fields, various minerals capable of emitting electromagnetic waves, or the solar flares causing electromagnetic radiation due to the excessively thin atmosphere. Yet this particular disappearance of the blind man was somewhat unusual. High-altitude reconnaissance satellites had failed to capture any traces of the Imperial Army, nor had any Imperial mecha been detected in the San Lu Gorge area. Frontline troops dispatched intelligent drones for reconnaissance, but those drones also went missing. In the training area of Base 6, the seldom-seen Colonel Chen soon arrived with more detailed mission intelligence. Standing before him were 3 mecha warriors who had accepted the task of searching for the blind man. Despite the tense military situation, there were not just 3 mecha warriors willing to undertake this mission. Many others were also eager, yet they could hardly leave Base 6, as their primary duty was to protect it. The frontline troops could not dispatch scouts or reconnaissance mecha, as doing so could potentially draw the attention of the Imperial Army, leading to unpredictable consequences. Should the Imperial Army begin exploring the San Lu Gorge, they might directly breach our blockade and uncover the precise locations of Base 3 and Base 6. The San Lu Gorge serves as the connecting canyon between Base 3 and Base 6, not in a literal sense, but rather situated between the 2 bases. spanning approximately 375 kilometers, precisely crossing the war zone and blockade line between Base 3 and Base 6. The Empire lacked satellites. For all their launch satellites had been shot down by us. Thus, they remained oblivious to the exact locations of all our bases, barracks, and mines. This ignorance constituted one of our few advantages in this war. Hence, I need not emphasize the grave consequences should the Imperial Army discover the locations of our two bases. Without satellites, there is no true global perspective. Ji Xinghe understood this well, akin to a panoramic map in a video game. The Federation, armed with high-altitude reconnaissance satellites, could be likened to a player equipped with a full map hack, while the Empire, devoid of reconnaissance satellites, was forced to rely on short-range, easily lost unmanned drones, resembling ordinary players who could only see the illuminated areas on a small map. If the Empire's unmanned drones were destroyed, or if the related reconnaissance equipment was disabled, the areas they could once observe would descend back into darkness. Colonel Chen Sun focused his gaze on Ji Xinghe, his expression stern and his tone severe. In this regard, the mission's objective extended beyond merely rescuing 2nd Lieutenant Li Lin and his mecha. It was imperative to ascertain the extraordinary circumstances occurring within the Sanlu Gorge. If indeed Imperial mecha had evaded our high-altitude reconnaissance satellites and appeared in the gorge, this mission would not only be perilous, but would also jeopardize the safety of over 75,000 lives across Base 3 and Base 6, as well as that of all personnel stationed along our blockade lines. It could also impact our strategic positioning across the alien world and influence the broader conflict between our Federation and the Empire. Ji Xinghe comprehended why Colonel Chen Sun spoke with such gravity and why he was scrutinizing him. Yet he maintained his gaze steady, standing tall like a spear. His remarkable mental state led one to suspect he had indeed procured medication, casting doubt on whether he fully grasped the substantial risks this mission entailed. After a moment of scrutiny, Colonel Chen Sun's gaze shifted to the two other mecha warriors beside Ji Xinghe. Both were level 1 mecha warriors. One had been reassigned from the base's guarding duties, while the other was Wang Gue. I hope this mission carries no risks. The unusual environmental disturbances in the Sanlu Gorge and the damage to 2nd Lieutenant Li Lin's mecha have led the command to estimate a 93 probability of non-imperial factors. However, a 7 possibility remains. Given that frontline troops cannot dispatch forces to the gorge, we must send only 2 mecha warriors to execute this mission. I hope it will be the 2 of you. In the distance, the deaf man clenched his fists, the freshly repaired nails embedding into his palms, drawing a trace of blood unnoticed by anyone. He had failed his re-examination. He had more hope than the limping man and left-handed brother, yet he still fell short. Among the remaining soldiers, only Wang Gue had passed the re-examination, and he had done so merely half an hour earlier, marking the 3rd attempt in over a month. Ji Xinghe too clenched his fists. Given that there were others qualified to undertake this mission, he should not have volunteered. Yet, just as he had initially not wished for the blind man to take his place, he felt this was his responsibility and believed himself stronger than Wang Gue and the other level 1 mecha warrior. But I cannot dictate which 2 of you will go. This is not a purely combat assignment. Thus, your strength alone cannot determine the selection. In a sense, this is a matter of luck. As soldiers, we do not believe in luck, yet often we are compelled to place our faith in it. Therefore, let us draw lots. Ji Xinghe's clenched fists relaxed. He was not surprised that fate would decide the matter through drawing lots. He had already inquired about this process when accepting the mission. Much like the ancient death squads and military formations, where decisions were often made by chance, this was not truly about luck, but rather an absence of clear choices. Instructor Li approached, carrying a metallic box. He was the first to reach Ji Xinghe and whispered, "Old Ji, I acknowledge your exam results are commendable, surpassing even Wang Gue's. However, this is no jest. Think of your granddaughter and refrain from extending your hand, will you?" Colonel Chen Sun, standing behind, furrowed his brow but remained silent. Wang Gue and the other level 1 mecha warrior displayed no change in expression, as they too did not wish for Ji Xinghe to go. Yet, Ji Xinghe, without a hint of hesitation, extended his hand into the metallic box and grasped 3 metallic spheres to examine them. It was for the sake of my granddaughter. Hence I must go. This inner thought remained unvoiced, as he silently withdrew his right hand, revealing a perfectly round black sphere, indistinguishable in volume, weight, shape, and color from the other 2 spheres, save for a short red line painted upon its surface. No, this won't do. Wang Gue was the first to object, for that red line signified Ji Xinghe's intention to participate. In the distance, Shenmue had yet to glimpse the sphere held by Ji Xinghe. But upon hearing Wang Gui's words, he comprehended the situation and voiced his dissent. Old Ji is cheating. He is an 8th-level machinist and can discern the differences among the 3 spheres. Truly, you must believe me. Although it may sound unbelievable, Old Ji can genuinely perceive it. Let him be the last to touch them. Among the 3 metallic spheres, 2 represented participation in the mission, while 1 indicated non-participation. The individual who touched the sphere first would most likely be the one opting out. Another 1st-level mech warrior interjected, I believe, given our era of intelligence, drawing lots need not be so primitive. Let the central computer at the base select randomly. The central computer can produce a completely random result, or it may be manipulated. Instructor Li turned to look at Colonel Chen Sun, the only one present capable of making a decision. Yet, the typically cold and ruthless Colonel Chen hesitated this time. Ji Xinghe feared this very hesitation. Over 4 months ago, on the Azure Star, he had witnessed such indecision and refusals for various reasons, and his choice then was to exploit Pei Jing. Although He was present now, his role in this situation was not pivotal. The distinction lay in the fact that Pei Jing was live-streaming, while He was merely recording. Suddenly, Ji Xinghe spoke up, his temper flaring since the death of his son. 1 second, and I could break both of their legs. Do not push me. Everyone was taken aback. Without the last 3 words, Ji Xinghe merely stated a fact, yet with those final words, it became a threat. Wang Gui, who had been struck by Ji Xinghe numerous times, along with the 1st-level mech warrior who had also faced Ji Xinghe's wrath in the training area, naturally believed in his strength. The 2 immediately leaped back, wishing to distance themselves from Ji Xinghe. However, they had scarcely begun to feel the extraordinary height and distance of their jump in the alien low-gravity environment when they suddenly felt a tightening around their necks. Ji Xinghe, standing at 192 meters in height, effortlessly lifted both 1st-level mech warriors, akin to cradling 2 chicks, and stared at Colonel Chen Sun. Commander, how will you choose? Chapter 57. Becoming a god is better than worshipping one. Ji Xinghe has finally acquired a mech that belongs to him, albeit temporarily. This is a model from the 16th generation of the Federation's standard mechs, and the very type he piloted during his first practical test. Like that initial mech, this one has just undergone repairs. The 4.2-meter-tall mech is not particularly imposing, especially since Ji Xinghe's height has increased from 1.9 meters to 1.92 meters. However, standing beside the mech, he still resembles a child next to a towering adult, for the mech possesses not only height but also considerable width and depth. Much like a 4.2-meter-long vehicle can accommodate 5 adults squeezed together, this mech's dimensions convey a sense of enormity. In fact, the earliest mechs of the Federation were merely over 2 meters tall, more accurately described as exoskeleton armor rather than true mechs, representing an upgrade of conventional space suits designed to protect humans in extraterrestrial environments. The average weight of these space suits reached an astounding 60 kilograms. While the weightlessness of space is somewhat manageable, the low-gravity conditions of alien terrains render overly heavy suits detrimental to human agility. Exoskeleton armor not only offers protection but also incorporates a mechanical assist system. The Federation's mechs evolved from exoskeleton armor. They are not towering figures, but rather mobile armors. Only when a single soldier mech exceeds 5 meters can it be classified as a heavy mech. Heavy mechs boast superior firepower and armor thickness compared to standard single-soldier mechs. Yet their agility is significantly compromised. In the face of artillery, they become mere targets, often suffering dire consequences. Much like the Imperial mech formations. Once their precise locations are detected and they come under fire from space, their air defense systems cannot fully counter the barrage. Many of the heavier and bulkier Imperial mechs, in contrast to the more agile Federation mechs, have succumbed to such sustained fire assaults. If you encounter Imperial mechs, do not entertain notions of taking them on one-on-one. Overpower them with numbers. In the realm of warfare, there is no room for chivalry. Engaging 10 foes solo is a fool's errand, and even facing 3 is unwise. Wang Gui stood beside Ji Xinghe, chattering away, seemingly indifferent to the mech's diagnostics. His lack of concern stemmed partly from trust in the mech technicians and partly from worry for Ji Xinghe. Old Ji, I know you are formidable. Without a mech, I am nothing before you. 10 of me would not stand a chance against you. I would even believe you could face an Imperial guerrilla barehanded. But with a mech, things are not so clear-cut. Not even Major Han Li could take on 10 foes alone, let alone General Li, as the complexities of real battle can easily lead to oversight. So, if we truly encounter Imperial mechs, please do not act impulsively. It is crucial to relay intelligence. Preserving our lives is paramount, and this mission is not one of holding the line at all costs. The general mentioned by Wang Gui is General Li Yuanba, the only mech warrior to attain such a rank. Among the other 8 elite mech warriors in the Federation, the highest rank achieved is merely colonel, with most being lieutenant colonels or majors. Ultimately, mech warriors are just that, warriors. To become a general requires more than mere combat prowess. It often demands capabilities beyond fighting, as evidenced by Ji Xinghe's assertion of being able to take on 10 foes against General Tu Yuan. Regarding weapon selection, novices often place undue faith in bullets and shells, opting for machine guns or cannons on their mechs. However, the efficacy of bullets and shells is limited, for the armor of Imperial mechs is robust, and ours is no exception, with the added ability to evade. Hitting vital points with mounted weaponry proves to be quite challenging. Moreover, mech combat typically occurs at close quarters. Employing more powerful weapons may inadvertently harm oneself. Most critically, when ammunition runs out, machine guns and cannons become burdensome liabilities. While Wang Gui continued his monologue, Ji Xinghe had already selected his weapons, not a weapon system, but weapons themselves, opting for 2 blades. Hey, what kind of blades are these? I've never seen them before. Aren't they a bit short? Wang Gui was taken aback. These blades, unseen by a first-tier mech warrior, were uniquely designed and handcrafted by Ji Xinghe himself. When compared to the towering 4.2-meter mech, the blades appeared somewhat diminutive. 8/blades, Ji Xinghe declared, though this was not entirely accurate. The term refers more to a style of swordsmanship than to a specific weapon. The blades can be described as palm blades, consisting of 2 equally sized blades typically suited for adult arm lengths. When laid flat and crossed, they resemble a butterfly, hence their alternate name, butterfly blades. Some practitioners wield a longer and a shorter blade, but at an advanced level, the presence of blades becomes irrelevant as mastery lies in the technique. Hence the name 8/blades. Upon accepting the mission and confirming his piloting of the Federation's 16th generation standard mech, Ji Xinghe personally forged 2 specialized 8/blades in the mech bay. Their simplicity rendered them easy to construct. The combined length of the blades, including the handles, measures only 1 meter. Due to their width and guards, they qualify as large knives for humans, yet appear rather petite for a mech. Old Ji, I was mistaken. I should not have asserted that mech combat is always close quarters. Wang Gui eyed the blades nervously, though he did not anticipate encountering combat in the Sanlu Gorge. After all, you practice martial arts. You must recognize the principle that an inch longer means an inch stronger. Moreover, is it truly necessary to wield 2 blades? You could equip an alloy shield. In the event of artillery fire that cannot be evaded, an alloy shield would prove invaluable. Another adage states that an inch shorter can lead to peril. Ji Xinghe casually emphasized that he is also quite adept with longer weapons such as spears and staffs. In Wing Chun, the 6.5 staff technique employs a long staff typically between 4 and 7 meters, which, when adapted for a mech, would necessitate a considerable increase in length, undeniably classifying them as long weapons. However, Ji Xinghe harbored an unresolved issue within. During a virtual combat session against Han Li, his spear was severed by Han Li's strike, thwarting his desire to pierce Han Li first. In that moment, he vowed to abandon the spear in favor of blades. Yet now, my mech, my rules, Ji Xinghe asserted with renewed determination, causing Wang Gui to instinctively retreat. He wished to avoid being lifted by Ji Xinghe like a chick. The embarrassment of being seen doing so was unbearable, especially with reporter Suhi nearby. The gaze of 300 million people was upon them. Failure was not an option. Very well, we are, after all, on a search and reconnaissance mission. And your mech is equipped with basic machine guns and artillery systems. Wang Gui scampered off to inspect his own mech. After ensuring his own was ready, Ji Xinghe affixed a toolbox to the mech's rear mounting point before heading to check on his granddaughter. This moment was particularly challenging. More so than negotiating with General Tu Yuan, navigating the journey to this alien world, making the decision to accept the mission, or threatening Colonel Chen Sun. Yet, it was not insurmountable. Grandpa, Xin will wait for your safe return. Until this very moment, Xin remained unaware of the reasons behind Ji Xinghe's departure from the base, as no one had disclosed the details to her. Discussions involving such matters were deliberately kept from her. In Xin's perspective, Ji Xinghe resembled her mother when she was working late at the office, merely engaged in her duties. It was certain that grandfather would return. Ji Xinghe felt a pang of reluctance and considered her actions somewhat cruel. Yet, Who could remain comfortable on an alien planet? Moreover, he had to depart, for this mission solely entailed rescuing the blind and gathering intelligence, with no obligations to retrieve medicine from Base 3. Wang Gui would be willing to assist him, and the blind man would also extend his help, but he could not perpetually rely on others. Besides, the blind man currently. He recalled the blind man's kindness. Not far away, Shenmu was eavesdropping and couldn't help but slap his thigh upon hearing Ji Xinghe's words. Beside him, Sui furrowed his brows. What's the matter? It's over. Old Ji has set a flag, just like the blind man. Such phrases are typically uttered in dramas and films. What nonsense. Pa. Oh, I apologize, I spoke too soon. Pa. Sui sighed. It's actually nothing. Old Ji doesn't mind this. Why not? Aren't older individuals generally superstitious? Because old Ji, like you, is a mechanic. When I advised him against going and suggested that I could ask Second Lieutenant Wang Gui for assistance in retrieving the medicine from Base 3, do you know how old Ji responded? What did he say? He said, it is better to rely on oneself than on others. It is better to become a deity than to pray to one. Chapter 58. Do you see the golden star on my Mecha? In the depths of a canyon averaging 3,500 meters, the blind man was fleeing for his life without glancing back. Nevertheless, he could clearly perceive the 3 Imperial mechas pursuing him, for he was no longer blind. His mecha was equipped with a camera at the back of its head. The mechanical eye provided a perspective that felt somewhat unfamiliar, akin to viewing a person through an antiquated mobile phone screen during a video call. Yet, he could not mistake the 3 mechas as anything other than Imperial ones. The Imperial mechas were derived from the Federation's designs, as the Imperial guerrillas had previously fought on foreign planets without the cumbersome space suits. This relative lightness significantly enhanced their already formidable combat abilities, particularly in the low-gravity environments of alien worlds. When they sprinted, the bullets from heavy machine guns could not keep pace with them, not because they outran the bullets, but because they outpaced the soldiers firing them, surpassing the speed of their aim and movement. Consequently, as the combat distance closed, the Imperial guerrillas' superior physical prowess, combined with their weaponry, turned them into merciless hunters of the Federation soldiers. Thus, the Federation developed mechas to reclaim resources from occupied bases and to establish new ones, including military camps, mining areas, and blockades. However, the Empire, in addition to its guerrillas, boasted highly intelligent monkeys. According to intelligence reports obtained by the Federation, the guerrillas within the Empire were warriors, while the monkeys served as scientists and mechanics. Once the first Federation mecha was captured by the Empire, the possibility of the Empire producing mechas surged towards certainty. With the subsequent capture of more mechas, Federation soldiers finally encountered Imperial mechas on alien soil. The initial Imperial mechas bore a resemblance to the Federation's standard models, albeit constructed with greater simplicity. Yet, this simplicity did not diminish their combat effectiveness, as the physical capabilities of the Imperial guerrillas vastly exceeded those of human Federation soldiers. Although the performance of their mechas might lag behind that of the Federation's, their overall combat strength was generally superior. Thus, while the Federation continuously produced new generations of mechas, the Imperial mechas also evolved without stagnation. The terrifying aspect was that every Imperial guerrilla could become a mecha warrior, whereas not every human could claim the same. Even more daunting was the fact that the Empire was termed an empire precisely because it functioned under a feudal system, harnessing the full might of the entire empire, or indeed, the entire planet, to forge these war machines, a feat that the Federation could not replicate. Damn it, why are these wretched guerrillas appearing in the 3-6 canyon? The blind man was perplexed. This canyon held no strategic significance. Although it contained some rare minerals, their extraction proved exceedingly difficult due to the immense depth, the frequent rockfalls along its sheer cliffs, and the electromagnetic radiation emitted by these minerals, which interfered with communication signals and electronic devices. The latter was also the cause of the blind man's disconnection. Could it be? Contemplating a certain possibility, the blind man reluctantly abandoned his mission to retrieve medicine from Base 3. His primary objective transformed into relaying information, followed by investigating the intentions of the 3 Imperial mechas. Ideally, he would circumvent the mechas and head directly to Base 3 or a location with communication signals. However, he could not evade them. The canyon, though extensive and deep, over 30 kilometers at its widest, had a section where he encountered the 3 Imperial mechas that spanned only about 3 kilometers in width. This area was not the canyon's narrowest, yet it was one where he would inevitably be detected if he attempted to pass through. Moreover, this region lacked any communication signals. The blind man, who should have swiftly traversed this area to report his situation, found himself disconnected under such circumstances. To compound his misfortune, the traces he left while attempting to retreat to a location with communication signals were discovered by the Imperial Mechs, initiating their pursuit. The blind man could have fled, as he was far from the Imperial Mechs when he was detected. Yet, he chose not to sprint at full speed. Instead, he opted for a course of continuous evasion, even as the distance between them shrank. This decision stemmed from a singular resolve. No matter where he ran, he could inadvertently lead the Imperial Mechs to the Federation's base. I can die, but the location of the base must remain undisclosed. Yes, that is my final wish. Remember, do not edit this out. For I too aspire to be a revered hero. As he recorded this message, the blind man was unaware that since his arrival on the alien planet, he had already become a hero. Indeed, even from the moment he enlisted, he had been a hero, fully aware of what he was undertaking and the challenges he would face. Yet a final message could not consist of merely one sentence. Thus, as he was pursued, the blind man began to articulate his true last words. Firstly, do not blame Old Horse. It was not he who insisted I come here. It was my own choice. Nor should you fault Xin. I believe we ought to express gratitude to her, for without her, I might never have uncovered the Empire's conspiracy. Remember, do not blame them, or I shall come to your bedside at night to dance and frighten you to death. Secondly, my family is quite well off. There is no need for you to worry or feel obligated to assist them. They do not require it. Thirdly, to the cripple, the lame, the one-eyed, the left-handed, and the deaf, do not resent me for calling you thus. I have allowed you to call me blind man, have I not? We must confront the truth, acknowledge our flaws, and then transcend them to create miracles. I can reclaim what is rightfully mine. You can too. Keep fighting. As for the fourth matter, do not let anyone else see this. It should only be for my family. The blind man felt a surge of emotion, as he believed he might not escape and would struggle to reach a communication signal area when truly pursued. Yet, he had no tear ducts left. His eyes had been irreparably damaged along with his eyelids by debris from his mecha, rendering his eye sockets severely injured. Thus, he could neither shed tears nor blink. The mechanical eye did not require blinking. Father, mother, I am sorry. I cannot return. But do not grieve, for your son is a hero. Ha ha ha. Am I being too shameless? Who declares oneself a hero? Not being able to cry did not prevent his voice from quavering. The blind man spoke rapidly during the earlier parts of his message, but he slowed down for the final matter, taking over a day to articulate it fully, recording, deleting, and re-recording as he ran. Father, mother, please do not imitate Old Horse and come to this alien world for revenge on my behalf. Although Old Horse is older than both of you, he is truly formidable. His physique is remarkable. At over 60, he has neither gray hair nor a balding head, and his hairline is almost like mine, truly enviable. Oh, I almost forgot. He does have some gray hair now. His words came in fits and starts, transitioning from calm to choked emotion and back again. He recorded countless statements, yet remained uncertain if those who should hear them would ever do so. The blind man came to a halt, not from a lack of desire to continue evading, but because escape was no longer feasible. The three Imperial Mechs had encircled him, forming an equilateral triangle, with him positioned at its center. The average distance separating him from each mecha was approximately 300 meters, an insignificant distance given the speed of both mechas. Thus, he could no longer flee. As he futilely attempted to reconnect with the communication satellite, the blind man calmly uttered his final words. Father, mother, I love you both. I have not brought shame upon you, nor shall I ever do so. With no retreat left, let us engage in battle. The blind warrior activated the external speakers of his mech, his voice resonating powerfully throughout the vast canyon. I am Li Lin, a first-class mech warrior of the Federation. Do you see the 11 golden stars emblazoned upon my mech? As he spoke, the blind warrior maneuvered the mech's arm to point at himself, indicating the 11 golden stars meticulously painted by Ji Xinghe, each symbolizing the 11 Imperial Mechs he had destroyed. Even though the Imperial brutes may not comprehend his words, they would certainly grasp the essence of his message. However, these golden stars did not signify his ability to face 3 opponents alone. The crippled warrior had previously confided in Ji Xinghe that Imperial Mechs were indeed formidable. The odds of a first-class mech warrior triumphing in a one-on-one duel against an Imperial mech were merely 50-50. Thus, it was imperative to overwhelm the enemy with numbers, and whenever possible, to call for fire support to ensure an advantageous strike. Yet, these golden stars served to incite the fury of the Imperial brutes. For anger can cloud judgment, and render even the mightiest foes irrational. This was precisely the outcome the blind warrior sought. As he recalled the adage, to disdain the enemy strategically, yet to regard them with seriousness tactically. "Come forth, you worthless fools," he bellowed, his mech's arms crossing defiantly over his chest. The colossal metal hands struck his chest armor, producing a thunderous sound, a blatant provocation to the Imperial brutes. In response, 3 Imperial mechs charged toward him simultaneously, their massive feet thundering against the ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. The low gravity of this alien world allowed the dust to linger suspended for an extended period. The canyon's towering cliffs blocked much of the sunlight from reaching the depths below. Yet the advanced night vision capabilities of the mech's cameras enabled the blind warrior to clearly discern the 3 trails of dust, as well as the positions and speeds of the Imperial mechs. He did not resign himself to a passive fate, for as he declared in his final words, he would not disgrace his parents. He targeted the closest Imperial mech, its engine roaring to life as it propelled forward, kicking up its own trail of dust. "Securing the 12th golden star will be my grand triumph," he mused internally, his unblinking mechanical eyes radiating unwavering determination, though that resolve suddenly faltered. If the blind warrior's eyes were not mechanical, his expression would have been one of utter astonishment. For he had heard a voice emanating from the mech's built-in shortwave communication system, akin to a walkie-talkie, a system that all standard Federation mechs possessed, allowing direct connection. A Federation mech was approaching. Yet, the blind warrior felt no thrill of salvation. Instead, the surprise far outweighed any joy, nearly overwhelming him to the point of losing control of his mech, almost causing him to stumble as he raced at full speed. The voice that had suddenly erupted was Ji Xinghe, the oldest mechanic at Base 6, the most senior combat instructor in the training area, and the most experienced mech warrior, having obtained his Level 3 mech pilot certification nearly 5 days prior. His voice bore an aged quality, yet the resolve within it left an indelible impression on all who heard. Ji Xinghe spoke. "Blind one, do you trust me?" Chapter 059, I am a mechanic old steed. "We too have lost contact with the base, but fret not. This is a normal occurrence. Once we traverse this section ahead, we shall restore communications." The lame one's tone was remarkably relaxed, devoid of any tension, for he was a Level 1 mecha warrior adorned with 12 gold stars. Moreover, he had to maintain this air of ease and composure, as he was accompanied by the oldest rookie of the Federation. The juxtaposition of oldest and rookie seems utterly contradictory. Yet when referring to this individual, Ji Xinghe, the designation becomes entirely logical. In truth, Ji Xinghe felt no anxiety whatsoever. Rather, he was overwhelmed with an unprecedented exhilaration. This excitement stemmed not from piloting a mecha across the alien terrain for the first time, but from the realization that during the prolonged operation of the mecha, he felt not an ounce of fatigue, but rather an invigorating vitality long absent from his life. This vitality was not merely physical. His condition had always been robust, save for a brief period. It was not the mecha's inherent vigor, either, as a mecha without a pilot lacks any vitality, incapable of autonomous action. Even the most advanced artificial intelligence, when controlling a mecha, counts as a pilot. Instead, it was the synergy between his body and the mecha, which gradually merged into a singular entity, generating a newfound vitality. As a mechanic, he possessed an intimate familiarity with every component of the Federation's 16th generation standard mecha, akin to reading one's own palm. He could confidently assert that apart from the core engine and auxiliary operational smart chip, he could personally fabricate every other component. Before arriving on this alien world, such mastery eluded him. Yet, after over a month of study and practice, his 40-plus years of mechanical repair experience and knowledge had undergone a transformative evolution in this foreign environment. "Be quiet," Ji Xinghe instructed. Unlike the lame one, who opted for autopilot, he personally navigated the mecha across a distance exceeding 200 kilometers, including over 100 kilometers through the depths of a canyon where the terrain was exceedingly complex, bordering on non-existent. Were this on Blue Planet, the multi-ton mecha would have undoubtedly been ensnared multiple times. However, in the low-gravity environment of the alien world, the mecha's weight had significantly diminished, resulting in enhanced mobility and off-road capabilities without any decline in power. The lame one was unaware of Ji Xinghe's exertions. Although the energy expenditure required for routine navigation and standard tactical maneuvers was minimal, akin to driving on Blue Planet, the complex environment inevitably led to additional energy drain. All right, I want to make a sound," Just don't follow too closely, the lame one conceded. Leading the way, and utilizing autopilot, he remained vigilant, occasionally manually intervening to navigate around potentially perilous areas, clearing a path for Ji Xinghe behind him. In his mind, the lame one believed Ji Xinghe requested silence so he could memorize the route, thinking that the oldest rookie must be anxious. In stark contrast, Ji Xinghe was strong and growing stronger. Quiet. Stealth mode, the lame one suddenly commanded, initiating the mech's stealth mode by reducing engine power and speed, minimizing the mechanical roar and the sound of metal treading upon the ground. After completing these adjustments, the lame one glanced back, reassured to see Ji Xinghe had also transitioned to stealth mode, and noted with approval, "You're quite swift, old steed." Unbeknownst to the lame one, Ji Xinghe had shifted to stealth mode even more rapidly. After a brief commendation, the lame one continued onward, the noise now significantly reduced, akin to the transition from a vigorous sprint to a slow walk. Ji Xinghe followed closely, the distance between their mechas visibly diminishing. The lame one remained oblivious to the fact that Ji Xinghe's mecha mirrored his every movement, accurately stepping into the very footprints he left behind. The canyon's towering cliffs, standing around 4,000 meters high, cast a profound darkness over the 2-kilometer-wide canyon floor, rendering it invisible even to the Federation's reconnaissance satellites. Thus, no one could witness the mecha leisurely strolling alongside another that moved like a specter. "It's an Imperial mecha," the lame one's tone suddenly turned grave. Having spotted 3 Imperial mechas encircling a Federation one, "It's blind one. He's unharmed but surrounded." The lame one's demeanor shifted to urgency, for he knew he could not confront 3 foes alone. Even with blind one, the odds of 2 against 3 were slim, and given the distance, blind one might very well face destruction before he could reach him. "Old steed, listen to me. Turn back immediately. Once you reach an area with a communication signal, report the situation. If you're unsure what to say, simply transmit the footage from your mecha's built-in recorder." Ji Xinghe's mecha had now appeared beside the lame one, both positioned behind a large boulder, observing the 4 mechas approximately 1,000 meters away. Remarkably, he felt no tension and calmly inquired, "And what about you?" "Me? I shall undoubtedly eliminate those 3 Imperial brutes. Fear not, old steed. Blind one and I are level 1 mecha warriors. 3 Imperial brutes are hardly a concern. But you didn't say that before. You mentioned that when outnumbered, one must exploit their advantage. That's the nature of war, devoid of any chivalry. I was merely trying to scare you. In reality, I am quite formidable, capable of taking on 10 foes without difficulty. 3 are hardly enough for blind one and me to share. Thus, he insisted, you must report the situation. Intelligence is paramount. If level 1 mecha warriors are truly that powerful, why does the Federation possess only a little over 300 elite mecha warriors? The disparity between 10 stars and 20 stars is considerable, enough for the 12th-starred Wang Gui to become the lame one, for the 11th-starred Li Lin to transform into blind one, and for my son Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe refrained from voicing his innermost thoughts. His discernment allowed him to ascertain that the lame one was lying. However, he chose not to dispute it and softly stated, "In truth, I am quite strong." "I know. You can certainly take on 10 at once," the lame one replied. "I meant to say, I am formidable when it comes to armor piercing as well." "Old steed, no more chatter. This is an order, Private Ji Xinghe." The lame one's mecha turned to face Ji Xinghe, his tone stern as if emulating Colonel Chen Sun. "Immediately turn around, enter stealth mode for 700 meters, then switch to full power mode." Although the lame one held the rank of second lieutenant, far surpassing Ji Xinghe's status as private, and as a level 1 mecha warrior, he also held a higher rank than Ji Xinghe, a level 3 mecha warrior. The lame one's mecha was adorned with 12 gold stars, while Ji Xinghe's bore only a camouflage-like hue, a special radar-dispersing paint. Thus, it was a command, and Private Ji Xinghe had no choice but to comply. "Yet, I am Li Lin, a level 1 mecha warrior of the Federation. Do you see the gold stars on my mecha? 11 in total." A voice echoed from afar, belonging to Blind One, who shouted in anger. It was uncertain whether the 3 Imperial mechas could comprehend, but both the lame one and Ji Xinghe understood all too well. The limping man seethed with anger. "Get lost. Ji Xinghe, did you hear me? I told you to scram." Yet, Ji Xinghe did not retreat. Instead, he deftly maneuvered his mech arm and, with a metallic hand that bore only a thumb, retrieved the toolbox from the mounting point on his mech's back. "Apologies, but I am a mechanic." As the metal toolbox hit the ground, 3 plumes of dust appeared in the distance, though there were actually 4. The limitations of distance and night vision allowed only the faint visibility of three. These represented three Imperial Mechs charging towards the lone blind man. Thus, Ji Xinghe sprang into action faster than the limping man. It was not due to the latter's lack of courage to advance, but rather his desire to first send Ji Xinghe away. What purpose could a rookie, a third-level mech warrior with no combat experience, and a 65-year-old mechanic possibly serve? A burden, perhaps? Ji Xinghe, the limping man, bellowed again, his mech roaring to life. To his astonishment, he found himself unable to keep pace with Ji Xinghe's mech, both in stealth mode. Why was his speed inferior? Was Ji Xinghe not utilizing stealth mode? No, Ji Xinghe was indeed using stealth mode. The absence of dust was due to his mech carrying only two short blades. Suddenly, a shortwave communication channel alerted of a new mech connection. Ji Xinghe had actively linked to the blind man's mech. He softly inquired of the blind man, who was charging headlong into danger, "Do you trust me?" In truth, he posed the question not only to the blind man, but to the limping man as well. However, neither trusted him, for this was a battle through armor, and it marked Ji Xinghe's true debut in such warfare. The odds were 3 against 1, or perhaps 2 against 3. "Old Ji, have you lost your mind? Don't involve me." "Old Ji, stop," the limping man yelled, recalling the 2 examinations Ji Xinghe had manipulated. Suddenly, the chaotic shortwave channel fell silent. As the blind man and the limping man remembered precisely which 2 exams Ji Xinghe referred to, the practicals for the mech driving license, both worth 750 points. Ji Xinghe had scored 699 in the first subject, tying with the blind man, and 700 in the second, 3 points shy of the blind man's 703. In the theoretical exam, he achieved a perfect score of 750. "What are you talking about? What the hell are you saying?" In their fury, both the blind man and the limping man struggled to articulate their thoughts. Ji Xinghe's actions could very well lead to their demise, futile deaths at that. The odds of winning were already slim in a 2 against 3 scenario, and now they had to worry about Ji Xinghe. How could victory be possible? "I say." "Never mind," Ji Xinghe uttered, yet he did not relent. Rather, he activated full power mode. The roar of the engine surged, and the mech's speed increased, producing a thunderous sound as it raced forward. The 3 mechs charging towards the blind man simultaneously became aware of Ji Xinghe and the limping man behind him. Their radar, rendered ineffective by the peculiar environment and anti-radar coatings, was useless. However, the cameras on their mechs remained functional, as did their hearing. It was over. The blind man unhesitatingly abandoned his death charge and pivoted to assist Ji Xinghe. He recognized that rescuing Ji Xinghe was not the most prudent choice. Rather, he should exploit the distraction Ji Xinghe created to defeat the enemy one by one. Yet, his loyalty to Ji Xinghe compelled him to act. For a comrade who disregarded orders was still a comrade. This compassion had no place on the battlefield, yet it was an essential aspect of humanity. The limping man also activated full power mode without hesitation. His heart softened despite his anger towards Ji Xinghe. However, he had already fallen behind Ji Xinghe and had activated full power mode after him. How could he possibly catch up? Moreover, the 3 Imperial Mechs, having completed a sharp turn, charged towards Ji Xinghe, leaving behind the dust they had stirred. They understood the necessity of defeating their foes one by one. But they also recognized that Ji Xinghe's mech lacked a golden star, marking it as the weakest among the 3 federal mechs. Amidst the thunderous cacophony of 6 racing mechs, the blind man and the limping man could only watch in despair as Ji Xinghe's mech drew ever closer to an Imperial mech, until collision seemed imminent. Could Ji Xinghe survive? If he evaded the lethal strike from this Imperial mech, another was already closing in. One could dodge an initial blow, but not the subsequent. "Old Ji Xinghe." The shortwave communication channel remained silent, for the blind man and the limping man gasped inwardly, fearing that vocalizing their concerns might distract Ji Xinghe, though they felt that his focus was already irrelevant. In truth, it made no difference, for Ji Xinghe could not afford to be distracted. Under the full power state, his mech responded to his every command. As the collision with the Imperial mech loomed, both mechanical legs abruptly ceased their frantic sprint. The tremendous inertia did not topple the mech. Instead, it propelled it forward, akin to a figure gliding on ice, though here there was no ice, resulting in Ji Xinghe's mech carving a deep trench into the ground. The Imperial mech's lance surged towards him. At a velocity such as this, evasion was impossible. So Ji Xinghe chose to confront it head-on. The bending of the mech's knees had limitations, not merely the physical range of motion, but rather the limitations of balance control when the knees were flexed. making it impossible to evade the Imperial mech's powerful thrust by crouching. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe's feet had gouged a trench into the ground. Having traversed over 100 kilometers of this canyon, he had developed a profound understanding of the terrain's hardness and of the mech he piloted. Moreover, Imperial mechs were generally taller than Federal ones, and the mech Ji Xinghe faced was 4.9 meters high, creating a stark contrast in height. With his dual blades raised, Ji Xinghe exerted all his might, and the lance, caught between his blades, narrowly missed his mech's head, producing a sound of screeching metal as sparks flew. Then came the resounding crash as two mechs collided. Such impacts were commonplace, yet perilous. Mech warriors faced stringent physical demands, not only due to the high loads from non-standard tactical maneuvers, but also because of the fierce collisions between mechs. Unlike automobiles, mechs lacked airbags. A collision could easily spell disaster. What then, if a projectile struck a mech's protective armor? Ji Xinghe was formidable, yet being 65 did not render him impervious to harm. His prowess lay in his ability to defeat opponents before they could strike him. As the blind man and the limping man raced onward, they harbored the grim realization of Ji Xinghe's impending demise, not merely from this collision, but because another Imperial mech would reach him in mere seconds, outpacing them both. They continued their charge not to rescue Ji Xinghe, but to seize the opportunity that his life had granted them. The Imperial mech, having endured such a ferocious impact, was undoubtedly compromised. The mech trailing behind the blind man required time to catch up, thus presenting the blind man and the crippled one with a chance for a 2-on-2 encounter, or even 3 instances of a 2-on-1 scenario. If they could capitalize on this moment, Ji Xinghe might just retain his complete form, Wuntihi, as the silent lament in the heart of the old steed emerged. The blind man and the crippled one beheld an astonishing yet joyous sight. Ji Xinghe's mech turned to face another Imperial mech, wielding only a single blade, while the other lay lost to the fray. Strangely, the Imperial mech that had collided with him did not take the opportunity to deliver a treacherous strike. What had transpired? It had transformed into a guiding star upon Ji Xinghe's mech, to put it in a somewhat cliché manner. This was Ji Xinghe's first star, yet certainly not his last. In truth, it is far from trite, as the second star was on the verge of appearing before Ji Xinghe within mere 5 seconds. Chapter 060. The 5 seconds of a chapter. Except for Ji Xinghe, no one knew what transpired in the instant of the collision. Even the Imperial guerrilla that collided with him was oblivious to the events that unfolded. The blind and the cripple should have been exceedingly curious. Yet they were preoccupied with more pressing matters at that critical juncture. Old steed, retreat. Quickly retreat. 5 seconds is indeed a fleeting moment. Ji Xinghe had barely turned around when he found himself perilously close to the second Imperial mech. It was akin to ancient cavalry charging headlong, when their speed reached a crescendo. The lance-like weapons they wielded possessed unparalleled penetrating power, in comparison to even the most exceptional steeds in the world. The mech's propulsion and explosive force far exceeded any equine capabilities. One of the standard weapons of the Imperial mech was the lance, averaging a length of 6.5 meters. When combined with their explosive speed and strength, these lances could often penetrate the crucial weak points of the Federation mech before the first impact occurred, not the heart or kidneys, for mechs lack such organs. The frontal armor could withstand the damage from cannon fire without a scratch, let alone a cold weapon like a lance. The true vital area lay at the mech's neck, where the armor was exceedingly thin. If the precision electronic components integrated within the mech's head were damaged, it would find itself incapacitated. Much like the Imperial mech currently positioned behind Ji Xinghe, unable to retaliate. For mech warriors, the most perilous consequence of a breached neck was the loss of oxygen. Even though the sensory-operated helmets had oxygen supplies, and the portable protective suits provided a degree of safety, the Federation mech warriors could not endure for long when exposed to the alien environment. The 5 seconds did not mark the time of collision between the second Imperial mech and Ji Xinghe's mech, but rather the moment the lance struck Ji Xinghe's mech. The instant both the blind and the cripple shouted through the shortwave communication channel, only 3 seconds remained, a precarious sliver of time. Having just turned around, Ji Xinghe noticed some dents on the front armor of his mech. While not severe, the visible damage raised concerns about potential internal harm to its components. The cripple and the blind understood that such collisions heavily relied on luck. One might withstand 5 or 6 impacts if fortune smiled upon them, while a single ill-fated strike could render the mech compromised. Similar to the rare car accidents on Azure Star, some individuals experienced numerous accidents in their lifetimes, to the point where insurance companies refused to cover them, while others faced but a single mishap. Could the old steed retreat? Could his mech still retreat? After such a collision, Could his body still maneuver the mech backward? Of course, Ji Xinghe could retreat, as he had once told the cripple. He was a mechanic and understood precisely how to strike to minimize damage to his mech and his own physical burden. Thus, both he and his mech remained intact. Yet, he did not retreat, for exposing his back to the enemy was the gravest peril, especially at such close quarters. He was acutely aware of the time required for his mech to accelerate again, ample enough for the Imperial mech, now at its peak velocity, to catch up. He also understood that the cripple and the blind would struggle to reach him in such limited time. If he followed their orders to retreat, he would survive, yet his mech would sustain genuine damage. The odds favored the cripple and the blind in a 2-on-1 scenario, but with another Imperial mech charging in, their window for 2-on-1 would swiftly transition to a 2-on-2 confrontation, diminishing their chances significantly, compounded by his mech's injuries. In contrast to the battle-hardened cripple and blind, Ji Xinghe made his assessment from the perspective of a mechanic regarding the mech's performance, from the confidence of a master regarding his abilities, and from the insight of a combat instructor concerning the combat prowess of the cripple and the blind. He did not retreat, for he did not wish to. He had never forgotten the true purpose of his arrival on the alien battlefield, nor had he forgotten what he had once said to Major General Tu Yuan. If the opportunity arises. Son, are you watching? Through the panoramic view, Ji Xinghe gazed at the elongated, luminous sky above, a sight others would call a narrow passage of heaven. Yet he perceived it as the eyes of his son, brilliant as the morning star, a treasure amidst the galaxy. Do you believe in me? As he spoke, he seized the immobile Imperial mech. Amidst the roar of engines, the energy transmission board of his mech illuminated with the intricate patterns he had etched by hand. Glowing with a power unseen from the outside, the surge of energy from the nuclear fuel cell operating at full capacity. Upon hearing this question once more, the cripple and the blind did not respond immediately, not due to disbelief or belief, but because time was of the essence. They needed to rush to Ji Xinghe's side. Ji Xinghe understood they lacked the luxury of time for a response, nor did he require one. Just as he had not debated with the disbelieving cripple and blind after posing his question. If you do not believe, that is irrelevant. I shall demonstrate. The Imperial mech, larger than Ji Xinghe's 16th generation Federation standard mech, had not struck when it had the chance because it was immobilized. Yet, it suddenly began to move. No. It should be said it had taken flight. Neither the standard Federation nor Imperial mechs possessed flight capabilities, so its ascension could only be attributed to Ji Xinghe and his mech. The armed left mechanical arm secured one side of the Imperial mech, while the unarmed right mechanical arm locked onto the opposite side, its metallic palm gripping the protruding mounting point on the back of the Imperial mech. Ji Xinghe's mech fell backward, not due to a loss of control, but to utilize its weight to generate force upon impact, thus sending the larger Imperial mech soaring. This was an unorthodox mech maneuver known as the bear hug throw. Chase it. Ji Xinghe's voice resonated once more through the shortwave communication channel. His focus did not waver, allowing him to speak. The Imperial lance hurtling toward him finally struck, and it was a critical hit, penetrating the mech's interior. Yet, it did not hit its intended target. With a thunderous crash, 3 mechs collided, toppling like tumbling gourds. 2 Imperial mechs and 1 Federation mech, representing 2 Imperial beasts and 1 Federation elder. As the mechs thundered ahead, the sound of metal feet grinding against the earth echoed, creating 2 trenches that merged into one. The blind halted amid the cacophony, while the cripple did not decelerate but abruptly veered away from his direct course toward Ji Xinghe, redirecting his path toward the blind. To be precise, the cripple was heading for the blind's rear, where another Imperial mech, also in full sprint, began to slow down. I believe in you, Ji Xinghe. I damn well believe in you. The cripple shouted, disregarding decorum, as he surged past the entangled mechs, finally choosing to trust Ji Xinghe upon spotting a blade. Upon the collision of the first Imperial mech with the Ji Xinghe, a blade that ought to have been in Ji Xinghe's right hand was observed upon the Imperial mech. This was the reason the first Imperial mech refrained from executing a backstab against Ji Xinghe, and it also elucidated why the crippled one ultimately chose to place his trust in Ji Xinghe. Likewise, it accounted for the sudden halt and subsequent pursuit initiated by the blind one. They disregarded the 3 mechs that had collided, for they had finally come to believe that the armor-piercing Ji Xinghe was formidable, surpassing even the 2 frontline Imperial mech warriors. Thus, the one pursuing must undoubtedly be the Imperial mech that had originally been on the trail of the blind one. The old steed was not merely suggesting to follow it, but rather urging not to let it escape. Chapter 061. Leave it to me from being relentlessly pursued by 3 Imperial mechs, recording his own last words. to joining forces with his comrades to hunt down one of those very mechs. The blind man's exhilaration was unparalleled, surpassing even the moment he had installed his mechanical eye and beheld the world anew. Where do you think you're running off to, you worthless scum? Such vulgarities did not align with the dignified persona of Lieutenant Li Lin, a top-tier mech warrior of the Federation, yet they perfectly captured the blind man's current sentiments. Though he had pre-recorded his farewell, there remained an unspoken truth in his heart. Dad, I don't want to die. Mom, I'm so scared. The three mechs thundered through the canyon, effortlessly avoiding areas that could ensnare them, yet some could not escape their fate. Amidst the cacophony of rumbling sounds, the cripple was the first to catch up to the last Imperial mech, having maintained full throttle since activating his mech's power mode. The Imperial mech, realizing the unexpected turn of events, had attempted a hasty maneuver to decelerate. Suddenly, a burst of pale blue flames erupted from the shoulder of the Imperial mech. Its mounted machine gun unleashed a torrent of bullets, raining down upon the cripple's mech like a curtain of death. Nevertheless, as a top-tier Federation mech warrior, even with a mechanical leg, the cripple adeptly maneuvered to evade the gunfire. Although he was not faster than the bullets, he was swifter than the Imperial mech's gun, which had just raised to take aim. With a resounding crash, the Federation mech's speed was momentarily hindered, yet it soon surged forward once more. Undeterred by the looming confrontation with the Imperial mech, the odds of a one-on-one battle were not particularly favorable, yet there remained a glimmer of hope, bolstered by the presence of the blind man at his back. Within the mech's internal shortwave communication channel, an unusual silence enveloped the two. Tactical exchanges were unnecessary as their experience allowed for seamless coordination. Now, they awaited a specific voice, one they had previously dreaded in such circumstances, which had now transformed into a sound of promise. Leave it to me, if you will. The tone of Ji Xinghe was remarkably calm, igniting a spark of joy in both the blind man and the cripple, who could no longer contain their excitement. Old Ji, are you all right? Have you handled it? Yes. All sorted. I'm fine and in pursuit of you. The blind man repeatedly exclaimed, wow, wow. Incredible. The cripple's enthusiastic shout echoed the same sentiment, not out of inability to articulate his excitement, but due to the overwhelming rush of emotion. Both top-tier Federation mech warriors were eager to inquire how Ji Xinghe had managed to deal with not only the second Imperial mech, but also the first. They had not witnessed how Ji's blade had appeared on the Imperial mech, nor how a single strike had rendered it incapacitated. There were countless questions swirling in their minds. Yet it was evident that now was not the moment for inquiries. They knew they would not miss the most spectacular display. Their perspectives would be automatically recorded for playback, just as Ji Xinghe's views from within the cockpit would be preserved for review. The cripple and the blind man could already envision the astonished gasps and cheers of those at Base 6 as they watched the combat footage. Even the climate control system being affected by the collective intake of breath. Old Ji, you're being greedy. You've already claimed 2 Imperial mechs in your first battle. Do you truly desire a third? Indeed, Old Ji, isn't it a matter of fairness? Encountering 3 Imperial mechs in such a place is no small feat. You take 2 while we take 1. Doesn't that demonstrate respect for our elders? You just insulted me, cripple. Though Ji Xinghe's tone remained unruffled, devoid of any hint of anger, the cripple felt a tremor of apprehension within, recalling his previous derogatory remarks directed at Ji. Insulting was trivial, but what truly unsettled the cripple was the realization of his flawed command. Had Ji Xinghe followed his orders to retreat, they would have transmitted the intelligence in time. Yet facing 3 Imperial mechs would have likely resulted in their annihilation. The cripple's command had been rooted in maximizing advantage while minimizing loss. It was better for 2 to perish than 3, and the message needed to be relayed accurately. His sole misjudgment lay in underestimating Ji Xinghe's prowess post-transformation, an oversight no one could have anticipated. Who would expect a 65-year-old to exhibit such ferocity? Then, I shall leave this to you. How about that? Having caught up to the Imperial mech, the cripple refrained from attacking and instead began to reduce his speed in accordance with the mech's movements, genuinely intending to leave it for Ji Xinghe, albeit for reasons beyond what he stated. The blind man recognized this truth. Having spent ample time with the remnants of their squad, he understood the cripple better than Ji did. Thus, he too refrained from launching an attack, instead cooperating with the cripple to suppress the Imperial mech, mirroring the earlier pursuit they had endured from the 3 Imperial mechs. Leaving it for Old Ji is acceptable, but he must treat us. No, Old Ji needs to assist us in upgrading our mechs. We envy the specialized modifications that elite mech warriors possess. I have faith in Old Ji's capabilities, both in repairs and combat. But you weren't willing to trust me just now, Ji Xinghe calmly retorted, addressing both the cripple and the blind man. Had he not been an elderly man, such behavior would have incited widespread indignation. The blind man was left speechless, yet he discerned that Ji bore no resentment towards them. The cripple also understood, firmly believing that Ji would harbor no ill will, regardless of his earlier outbursts. I trust you, old Ji. From now on, whatever you say goes. I believe in you, and so does the blind man. Indeed, old Ji. We shall all place our faith in you. I'll ensure the cripple, the deaf man, and the left-handed brother believe in you too. All right, wait for me. As Ji Xinghe steadily approached, his mech appeared remarkably intact. The dents in the protective armor did not hinder its propulsion, and he once again wielded his dual blades. Had the surroundings not been shrouded in the dim light of the canyon, the cripple and the blind man would have clearly observed the bloodstains still clinging to the blades, fresh yet dried as if ages had passed. A testament to the alien environment where liquid water could not exist naturally, evaporating swiftly or freezing into solid ice. The frantically fleeing Imperial mech finally came to a halt, preparing, much like the blind man before, to take one last victim with it. After assessing the situation, it charged directly towards the nearest target, the cripple. The cripple opted to withdraw without any desire for combat, honoring the intent behind Ji's words. Thus, the Imperial mech charged towards the approaching blind one. Yet the latter chose to retreat and evade confrontation. In a one-on-one duel, the odds would be evenly matched. But such a strategic withdrawal left the Imperial mech incapable of engaging with either the blind one or the crippled one, nor could it escape. Then came Ji Xinghe, standing at a towering 4.2 meters. The mech brandished twin blades, kicking up a cloud of dust amidst the thunderous clamor of its rapid advance. In truth, he held no desire for accolades. Whether 2, 3, 20, or 30 golden stars bore no significance to him. Ji Xinghe expressed to the slighted blind one and crippled one. Their golden stars belong to you. I seek none. My only aim is to annihilate them all. After 2 battles and several miles of relentless pursuit, he finally swung his blades once more. There were no dazzling flashes of light, only the unadorned essence of his intent, as Ji Xinghe required no grandiose achievements. Vengeance was the only pursuit that drove him. Chapter 62. Seizing an old man's joy. Blind man, why are you in a daze? The reminder from the cripple jolted the blind out of his stupor. I understand that the old steed fights with remarkable flair, swift and decisive, but this is hardly the moment for astonishment. The blind hastened his actions, erasing his final words with newfound urgency. He felt a strange relief that there was no satellite communication signal here. The thought of his last words being transmitted back while he remained alive, that would be more than a little embarrassing. Weren't you also lost in thought just now? Was it the old steed who left you dumbfounded? Did you witness that duel? The instantaneous kill? Only a top-tier mech warrior could achieve such a feat, the cripple remarked. As a first-tier mech warrior, the blind continued to marvel at the recent battle. When the old steed, Ji Xinghe, approached, he had intended to assist the cripple. However, Ji Xinghe had seized absolute advantage, leaving them merely spectators as he executed yet another swift elimination. This marked the 3rd instance. The first kill was indisputable. Both the cripple and the blind had witnessed it clearly, a true instant kill. While the second battle was not fully observed, given the timing of Ji Xinghe's arrival, it was evident that he had dispatched 3 mechs within 10 seconds after they had collapsed. This time, similarly, the kill occurred within that same brief interval. In mech combat, a kill within 10 seconds is considered an instant kill, for mechs are far more resilient than fragile human bodies. Their metallic defenses outstrip mere flesh and blood. Indeed, only a top-tier mech warrior can achieve such instantaneous kills, the cripple replied, envy saturating his tone. We first-tier mech warriors may boast of our golden stars, yet we cannot guarantee victory in a duel with Imperial mechs, let alone an instant kill. We can only seek opportunities in group battles. Only the elite can accomplish such feats. With his final words deleted, the blind chuckled softly. Cripple, you just insulted a top-tier mech warrior. You insulted our master. I won't bring it up, nor will old steed, but if I were to edit your remarks about him. Hey, I just saved your life, you know? Even though I didn't truly engage, the 12 golden stars on my mech are no mere embellishment. They represent my standing as a first-tier mech warrior and my deterrent power. Do you understand? I don't understand. I only know you insulted the old steed. If you don't buy that, I'll edit the recordings and not only show them to everyone at the base, but also to our fellow brothers, and hand it over to Reporter Sue for 300 million people to see. You're quite ruthless, blind, the cripple replied, not taking the blind's threat seriously. Yet, he tacitly acknowledged the truth in the blind's words. Their master was Ji Xinghe, a 65-year-old mechanic, a third-tier mech warrior who had never faced a true battlefield. Possessing only 3 golden stars, yet he was more likely than either of them to become a top-tier mech warrior. The banter regarding master and apprentice had once been mere jest within the training zone. Whether it was Instructor Li, a formal trainer, or Ji Xinghe, a specially appointed instructor, both were meant to be addressed as teachers, not masters. The distinction held significant meaning. Yet, things had changed. Even though the blind and the cripple still referred to Ji Xinghe as Old Steed, he accepted the title of master without objection. He had taught many. And in the automotive realm of New Phoenix City, he was an undisputed master, now focused intently on the Imperial mech before him. This was the 3rd Imperial mech he had dealt with, yet the pilot was deceased, and the mech stood unnaturally upright at the canyon's base. Much like the first mech he had encountered, the edge of its frontal armor, which should have been sealed tightly against the air, now bore a gaping hole. With sparks flickering within, the oxygen-generating apparatus inside continued to function, releasing the air essential for both the Imperial gorilla and human survival. The dried blood suggested that much time had passed. Through the breach, Ji Xinghe could clearly see the Imperial gorilla inside, and it was unmistakable that it was a gorilla, not a human. It wore no space suit, and its coarse black fur filled him with disgust. Old Steed, is this your first encounter with a true Imperial gorilla? The cripple approached, his mech's camera failing to capture the awe in his eyes. Upon seeing the breach, he understood how Ji Xinghe had penetrated this mech's defenses. Though the exterior was entirely metallic, there were inherent weaknesses. A purely humanoid mech, akin to a statue, could not move without vulnerabilities. Yes, it is my first encounter. Ji Xinghe hesitated before adding, they are weaker than I anticipated, referring specifically to the mech. Both the cripple and the blind were rendered speechless. Who was the Old Steed mocking? Ji Xinghe continued, I mean, they possess numerous weaknesses on their mechs, yet they seem unconcerned about these vulnerabilities in battle. This perspective eased the tension for the cripple and the blind. The cripple explained, because they fear not for their lives. Even if they have weaknesses, it's challenging for us to target them accurately during combat. There's a saying, isn't there? The best defense is a good offense. Their offensive capabilities are formidable. The blind chimed in, moreover, the Empire does not value the lives of these guerrillas. The Empire possesses a citizenry that can be mobilized as soldiers, unlike us. After surveying the scene for a moment, Ji Xinghe posed another question, but why are they here? Should I have left one alive for interrogation? Leave one alive for interrogation. The cripple and the blind exchanged glances, instantly recalling Ji Xinghe's ruthless demeanor when confronting the Imperial guerrillas. They understood what his mention of interrogation implied. Yet, they did not perceive Ji Xinghe as cruel. They were aware of his history. When necessary, they could be even more ruthless than he. It's futile. They wouldn't divulge anything, and even if they did, we wouldn't understand. The limitations of the automatic translation function are considerable. Unless we can restore communication and consult the experts at the base, the blind remarked, seemingly forgetting his earlier shouts at the guerrillas. Right now, we need to dismantle their mech communication modules, clean the battlefield, and leave here to re-establish contact with the base. Indeed, the cripple's tone lightened suddenly. With Old Steed here, the cleanup is best left to him, given his expertise as a mechanic. Blind, you should proceed forward, stay safe, report information immediately once communication is restored, and scout the way to Base 3. Without hesitation, the blind agreed and departed. He had survived, thus he would proceed to Base 3 for medicine. The cripple stayed behind to assist Ji Xinghe with the cleanup, and Ji Xinghe was eager to do so as well. For within those 3 Imperial mechs lay items he coveted. He had never relinquished his ambition to craft his own mech. As was mentioned in the first episode of The Old Man and the Stars and the Sea, a remark from his elementary school classmate echoed in his mind. Old Steed's initial dream was to create a transformer with his own hands, only to discover that it was technically unfeasible, leading him to settle for capturing one instead. When Ji Xinghe arrived on the alien planet, he intended to utilize the resources within the base to create his envisioned contraption, the Old Man's Joy. However, upon realizing the scarcity of resources and the necessity of his earned contribution points for his granddaughter's medical treatment, he understood that the creation of the Old Man's Joy might remain a distant dream. Yet, an opportunity has now presented itself to seize what is lacking, to plunder from the Imperial Mechs, striking first and then robbing. Chapter 63. Regarding Venus. With a crisp sound, the hatch of the mecha bay opened, and due to the preemptive removal of air from the cockpit, There were no noticeable fluctuations in airflow. Equipped with his protective helmet, he had a full hour of activity time. The oxygen supply was one consideration. The relatively limited protective capability of the lightweight combat suit designed for mecha warriors was another. The suit, weighing a mere dozen kilograms, felt almost weightless on him. As he leaped from the cockpit, he left no discernible footprints. The green indicator lights on his suit signified that his condition was optimal. A shift to red would indicate a problem or an impending depletion of time. The lame man, piloting his mecha nearby, assisted by illuminating the area with the mecha's lights, enabling him to work in the dim depths of the canyon. Old Ji, shall I drag that Imperial mecha over? It would save you the trouble of resuiting to offload later, which is rather bothersome. But can you dismantle 3 mechas in an hour with just a small toolbox? No need, he replied. The toolbox was not small by any means. The lame man's perception of it as such stemmed from his piloting a mecha. Had it been truly insignificant, he would not have detached it from the mounting point on the rear of the mecha before preparing for battle. Initially, he intended to carry the toolbox to repair the blind man's mecha in case of damage, but since the blind man's mecha was intact, it was unnecessary. Although his own mecha had sustained some damage, it remained functional, thus the toolbox designated for repairs transformed into a toolkit for dismantling. Standing at a restored height of 192 meters, Ji appeared remarkably agile in his protective suit, entirely unreflective of a 65-year-old man. After retrieving specialized tools from the toolbox, he positioned himself firmly on the hands of the lame man, whose metallic palms provided stability as he ascended to the appropriate height and opened the hatch of the standing Imperial mecha. The Imperial mecha, born from the Federation's designs, allowed Ji's skills as an unofficial mecha technician to flourish. Once the hatch was ajar, he took complete control of the mecha. He swiftly extracted the corpse of the Imperial gorilla and discarded it carelessly. His disdain for living Imperial gorillas extended to their lifeless forms, and he was reluctant to spare even a glance before diving into the cockpit. The only aspect that warranted his attention was the creature's 4 hands, a testament to why gorillas excelled in piloting mechas compared to humans, as their feet were also hands. Wow, this is a noble gorilla, the lame man exclaimed, then proceeded to elucidate. The strength and hierarchical status of gorillas within the Empire were typically gauged by their height. Ordinary Imperial gorilla soldiers measured between 1.6 to 1.8 meters, those exceeding 1.8 meters were generally of noble lineage. This particular gorilla stood at 1.9 meters, nearly matching him. Though Ji was proficient in mecha maintenance and combat, he lacked expertise regarding Imperial gorillas, as much intelligence remained classified. As he dismantled critical components, he inquired, "Why? How would I know? Those scientists claim something about genetic locks and other convoluted nonsense. Gorillas of differing ranks have inherent height limitations, with very few able to transcend them. It's not just height. Physical fitness and strength are similarly constrained. Nobles typically surpass ordinary gorilla soldiers in capability. So, the most formidable in the Empire are their gorilla emperors? Indeed. Otherwise, why would General Li's dedicated mecha bear 3 colossal gold stars? They're a testament to the strength of the 3 Imperial gorillas he vanquished." The lame man hesitated before continuing. Take that Imperial Prince gorilla, for instance. Its corpse stands at 2 meters. I can't ascertain how many times stronger it was, but had it not been for it, we would currently have 11 ace mecha warriors. Among the Federation's mecha warriors, only 9 ace warriors remained alive. A stark reality rather than a curse. The battlefield was unforgiving. Those who achieved greatness inevitably met their demise there unless they chose to withdraw. Fortunately, none of the Federation's ace mecha warriors wished to abandon the fight, yet therein lay their misfortune. For a moment, Ji paused in his dismantling efforts. Why must we paint gold stars? The notion of feigning weakness. Did no one comprehend its implications? The lame man sighed, recalling the blind man's resolute declaration in the face of death. Feigning weakness is one thing, but we are genuinely weak. Both the blind man and I are grade 1 mecha warriors. Although we are disabled, we are still bona fide grade 1 warriors. However, even united, we might struggle against 3 Imperial mechas. Had we not been disabled, we could still put up a fight, but now, I cannot guarantee victory. And what of those weaker than us? The lame man's voice turned calm. We are stronger than them. Thus we must bear a heavier burden of firepower, granting them a chance to survive and grow. Yet, since nearly everyone employs standard mechas, with few modifications to signify superiority, the Imperial mechas will regard us all as equals. Painting gold stars is not merely a matter of honor. It is a responsibility and obligation. Ji fell silent, yet his hands remained deftly at work. As the air composition required for both gorillas and humans was nearly identical, the oxygen supply system within the mecha held immense value. The nuclear fuel cells, nearly identical to those of the Federation's mechas, were also quite useful. It was rumored that part of the Federation's nuclear technology originated from the Empire. Moreover, energy transfer boards, engines, and other components were invaluable, easily adaptable for use in Federation mechas. Were it not for the cumbersome nature of the mechas and the inability to transport them via specialized vehicles in the canyon's depths, both Ji and Base 6 would have opted to haul all three Imperial mechas back. Even the relatively standard outer armor, once melted down, could provide usable resources. The metals suitable for mecha construction were not ordinary. This unique alloy was difficult to manufacture on alien worlds, as evidenced by the mere 50,000 operational mechas within the Federation. Had this been on Azure Star, producing 300,000 would have been a trivial endeavor. However, should conflict arise on Azure Star, the utility of mechas as instruments of war would diminish significantly. The atmospheric conditions of Azure Star allow combat aircraft to ascend effortlessly, rendering them far more efficient for bombardment than mechas. Furthermore, Azure Star's natural environment is considerably more stable, allowing communication and positioning satellites to function effectively, thereby maximizing the efficacy of precision-guided munitions. The disparity in gravity also played a role. Maneuvering several tons of mecha with agility on Azure Star would prove substantially more challenging than on an alien world. Most critically, the combat capabilities of ordinary soldiers could return to normal, without the need for cumbersome space suits. Would a soldier truly fear a gorilla or monkey wielding a firearm? Is it possible to have artificial intelligence pilot the mecha, adorned with gold stars to draw fire? It is conceivable, but such an action would result in the Imperial gorillas no longer trusting the gold stars upon us, and we would be unable to shoulder further responsibilities and obligations. Then, Ji, having dismantled an Imperial mecha, suddenly reversed his stance. I shall keep those 3 gold stars for myself. Alas, old Ji, your actions are not commendable. You promised to assist both me and the blind man. You once stated, with great power comes great responsibility. Yet, I never uttered such words. Do not presume that your age grants you the liberty to dispense platitudes. Nevertheless, I excel beyond you both. This is due to my lameness and the blind man's blindness. I traverse this path with my eyes covered and one leg shackled, yet I can still contend against the two of you. Are we to revisit this topic? I have yet to settle the score regarding your previous hold on my neck. Do not assume that your strength renders you formidable. Shall we calculate our abilities? As Ji Xinghe spoke, he approached another Imperial mech lying on the ground and resumed its disassembly. The lame man observed how effortlessly Ji Xinghe cast aside the hatch. Weighing approximately 200 kilograms, and a tremor coursed through him. Even in a low-gravity environment, that strength is remarkable. Is old Ji truly 65 years of age? Ha. That doesn't count. You are my mentor. How could I hold you accountable? Merely jesting, it was all in good fun. The Jupiter cannot be transferred. As it is recorded, what rightfully belongs to you will remain yours. Moreover, the presence of a noble gorilla implies that their mission here holds great significance. The lame man's expression grew grave. Chapter 064. Sergeant Ji Xinghe. The disassembly work proceeded smoothly. Returning to his mech, Ji Xinghe marked the map and departed with the disassembled components. If the opportunity arose, he would return to retrieve all 3 Imperial mechs. Meanwhile, the base, having received the news, could also come to salvage mechs during the relatively calm periods of battle. After traversing a 5-kilometer stretch, communications were fully restored. Both the crippled and Ji Xinghe established contact with the base. The blind had already relayed the situation. The two needed only to provide supplementary information and transmit the mech's records back. Sergeant Ji Xinghe, please confirm your physical condition and the operational capabilities of your mech. A voice emanated from the communicator, momentarily startling Ji Xinghe. Was he already a sergeant? Indeed, during wartime, promotions came swiftly, dictated solely by the circumstances of battle and one's abilities. After the blind had completed his report and transmitted the contents of his mech's recorder, Base 6 promptly finalized their assessment. Thus, Ji Xinghe, the oldest rookie of the Federation, had ascended from private to sergeant in just 3 days since leaving the relatively comfortable Base 6, advancing not only 2 ranks, but also from a level 3 mech warrior to a level 2. My body is fine, and my mech is intact. We have received your self-check report. Your mech's integrity stands at 89. Please ensure your safety in potential combat situations. Understood, thank you. The communication concluded without anyone extolling Ji Xinghe's formidable prowess. Even those who had witnessed his combat video could not contain their excitement. No one questioned Ji Xinghe's breach of the crippled's orders. In urgent circumstances, military commands, while paramount, were not infallible. Ji Xinghe had proven that the crippled and everyone else had gravely misjudged his capabilities. The question, "Do you believe in me?" posed by Ji Xinghe to those at the base, might have evoked the same willingness to trust as the crippled and the blind did now. The appearance of the Imperial Mechs in the canyon was no longer Ji Xinghe's concern, nor was it the blind or the crippled's. Their mission had shifted to providing support at Base 3, closer to the battlefield, while a more specialized team would investigate the discovery of 3 Mechs in the canyon. Ji Xinghe's task had simplified. He had not received any formal orders. Only a singular purpose he had chosen for himself, to procure medicine from Base 3 and return to Base 6 with both the medicine and his spoils. The journey through the canyon was far from dull. Once the blind was free, the trio could engage in lively conversations over the shortwave communication channel. Although the channel could cover a 10-kilometer radius, the canyon's intricate environment restricted it to 3 kilometers, with some interference. Nonetheless, this did not hinder their chatting. Ji Xinghe was eager to inquire about many matters from the experienced warriors, the crippled, and the blind. Why aren't there any guns? I mean, guns suitable for the mechs. It's difficult to aim. Controlling the mech for maneuvers is already challenging, let alone aiming a gun while piloting it. Moreover, in combat, ammunition consumption is substantial. Carrying excessive ammo hampers a mech's mobility, and reloading magazines is no simple task. At that moment, Ji Xinghe understood how absurd it was when he had told Major Tu Yuan that he only needed a gun. Coming to an alien world armed with a mere knife felt like a jest. Without the formidable strength provided by the mech, his knife could scarcely penetrate even the weakest armor. However, we do have some sharpshooters, the blind interjected after the crippled's explanation. Their rifles can even breach a mech's armor directly, but to unleash their marksmanship, the cumbersome space suits 1T suffice. They wear small exoskeleton armors akin to mechs, which are reportedly quite expensive. These small mechs stand under 2 meters, roughly human height and girth. While incredibly agile, their power output pales in comparison to conventional mechs, restricting them to combat with firearms and similar weapons. Sharpshooters are indeed formidable. I encountered them before. Their supporting fire made our mech battles significantly easier, the crippled added. However, the issue is that alien planets often experience dust storms, sometimes lasting for months. In such conditions, aside from mechs, nearly all weaponry becomes unusable, and they cannot see their targets to snipe. Dust storms on alien worlds can reach speeds exceeding 180 meters per second, while a level 12 typhoon on Azure Star has winds of only 32.6 meters per second, far inferior to the strength of alien dust storms. Once a dust storm begins, it can persist for weeks or even months, covering vast areas and complicating the alien environment. Every few years, storms can blanket the entire alien world, making it appear as if one is observing a dark red lantern in the void of space from Azure Star. I detest dust storms the most. Not only do communications fail, but our satellites also become inoperative, rendering us blind. The radar and sonar on our mechs become useless, making us effectively sightless on the surface. Frustration is unavoidable. Those fearless Imperial guerrillas care little for dust storms. They thrive in such conditions, relishing the chance to engage us when we lack satellite coverage and space-based fire support. I once encountered a dust storm. I didn't realize the Imperial mech was barely 30 meters away until it startled me. The crippled and the blind conversed incessantly, not out of eagerness to chat or boast of their heroic tales, but because they were resolute about one thing. Ji Xinghe could not merely remain a mechanic within the base. It was not just a matter of strength. It was also about character. The ability to defy the crippled's orders during such critical times and possess the audacity to ask the blind whether he believed in him spoke volumes. If Ji Xinghe was destined for the battlefield, the blind and the crippled's vast experiences could provide invaluable assistance to him in the future. Just as Ji Xinghe imparted combat techniques to them, they too were teaching him various aspects of mech warfare and the alien environment. 3 minds together. One must be my teacher. They aptly formed a trio. As they departed the canyon and descended to the surface, it was the afternoon on the alien world. How I long for the fiery red sun. Who cares about Rayleigh scattering, making it look blue? I miss the moon. I haven't seen it in years. Old G, what about you? I miss my granddaughter. Then let us hurry. We have enough energy. The blue sun hung high, the ochre earth stretched vast, and the wind sliced like a blade. chasing the three Mechs as they traversed the surface, leaving behind orange-red footprints, rich hematite scattered among the alien dust. Blood-red hematite could not hinder their path. As Base 3 loomed into view, the old man, the crippled, and the blind all laughed. Chapter 65. A challenge from the elite. Base 3 is nestled within a mountain, its entrance for spacecraft and other vehicles concealed from distant view. The integration of optical camouflage technology with holographic projection allows the Federation's bases on alien planets to remain hidden from the Empire's conventional detection methods. From afar, three advancing Mechs appear to collide directly with the mountainside, only to vanish in the next moment. The ground beneath them transforms into metal, resembling the deck of an aircraft carrier. This expansive area serves as a makeshift landing zone, nearly identical in structure to Base 6. After passing through several metallic gates and undergoing routine procedures of armor removal, cleansing, disinfection, and medical examination, the trio, Ji Xinghe and his companions, finally entered Base 3. Although there are no indigenous life forms on the alien planet, theoretically eliminating the risk of contagion, the Empire's guerrillas might still carry unknown viruses. "How delightful!" exclaimed the blind one, now clad in his everyday uniform. He displayed no hint of hesitation in the presence of strangers at Base 3. This was not due to any social bravado, but rather the stark reality that humans on this alien world are exceedingly rare. In a sense, they are not merely comrades in arms, but also fellow countrymen. In truth, the blind one was not particularly familiar with the personnel from Base 6. Yet aside from a brief period of despondency following his blindness, he had managed to bond with the individuals there. "Even better awaits us. It's meal time. Let us hurry. Afterward, we can enjoy a good rest," he urged. The reception staff, having completed their routine tasks, quickly ushered them along. Dining is of paramount importance on alien worlds, and the staff understood that the three Mech warriors had likely not eaten or rested well over the past 10 days. "Indeed. We must hurry," the blind one instinctively agreed, although he soon noticed the reception staff's peculiar gaze directed towards Ji Xinghe. Perhaps they were puzzled by the presence of an older Mech warrior, or maybe they were wondering why someone of such age still held the rank of private. How could a veteran of such years still be struggling? "Pardon us. May we first visit the medical area?" asked the blind one. "Is there an injury among you? Why was this not reported earlier? Were there any discomforts detected during the examination?" Despite responding to the blind one's inquiry, the staff's eyes remained fixated on Ji Xinghe, their expression shifting from curiosity to unease. After all, in terms of physical vulnerability, Ji Xinghe was the most likely candidate for issues. Even though the other two were a blind man and a cripple, though the blind one and the cripple had both overcome their disabilities, they persisted in using these monikers as reminders of their past battlefield injuries. No, we merely require a specific medication. We communicated with the base previously," explained the blind one. The staff began to verify the information, confirming it on the spot. "Yes, you can collect the medication, but you must eat first. You need nourishment and rest before returning," they insisted. Just as the blind one and the cripple were about to protest, Ji Xinghe interjected, "Let us eat first. There's no rush." He could forego meals and hydration for nutrient supplements and could collect the medication and return immediately. But he would not allow the blind one and the cripple to follow his example. If he neglected to eat, they might miss their meal as they accompanied him for medication and mech repairs. "All right, let us proceed to the dining area." Base 3 specializes in medical care, agriculture, and animal husbandry. The dining hall may offer real meat, synthetic meat, or artificial starch, though the latter had lost its appeal for him. "Old Ji Xinghe, it's been a long time since you've had real meat, hasn't he? Canned meat and jerky don't count. I mean fresh meat." "Indeed," he replied. Ji Xinghe had little desire for food. At his age, such cravings were largely absent. Be it soy protein, lab-grown meat, or synthetic starch derived from hydrogen produced via electrolysis, they all held no distinction for him. What mattered was sustenance and nutrition. The trio soon arrived at the dining hall of Base 3. The layout was nearly identical to that of Base 6, save for the different faces they encountered. In fact, all Federation bases on alien worlds share a similar internal structure, with variations dictated by technological focus, leading to significant differences in certain core areas. For instance, the agricultural sector of Base 3 is the largest among the Federation's bases, as is its livestock area. The advancements in agriculture and animal husbandry have propelled Base 3's medical capabilities ahead of its counterparts, enabling the production of the specialized medication required by Xion. However, Ji Xinghe held no interest in touring the facilities. He cared little for how the Federation cultivated and raised livestock on alien planets. His sole curiosity lay in the mining and smelting operations. Every base possesses mech repair and training facilities with nearly identical designs, but he had overlooked the one aspect that intrigued him during his time at Base 6. From childhood, Ji Xinghe had cultivated exceptional self-control, honed through decades of martial practice and study, alongside a keen ability to prioritize his interests. The blind one and the cripple indulged in a hearty meal, while Ji Xinghe only consumed enough to feel sufficiently satiated, not due to a lack of appetite, but rather a demonstration of his self-discipline. His digestive capacity far outstripped that of his peers, yet it paled in comparison to that of the young. After replenishing fluids and collecting the medication, the trio proceeded to the mech area of Base 3, where they encountered their respective mechs. The blind one and the cripple's machines exhibited negligible damage. After a routine inspection, they merely required replacement of their nuclear fuel cells to resume their journeys. Ji Xinghe's mech, however, needed not only a new battery but also a replacement for its protective armor. This repair was straightforward. Old Ji Xinghe, how on earth did you manage it? 2 collisions. And yet the internal components show no signs of damage. The cripple could not resist asking again after reviewing the mechanic's report and repair plan. Previously, he had inquired about Ji Xinghe's mech's condition and received assurances, but only now, seeing the professional assessment, did he truly believe it. Much like when I collided with you. You felt pain, lost control of your bodies, and I could pursue you to continue the fight, Ji Xinghe explained. Reflecting on Ji Xinghe's words, the cripple and the blind one recalled their experiences in the training area, where they had endured the brunt of Ji Xinghe's attacks. The cripple had indeed taken hits, while the blind one had only witnessed the cries of his comrades as bystanders. So, old Ji Xinghe, could you clarify your point? The blind one inquired earnestly. We've never fought, so your analogy is rather perplexing. Ji Xinghe pondered for a moment, then replied, it's quite simple. When I fight, I use my shoulder to strike your chest, my foot to kick your shins, my hands to deflect your arms, and my elbow to strike your head. The same principle applies to the mech. The protective armor serves as an advantage. It must fight like a human because the mechs we pilot are machines that emulate humans, not the other way around. Since the advent of mechs, there have been 2 primary research directions: machines that resemble humans, characterized by the current standard mech design, complete with head, limbs, torso, and even fingers, reflecting the belief in the versatility of human limbs. Humanoid automatons, resembling bizarrely designed mechas, may possess treads for legs and cannons for arms. Devoid of heads, yet featuring cockpit-like torsos, they can even adopt a quadrupedal stance, equipped with an array of weaponry akin to mobile artillery. In essence, they mirror machinery and beasts more than they do humanity. I comprehend your point, old steed. Mechas, akin to humans, engage in combat, which is precisely why we hone our martial skills. The cripple inquired once more, but how do you truly accomplish this? After a brief contemplation, Ji Xinghe responded, could it be that I have already answered, yet you remain oblivious? The cripple felt a tinge of offense, as did the blind man, for they too had not grasped the explanation. It is also plausible that they understood, but were at a loss on how to replicate it. Greetings. May I inquire if you are second-class mecha warrior Ji Xinghe? A voice emerged to diffuse the tension. Indeed. Hello. Hello. May we engage in a sparring match? The cripple and the blind man chuckled, realizing that rather than a rescue, someone was merely inviting punishment. However, their laughter subsided upon spotting the insignia on the leader's chest, a first-class mecha warrior. What could be the motive behind a first class challenging a second class? Chapter 66. The naive giant apologies, but I am pressed for time. Ji Xinghe spoke candidly. He truly had little time to spare, as he intended to depart from Base 3 immediately after completing the repairs on his mech. The first-level mech warrior who had just spoken paused momentarily, then turned to the special-grade mech warrior beside him. Please do not misconstrue my intent. I harbor no desire to provoke. I have merely heard tales of your victory over Han Li, and I have viewed footage of your remarkable 1-against-3 battle in the canyon. Thus, I am eager to test my mettle against you. Standing at an imposing height of 2 meters, Jackson exuded a robust physique, resembling more of a bodybuilder than a mech warrior. However, the insignia of a special-grade mech warrior emblazoned upon his chest attested to his formidable prowess, rendering him an indisputable force. As he spoke, he stepped forward, closing the distance to Ji Xinghe, his gaze piercing and oppressive, belied his claim of lacking any intent to provoke. The limping and blind warriors furrowed their brows and moved to flank Ji Xinghe, positioning themselves half a step behind him. Ji Xinghe's expression tightened. I have never engaged in a 1-against-3 battle, and I truly lack the time for this. Haha, Jackson chuckled, though his mirth swiftly dissipated, leaving him expressionless as he regarded Ji Xinghe. So, you concede defeat? Ji Xinghe's brow furrowed deeper. He found himself perplexed by this individual's motives and why he felt compelled to provoke him. Since his engagement with the federal military and the 3-month journey aboard the spaceship, followed by nearly 2 months of living on this alien planet, he had never witnessed a genuine conflict between individuals. In truth, it was he who had been the one to flout regulations and defy orders at Base 6. However, he was not a soldier in the strictest sense. He had not undergone formal military training and was merely a mechanic, technically a member of the military system, yet not a soldier in the conventional sense. Mechanics typically operated in military camps or at the front lines rather than in bases. Are you Jackson? The limping warrior scrutinized Jackson for a moment before finally recognizing him. There are only a little over 300 special-grade mech warriors in the Federation, and while his physique is not uncommon, it is certainly rare. Indeed, it is I. Jackson nodded slightly, yet his gaze remained fixed on Ji Xinghe rather than the questioner. The limping warrior suddenly laughed. What is it? After being defeated by Major Han Li, do you now seek to bully a 65-year-old man here? TSK, 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 a special-grade mech warrior from Eagle Continent. How impressive indeed. At last, Jackson directed his icy gaze toward the limping warrior. Lieutenant, state your number, name, and mission. The limping warrior's face darkened with anger, yet he was compelled to salute. Reporting. Sir, I am Wang Gui, a first-level mech warrior from the Federation's Long Continent Space Marine Corps, 39th Mech Battalion, assigned to perform guard duty at Base 3. Understood. As Jackson is a major, akin to Han Li. At ease, Major Jackson returned the salute, appearing to conduct himself in a strictly professional manner. Yet it could also be perceived as a rather cliché and petty act of revenge. Ji Xinghe sighed inwardly. Indeed, the fame bestowed upon him by Han Li came with both advantages and disadvantages. However, he could not fault Han Li, for he had not anticipated that Ji Xinghe would leave Base 6 for Base 3, nor could he have foreseen that Jackson, a special-grade mech warrior, would arrive amid the tense wartime situation. When Jackson's gaze returned to Ji Xinghe, he innocently inquired, why? Jackson did not attempt to leverage his rank or status against Ji Xinghe. Rather, he responded earnestly, devoid of expression. What Lieutenant Wang Gui has stated is one reason. I am, in truth, quite dissatisfied with my previous defeat at the hands of Han Li. At that time, I was not as robust and lacked expertise in close combat. But now I have grown, and thus, I seek to reclaim my honor. Nonetheless, Lieutenant Wang Gui has made 2 errors in his assertions. First, I am not so petty. Eagle Continent citizens and Long Continent citizens are both federal citizens. Our only foes are the Imperial gorillas and monkeys. On this alien planet, the unity of us federal citizens surpasses all else, so I speak the truth. This is not provocation. Of course, I do not deny the necessity for competition. We must compete, hence, this is a form of competition. Second, I do not shy away from seeking out Han Li. In fact, I have longed for the opportunity to face him again. It is merely that I have not had the chance to encounter him. Those scientists have warned of an impending alien dust storm, which will severely disrupt communications and transportation across all bases, military camps, and mining areas. The Imperial guerrillas will surely seize this opportunity to strike, and I may perish, as may Han Li. Though I wish neither of us to die, the possibility exists. And should that occur, I would lose my chance to reclaim my victory. Jackson remained impassive, even as his words stirred the emotions of those around him. Much like Colonel Chen Sun, who perpetually wore an expressionless demeanor, these professional soldiers seldom displayed their feelings. Mr. Jean, you are of considerable age, 65, even older than my father, but I can see you possess great strength. Han Li has also remarked upon your extraordinary prowess, stating that his battle with you was without leniency. Thus, I yearn to test my abilities against you. Should I prevail, it would signify my capacity to defeat Han Li. If I were to lose, I would consider it a victory as long as I could withstand longer than Han Li did. Thus, I implore you for an opportunity. I do not wish to leverage my authority against you, despite my ability to do so. Ji Xinghe's furrowed brow relaxed. His innocent query had yielded an equally innocent response. I am willing to fight you, but... Ji Xinghe hesitated, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts, concerned that Jackson's psychological resilience might not match that of Han Li. Should he lose to himself, it could shatter Jackson's confidence. A demoralized special-grade mech warrior would be a loss not just for the Federation, but for all humanity. Yet Jackson misinterpreted his hesitation. I have spoken with Major Han Li. He mentioned that you are in need of funds. Conveniently, I am quite affluent. If you lose, I shall provide you with 5,000. Should you sustain injuries, all medical expenses shall be borne by me. If you win. Jackson paused slightly, not out of reluctance regarding the financial reward, but because he deemed it unlikely. Before continuing, I shall grant you 50,000 in contribution points. Is there money to be made? Ji Xinghe's eyes brightened. The special medicine he had brought to Base 3 was not acquired without cost. Given its nature as a special medicine, it was not available for free, and its price was exorbitant. Had it not been for the bountiful spoils from those 3 imperial mechs, his savings would have dwindled considerably. However, he did not immediately acquiesce, instead seeking confirmation. Are you truly wealthy? Jackson, once again misunderstanding, assumed Ji Xinghe feared he might renege on his word. In truth, Ji Xinghe was simply reluctant to profit from someone he perceived as financially struggling. I am indeed wealthy. My father ranks 97th on the Eagle Continent's wealth list. As of 6 months ago, though I have not communicated with my family in that time, I believe they have not faced insolvency so soon. A towering figure. Jackson readily invoked his affluent lineage, his countenance devoid of any trace of shame. He had every right to feel no shame. He could have inherited his family's fortune on the Blue Star, yet he chose to come to this alien world to fight for the Federation. Yet upon hearing this revelation, Ji Xinghe felt even more hesitant. Should he truly strike at this individual's self-confidence? How about we engage in a simulated battle? The base possesses a second-generation virtual piloting system. We could utilize that. Jackson's brow furrowed. Ji Xinghe, you do not seem to possess the courage that Major Hanli described. Are you intimidated by my stature? Or do you believe that with your mere 3-star ratings, you can defeat someone with 67-star ratings like myself? Or perhaps, you are entirely indifferent to the honor of the Longzhou people? Ji Xinghe does not believe he can triumph over Jackson while using his armor-piercing capabilities, just as he was once swiftly defeated by Hanli. The might of a top-tier mech warrior is indisputable. He merely seeks 5,000 contribution points, not 50,000. As for Jackson's physique, Ji Xinghe, who once shattered an iron post, does not consider the human body more resilient than steel. Yet, Jackson remains relentless, even beginning to rise in altitude. Let us engage in 2 matches, one of armor piercing and one of armor removal. I shall only charge for one. You may choose which one it shall be. Ji Xinghe muses to himself, contemplating that a mutual exchange of victories should not diminish this man's confidence. After all, he and Hanli have also exchanged wins. Very well, but I shall insist on payment for both matches, Jackson replied, raising an eyebrow. If you possess the skill, take away 100,000. Chapter 67. Honor and Fortuity. In the training area of Base 3, a multitude of individuals had gathered, many of whom were not combat personnel. However, due to the imminent virtual battle featuring the formidable federal elite mech warrior, Jackson, curiosity ran rampant among the onlookers. Their intrigue was further piqued by the identity of his opponent. Who is Ji Xinghe? A private, a level 2 mech warrior, hailing from Base 6. The disparity in their rankings seemed insurmountable. How could Major Jackson possibly accept his challenge? It was not Major Jackson who accepted Ji Xinghe's challenge, but rather, it was Ji Xinghe who dared to challenge Major Jackson. Is that for real? Why would he do that? Because he is exceptionally skilled. He has defeated elite mech warrior Major Hanli. No way, is that true? Indeed, during the unarmored combat, Major Hanli himself declared Ji Xinghe a master of unparalleled ability. However, today's match consists of 2 rounds, one armored and one unarmored. Who would dare to engage Major Jackson in unarmored combat? Even Major Hanli would hesitate to face him now. In the armored match, physical capabilities might be equalized, but that's not entirely accurate. Major Jackson, as an elite mech warrior, should have no trouble overpowering a level 2 mech warrior. The discussions buzzed among the crowd. As those without immediate tasks congregated in the training area, their eyes fixated on a large screen displaying a holographic projection. The pixel quality was not particularly high, yet it sufficed to depict the confrontation between 2 mechs. One was Ji Xinghe's mech, the 16th generation standard model of the Federation, which he had piloted the longest. The other was Jackson's bespoke version of the 30th generation standard mech, a custom modification akin to Major Hanli's 29th generation mech. Although neither were ace mech warriors with truly exclusive mechs, the performance of these custom versions rivaled that of dedicated mechs. There was a stark contrast in rank, level, and the performance of the mechs they piloted. Many latecomers missed Ji Xinghe entering the virtual cockpit, unaware that significant differences in age and physique also existed between the two. I would be taking advantage of you with this mech. Let me request a change in permissions. Jackson's voice echoed through the comms, causing Ji Xinghe, who was acclimating to the virtual cockpit, to furrow his brow. He believed he would undoubtedly lose the armored match, as a considerable part of the disparity arose from the superior performance of Jackson's mech and the significant difference in weaponry. Ji Xinghe's primary weapons, dual blades, were crafted by himself, characterized solely by their hardness and sharpness, while Jackson wielded a massive greatsword with high-frequency oscillation capabilities, far surpassing Ji Xinghe's in armor penetration, complemented by a high-strength alloy shield. Not switching mechs? Ji Xinghe inquired. No, Jackson's response was resolute. He opted to switch to the same 16th generation standard mech as Ji Xinghe. This change involved not just data alterations, but also modifications to the internal structure of the cockpit. Different standard mechs have varying operational layouts. The second-generation simulation system provides a highly realistic experience, allowing for the cockpit to adapt to the operation modes of all standard mechs in the Federation. Ji Xinghe was granted additional time to familiarize himself with his virtual cockpit and engage in practice within the virtual realm. Yet such routine drills held little interest for the spectators. Thus, the instructor of the training area astutely switched the display on the large screen, quieting the crowd. The new scene depicted a dimly lit canyon, viewed through the night vision system of a mech, revealing that the primary viewpoint mech was racing forward. Its focal point was 3 mechs, 2 Imperial and 1 Federal. 2 of the mechs were on a collision course, while the 3rd Imperial mech would reach the combat zone first. Even knowing they were watching a recording, the onlookers could not suppress their breath, their eyes widening at the imminent clash of the 2 mechs. Amidst the thunderous footsteps, an explosive sound erupted as the 2 mechs finally collided. Gasps filled the training area. They were unaware of the fate of the Federal mech involved in the collision, but they could see the other Imperial mech raising its lance, poised to strike the Federal mech. At that moment, the Federal mech, having just endured the impact, suddenly pivoted and executed a grappling maneuver on the immobilized Imperial mech. The resounding crash echoed once more as the 3 mechs tumbled to the ground, yet the mech providing the primary viewpoint continued on, undeterred, chasing after another Imperial mech. The onlookers were momentarily dazed. The preceding sequence transpired at an astonishing pace. A mere 10 seconds elapsed, with the final grapple occurring within 5 seconds. They struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. How could they be so certain that their ally had neutralized the 2 Imperial mechs? After all 3 mechs had fallen together. In their confusion, the large screen switched perspectives, now showcasing Ji Xinghe's mech viewpoint, allowing the spectators to finally comprehend the situation. In the first round, Ji Xinghe skillfully parried the Imperial mech's lance with his dual blades, sparks flying from the metallic friction. In that dazzling display, Ji Xinghe withdrew and then struck, utilizing the momentum from the collision and the mech's own propulsion to evade the Imperial mech's armor and penetrate its defenses. In the second round, during the grappling maneuver, Ji Xinghe not only used the Imperial mech as a shield, but also as a weapon. Although it appeared that all 3 mechs had fallen, Ji Xinghe was the first to rise. The sound of artillery erupted from the downed 2nd Imperial mech, but Ji Xinghe utilized his armor as a shield against the gunfire. Crashing down with all his might, his sole blade aimed with precision, thus concluding the battle. Rising and drawing his blades, Ji Xinghe embarked on a furious pursuit of the 3rd Imperial mech. This mech, having exhausted its ammunition during the previous skirmish, fled desperately from the oncoming Ji Xinghe. With a powerful strike, Ji Xinghe's blades shattered the Imperial mech's lance, and using the armor on his shoulder as a weapon, he momentarily destabilized the desperate mech. Although his dull blades failed to penetrate the mech's body, they were never intended for stabbing. They were designed for slashing, regardless of their form. In a rapid series of strikes, Ji Xinghe dismantled the Imperial mech's defenses, creating a breach at one of its weak points where the Imperial guerrilla lay vulnerable, thus concluding the 3rd round. Cheers erupted from the training area, celebrating this exceptional mech warrior, the triumph, and the fact that humanity had suffered no losses in this encounter. The video continued to play, shifting once again to the perspective of an observer, eliminating the voices of the 3 combatants while preserving the sounds of battle, igniting the fervor of the onlookers. The battle scene on the large screen finally dissipated, reverting to the perspective of a virtual world, where 2 identical models of the 16th generation Federal mechs faced each other, distinguished only by their weaponry. One was equipped with a heavy sword and shield, the standard configuration of Jackson, while the other wielded twin blades, identical to those showcased in the previous footage. The onlookers soon grasped the situation, the earlier combat footage, the triumph, and their jubilant cheers all belonged to Ji Xinghe. Jackson's voice resonated within the training area. Did you truly believe that a special-grade mech warrior like myself would descend to bully a second-grade mech warrior? He is indeed formidable, whether it be in armor removal or penetration. Yet, he remains insufficiently strong, for he has yet to endure the trials of true strength, for he has not experienced defeat. And because I surpass him, Private Ji Xinghe, your inaugural defeat shall be at my hands. For this, I feel honored, and you should consider yourself fortunate. Chapter 068. Trusting books less than no books at all. Two formidable mechs of the 16th generation of the Federation stood in confrontation, one adorned with 67 golden stars, while the other bore merely 3. This stark difference in accolades illustrated a significant disparity in their respective strengths, akin to an insurmountable chasm. Do not let my abundance of golden stars instill fear in you. They do not encapsulate everything. Despite my 67 stars, I may fall in battle. Han Li with 77 may meet the same fate. Even Li Yuanba, with 547, could perish. Naturally, you with your mere 3 stars are equally susceptible. Suddenly, Ji Xinghe felt a surge of joy. For Han Li's and Li Yuanba's star counts had increased. They were alive and continuing to fight. Yet, I have always pondered why individuals from Longzhou exhibit such prowess, especially when their average physical condition pales in comparison to that of us from Yingzhou. Jackson gazed at Ji Xinghe earnestly and remarked, while this is advantageous for the Federation and humanity at large, it genuinely irks me. In response to Jackson's forthrightness, Ji Xinghe cautioned him gravely, ensure you exert your utmost effort. Haraha. Very well. With a hum, Jackson's mech engine surged into full power mode. And even before the mode was entirely activated, he propelled his mech forward at full speed, targeting Ji Xinghe, who stood 50 meters away. For the towering mech, such a distance was trivial. A single charge in full power mode could easily bridge that gap. As Jackson charged, Ji Xinghe gripped the control levers within his sensory operating gauntlets, yet refrained from immediate action. First, do not leap. A mech's jump can compromise your balance. Jackson's speech was rapid as he leapt, wielding his heavy sword poised for a downward strike. Unless you can control your mech as I do. In the midst of combat, Jackson began to instruct, showcasing the confidence of a top-tier mech warrior. Ji Xinghe's mech tilted suddenly as he stepped sideways with his left foot, leveraging the mech's weight to accelerate. Activating full power mode, he swiftly maneuvered. As his left foot struck the ground, his mech began to pivot, raising his dual blades with the engines on his mechanical arms propelling them forward. By the time his right foot descended, Ji Xinghe had completed a turn. He evaded Jackson's aerial strike, while simultaneously slashing at Jackson's mech from the right. Jackson's alloy shield was held in his left hand, rendering him unable to defend his right side from the impending attack. A resounding clash erupted as Jackson's heavy sword struck Ji Xinghe's dual blades, followed by a thunderous crash as Jackson's mech landed. The second-generation simulation system replicated the sound with remarkable fidelity, and the ground entirely emulated the typical hardness of alien terrain. The multi-ton mech crashed to the ground, sending dust swirling like a detonated mine, the reddish-orange dust mingling with the sparks produced by the blade's collision, reminiscent of a sunset unseen on this alien world. Second, mechs must combat like humans, yet they are not human. Jackson did not lose his balance despite the leap and the clash of weapons. While he retracted his sword, his alloy shield struck out before the sword was fully sheathed, an action not aligned with human combat principles. The mechanics of human force generation necessitate preparation. Concepts such as the unity of body and mind in martial arts elucidate this principle. Similarly, mechs require a buildup of power. Yet they are not limited to a single primary engine. Each limb possesses auxiliary engines. Thus, Jackson's offensive was not solely reliant on his left-hand alloy shield. His right foot also contributed. Despite having just advised Ji Xinghe against leaping, he executed a second potentially destabilizing attack without losing his balance. Instead, it was Ji Xinghe who nearly faltered. His dual blades could not withstand the force of the alloy shield, compelling him to retreat. However, he was struck by Jackson's right foot at the knee joint, though the protective armor remained unscathed. Third, do not fixate solely on exploiting weaknesses. They are aware of their vulnerabilities, rendering them potential traps. As Jackson articulated this, he regained complete control of his mech's balance and unleashed a flurry of frenzied strikes with his heavy sword, transforming it into a cleaver. Ji Xinghe was left with no choice but to dodge or parry with his dual blades, using them as shields. Fourth, offense is the best defense. Yet, Those skilled in defense often secure ultimate victory. The performance of their mechs was comparable, and utilizing virtual cockpits, they experienced none of the impacts typical of genuine mech combat. The high loads simulated by the second-generation system were not excessively taxing. Therefore, Ji Xinghe sought opportunities for counterattacks, yet his dual blades were consistently repelled by Jackson's alloy shield, placing him in peril with each engagement, as Jackson balanced defense with offensive might. The prowess of a top-tier mech warrior unfolded before Ji Xinghe like a new portal. Fifth, unless absolutely necessary, do not trade injuries for injuries, nor lives for lives. The battlefield rarely affords opportunities for one-on-one combat. Instantaneous duels do not count. Only the relentless advance of foes matters. Observers noted Ji Xinghe's 3 decisive victories, yet Jackson discerned errors that could lead to catastrophic outcomes. These were not mere mistakes, but significant errors, a stark distinction. Once more, the alloy shield thwarted Ji Xinghe's dual blades, and the heavy sword swung down again. Even as Jackson perceived the blades vanishing against the shield, he seemed to disregard it entirely, swinging his sword. He had just advised against trading injuries. Yet he flouted his own combat principles and experience. Ji Xinghe, appearing oblivious to Jackson's counsel, ignored the descending heavy sword and the alloy shield striking out again. With both hands wielding blades, he channeled the momentum of his mech to penetrate Jackson's mech's torso. The shrill sound of metal scraping and the thunderous impact rang out, deafening yet electrifying. The heavy sword struck Ji Xinghe's mech at the neck, embedding itself there, while Jackson's mech, propelled by the force of the alloy shield, toppled to the ground, seemingly defeated. Yet, Jackson, maintaining a standing posture, could not maneuver his mech into further action. Was it because he had won, rendering further action unnecessary? The onlookers in the training area witnessed clearly on the large screen the 2 blades embedded on either side of Jackson's mech, which, though not excessively long compared to the mech, penetrated deep enough into the cockpit. Thus, the result appeared on the screen a draw. The second-generation simulation system determined that both had lost combat capability. One pilot was incapacitated, while the other had nearly lost their mech's head, exposing the cockpit to the alien environment. The head of a mech typically houses its core intelligence system, and in some standard mechs, the pilot's head is positioned precisely there. The heavy sword lodged in the mech's neck was sufficient to damage intricate components, possibly even fatally injuring the pilot, justifying the system's determination. Ji Xinghe sensed the presence of some discrepancies, yet he remained silent. Jackson, likewise perceiving issues, chose not to contest the system, but instead opened the virtual cockpit and charged toward Ji Xinghe, who appeared formidable. Both a cripple and a blind person advanced to meet him, accompanied by relevant personnel from the base. With a sharp click, the virtual cockpit door of Ji Xinghe swung open, and he stepped out, revealing himself to the onlookers at Base 3's training area. It was only at this moment that many realized Ji Xinghe was an elderly man, his hair streaked with gray, which left them utterly astonished. "Why didn't you heed my warning?" Jackson halted, shooting a fierce glare, his typically impassive demeanor now betraying a clear display of emotion. His voice, laced with fury, rang out. "I told you not to exchange injury for injury, nor life for life. Do you not comprehend?" The crowd collectively exhaled, relieved that a real confrontation would not ensue. Yet, moments later, it appeared that a genuine duel was indeed on the horizon. Ji Xinghe yearned to clarify that he was not engaging in a life-for-life exchange. Rather, if the previous scenario unfolded on a battlefield, it would be deemed a necessary action. However, he ultimately refrained from articulating this thought, opting for a more diplomatic approach. 4. To place unwavering trust in written words is often less wise than to disregard them altogether. Ji Xinghe calmly replied, "Your experiences belong to you, but I am not you. Thus, I shall listen, ponder, but not merely emulate." Jackson's anger gradually dissipated, transforming into a smile. He even began to applaud Ji Xinghe, though it was unclear whether it was for the recent skirmish or the wisdom of his words. "You have won 50,000. I shall now turn. Let us engage in a second round." Chapter 069. A second too late. If only reporter Sue were here, the old horse would have more material to work with. The cripple sighed, and the blind man nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, we can't always let 300 million viewers watch us get beaten by the old horse. They should see Jackson take a beating too." The cripple frowned. "Have you ever been hit by the old horse? It's easy to talk when you're not the one getting hurt. I remember you said you wanted to fight the old horse when we got back. Since we can't return just yet, why don't you step in after the old horse finishes with Jackson? Don't worry. I guarantee the old horse won't demand an appearance fee from you." "What? What did you say? I can't hear you. Enough with the nonsense. Even a deaf person can hear now. As the two exchanged banter, the training area was prepared. The combat venue required minimal setup. The sheer number of onlookers necessitated the installation of recording and holographic projection equipment, as the flat terrain was not suitable for spectators. Jackson had no objections, even though he had voluntarily conceded after the system declared a tie. He felt no embarrassment and was quite indifferent to the prospect of more people witnessing his second bout with Ji Xinghe. The psychological resilience of a special-class mech warrior far exceeded Ji Xinghe's expectations. If one couldn't withstand such pressure, how could they possibly achieve the rank of special-class mech warrior? Thus, Ji Xinghe had merely been overthinking. In truth, although Jackson conceded, no one genuinely believed he had lost. This was partly due to the second-generation simulation system being a virtual one with minimal pilot load, and apart from the cripple and the blind man. Many believed Jackson's load-bearing capacity had yet to be fully demonstrated. Moreover, Jackson was not piloting a mech he was accustomed to, nor was he using his usual weapon. Had he wielded the heavy sword with high-frequency oscillation, he could have effortlessly severed Ji Xinghe's mech's head, as the armor would not withstand even a few strikes. The alloy shield he had just used was also not his preferred weapon. His own alloy shield offered significantly higher defense and was equipped with micro-engines, having once obliterated an Imperial mech with a single blow. At this moment, both fighters were in position. The crowd was vast, yet only two individuals believed Ji Xinghe could emerge victorious, for there was a noticeable disparity in their physiques. I stand at 2 meters and weigh 125 kilograms. Jackson radiated confidence, completely unfazed by his prior concession. He emphasized, when I fought Hanli earlier, I weighed only 109 kilograms. Mr. Ji, you surely understand the significance of weight classes in combat competitions? Ji Xinghe nodded, though lacking practical experience. He had watched countless combat match videos and understood that the weight class disparity was akin to a chasm for fighters. In various sports, including basketball, many professionals opt to bulk up to endure high-impact collisions and positioning, but this often comes at the cost of agility, presenting both advantages and disadvantages depending on the situation at hand. I stand at 192 centimeters and weigh 93 kilograms. The statistics Ji Xinghe provided placed him in a completely different weight category. According to a renowned mixed martial arts classification on Azure Star, Jackson was a super heavyweight, 93 kilograms to 120 kilograms, while Ji Xinghe was at the upper limit of light heavyweight, 84 kilograms to 93 kilograms. Compared to his height, Ji Xinghe appeared somewhat lean, but considering his age, he was hardly underweight. In his prime, he had surpassed the 100-kilogram mark. Rest assured, I won't delay you. Jackson began to warm up, his snug uniform allowing for freedom of movement, exuding a sense of power akin to that of superheroes in Azure Star cinema, albeit without a cape. Ji Xinghe also commenced his warm-up, his movements cautious and deliberate, contrasting with Jackson's vigorous and expansive actions. Remember, give it your all, Ji Xinghe reminded, having noted Jackson's strong psychological fortitude and wealth. Naturally, he aspired to earn a second 5,000 contribution points, feeling more confident now than he did while facing Hanli. With an expressionless nod, Jackson signaled his readiness, and Ji Xinghe did likewise, prompting the start of the match. As before, Jackson initiated the first attack. But this time he did not leap into the air, perhaps influenced by having watched the footage of Hanli's bout with Ji Xinghe. He advanced slowly, adopting a boxing stance, yet his gloves were fingerless. His probing jabs were retracted quickly, and he refrained from unleashing his full strength, embodying a style that truly represented his utmost effort. Ji Xinghe easily evaded Jackson's punch. Although he too wore fingerless gloves, he was not accustomed to this style of combat, especially not against someone he trusted like Hanli. Jackson, fully aware of Ji Xinghe's prowess, approached with caution, each move a careful balance of offense and defense. His feet positioned for rapid power generation in attack or retreat. His punches accelerated in speed, yet revealed no vulnerabilities. Such an attack was destined to miss Ji Xinghe, who maintained a standard boxing stance, but his footwork was entirely unorthodox for someone of his height. After 100 consecutive punches, Jackson had yet to land a single hit, nor had he been struck by Ji Xinghe, who refrained from launching a genuine offensive. Frustrated, Jackson exclaimed, "What on earth are you doing?" In a fit of rage, he lunged toward Ji Xinghe, arms outstretched like iron bands, attempting to leverage his size and strength. Meanwhile, Ji Xinghe remained composed internally, counting silently, 1 minute and 10 seconds. When Hanli fought me, he exerted himself at this very moment. only to be thrown several meters away in just 5 seconds. Thus, only 5 seconds remained. No, for seconds. As Jackson's powerful embrace approached, Ji Xinghe finally unleashed his strength, transforming his fists into knife hands, striking decisively at Jackson's arm. A resounding crack echoed, and many spectators mistakenly believed it was the sound of Ji Xinghe's hands meeting Jackson's arms. However, only those who carefully analyzed the fight's footage understood that Ji Xinghe's knife hands had produced that sound before impact. An invaluable sound. Ji Xinghe effortlessly delivered 2 sharp cracks. Jackson, bearing the weight of that sound as if under a colossal force, felt his arms weaken, leaving him to collide with Ji Xinghe's chest. His instinctive attempt to headbutt faltered, hesitating before reaching Ji Xinghe's head. Ji Xinghe, likewise, held back. He did not choose to unleash his full power in a direct clash with Jackson, knowing it would likely shatter at least 6 of Jackson's ribs. Instead, he opted for a strategy similar to that employed against Han Li. Seizing the opening presented by Jackson, he grasped Jackson's collar with one hand and his belt with the other, pivoting his body just as Jackson's formidable charge reached him, executing a sudden surge of power. Thus, 2 figures collided, with the seemingly weaker one remaining upright and poised, while the colossal figure was propelled several meters away, crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact, rolling an additional 3 or 4 meters before dissipating its momentum. What significance does a weight of 125 kilograms hold? On this alien planet, it amounts to little more than just over 40 kilograms. The spectators fell into a hushed silence, their astonished gazes darting between the starry expanse and the figure of Jackson. When they realized that Jackson, having risen, chose not to continue the fight, they ultimately concluded that he had been defeated. In a mere 1 minute and 14 seconds, the elite mech warrior Jackson from Eagle Continent was bested, falling 1 second earlier than Major Han Li from Dragon Continent. Chapter 070. I am dust. With the conclusion of the martial arts competition, the crowd began to disperse. What kind of energy do you possess? Bright energy, dark energy, transformative energy, or Dan energy? The unexpected inquiry from Jackson, who had not yet departed, left Ji Xinghe momentarily bewildered. The blind man and the limping man beside him shared his confusion. They struggled to comprehend the relevance of Jackson's question. Yet, Jackson's expression was earnest. And when Ji Xinghe did not respond, he posed yet another bewildering question. Or have you already reached the level of gang energy? Ji Xinghe remained silent, his expression shifting from astonishment to complexity. Observing this, Jackson misinterpreted the situation again, exclaiming, "Could it be that you have transcended into the realm of breaking through the void and encountering the divine?" The several Eagle State mech warriors accompanying Jackson were utterly perplexed. They could not grasp the meaning of his words, not due to a language barrier, as both Eagle State and Dragon State languages were fluently spoken by those who traveled to alien worlds, but rather due to cultural differences. Although the blind man and the limping man understood the 2 Dragon State mech warriors, they too wore expressions of confusion. After all, they were all mech warriors, and Jackson, being a special class mech warrior, left them questioning his statements. "Do not hide it from me." Jackson hesitated before stating, "I know your son. At that time, I not only lost to Han Li, but also to your son. However, our match was private, and since your son is a first-class mech warrior, no one was aware." Upon hearing Jackson's first question, Ji Xinghe had suspected this revelation, and by the time Jackson posed his third question, he was utterly convinced. For these realms were what he had discussed with Ji Xinghe. Jackson might have acquired knowledge of these realms through other channels, but considering the similar actions of Han Li, who sought to gain fame and financial support, Jackson continued, "Your son once mentioned that all Dragon State people practice martial arts. I was skeptical, for I have encountered many Dragon State individuals who could not match my weakness at the time. However, your son explained that it was due to the inadequacy of their skills. Only those who can cultivate bright energy can be considered proficient. And beyond bright energy lies dark energy, transformative energy, Dan energy, gang energy, and the unparalleled pinnacle of breaking through the void and encountering the divine, along with an equivalent realm known as the path of sincerity, which allows one to foresee the future. I am at the Dan energy level," Ji Xinghe interrupted Jackson, as his mood soured. "Then may I take you as my mentor?" Jackson, initially excited, hesitated again before asking, "If it requires me to be your son, I do not mind. Your son mentioned that the martial arts of your family are inherited and not taught to outsiders." Ji Xinghe fell silent. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" The blind man and the limping man grew angry, feeling that Jackson was rubbing salt into Ji Xinghe's wounds. "I apologize, but please do not misunderstand. I truly mean no harm," Jackson replied. It is quite all right. Ji Xinghe interjected calmly. My martial arts can be taught to you and anyone else. But achieving mastery will require at least 20 years of dedication, and you cannot practice on alien worlds. You must return to Azure Star. Jackson sighed in profound disappointment. Then perhaps it is best to forego it. I do not wish to return before victory. Ji Xinghe nodded and took his leave, as his mech was likely repaired and ready for his return to Base 6. He had no intention of resting at Base 3, even for a single night. Jackson did not press further, completing the transaction efficiently, but before departing, he earnestly advised, although you are correct that others' experiences do not equate to your own, I still hope you remember my 5th point. Avoid exchanging injuries unnecessarily, and even more so, do not trade life for life. Thank you. Ji Xinghe waved dismissively as he left, refraining from nodding, for he had grasped the underlying reason for Jackson's desire to engage him in combat. Once Ji Xinghe departed, Jackson felt a deep sense of regret. A first-class mech warrior beside him inquired curiously, Major, why did you hold back? I did not hold back. I truly wished to win. For I wanted him to realize he is not as formidable as he imagines. Confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance can lead to peril. This was Han Li's fault. Yet I am the one left to rectify it, and what I did not foresee was my actual defeat. Han Li's fault. Indeed, Ji Xinghe is actually a mechanic. I previously heard that Han Li lost to a 65-year-old mechanic. I aimed to mock him during our communication, but Han Li told me that Ji Xinghe is the father of Ji Xinghe and that he intentionally allowed himself to lose. Well, it is of no consequence now. We both lost. And perhaps Ji Xinghe does not require our concern. A mechanic? Several mech warriors pondered Jackson's earlier battle, struggling to comprehend how a mechanic could be so formidable. Yet, this was of little importance. What mattered were Jackson's earlier words. Major, what exactly is Dan energy? Ah, that is a lengthy tale. Meanwhile, the limping man and the blind man, having failed to persuade Ji Xinghe to rest for the night, could only accompany him partway, inevitably discussing Jackson along the way. Old Ji, you truly astonished Jackson, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, not only Jackson, but also those mech warriors from Eagle State were completely taken in by Old Ji. Ha! Now, word will spread that all of us from Dragon State know martial arts. I am at the Dan energy level. The limping man imitated Ji Xinghe's tone before bursting into laughter. Ha! Old Ji, you might as well claim you are at the gang energy level. After all, once your armor is shed, no one can surpass you. I too have learned. In the future, I shall also dazzle others like Old Ji. The blind man feigned seriousness. I am at the gang energy level. You are nothing of the sort. Old Ji can impress others because he possesses strength. Even if you claim to be at bright energy, no one would believe you. The limping man and the blind man intended to jest, hoping to elicit a smile from the otherwise somber Ji Xinghe, yet he did not laugh. Instead, he responded in a calm tone. I did not deceive him. The limping man and the blind man's footsteps halted simultaneously as they watched Ji Xinghe approach his mech, their expressions filled with bewilderment. At Base 6, reporter Su He, holding Xinxin's hand, arrived at the communication area within the base. Internal communications relied on a local network, allowing everyone to converse freely. However, to communicate with the outside world, one must visit a designated communication area to connect with communication satellites, a process laden with complex permissions and resource applications. Fortunately, Ji Xinghe had recently achieved a commendable feat and received a promotion, and reporter Su had the authorization to interview him. Had he been capable of piloting a mech, he could have accompanied Ji Xinghe to Base 3. Capturing Ji Xinghe's journey was his duty, a commitment made by Ji Xinghe before venturing to the alien world with Major Tu Yuan. Upon learning that Ji Xinghe had acquired the medicine and safely traversed the perilous communication-deprived region of the Sanlu Gorge, Su dared to bring Xinxin to communicate with him. When the screen displayed Ji Xinghe's face within the mech cockpit, Xinxin's eyes reddened, though she fought to suppress her tears. Grandfather, do not worry. Xinxin is being very good. Mommy said not to run, as it is easy to fall. The exchange between the grandfather and granddaughter brought moisture to Su He's eyes as he turned away for a moment, only to feel someone tugging at his shirt. Uncle, you can talk business now. Xinxin has finished. Is it truly finished in less than a minute? Su He noticed Xinxin's reluctance. Yet he refrained from allowing her to continue the conversation with Ji Xinghe, respecting her maturity. All right. Su He indeed had important matters to discuss. Now that he had calmed his emotions, he spoke with a slightly accelerated pace, yet articulated clearly. The second episode has been edited, and the content concludes before your arrival at Base 3. We have received the combat footage featuring you and Major Jackson from Base 3. and we intend to incorporate this into the third episode. I would like to inquire about your opinion on this. Although Ji Xinghe had come to the alien planet in accordance with the central strategy, he still possessed the right to veto regarding his own portrayal. As he was the protagonist of the report, after a brief contemplation, Ji Xinghe expressed his thoughts. Let us omit the footage of me with Han, Li, and Jackson. Do not report it. Suhi was taken aback. Why? Old Ji, this is a splendid opportunity to gain recognition. You have triumphed over 2 elite mech warriors. Not only recognition, but haven't you always aspired to create a mech that truly belongs to you? With the content from these 2 episodes, public opinion could surely sway resources in your favor, as Major Han Li had originally considered. Moreover, there is also Xin. Little Sue. Ji Xinghe calmly interjected while maneuvering the mech. Have you ever seen dust? Huh. What dust? Dust raised by the wind. Yes, but it's so minuscule that it's nearly invisible to the naked eye, Suhi replied uncertainly. Han Li is the wind, Jackson is the wind, and I am but dust. Ji Xinghe's tone took on a melancholic weight, prompting Suhi to recall that he was indeed a man of many hardships. A favorable wind can lift us to great heights, yet it will ultimately return to the earth. Dust returns to dust. I do not wish to be carried to heights that do not belong to me, for I may not be able to bear the responsibilities and obligations that they do. Greater responsibilities and obligations often entail sacrifice. But does Ji Xinghe fear death? Suhi thought back to the beginning of Ji Xinghe's story. In his heart, he answered no. His gaze shifted to Xin beside him, understanding the reason behind Ji Xinghe's words. I understand, he said. I will convey this to them. Suhi then inquired, what about your destruction of the 3 Imperial Mechs? That can be broadcast, for it is my own achievement. And it is what I wish to do. Dust can sprout wings without relying on the wind. It can ascend to the vastness of the azure sky and dive into the ripples of the clear waters. Chapter 71. Your Name, The Return of Ji Xinghe. Accompanied by the remarkable news of 3 golden stars, has recently captured the attention of Base 6. However, for Ji Xinghe, this was of little consequence. What held true significance was that he had procured a sufficient supply of special medication. This included doses for Xinghe and other children, enough to sustain all the children in Base 6 for 6 months. Originally, Ji Xinghe had only secured a 3-month supply, but due to the generous contribution of 100,000 points from Jackson, he was in a comfortable position and purchased an additional 3 months before his departure. He wished to offer it freely, yet the medical department of Base 6 was unwilling to accept without due compensation. The price was fixed and non-negotiable. Parents of the children had approached him in gratitude, offering gifts. Thank you, but I cannot accept, he replied. This is a gift for the children, and I should be the one expressing my gratitude to you. After the pleasantries, the woman who presented the gift hesitated before speaking again. I understand that you may hold some reservations about Nurse Rong, just as many harbor opinions about me. In truth, we are quite selfish. However, when I felt a new life growing within me, I could not bring myself to terminate it. I considered returning after giving birth, but I knew I would be unable to part with my child, nor could I bear to leave my husband on this alien world. Such a choice is difficult for me, and it must be even more so for Nurse Rong. My ultimate decision was selfish. I wished to nurture my child until she reached the age of 8 before sending her back to the Blue Star. Yes, the mortality rate for pregnancy and childbirth on an alien planet is alarmingly high, but from another perspective, they at least had the chance to experience this world. To see us, I believe that is preferable to extinguishing their lives before they even have a chance to be born. It is all quite cruel. Yet cruelty is not what we wish to bestow upon them. None of us desired such outcomes. We took precautions, yet I have no objections. Ji Xinghe responded earnestly as the woman struggled to articulate her thoughts. I hold no grievances against my daughter-in-law, nor against you or anyone else. For I understand that none of you truly wish for this. I am a father, and the desire to bear offspring is an inherent aspect of humanity. The woman had nothing more to say, and as her daughter returned, she took her hand and departed. Ji Xinghe, too, held Xinghe's hand as they left the cafeteria. However, instead of heading to the mecha maintenance area, he made his way to the logistics support zone. After more than a month of application, Xinghe's personal wristband and identity information had finally passed the necessary authorization, and she was soon to possess her own wristband and name. The lengthy process was attributed to the collection of fingerprints, blood type, iris scans, DNA, and other identifiers, all of which were sent to the federal database on the Blue Star. On this alien planet, few seemed to care about such formalities. Names were typically given when children returned to the Blue Star, and identity information was formally registered then. Ji Xinghe believed that individuals should possess more than just a nickname, and he was determined that his granddaughter would eventually return to the Blue Star. What name does Xinghe like? He inquired. I don't know, Xinghe replied. Is there anything you like? We can incorporate that into your name. How about chocolate? That could work, but names typically consist of 2 or 3 characters, with your surname preceding. For characters, is possible though. Ji Xinghe did not outright reject the idea, knowing that Xinghe could change her name once she grew older. Every citizen of the Federation was entitled to one name change. Although Ji Chocolate sounded amusing, anyone who dared to mock it would soon find themselves silenced. What surname does Xinghe have? She asked, looking up at Ji Xinghe as they walked, unperturbed by the prospect of stumbling, for she trusted that he would protect her. Xinghe can take the surname Ji or Rong. Why can Xinghe have 2 surnames? Because your father's surname is Ji, and your mother's is Rong. Father's surname is Ji because his father is Grandpa Ji, right? Yes, Xinghe is very clever. And mother's surname is Rong because her mother is Rong too? No. It's because your mother's father is Rong. That is, your grandfather's surname is Rong. In most cases, surnames follow the father. Xinghe no longer had grandparents. Nurse Rong had only one sister remaining on the Blue Star. Then why can Xinghe take her mother's surname of Rong? Because you are very important to your mother. She loves you dearly. Because Xinghe signifies flourishing. Can I have both surnames? Mother said that father and grandfather would love me too. And I know you love me very much, Grandpa. Yes, as long as you like it. Ji, Rong, then there's one character left. Xinghe likes the character Xin because Xin means Xinghe's flourishing. Xinghe also likes. What else does Xinghe like? I also like the moon. I want to see the moon, but it cannot be seen here. I can only see it on television. Mother says the moon is beautiful, just like Xinghe, but that would make 5 characters. Then let us choose a 4-character name. Xinghe can use the character for moon, which represents the moon. Okay. Xinghe exclaimed joyfully. Grandpa's Ji, mother's Rong, Xinghe's Xin, and the moon's Yu. Xinghe's name is Ji Rong Xinu. Indeed, Ji Rong Xinu, that is your name. Born in 2022, Ji Xinghe would be deemed an antique in this modern era. Yet in his own time, he was part of a new generation. Thus, he remained indifferent to such matters and always believed that his son owed much to his daughter-in-law. A 6-year-old girl, oblivious to her father's responsibilities, merely sought to play the hero. If surnames held significance, he would accept Xinghe carrying her mother's surname. The character Rong could indeed precede Ji, provided that Xinghe made the choice herself. Therefore, should Ji Rong Xinu decide to change her name in the future, Ji Xinghe would not stand in her way. While registering her name in the logistics support zone of Base 6, Ji Rong Xinu, encouraged by Ji Xinghe, personally inscribed her name, which she could write perfectly. The most challenging character, Ji, was among the first she had learned, even before Rong, as her mother had taught her, stemming from her father Ji Xinghe. The custom wristband was adjustable in size and fit her arm perfectly. Ji Rong Xinu erupted in a joyful laughter akin to the chime of wind bells, for she had finally acquired her own wristband and name, unbeknownst to her. This moment marked her true emergence as a legitimate citizen of the Federation. Ding, ding, ding. Moments after donning her wristband, Xinghe received a series of transfer notifications from Ji Xinghe. This is your New Year's money owed by Grandpa, along with 5 birthday gifts. Ji Rong Xinu. What would you like as your gift? I want Grandpa to teach me martial arts, to repair mechs, and to pilot them. The multiple health reports over the past month indicated that Ji Rong Xinu's health was improving remarkably, perhaps within 2 years. She could return to the Blue Star with the aid of special medication, allowing Ji Xinghe to confidently teach her martial arts, which fundamentally served to strengthen the body. All right, Grandpa will teach you. Okay, here is the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 072, A Narrow Defeat, the second installment of the Azure Star documentary. The Old Man and the Cosmos has premiered, swiftly amassing over 300 million views across the Federation, with Dragon accounting for 90% of the viewership. The episode, lasting nearly an hour, offers disparate focal points for its audience. Following the revelation in the initial episode that Ji Xinghe was an amateur yet skilled gamer, many devotees of the StarCraft Glory game eagerly anticipated the translation of his virtual prowess into actual mecha combat. Consequently, they witnessed Ji Xinghe's setback. It transpired aboard a spacecraft en route to the alien planet, during Ji Xinghe's inaugural duel against Han Li. The battleground was a virtual realm, where Han Li, the Federation's newly minted combat hero and special-grade mecha pilot, unequivocally vanquished Ji Xinghe after the latter employed his gaming tactics. This came as a rude awakening. dampening the spirits of eager fans who had hoped to see the old man dominate. Discontent arose. We tuned in to witness the old man's triumph, only to be shown his defeat. Yet, such is reality, perhaps. Ji Xinghe is 65 years of age. Passing the conscription physical fitness test does not guarantee battlefield dominance. Were victory so easily attainable, the Federation would have already landed on the Imperium's planet. However, The Old Man and the Cosmos is, at its core, a recruitment-themed documentary. Failure alone would render the endeavor futile. Ji Xinghe's initial defeat serves merely as a prelude, a means for the Federation to convey the harsh realities of war. True mecha combat is not a game. Not all can become celebrated heroes. The majority of heroes meet their end in silent sacrifice. Greetings, I am Pei Jing. The scene shifts, and Pei Jing, the reporter familiar to viewers of the documentary, appears on screen. She remains stateside, situated within a modest room. Mr. Ji Xinghe's residence has been sold per his instructions, and I am temporarily safeguarding his personal effects at his behest. Why the sale? Is Ji Xinghe not returning? Is his quest truly one of vengeance? Has he resigned himself to death? These queries remain unanswered as Pei Jing commences her presentation. Mr. Ji left behind few personal belongings. The furniture and appliances have been sold. These items are what I deemed worthy of preservation, such as this wooden training dummy crafted from steel and the 8 slashing swords, handmade by Mr. Ji. Pei Jing's exposition of the wooden dummy, Wing Chun, and the 8 slashing swords leaves viewers perplexed. In an era of Federation mechas, single-soldier starships, and spacecraft, what significance could such martial arts hold? Mr. Ji Xinghe began studying martial arts in the 5th grade. The style he practices is known as Wing Chun, familiar to many viewers through film and television. Some may wonder, given Mr. Ji's height exceeding 1.9 meters and his evidently robust physique in his youth, why he chose Wing Chun. Surely, other martial arts, such as Bajiquan or Tongbiquan, would be more suited to his build. To address this, we interviewed Mr. Ji. The scene transitions to Training Area 6, where Ji Xinghe, now a specially appointed combat instructor, faces the same question from both mecha pilots and regular soldiers. Ji Xinghe is not the only one in the Federation who knows Kung Fu. Dressed in the uniform of the Alien Federation, Ji Xinghe stands tall, exuding vitality. His full head of black hair belying his 65 years. When I was in the 5th grade, I didn't anticipate growing so tall, nor did I understand how different physiques are suited to different martial arts. But it doesn't matter. The principles of Kung Fu converge. Combat erupts suddenly as 3 elites, bearing mecha pilot badges, charge Ji Xinghe with fierce expressions and forceful attacks. Caught off guard, viewers gape as the 3 pilots are swiftly dispatched in mere seconds. Indeed, they are sent flying, the nearest landing 7 or 8 meters away in a disoriented heap. Yet, the onslaught continues, and another trio rushes Ji Xinghe, only to meet the same fate. Wave after wave, Ji Xinghe defeats 15 Federation elites in a single minute, leaving viewers stunned and speechless. Wasn't Ji Xinghe a mechanic? Isn't he on the alien planet as a mechanic? The scene cuts back to Pei Jing, and the sight of the iron training dummy evokes a completely different sentiment. I believe everyone can now understand how Mr. Ji, at 65, can still run 10 kilometers in under 35 minutes. He has never ceased practicing martial arts and exercising, even amidst his physically demanding work. Pei Jing's narration accompanies a shaky, handheld video. The subject is Ji Xinghe, clad in his mechanic's uniform, yet appearing remarkably youthful. Master, take it away. The videographer's voice is heard amidst boisterous cheers, indicating a sizable crowd. Ji Xinghe, expressionless, reaches down, grasps a car door, lifts it, and steadily positions it where it belongs. Applause erupts as someone begins installation. This seems unremarkable, as car doors are generally lightweight, typically weighing only a dozen kilograms. The scene shifts to a middle-aged man in his 40s who excitedly tells the camera, "That door weighed over 90 kilograms, heavier than I was at the time, because we had added special anti-collision alloy plates. My master lifted it with ease. And there was another time when a car lost control and pinned a colleague's leg. My master single-handedly lifted the front of the car, allowing my colleague to crawl out." How old was Mr. Ji at the time? Around 45. I don't quite recall. Mr. Su, do you recall Mr. Ji ever being involved in altercations? No, never. My master has a gentle disposition, and we never knew he was so capable. If you hadn't told us, we would have just assumed he was strong. But is it true? Did my master really destroy 3 Imperium mechas while piloting a mecha? It's true. Wow, that's incredible. My master is truly vigorous in his old age. Viewers encountering this segment for the first time are convinced they misheard. What is going on? One moment, the documentary focuses on Ji Xinghe's martial arts and strength, and the next, it abruptly mentions his destruction of 3 Imperium Mechs. The documentary's editor should be fired for such shoddy work. Unbeknownst to viewers, the editor is not at fault. Rather, Ji Xinghe is to blame. The original documentary footage had to be frantically reworked before the broadcast date because Ji Xinghe refused to allow the release of the combat footage involving himself, Han Li, and Jackson, along with the preceding events. The camera shifts once more, yet it does not unveil the anticipated mech battles that intrigue the audience. Instead, it reveals scenes of Ji Xinghe repairing mech components in the mech zone of Base 6, moments where he diligently studies mech knowledge under Shenmue's guidance, and instances of him conducting practical tests on the machines. A voiceover from Pei Jing resonates. Mr. Ji is a figure deserving of respect. His decades of martial arts practice have endowed him with formidable strength, yet he has never engaged in conflict, leaving those who know him unaware of his prowess. Following his exceptional graduation, he chose not to pursue a more favorable job environment or city, but returned to his hometown to work for the sake of his parents. Nevertheless, he has never relinquished his passion for mech repair, continuing his studies on the Blue Star and even after venturing to another planet. When conflict escalated on the alien world, a level 1 mech warrior went missing during a mission. In the relative safety of the base, Mr. Ji, who focused solely on repairing mechs, opted to don armor and compete alongside 2 other level 1 mech warriors for this perilous task. Pei Jing's narration fades, and the scene transitions to Ji Xinghe's examination, where the arrival of a crippled warrior evokes deep emotion, as does Ji Xinghe's voice. "Commander, how do you choose?" As Ji Xinghe posed this question while carrying the crippled warrior, 300 million viewers were profoundly moved. Subsequently, the federal audience finally witnessed the clash of mechs. With the assistance of 2 level 1 mech warriors, Ji Xinghe single-handedly dismantled 3 Imperial mechs. Pei Jing's impassioned voice rang out. To the question, is the old general still capable? The answer is, the old steed rests in the stable, yet aspires for 1,000 miles, in a lavish villa in New Phoenix City. The young master of the New Phoenix 13, who had previously been on the receiving end of Ji Xinghe's wrath, had just been lamenting the federal justice system after being imprisoned for 6 months due to reckless driving. However, after watching this hour-long documentary, he sat in silence for quite some time before rising to leave the villa and his luxury car. He had resolved to enlist. If Ji Xinghe can join the military at 65, why can't I at 23? A criminal record? Ji Xinghe has one too. He once stole a single-person starship and had been detained. How do I know this? How the young master of New Phoenix City stood tall and proud at the enlistment office. Should I inform you that I was Ji Xinghe's cellmate? Or that I once fought him? To be honest, I lost a round. The enlistment officers regarded him with newfound respect. They had all seen the old man and the stars and the sea, recognizing yet another hidden master in their midst, one who was remarkably young. Losing a round was not surprising. However, upon reviewing the relevant footage from the detention center Get Out, just go, the young master of New Phoenix City demanded, and he did just that, throwing a tantrum at the enlistment office to go to the alien world. Chapter 073, Dust Storm and Celestial Bodies. Ji Xinghe had watched his documentary. There were failures and victories, talent and hard work, learning and growth. Suhi explained, the authorities do not wish for everyone to enlist. They cannot afford to support so many soldiers, nor do they want the populace to become overly arrogant, believing that the Imperial mechas are weak. It is important to showcase your talents and diligent efforts, allowing others to see that your failures stem from this very aspect. Hence, your combat videos with Major Han Li and Major Jackson were not aired, particularly the remarks made by Major Han before your armor was removed, which were edited out. In truth, this is beneficial. Ji Xinghe remained silent. So he continued, you will need to record an additional interview segment regarding martial arts. What should I say? Ji Xinghe inquired. Just convey that people should not overly venerate martial arts. Spending over a decade honing martial skills might be less fruitful than acquiring knowledge or refining mecha piloting skills. Not everyone possesses your innate ability to balance martial training with other studies. Neglecting one for the other is akin to losing a watermelon while picking up sesame seeds. Understood. With an expressionless demeanor, Ji Xinghe began to record a statement. True martial arts differ significantly from other quick-fix combat techniques. In essence, neglecting fist training while focusing solely on martial arts will yield nothing upon aging. Conversely, practicing martial arts without mastering fist techniques is like a ship without a rudder. Mastery of both requires immense talent. Those without it may toil for decades with little to show for their efforts. If martial arts were so easily attainable, all 65-year-olds would be as formidable as I am. And I would not have the opportunity to venture to another world. I would merely be one of the many instructors on Blue Star. Upon completing the recording, Sui sensed something was amiss with Ji Xinghe's demeanor. Old Ji, what troubles you? Little Su, Ji Xinghe asked earnestly. Tell me the truth. Am I destined to become a mere mascot for conscription, with no further opportunities for battle? Sui was taken aback. It was a simple realization. Since The Old Man in the Stars was a documentary series, Ji Xinghe, as the protagonist, could not easily meet his demise. In the original plan proposed by Major General Tu Yuan, Ji Xinghe was not meant to leave Base 6. The previous operation had been an unforeseen incident, with the anticipated risks being minimal. Well, there are still opportunities. Moreover, your contributions to mecha maintenance are significant. Once you repair the mechas, they can return to battle. It is essentially the same. Ji Xinghe chose not to delve deeper. He understood the implications. All right, I comprehend. Sui wished to express something, but held back. Ji Xinghe's subsequent behavior exhibited no abnormalities. He adhered to the routine established prior to leaving Base 6. His primary task was to repair mechas, while secondary duties involved instructing combat training, and the most leisurely task was practical testing. The remaining time was devoted to further learning and guiding Xinghe in her martial practice. Due to her young age and frail physique, Xinghe's path in martial arts was destined to be arduous. However, the low-gravity environment of the alien world proved advantageous, making her training significantly easier than on Blue Star. Coupled with her resilient character, she showed promising results. The most notable change for Ji Xinghe was that his mecha, adorned with 3 golden stars, had been commandeered by the deaf individual, leaving him with only the 2 blades he had crafted himself. The deaf man, having successfully passed his examination, regained the right to pilot mechas and took Ji Xinghe's former mecha to the battlefield. Without a mecha, Ji Xinghe awaited the successful recovery of the limping individual whose artificial meniscus surgery had gone smoothly. Once recovered, he could retake his examination. The one-legged man had a mechanical leg installed, but had not passed the exam. Piloting a mecha required a high level of dexterity, particularly of the hands. The remnants of the military had received a new batch of recruits, all similarly afflicted by wartime disabilities, unwilling to leave the alien world, and in need of a sustaining belief to persevere. No one informed Ji Xinghe of the latest explorations of the San Lu Grand Canyon. His access did not extend to direct communication with the limping or blind individuals stationed at Base 3. Only messages relayed in text form confirmed that they were still alive, as were the deaf and other comrades who had departed the base. Old Ji, don't engage in one-on-one combat with the guerrillas while we're away. We want to witness it firsthand when we return. Recordings don't convey the same experience, Ji Xinghe mused. He refrained from confronting the Imperial guerrilla captives at Base 6, choosing instead to await the return of his comrades to witness the event together, as it was meant to be a gift for them. Days passed, and the alien dust storm finally arrived. Holding Xinghe's hand at the observation window of the base, Ji Xinghe gazed at the swirling orange-red dust across the alien terrain. An ominous feeling settled within him. Dust storms are the most troublesome natural phenomena on this foreign planet, filled with hematite, rendering it a striking orange hue. The winds accompanying the storm were swifter than a 12-level typhoon, reaching altitudes of 5,000 to 6,000 meters, severely affecting our communication and reconnaissance satellites. As Sui filmed, he elaborated, electronic devices will also suffer greatly. Reconnaissance drones can fly out, but cannot return, and spacecraft find it difficult to land on the alien surface during dust storms. Supply shipments will remain in space until the storm subsides. However, there is no need for concern. Our base has enough supplies to last for 6 months. Xinghe appeared brighter and more inquisitive than before, asking, Uncle, can mechas traverse the dust storm? Indeed, they can. Sui set up his filming equipment and crouched down. Only mechas can navigate freely within the storm, which is one of the reasons they are our primary combat force on this alien world. Right now, many heroic uncles are piloting mechas, battling against the Imperial guerrillas amidst the dust storm. Xinghe clenched her fist and waved, declaring, the heroic uncles will surely smash those guerrillas' heads. Xinghe, we shouldn't speak like that, Ji Xinghe interjected. Why not? They say insulting the Imperial guerrillas isn't considered foul language. Well, it's not about foul language, it's simply unfair to dogs. Dogs are mankind's best friends. When you return to Blue Star, Uncle will gift you a puppy. I've seen puppies on television, but my mother says they can bite. Some dogs may bite, but most do not. I understand now. It's like some children are well-behaved while others are not. My mother only allows me to be friends with the well-behaved ones. Haha, that is exactly right. Xian, you are very well-behaved and understanding, which is why everyone likes you. The puppy uncle gives you will certainly not bite, as long as you don't bully it. If it misbehaves and tries to bite, then you can give it a good scolding. All right, thank you, uncle. Xian won't bully anyone, nor will she bully the puppy. But if it bites, Xian will scold it. I can fight now. Indeed, you are quite formidable now, and you will only grow stronger. I believe you will become a master like your grandfather one day. With a determined nod, Xian replied, yes, I will achieve that. I'll protect grandfather in the future. Ji Xinghe's previously dismal mood brightened at her words. Little Sue, how long will you be filming? Not for long. I'm just gathering some footage of you in the dust storm, Suhi replied, rising. Old Ji, what are you planning to do? With transportation affected, the damaged mechas from the combat zone 1T arrive. There aren't many mechas left to repair in the mecha zone. We may not need to repair mechas, but we cannot remain idle. Master Lu and the others are constructing standard mechas. Ji Xinghe gazed at the notion of protecting his beloved Xinghe and softly expressed, I too wish to attempt constructing a mech. Suho was taken aback. Are you truly going to create an elderly amusement vehicle? It is indeed an elderly amusement vehicle. Yet it is not merely that, Ji Xinghe clarified. Xinghe has assisted in naming it. What name? Suho inquired, realizing that it was not merely a matter of nomenclature, but rather something deeper that Ji Xinghe understood. Unbeknownst to Xinghe, she answered on Ji Xinghe's behalf. Grandfather's mech is called Star Moon, referring to the moon of Jirong and Xinyue, but not to the exine of Jirong and Xinyue. Uncle, can you guess which star it is? Suha crouched down to meet Xinghe's expectant gaze and shook his head. Uncle does not know. Could you enlighten me, Xinghe? With a smile, Xinghe replied. Once grandfather has completed Star Moon, I shall reveal it to you, uncle. Very well, it is a promise. Let us seal it with a pinky swear. Chapter 074. The old steed can indeed pretend many individuals at Base 6 were compelled to take leave due to the dust storm. For instance, the doctors and nurses in the medical area found themselves unable to transport numerous injured patients to the base for treatment, rendering this time off far from easy. The fatigue stemming from their inner worries far surpassed that of physical labor. Grandfather, Xinghe is off to class now. She will be very obedient, so you need not fret. Please go and create the stars and moon, she said. All right, I will come to fetch Xinghe at mealtime. The doctors and nurses did not remain idle. They were reluctant to do so. Instead, they engaged in tasks within their capability, such as assisting in the planting area, cleaning in the mech area, even moving heavy objects, and teaching the few children at Base 6. Thus, Xinghe commenced her schooling, with an estimated 2 to 3 months of study ahead. This was not her first experience, and she adapted quite well. However, Ji Xinghe found himself somewhat unaccustomed, as Xinghe had been by his side these past days, observing him repair mechs, instruct in combat, and practice while he studied. This emotional nuance was easily managed by Ji Xinghe, who promptly made his way to the mech area. The mech area remained bustling even during the dust storm. With fewer mechs requiring repairs, the skilled technicians chose to commence the construction of new mechs instead. Most mechs within the Federation were manufactured on Azure Star, as achieving the industrial standards of Azure Star on alien planets proved exceedingly challenging. These mechs, embodying the pinnacle of the Federation's mechanical technology, featured intricate designs, and the various components could not all be produced on alien worlds due to uncontrollable costs and the risk of Imperial invasion. The mech repair area at Base 6 could produce mechs because the Federation had anticipated the storm's impact and preemptively delivered necessary supplies. The production line at Base 6 had consistently been manufacturing the requisite components. This explained why many repair tasks, which could have been completed swiftly by robotic arms, required extensive waiting time, necessitating the manual expertise of adept individuals like Ji Xinghe. The parts that were intended as spares were repurposed to construct entirely new standard mechs during the dust storm. Therefore, in a certain sense, the technicians, such as Master Lu, were no longer merely manufacturing mechs, but rather assembling them. Old Steed, come join our group. With your level 8 craftsmanship, our assembly efficiency will increase by at least 10%, one technician urged. Do not join their group, Old Steed, come to us. I offer a higher contribution point. Another insisted. Shut your mouth. Are you implying I mismanage public funds to mistreat Old Steed? Retorted the first. Hey, I never said that. You admitted it yourself. The second replied. Ji Xinghe had become a renowned figure at Base 6, arguably the most famous individual. Although the program Old Man and the Stars and the Sea was not currently broadcast on the alien planet, Ji Xinghe's story was already well known among the inhabitants of Base 6, and even in Base 3, many were aware of him. Without delving into other details, a mech technician's first venture piloting a mech beyond the base resulted in him securing 3 gold stars and rescuing a first-level mech warrior, effectively saving 2 or 3 of them, truly the hallmark of a protagonist from a novel. The limping technician and another first-level mech warrior, who was preparing for the search for Li Lin mission, could not guarantee a complete victory in a 3-on-3 scenario, given their impairments. Additionally, Ji Xinghe's diligent work ethic and earnest attitude toward learning, combined with his almost mechanical daily routine, did not go unnoticed, prompting many to silently marvel at his enduring vigor. "Old steed, come quickly," exclaimed Second Lieutenant Shen Mu, dissuading others from vying for Ji Xinghe's involvement in their respective work groups. A saying circulated in the mech area: Ji Xinghe is the teacher of over 600 mech warriors, while I, Shen Mu, am Ji Xinghe's teacher. Without question, this statement was surely uttered by Shen Mu himself, yet no one dared to challenge its validity, as Ji Xinghe frequently accompanied Shen Mu to learn about mech repairs. However, the original wording had a term that everyone conveniently overlooked. I, Shen Mu, am Ji Xinghe's only teacher. Who hasn't taught Old Steed at some point? Just because you taught him more, does that make you the sole instructor? The professional mech technicians refrained from claiming the title of Ji Xinghe's teacher, yet they omitted the term only from Shen Mu's statement. "Once this is assembled, please help me test it promptly," Shen Mu urged, pointing to a mech within the operational area. This was a 31st generation standard mech. Most newly constructed mechs were of the 26th generation or later, as the performance of standard mechs had significantly improved since the 26th generation. Earlier models had not been discarded, as they remained functional, which could be seen as a sign of the Federation's financial constraints. "All right," Ji Xinghe replied as he entered the cockpit, though the term entering might be more fitting. The Federation typically referred to it as suiting up. Whether it was the 16th generation or this 31st generation mech, Ji Xinghe had mastered the piloting operation. His mech piloting certification had progressed from level 3 to level 2. The distinction between the two levels did not merely lie in the addition of 3 gold stars, but in his mastery of the piloting methods for all Federation standard mechs, akin to the difference between an A and AC driving license on Azure Star. Compared to the mechs he had piloted previously, this one was slightly smaller, standing at a height of 4 meters, with a more slender form. Crafted from a new alloy derived from alien minerals, this mech weighed merely 2 tons, comparable to that of certain automobiles. After donning the mech, Ji Xinghe felt a touch out of place, as it was both tall and short. Enclosed within the mech's torso, he could only extend his arms into its limbs, and his legs into its legs, experiencing a somewhat constricted sensation in the relatively confined cockpit. However, this did not hinder his operation, as the mech did not merely replicate the pilot's movements. Levers, pedals, voice commands, and brainwave sensing devices constituted the correct means of operating this mech, as well as nearly all standard mechs of the Federation. Ji Xinghe's proficiency in operation grew increasingly refined, and the practical tests were swiftly completed. Although the system check passed, he raised a concern upon disassembling the mech. "It seems there is a minor issue with the right leg." "A minor issue? There is no such thing as a minor issue. Any issue is a significant problem," Shen Mu replied, a hint of anxiety in his voice. "Can you elaborate?" "I cannot specify," Ji Xinghe said. "Could we disassemble the right leg first? I would like to take a look." "Certainly." Shen Mu had immense faith in Ji Xinghe, instilling similar confidence in the technicians under his command. Thus, as the system check passed, they began disassembling the mech. Soon, the external armor of the right leg was completely removed, revealing its internal mechanics. Yet, rather than examining the right leg, Ji Xinghe focused on the outer protective armor. After picking up a piece and weighing it, he instructed, "Bring me a hammer." Shen Mu watched in astonishment as Ji Xinghe effortlessly lifted the 50-kilogram protective armor as if it were a mere plastic shell, swallowing hard. "Shall it be a large hammer or a small one?" "A small one." "Understood." After a few clangs, it appeared the protective armor remained unchanged, not even bearing a scratch. "Reassemble it," Ji Xinghe commanded. "Proceed." After Shen Mu ordered the installation, he smirked and remarked, "Old Steed, you truly possess the skill to accomplish this. An 8th-level machinist. Quite impressive. If it weren't for the absence of this examination, do you really think I would fail?" Ji Xinghe offered no response. instead focusing on the mecha as it was reassembled and subsequently underwent practical testing. This time, the system diagnostics indicated no issues, and he himself was free of problems as well. All right, Shenmue, despite being the person in the entire maintenance area who trusted Ji Xinghe the most, could not suppress his skepticism. Is it truly functional? Ji Xinghe met Shenmue's gaze with calmness and replied softly, "You might genuinely not pass, at least for now." The mention of "for now" hinted that Ji Xinghe was not jesting, which provoked Shenmue, who felt offended and retorted, "Do you still want my help in creating the old man's joy?" "Yes, but it is not the old man's joy. It is called Star and Moon. I refuse to accept that. It shall be called Old Man's Joy. I have long proclaimed that anyone daring to suggest a different name shall face my wrath." It was Xin who named it. Ah, I knew it. Old Man's Joy is an unappealing name. Star and Moon is far more melodious, coupled with your dual blades. Old Steed, do you possess any extraordinary sword techniques? If so, it could be named Star and Moon slash. One blade like a shooting star, the other like a crescent moon, descending with the force of a meteor. It sounds incredibly formidable, doesn't it? Xin's choice of name is truly splendid. Chapter 075. Crafting a chicken rib from a chicken rib. Though the intention was to construct a mech, the endeavor proved to be a daunting task for Ji Xinghe, who realized that a single individual could not fabricate a non-standard Federation mech. While awaiting Shenmue and Master Lu to conclude their tasks, Ji Xinghe remained industrious, engaging in any work within his capacity in the mech area, utilizing brief interludes to refine the design of Xinghe. Compared to the time spent on the design of Old Man Lu, Ji Xinghe's comprehension of mechs had significantly deepened. Many of the design concepts he once staunchly defended now felt flawed. Echoing Shenmue's earlier arguments during their debates aboard the spacecraft, do you truly believe your unorthodox approach can surpass the capabilities of the Federation's finest mech designers? Do you think your solitary ideas can outmatch the collective insights of millions of professionals? Do you really believe that without piloting a true mech, you understand better than the mech warriors what kind of mech we require? However, Ji Xinghe was no longer an amateur. He had acquired formal theoretical knowledge through Shenmue and Master Lu, transforming into a professional in mech-related fields. Having piloted a true mech, he had garnered 3 golden stars and achieved a stalemate with the esteemed mech warrior, Major Jackson, in the second-generation simulation system. Once Xinghue's final design was completed, and after Shenmue and Master Lu exhausted all available components for assembling mechs, the construction schedule commenced. Meanwhile, a dust storm had persisted near Base 6 for a month, with sporadic communication allowing for the transport of completed mechs. The risks involved in transporting mechs amidst such storms indicated the heightened tension of the ongoing conflict. "These are all ours, haha." Shenmue laughed heartily, hands on his hips, gazing at the dark metallic dome of the warehouse above him. Before him lay the remnants of all the mech components at Base 6, including both obsolete Federation mech parts and some components from the Empire's mechs, akin to Ji Xinghe's previous battlefield acquisitions. In short, they were akin to chicken ribs, tasteless yet too precious to discard. "We need funding," Master Lu reminded him, casting a worried glance at Ji Xinghe. "Old Jay, I'm certainly here to assist you. We can't remain idle. But even if you manage to construct Xinghe, they won't permit you to engage in combat." With Xinxin absent, still engrossed in her studies, everyone felt free to speak candidly. The instigator of Ji Xinghe's inability to return to battle, Su He, observed his silence and couldn't resist adding, "There may still be opportunities for combat, with our advantageous position. They will likely want Old Jay to bolster our achievements. An experienced veteran adorned with golden stars would undoubtedly make for better publicity than a mere mechanic, even surpassing Major Hanli, who also bears golden stars. Does Old Jay really need to enhance his combat record?" Shenmue scoffed, "As my disciple, Old Jay's prowess is unquestionable. Who would dare to face him in a duel? Hanli has fallen, Jackson has fallen, and soon General Li Yuanba will meet the same fate." Everyone wore expressions of resignation upon hearing this, and Su He quipped, "Without the titles of Major or General, Lieutenant Shenmue, it seems your condition is not as dire as we imagined. You are the one who is unwell. You should have sent those videos back. It's your fault Old Jay lost his mech." Shenmue's demeanor appeared somewhat eccentric, yet those around him were not taken aback, particularly Master Lu and others who had spent many years on alien soil. They understood that Shenmue merely struggled to cope with the burdensome work and the monotonous existence on this foreign planet. On Azure Star, many young individuals in their 20s, much like Shenmue, led exhausting lives but found their own ways to unwind, playing games, watching films and series, treating themselves to meals. yearning for the glamorous lives of others on social media, or seeking romantic companionship and contemplating marriage and family. Yet Shenmue had none of these distractions. Everyone on the alien world lacked such comforts. Despite the numbers in the base and military camps, a profound sense of loneliness permeated. As they were thousands of miles from home, an unfathomable distance, the base's psychologist was overwhelmed, and true healing required personal resilience. In this regard, Ji Xinghe's age conferred upon him a significant advantage, while Xinxin's support proved invaluable. All right. I admit I'm unwell. Suhi maintained a positive outlook, urging, enough chatter. Hurry and select the components. We can't delay the construction of Xingyue until the dust storm subsides. Do you underestimate me, Shenmue? Shenmue exclaimed as he rushed towards the countless components in the warehouse. As old Jay's disciple, I cannot bring shame upon him. As his master, I must not bring shame upon him even more. You record me well. If I appear unflattering, I shall challenge you to a duel. To be fair, Suhi genuinely could not match Shenmue in combat. Although Shenmue had yet to begin training Ji Xinghe in martial arts, the physical labor inherent to his role as a mechanic had granted him superior physique compared to Suhi, who was merely a fitness enthusiast and war correspondent. The impact of regular exercise often paled in comparison to the conditioning derived from physical labor. Ji Xinghe, too, benefited from this. Having not only practiced martial arts but also engaged in strenuous work, repairing mechs was both a technical and physically demanding task. Old Jay, if you're unable, perhaps you could teach Shenmue a few moves. I'm concerned he may go mad if this continues, Suhi whispered to Ji Xinghe, with Master Lu and others nodding in agreement. I have taught him, yet he lacks the aptitude for martial arts, Ji Xinghe explained, pausing briefly before suggesting. How about I compel him to practice to divert his attention and cultivate new interests, then arrange some practical training for him to vent his frustrations? That sounds good. Teaching one is akin to teaching 100. You've already taught over 600 individuals, so one more won't matter. Suhi expressed his concern for Shenmue's mental health. Then let us commence, Master Lu declared. We will first select all the suitable components for Xingyue, determining their usability later. We'll inspect and catalog them, and once we truly need them, we can purchase and repair as necessary. Thank you all, Ji Xinghe responded. What are you saying, old Jay? You've assisted us immensely. Besides, we have Xinxin's influence to consider. Do you truly believe you alone can rally this many people? Ha. Amidst the laughter, a group of skilled mechanics, led by Shenmue and Master Lu, began sifting through the chicken ribs for usable components. Suhi documented the process, capturing Shenmue and Master Lu while Ji Xinghe remained the focal point, personally selecting parts. Old Jay, actually, Suhi hesitated before saying, you need not craft your own mech. When the time comes for you to fight, a standard mech will surely be provided for you. In my opinion, it would be more prudent to forge several blades, equipping each generation of standard mechs with two, enhancing the materials and functionalities of the blades, incorporating high-frequency oscillation and high-temperature properties, thereby ensuring readiness for battle at all times, far superior to a mech constructed from these discarded components. Crafted from chicken ribs. Is it not still? Indeed, crafted from chicken ribs is still chicken ribs. Ji Xinghe acknowledged the wisdom in Suhi's remarks. He recognized that everyone, including Shenmue and Master Lu, shared this sentiment. Yet, due to his age and their recent idleness, they were willing to assist him, even as he remained steadfast in his desire to create a mech that belonged solely to him. Xiao Su, do you recall how I insisted on going to Base 3 to retrieve medicine? Suhi recalled that there was a phrase known only to a select few, including himself and Shenmue, due to its connection to Xin, which resulted in its omission from the official video of the second episode of The Old Man and the Stars and the Ocean. The video did not elucidate why Ji Xinghe felt compelled to venture into the Grand Canyon. Ji Xinghe once remarked, to seek help from others is inferior to seeking help from oneself. To worship deities is less effective than becoming a deity. The fact that the mecha he piloted was swiftly taken away right after it was adorned with 3 golden stars underscored Ji Xinghe's determination to forge his own mecha. As Suhi attentively filmed Ji Xinghe selecting and inspecting the components, his mind wandered to another statement made by Ji Xinghe regarding dust. Ji Xinghe, who referred to himself as dust, was never truly insignificant. He merely accepted a mundane existence, which rendered him as inconspicuous as dust. If Ji Xinghe were indeed a speck of dust, perhaps the stars and moon served as the wings for this speck of dust. Suhi pondered this notion. Chapter 76. The Moon's Phases and the Final Design of the Star Moon. The design of the star moon, contrary to Shenmue's description of a shooting star and crescent moon, resembled a full moon, quite rotund indeed. Shenmue recalled the initial design of the old man's joy from Ji Xinghe. Aside from the absence of tires and the bulky, stacked form that defined the old man's joy, the overall appearance of the Star Moon was strikingly similar. Alas, the discarded components were so subpar that they could not sustain a relatively slender design, necessitating a somewhat bulkier form. However, a bit of extra weight could be beneficial. With increased girth came enhanced defensive capabilities, and a more substantial body could improve endurance by accommodating additional oxygen and nutrients required for the pilot's survival. In essence, the adage plump individuals are fortunate could be applied even to mechas, quite amusing indeed. Master Lu could not suppress a chuckle as he examined the three-dimensional blueprint of the Star Moon. After years in the industry, he had never encountered such a corpulent mecha design. It is widely acknowledged that larger sizes often lead to diminished agility, which is paramount for mechas. Suhi, observing the blueprint alongside him, managed to glean some insights. Despite the Star Moon's hefty appearance, it boasted a super speed mode. Once activated, the outer armor could be shed, significantly enhancing its agility. In its ordinary form, it appeared a cumbersome giant, yet in combat, it could transition into a lithe, dapper mecha, indeed. A striking concept. Shenmue nodded in agreement, affirming the notion that the moon exhibits phases. The Star Moon could embody both a full moon and a crescent. Master Lu patiently elaborated that while the super speed mode was indeed part of the design, it would substantially compromise the Star Moon's defensive capabilities. It was akin to ancient warriors donning heavy armor. Although they may be slow and their stamina limited for prolonged battles, such armor provided excellent protection. Conversely, removing such armor left one vulnerable to swift demise on the battlefield. Moreover, the endurance would wane. Without the super speed mode, the Star Moon could traverse vast distances effortlessly. Yet once engaged in super speed, its operational time would dwindle to a mere 15 minutes, a trivial duration in the chaos of war. Sui laughed. Old Horse isn't heading to the battlefield. If he were, we would undoubtedly hold the upper hand. Our space-based artillery could bombard the Imperial mecha formations before we moved in for the kill. No worries there. Master Lu concurred, while Shenmue, with a dismissive snort, turned to commence repairs on the Star Moon's components, prompting Lu and the others to join in the repair efforts. Given that the components were akin to useless scraps, the primary cost was the labor involved in their repair, aside from the necessity of purchasing new parts. The base possessed superior components, yet Ji Xinghe could not afford them. He was relegated to purchasing these inexpensive, substandard remnants. It was fortunate that Shenmue and Master Lu offered their assistance. After all, Ji Xinghe couldn't exactly ask for a loan. Strangely, Ji Xinghe found himself reminiscing about Jackson. The task of repairing components was tedious, with thousands of parts requiring attention, some needing disassembly into smaller units for effective repair. It was estimated that completing all repairs would take a month, even with Shenmue and Master Lu leading the effort. Absent the dust storms, Ji Xinghe alone could not have accomplished the repairs in under a month. Even given an additional month, he would struggle to finalize the Star Moon's design, taking months just to select suitable parts from the warehouse. Amidst the methodical progress, an unexpected boon arose. Ji Xinghe's reputation, combined with Master Lu's extensive network at Base 6, attracted numerous mecha mechanics who volunteered their assistance, significantly accelerating the repair process. Old Horse, we previously refrained from assisting to encourage you to abandon this endeavor, as creating such a mecha seemed futile. However, when the time comes for you to step up, standard mechas won't be an issue, provided they are available at our base. Indeed, another chimed in. I reviewed the design. The super speed mode holds potential, but in its regular form. It barely matches the 7th generation of our Federation's standard mechas, far from cutting edge. Your super speed mode seems more like a death wish mode. Without the outer protection, it would be easily incapacitated after just a few hits. Even if you avoid incoming fire, endurance remains a concern. That is not entirely fair. The Star Moon's regular form possesses merit. Its formidable defenses allow it to charge headlong into battle, unperturbed by the number of Imperial mechas in its path. After all, mechas are often likened to humanoid tanks, and Old Horse's design embodies a return to simplicity. Indeed, but Old Horse, why must you operate the mecha seated? Our standard mechas are designed for standing operation. Your previous old man's joy was seated, and now the Star Moon follows suit. It seems your physical abilities are quite intact. Because Old Horse was previously an automotive mechanic, a seasoned driver, after countless hours behind the wheel, one appreciates the benefits of a seated position. If given the choice, I would prefer to recline while driving. What bliss that would be. You have issues, though I may not fully comprehend, it is clear you do. The professional mechanics in the Mecha district, despite their skepticism toward the design and materials for the Star Moon, began to offer their full support once they realized that Ji Xinghe was earnest in his endeavor, and that even the initially doubtful Master Lu was wholeheartedly assisting him. In just 10 days, the construction of the Star Moon could reach completion, which greatly uplifted Ji Xinghe's spirits. Yet, an unexpected turn awaited. A series of alert chimes rang out suddenly from the wristbands of the mechanics in the Mecha district, signaling an update to the task log. What? Are damaged mechas being delivered? The dust storm hasn't subsided yet. This is our mechas from our base. All personnel in Zone 86, take your positions immediately. Everyone in Zone 109, get ready. Old horse, my apologies, came the shouts as some mechanics hastily abandoned their repairs on the Star Moon's components, returning to their respective stations to prepare according to the task log, gathering necessary tools and components from the warehouse. Those without assigned tasks also set aside the Star Moon's parts, anxiously watching the entrance to the repair area. 3 towing vehicles entered in succession, each dragging a damaged mecha. The foremost mecha bore a spear of the Empire embedded in its chest, and the severely damaged frontal armor was marred with dark brown stains that silenced the entire mecha district. The second mecha was missing its left arm, covered in wounds as it lay on the towing vehicle's platform. The third mecha suffered even greater devastation, its back appearing as if it had been eviscerated, exposing the cockpit to the mechanic's gaze. One could only imagine the fate of the mech warrior who had once occupied the cockpit. 10 operational zones of mechanics received the urgent task to collaboratively repair these 3 mechas. Under normal circumstances, each zone had the capacity to independently repair a single mecha. Thus, this was no ordinary situation, but a dire crisis. The mechanics, who had not received any assignments, found themselves devoid of the desire to repair the components of the Star Moon. They were acutely aware that the 3 damaged mechs were merely the beginning. Prior to the onset of the dust storm, Base 6 had only 6 operational mechs. After the Tempest, this number swelled to 36. With all other mechs, whether repaired or newly constructed, dispatched to the combat zone. Imperial mechs had appeared near the base, having somehow breached the blockade. Their numbers were few, yet due to the dust storm, Suhi swiftly gathered intelligence and relayed it to Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe merely acknowledged with a sound and resumed repairing the components of the Star Moon. After casting a glance at Ji Xinghe, Shenmu also continued his work. Despite not being assigned a repair task, though Master Lu had received one, the sound of military boots resonated against the ground, signaling someone's arrival beside Ji Xinghe. Have you had your fill of play? The voice of Colonel Chen Sun did not interrupt Ji Xinghe's labor. He even disregarded Chen Sun, as urgency consumed him. Private Ji Xinghe, second-level mech warrior, Colonel Chen Sun asserted sternly. Present, Ji Xinghe finally stood at attention and responded loudly. Report to the combat zone for your assignment. Stand by. Yes, sir. Ji Xinghe strode out of the mech area, leaving his Star Moon behind. Suhi, camera in hand, closely followed, while Shenmu remained silent. Casting one last glance at Ji Xinghe, this time only seeing his retreating figure. Lowering his gaze, Shenmu resumed his repairs on the Star Moon's components. Now left to his solitary task, for the parts requiring repair were few. Chapter 077. My arrival. The originally anticipated completion of the Star Moon in 2 days has now become an impossibility. The skilled mech artisan, Ji Xinghe, who was supposed to craft it by hand, has found himself in the operational zone of Base 6 for various unforeseen reasons, and has since been rendered idle. Alongside him are 62 other mech warriors, yet the number of available mechs at Base 6 stands at a mere 31. Just moments ago, there were 33. But during Ji Xinghe's transit from the repair area to the operational zone, one mech was dispatched for repairs due to damage, while another is currently unaccounted for. Seated next to Ji Xinghe, Instructor Li maintains a rigid posture, his expression one of utmost seriousness as he gazes at a segment of the large screen ahead. This area serves as the waiting zone for Base 6 operational sector, with the holographic display showcasing visuals from the command center and the observable perimeter of the base. However, the external visuals are obscured by a swirling dust storm, rendering them indecipherable. At this moment, Instructor Li focuses on the radar-like imagery in the corner of the screen, where 21 green dots illuminate a circular area, indicating the presence of 21 mechs and their respective pilots that have ventured beyond the base to conduct reconnaissance. There remain 63 mech warriors within the base, including Ji Xinghe and Instructor Li, yet only 10 mechs are available for use. Numerically, Ji Xinghe could easily return to complete his Star Moon, yet he feels compelled to remain on standby for unforeseen circumstances. While mechs can be swiftly repaired, the healing of injured warriors is far less expedient. If sacrifices occur, the green dots on the mini-map flicker incessantly, as communication signals are abruptly interrupted by the dust storm, with some dots vanishing for several minutes before reappearing, much to Instructor Li's dismay. Just as a dot reappears, it vanishes again within 2 minutes, further amplifying his agitation, prompting him to rise from his seat. Ji Xinghe, sitting like a statue, observes Instructor Li but remains silent. The youthfulness of the instructor, despite his 40s, is apparent in the impatience he displays. "Old Ji, step outside with me," Instructor Li calls out. Striding directly from the waiting area, and Ji Xinghe rises to follow. Outside lies a short corridor that leads to the armor bay, where the remaining 10 mechs stand. Their cockpits ajar, while several mechanics conduct repetitive checks. Instructor Li stands at the corridor's exit, gazing at the 10 mechs. His impatience evident in his voice. How did they manage to breach our defenses? Even with a dust storm, it should not have been so easy for them to break through our lines. Do they not fear being caught between enemies? The Federation maintains 3 types of perimeter lines on alien planets. The first is a warning line around military districts, akin to sentry posts. The second is a deceptive line meant to mislead the Empire regarding the precise locations of Federation military districts, bases, and mines. And the third is a real blockade, safeguarding non-military areas like bases and mines. Under stringent protection, it is exceedingly difficult for Imperial mechs to approach Federation bases, so even with the dust storm, Base 6 available mechs have only increased to 36. Yet now, they have inexplicably appeared. The reasons remain unclear, as does their methodology and number. Ji Xinghe remains silent. "Old Ji, it has been far too long since I last faced a battlefield, and this situation is unprecedented for me, so I am quite anxious. Yet I cannot display this anxiety in front of them, as it would only heighten their own concerns," Instructor Li explains before adding, "You, however, maintain an excellent mindset, and this time, you likely need not venture out." Ji Xinghe nods, still saying nothing. Instructor Li does not seek a response. He merely desires an outlet for his thoughts. It is indeed peculiar. The last appearance of Imperial mechs in the Grand Canyon was already strange, and during the subsequent reconnaissance to retrieve those 3 Imperial mechs, no abnormalities were detected. The Empire provided no follow-up support, as if those 3 mechs had never existed, having gone missing upon inadvertently entering the canyon. This current situation is even more bewildering. The Empire has no reason to know that our base is in proximity. Their exploratory missions are typically quite targeted. I have viewed videos of mech battles, and they exuded a palpable fear of death, seemingly intent only on survival and escape, yet they were ultimately apprehended by our warriors. Speaking of which, I have heard that your star moon is slated to utilize the engines and nuclear fuel cells from Imperial mechs. Is that feasible? Frankly, I believe your battlefield gains would be better spent on contribution points to purchase Federation mech engines directly, which would undoubtedly outperform those 3 Imperial mech engines. We have already lost 3 mech warriors, all of whom I personally trained, and this weighs heavily on my heart, yet I cannot share this with the others. I genuinely wish to prevent them from venturing out. Perhaps the Imperial mechs would be unable to locate our precise position and, in their search, merely drift away in the dust storm. However, I cannot impede their departure. I had spoken with Colonel Chen Sun, offering to pilot a mech myself, as I am the most skilled instructor at Base 6. While they are still young and have further opportunities for growth, they are not as formidable as I. Yet Colonel Chen Sun forbade my participation, as my current role is not that of a combatant. I have become an instructor. Old Ji, there are times when I genuinely envy you. When you went to Base 3, I later inquired with Colonel Chen Sun, who mentioned he intended to deny the lottery results based on 2nd Lieutenant Shun Mu's assertion that you could distinguish the varying colors of metal spheres. Yet you acted impulsively, and Colonel Chen Sun feared you might injure the others, which compelled him to allow you to go. I too wish to engage in combat, employing similar methods of penetration and warfare, but I cannot. As a career soldier, I must obey orders. How I long for a cigarette. Instructor Li's rambling finds an audience, yet his desire remains unfulfilled, for there are no cigarettes on this alien planet. Let us return, Old Ji. Thank you. Indeed. The two return to the waiting area and resume their vigil over the myriad of information displayed on the large screen. Suddenly, a waiting mech warrior stands. Report, Instructor. Speak. I need to use the restroom. Go. Using the restroom is a minor yet troublesome affair. Always prepared for combat, Each warrior is already clad in protective gear. This specialized attire is considerably lighter than cumbersome spacesuits, yet donning it is not without difficulty. The duration of their waiting could vary, demanding that the mech warriors maintain peak physical condition. They must eat, hydrate, engage their bodies, and even sleep in the waiting area, albeit fitfully. Lin Lidong. Ready. Engage. Someone has received orders and jogs away. Zhang Qian. Ready. Engage. Su Chuanyun. Engage. Tom Hurst. Engage. Andre. Engage. Base 6 is home to not only residents from Longzhou but also those from Yingzhou, Xiongzhou. One by one, mech warriors depart the waiting area, piloting their mechs. Yet none are able to return to the waiting zone. The mechs they pilot are not all capable of being swiftly transported back for repairs. As the number of intact mechs at Base 6 dwindles to 4, and the green dots representing operational mechs outside the base reduce to 20, Ji Xinghe still hears no mention of his name. Thus, when Instructor Li receives orders to assign others to engage, he rises, his tone calm yet firm. I shall go. The old steed is once again poised to defy military orders. Instructor Li instinctively desires to unleash a tirade, yet his gaze is drawn to the eyes of Ji Xinghe. Ji Xinghe is invulnerable. Chapter 078. Two Machines. Why? Colonel Chun Sun asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he regarded Instructor Li, who gazed back with wide, unblinking eyes. I possess the authority, Li replied defensively. I am aware. Hence, my inquiry pertains to the rationale. Because they all lack the prowess of Lao Ji. Commander, you may not be a specialist, but I am, and I can discern the truth. Among the remaining 4 mechas, only one is the 16th generation standard model, which is the very type Lao Ji excels at piloting. He has previously triumphed against 3 opponents, drawing even with the elite mech warrior, Major Jackson. The reason is simple. Lao Ji yearns to pilot a mecha. He craves battle, and he desires to vanquish every last one of the imperial apes and monkeys. Colonel Chin Sun fell silent, observing Instructor Li for a moment before turning away. It was only then that Li noticed the beads of sweat soaking his back. Returning to the standby area, Li sat upright in his chair, watching the large screen, his inner turmoil heightened compared to before. This time, however, he was devoid of Ji Xinghe's presence. He could not confide in the other mech warriors in the standby zone, as they were all too young. Perhaps he could speak with reporter Su? After all, he would not be heading into battle. As Li pondered this, he caught sight of Su, he casting a somewhat reproachful glance in his direction. This reminded him that Su He was the man who held the attention of 300 million people. If something were to happen to Ji Xinghe, Su He could easily add a few remarks during his video editing. The true trouble would not arise from the viewers on the blue planet, but rather from the higher echelons of the Federation. Yet, at this moment, Instructor Li felt little concern, for he was confident Colonel Chun Sun would shoulder the burden for him. If Colonel Chun were unwilling, Ji Xinghe would not be able to complete his mission or leave Base 6 again. Even if Colonel Chun could not endure, Instructor Li would not regret his decision today. Thus, he turned to Su He and softly remarked, a soldier should not merely be a mascot. Su He longed to point out that Ji Xinghe was not a professional soldier, but he refrained, knowing that everyone in the standby area was indeed a professional soldier, all prepared to sacrifice themselves at any given moment. Even the personnel at Base 6, including himself, had made such preparations long before their arrival on the alien planet. Lao Ji's mecha still required some components. The discarded parts in the warehouse were utterly useless, and he lacked the funds to procure better ones. The spoils from his previous engagement, wherein he had downed 3 Imperial mechas, were hardly substantial. It would not suffice to replace his 12th generation engine, forcing him to rely on the core engine of an Imperial mecha. Suppressing his dissatisfaction, Su He raised his voice, ensuring all the mech warriors in the standby area could hear him. Instructor Li, regarding Lao Ji's recent gains, could you assist in applying for half of the credit for him? Instructor Li looked at Su He, momentarily taken aback, before his expression softened with gratitude. Young reporter Su, there are regulations governing this. I can assist in submitting the application, but I cannot guarantee its approval. Typically, the rewards for mech warriors in battle are classified as military achievements, not contribution points. The previous situation was exceptional, and given Lao Ji's identity as a mechanic, along with his insistence, he was awarded contribution points. This is why he was only promoted to private. Otherwise, he would have at least attained the rank of corporal. I will not accept that. You will handle it as you see fit, Su He insisted. After all, every mech warrior and capable soldier in this base has been bested by Lao Ji. Only you instructors remain. I've heard that you, Instructor Li, were quite formidable in your day, and now that you've aged a bit, you should be even more capable, right? Why not have a match against Lao Ji when he returns? Everyone is eager to witness it. Would everyone like to see a duel between Instructor Li and Lao Ji? So he called out to the mech warriors. The response was a resounding, synchronized chorus. Yes. However, Lao Ji is indeed exceptionally skilled. Instructor Li would not stand a chance alone. Sui chuckled. Why not have all the instructors join forces against Lao Ji? Would everyone like to see that? Yes. Instructor Li sighed in relief internally, though his expression remained resolute as he gritted his teeth and responded, very well. When Lao Ji returns, we instructors will team up to face him. If he manages to win, I shall apply for him to face the captured apes from the base. The atmosphere in the standby area suddenly grew lively, and everyone's spirits lifted, even with only 3 mechs remaining and a total of 21, including the one just piloted by Ji Xinghe, surrounding the base. Originally, there had been 36 mechs, but in just half a day, 12 had been lost, and the situation was perilous. Yet, one must not act in haste. At base 6, the most anxious yet the most unhurried individual was Ji Xinghe. He was anxious because his granddaughter was at the base, yet he was unhurried due to his advanced age. Having experienced 60 years of life since he began to remember at the age of 5, he understood that one must never rush into any endeavor. With the armor-piercing procedure completed and routine diagnostics finalized, 3 gold stars were emblazoned on the protective armor of the mecha's chest. Ji Xinghe guided the mecha through a recently opened metal gate. As he heard the sound of the metal door closing behind him, he observed the data on his screen. Noting the vacuum forming around the exterior of the mecha and the opening of the second metal gate ahead, he stepped forth with purpose, beginning to run. The twin blades he had crafted with his own hands were now discarded, yet upon receiving orders to report to the standby zone. Master Lu in the mecha division had already received the task of forging 2 new blades for him. These new blades, in comparison to the ones Ji Xinghe had previously fashioned, were constructed from superior materials, with only slight variations in length and weight parameters. Private Ji Xinghe, your detection area is set to coordinates. During his departure from the base, Ji Xinghe's mission log updated, guiding him through the dust storm into his designated detection zone. The dust storm's impact on the mecha was negligible. Even without a mecha, the standard alien dust storms could rival the wind speeds of tornadoes on the blue planet. For humans clad only in space suits, the effects were minimal, as the atmosphere of the alien world was exceedingly thin, and the low pressure rendered it unlikely for anyone to be knocked over by the wind. One merely needed to stay put and wait for the dust storm to pass to remain safe. The genuine peril stemmed from unconventional dust storms, with wind speeds that could easily exceed 180 meters per second, reaching over 600 kilometers per hour, covering vast distances and even the entire alien surface for months on end. The dust lifted by the winds could ascend to altitudes of 6,000 to 8,000 meters, forming clouds that enveloped the alien world, wielding unprecedented power capable of piercing space suits and endangering lives. At present, the area was besieged by an unconventional alien dust storm that had persisted for nearly 2 months, showing no signs of abating within the vicinity of Base 6. The air was thick with dust, rendering various detection devices ineffective, obscuring visibility, while tornado-like columns of wind roamed within the storm, both the cause and consequence of the tempest. 70 meters was Ji Xinghe's current visibility, yet this was not absolute, as it fluctuated continually due to the storm. The 16th generation standard mecha, wielding dual blades, had already activated full power mode under Ji Xinghe's command. He was not racing to locate Imperial mechas. Rather, he sought to find his comrades first. The saying goes, when facing Imperial mechas, one should rely on firepower and avoid close combat. If outnumbered, one should never engage in a one-on-one duel. Ji Xinghe preferred not to engage in a duel. However, an Imperial mech had materialized within his line of sight, a mere 60 meters apart. The report came in, Imperial mech detected. Immediately, crackle, support, crackle. The communication was disrupted. Yet Ji Xinghe was acutely aware that he needed to retreat temporarily and await the assistance of nearby comrades. Just as he had maneuvered the mech to complete a turn, he found himself once again adjusting its orientation to confront an Imperial mech charging towards him, shattering the dust within the storm as he surged forward. For behind him, another Imperial mech had emerged. Chapter 079. Sheathing the blade, the battle was imminent, as retreat was no longer an option. The sudden crackle of gunfire erupted, emanating from the shoulder of the Imperial mech. In a charged state, The Imperial mech preemptively unleashed its ranged weaponry. Had the distance between the two adversaries not been so diminutive, and their charge not so swift, it would have opted for artillery strikes. In contrast to their previous encounter with an Imperial mech, this particular machine exhibited a far more cautious demeanor towards Ji Xinghe, for it bore 3 gold stars upon its chassis. The sound of bullets ricocheting against the outer armor resonated, akin to projectiles striking a tank, merely producing a shower of sparks. Ji Xinghe raised one hand to shield the head of his mech, undeterred by the hail of bullets. As the 60-meter gap between them swiftly evaporated under the momentum of their charge. Just as the 6-meter-long spear was poised to pierce Ji Xinghe's mech, he deftly maneuvered, executing a nimble turn that defied the anticipated obstruction of his line of sight. The mech's metallic legs moved with a grace reminiscent of dance, allowing the towering machine to pivot and sidestep the spear's thrust. This maneuver was not without its challenges. A warning flashed on the holographic display within Ji Xinghe's view. Overload alert, 8G. To put this into perspective, the gravitational acceleration on Blue Star measures 9.8 meters per second squared, where even a typical car, which accelerates at less than 0.5G, can create a pushback sensation. High-performance sports cars reach 0.8G. Bungee jumps hover around 1G, while commercial airliners remain below 2G. Formula One drivers can endure up to 3G, and elite fighter pilots can withstand a maximum of 9G. The limits of trained stunt pilots and astronauts do not exceed 12G, which is recognized as the threshold of human endurance. Despite the mech's speed being inferior to that of an automobile, the instantaneous acceleration, turning maneuvers, and collisions experienced during combat could yield an average overload of 6G. A healthy, untrained adult male would likely lose consciousness between 6G and 6.5G, while professional athletes might succumb at 7.5G. Nevertheless, Ji Xinghe, having executed this maneuver, experienced a staggering overload of 8G, yet remained unfazed, devoid of dizziness. The 16th generation standard mech pressed against the Imperial mech spear, its colossal metallic foot stomping the earth, raising clouds of dust amidst the chaos. As the two mechs were on the brink of collision, Ji Xinghe hesitated to strike with his dual blades, noting that the Imperial mech had raised its right knee. With the spear ineffective, the Imperial mech maintained its charge, its speed unrelenting as it drove its knee towards Ji Xinghe's mech's torso, the sharp metal spike adorning its knee serving as one of its weapons. The spear extended over 6 meters, yet the distance between the two mechs was insufficient, and the events unfolded in the blink of an eye. Ji Xinghe, gripping his dual blades, pressed down simultaneously upon the raised knee of the Imperial mech. The collision was instantaneous. The protective armor of both mechs absorbed their combined kinetic energy. In that moment, the Imperial mech, precariously balancing on one leg, crashed to the ground with a thunderous thud. Although the metal spike failed to strike Ji Xinghe, his blades found their mark. As he brought them down, the edges of the blades faced the Imperial mech, and thus, as the impact occurred, Ji Xinghe utilized the protective armor of his mech to apply pressure against the back of the blades. Fortunately, they were newly forged. Otherwise, they would have shattered. The sudden maneuver and collision must have subjected the Imperial mech's guerrilla pilot to an overwhelming strain, one sufficient to render a professional athlete on Blue Star unconscious in an instant. Yet, endowed with physical capabilities surpassing those of humans, the guerrilla pilot remained conscious. Witnessing the two blades lifted high by the Federal 16th generation mech, poised to descend with force. In the split second following the impact, the mech's grip transformed from a forehand to a backhand, amplifying the striking power of the descending blades. How could this be? Why was the Federal mech, adorned with 3 gold stars, so formidable? As this thought flickered through the guerrilla pilot's mind, the roar of artillery rang out. Reinforcements from another Imperial mech arrived, heedless of its fallen comrade, rendering this support somewhat ironic. The Federal 16th generation mech lacked a missile defense system, prompting Ji Xinghe to abandon the incapacitated Imperial mech, rolling to evade as the booming sound and vibrations reverberated around him. The artillery shell struck true, detonating upon the downed Imperial mech, the shockwave dispersing the surrounding dust storm. As the new clouds of dust swept in, the recently fired Imperial mech surged forward, wielding not a spear, but a colossal chainsaw-like blade. With his dual blades still in hand, Ji Xinghe braced himself against the ground, rising just as the 3-meter chainsaw blade descended towards his mech's neck. The blades intertwined like the wings of a butterfly, intercepting the fierce assault of the chainsaw. The immense force transmitted through Ji Xinghe's blades flowed into his mech's arms, converting into a burden that rendered his control sticks nearly immovable. With a buzzing sound, the chainsaw roared to life. Yet, Ji Xinghe's blades had failed to sever the concealed metal chain within their structure during the previous impact. Sparks erupted like rain, cascading over the area recently cleared by the explosion. The downed Imperial mech, though damaged by the blast, began to stir and rise once more. Ji Xinghe's blades were on the verge of being severed. Retreating 3 steps, Ji Xinghe withdrew his dual blades, now visibly dented from the pressure of the chainsaw, which remained firmly gripped in the mechanical hands of the Imperial mech. As the Imperial mech advanced, it raised its weapon once more for a downward strike, refusing to yield. Ji Xinghe's combat style aligned perfectly with his 8-slice blades. The 1-meter-long blades were akin to short knives in the context of mechs, ideal for close-quarters combat. Amidst the cacophony, the Federal mech collided fiercely with the Imperial mech, its relatively shorter blades slicing towards the Imperial mech's armpits, where protective armor was absent to maintain arm mobility. The outer metal, capable of withstanding heavy machine gun fire, proved inadequate against Ji Xinghe's blades. The sound of metal meeting metal rang out, leaving 2 gashes upon the Imperial mech's form. However, these wounds were not fatal, and the subsequent collision caused both mechs to stumble, as if they had lost their balance. The recently risen Imperial mech opted not to retrieve its fallen spear, but charged directly at Ji Xinghe's mech with ferocity. Yet, despite Ji Xinghe's mech appearing unsteady, it did not equate to a loss of balance, nor did the unsteady state impair its combat capabilities. As the Imperial mech barreled forward, Ji Xinghe discerned the condition of its armor, while the frontal protective layer remained intact. It bore 2 distinct cracks, one from the earlier artillery barrage and the other from Ji Xinghe's prior blade strikes. The Starry River controlled the mech's dual legs, retreating sharply. However, the upper body of the mech failed to retreat in time, resulting in a complete loss of balance as it toppled forward. It appeared as if a human's feet were firmly planted on the ground, legs standing straight, with the body leaning at a 45-degree angle. Yet it did not fall, for the Imperial mech had charged in, the impact restoring the balance of his own machine. The dual blades in his hands pierced through the cracks, entering the cockpit of the Imperial mech. In a fatal strike, the Imperial mech seemed to lose all power in an instant, remaining motionless against the mech of the Starry River, which had its metallic arms poised to embrace him but failed to ensnare him. The thunderous roar of the mech stride echoed as the Imperial mech, wielding a chainsaw blade, regained its equilibrium, unaware of its companion's demise. It presumed that the comrade had subdued the Starry River. It dashed a few steps, abruptly halting beside his mech, twisting its body like a shot putter preparing to release, its arms gripping the chainsaw blade, aiming a horizontal slash at the Starry River. The teeth of the saw spun at high speed, and combined with the mech's immense strength, would inflict lethal damage upon contact. However, the unrestrained Starry River effortlessly evaded the attack. With a resounding explosion, flames erupted as the chainsaw blade struck the Imperial mech, the teeth flying off while the blade embedded itself within the Imperial mech's body, becoming lodged. Thus, the Starry River, having withdrawn his blade, remained composed, targeting the Imperial mech's armpit. He had previously carved 2 gashes, but this time he focused solely on one, delivering 2 swift strikes, one diagonal and one horizontal. In the ensuing crosshatch, the cockpit of the Imperial mech was ravaged, revealing a helmeted gorilla within. The eyes of the Starry River reddened. It was his first encounter with a living Imperial gorilla. He withdrew his blade, clenched his fist, and struck. Chapter 080. The Puncturing of Eyes. Old Steed? Old Steed? I'm here. How many? 2. Hold on. Run towards your 7 o'clock direction, 700 meters. I am running. We are running. No need. You all slow down. Huh. I've handled it. Both of them. All sorted? Yes. Suddenly, the shortwave communication channel within the mecha fell silent, save for an inexplicable thumping sound that reverberated continuously. As the communication intermittently resumed, the command room of Base 6 received pertinent data transmitted back by Ji Xinghe piloting the mecha, thus plunging the command room into silence as well. They were acutely aware that the source of the thumping was not the sound of the mecha pounding the earth as it ran, but rather Ji Xinghe's fists relentlessly striking the cockpit of the Imperial mecha. Ji Xinghe, cease the attack, immediately cease the attack. Colonel Chen Sun's expression intensified as he urgently called out, "We need prisoners. We need intelligence." The thumping continued unabated, and the large screen in the command room displayed the perspective from Ji Xinghe's mecha. His metallic fists did not relent at Colonel Chinsun's call, but maintained their rhythm, pummeling down again and again. I know. Ji Xinghe's voice, though tinged with fury, remained eerily calm. He gazed at the live Imperial orangutan pilot within the cockpit, his heart brimming with violent emotions. The 13th young master of New Phoenix City had once labeled him a violent individual, and at times he indeed was. Yet he was far from foolish. At that moment, the personnel in the command room realized that Ji Xinghe's fists were not landing on the orangutan pilot, but rather on the metal walls of the cockpit. Each punch had widened a previously small breach considerably. The Imperial orangutan, once ferocious and unafraid of death, now stared in sheer terror at Ji Xinghe through the protective visor, its eyes reflecting the expressionless yet ferociously menacing federal mecha. Of course, mechas could not exhibit emotions. Yet Ji Xinghe infused his mecha with an intensity that rendered it terrifyingly brutal. The observers in the command room sensed this as well, clearly witnessing the expression and fear reflected in the eyes of the Imperial orangutan magnified on the screen. Is this Imperial orangutan truly afraid? They pondered. The old steed, who fights daily in the training area, is indeed a violent individual. Private Ji Xinghe, please maintain control over your emotions. Colonel Chinsun regained his impassive demeanor, his voice calming. Understood. Ji Xinghe softly replied, delivering 4 more punches, rendering the cockpit of the Imperial mecha utterly inoperable. He then paused, pondering. Have someone come over to clean up. Clean up? The personnel in the command room were momentarily baffled, unable to comprehend why Ji Xinghe had suddenly uttered such terminology. He merely intended to say to clear the battlefield, but felt this hardly qualified as a battlefield. Lacking experience, he inadvertently blurted out a term that had flashed through his mind, having seen it on television. All right, Colonel Chinsun responded, and just then, the thunderous sound of mechas charging resounded as 2 Federal Standard mechas appeared in Ji Xinghe's line of sight. In turn, the 2 Federal mechas beheld Ji Xinghe's mecha standing beside the 2 fallen Imperial mechas. During the course of Ji Xinghe's onslaught, the 2 standing mechas had simultaneously collapsed, never to rise again. Impressive, truly impressive, old steed. Wow, a chainsaw blade. An Imperial noble's weapon. Only a Viscount could wield such armament. Old steed, you've outdone yourself. Wait, is it alive? After the initial exclamations of astonishment, the 2 Federal mecha soldiers finally caught sight of the orangutan within the cockpit of the Imperial mecha. Goodness. Old steed, you've managed to capture a living prisoner? How novel. Are there dead prisoners? Quit jesting. Keep an eye on the old steed. Don't let it commit suicide. Imperial nobles typically do not resort to suicide. It seems our captives are all nobility. Yet they usually fight until the very last moment. Be cautious. This creature might leap out and strike our knees with its fists. I'll let it pound for 100 years. If it moves, I lose. It seems to have a gun. I still possess a mecha. Both mecha soldiers found it odd. Indeed, the Imperial orangutan noble within the cockpit clutched a firearm. Yet it cowered within the severely damaged cockpit, too fearful to fire or emerge to fight, entirely contrary to the Imperial orangutan's typically ferocious demeanor. Is it because it knows its gun cannot penetrate the armor of 3 Federal mechas? Or, observing the numerous fist imprints on the cockpit, the 2 seasoned mecha soldiers came to a realization. Which of you is watching? Ji Xinghe finally spoke. I will continue to scout the situation. No, old steed. According to protocol, we all must remain here, as we cannot ascertain whether they can maintain communication or if reinforcements are on the way. Not just the 3 of us, but the brothers in other scouting areas must also be prepared to provide assistance at any moment. Indeed, there was a previous skirmish just like this. We had seemingly won, yet their reinforcements arrived first. Although we ultimately triumphed, Ji Xinghe nodded. Then we shall adhere to protocol. The 3 mechas formed a protective circle. Backs turned to each other, with the 2 fallen Imperial mechas at their center. They need not worry about the surviving Imperial orangutan making any moves, as they could all observe the scene behind them. Ji Xinghe, skilled in mecha repairs, deftly pierced the energy transmission system of the Imperial mecha with his blade. The Imperial orangutan could not even dream of causing the nuclear fuel cell of the mecha to explode. Before long, no reinforcements from the Imperial mecha arrived. 2 armored vehicles escorted a tow truck to the scene. With the collective might of the 3 Federal mechas, the 2 Imperial mechas were hoisted onto the tow truck, and the Imperial orangutan noble was struck by a tranquilizer dart, subsequently carried into the armored vehicle by soldiers clad in high-grade protective gear. We are leaving. As we will activate the signal jamming device, all your communications will be severed for 2 minutes until we are 2 kilometers away. During this time, you may proceed in the opposite direction. Our energy fluctuation detection system indicates no enemy mechas within a 2-kilometer radius. If there is anything to discuss, you may do so now. In contrast to the mecha's built-in rudimentary radar system, the energy activity detection system on the armored vehicle was far more sophisticated, capable of effective detection even amid dust storms. Within a 30-kilometer perimeter surrounding Base 6, numerous such pre-embedded detection systems existed. However, due to communication signals being disrupted by the dust storm and the Imperial mechas destroying detection systems upon discovery, it had not been possible to ascertain the whereabouts or numbers of the Imperial mechas in a timely manner, necessitating various detection areas. Ji Xinghe's mission log updated. He was to accompany the other 2 federal mechas, carrying the energy fluctuation detection device just delivered by the tow truck, to a specific coordinate for installation and to assess the enemy situation in that area. Old Steed, are you capable? Perhaps you should wait for your new blade. Voices of concern echoed over the shortwave communication channel as the mecha soldiers noticed the severe damage to Ji Xinghe's dual blades. Alongside his picking up an Imperial mecha-S spear. I am capable. Ji Xinghe piloted the 4.2-meter-tall Federal Standard mecha, wielding the 6.3-meter-long spear, navigating through the dust storm alongside the other 2 mechas. Among the trio, the one with the lowest rank, yet the oldest age led the way. Chapter 081. They are not human, where's my grandfather? Asked Ji Xinghe, her expression calm as she gazed at Su He, who had come to pick her up after school. She appeared unaware of the Imperial Mechs that had emerged around the base. Yet Su He was acutely aware that everyone at Base 6 was now informed. Your grandfather has taken a mech to confront the Imperial guerrillas, Su He said, his tone laden with difficulty. Ji Xinghe's reaction, however, was unexpected. Her expression remained serene, though her small fists clenched tightly, betraying her underlying tension. Grandfather will surely smash those guerrillas' heads, she declared. This time, Su He refrained from correcting her, nodding solemnly instead. He attempted to take Ji Xinghe's hand to lead her to the command center, but she did not allow it. With her head bowed, she trailed beside him, her hands still tightly clenched against her body. Though she spoke words of understanding, her actions spoke of an inner rebellion. Su He sighed internally, continuing to walk ahead while occasionally glancing back at Ji Xinghe, reassuring himself that she was all right. After Ji Xinghe had left the mech warriors' waiting area, Su He spent little time there before reaching the command center. He witnessed Ji Xinghe's overwhelming victory against 2 foes and was astonished by the sheer brutality conveyed with each punch he delivered. During the return journey with Ji Xinghe, his drone remained in the command room, failing to capture any noteworthy scenes. The mission to scout ahead was thus, for the moment, uneventful. As the pair entered the command room through the metallic doors, they garnered a few glances, yet no one spoke, continuing their command over the operation. Su He and Ji Xinghe seemed to vanish into invisibility, neither being ushered away nor questioned, as everyone remained engrossed in their tasks. Colonel Chen Sun and the strategist from Base 6 began a discussion in one corner, unperturbed by the presence of Su He, the war correspondent. Just as Major Jackson had previously stated, the unity of the Federation in the face of the Empire was unprecedented, and the differences in race theoretically eliminated the possibility of spies. The primary reason was that the battlefield had, from the outset, been confined to an alien world. Direct contact between the Federation and the Empire was solely between their military personnel. The only means of interaction and communication was through battle. The Imperial guerrillas, having arrived via the jump gate, had never communicated with ordinary Federation citizens, and the communication channels between the alien world and the Azure Star were firmly in the hands of the Federation. 39 of the 135 energy fluctuation detection devices have been destroyed so far. We have restored 26, but we still need to recover 12 to gain complete intelligence within the base's safety perimeter. To date, we have lost 17 mechs, leaving only 21 operational, 2 of which have been repaired and returned to combat. 3 damaged mechs can be repaired and deployed within an hour, and 6 within 3 hours. Our mech warriors have suffered 12 casualties and 4 injuries, having downed 12 Imperial mechs and captured 1 Imperial guerrilla. The confirmed number of Imperial mechs stands at 6, and our warriors are currently engaged in pursuit. However, based on our understanding of the Imperial mech formations, a complete squad typically consists of 30 mechs. If this is a full squad, we no longer hold a numerical advantage. The greatest concern now is whether they have determined our base's precise location in their assessment of us, whether they view it as a conventional blockade or a base lockdown. If it is the latter, I propose we prepare to activate the full area signal jamming equipment. Once the dust storm weakens its impact on long-distance communications, we should initiate it immediately. Agreed. However, if we activate the full area signal jamming, we too will lose contact with the mech warriors, and they will be unable to communicate amongst themselves. If we cannot annihilate the Imperial Mechs at that moment, how do we manage a disparity in numbers? What if the Imperial Mechs escape? We must also prepare to attempt contact with the blockade zone for support, to assist in intercepting. What is the status of the interrogation of the captive? It is ongoing, but it is quite stubborn. If it remains stubborn, extract its teeth. They are not human and are not bound by any relevant conventions. We must resort to any means necessary to obtain intelligence. Understood. In the midst of this tense conversation, Sui suddenly felt a tug at the hem of his clothing. He turned, crouching to meet Ji Xinghe's gaze, her voice a mere whisper. Uncle, are 12 uncles truly sacrificed and 4 injured? Sui nodded. Yes, their sacrifices and injuries hold value. They brought down 12 Imperial Mechs. Ji Xinghe's eyes glistened with moisture. Are they like my father? Sui inhaled deeply, gritting his teeth. Yes, they are mech warriors like your father, courageous and unyielding. Her voice trembled. Will my grandfather also sacrifice himself? Like my father, like those heroic uncles? Absolutely not. Sui replied firmly, shaking his head. Your grandfather will not sacrifice himself. He is strong, having single-handedly taken down 2 Imperial Mechs, one of which he captured himself. Yes, Ji Xinghe agreed. Though it was a struggle, my grandfather will not sacrifice himself. He will smash those Imperial guerrillas' heads. Indeed, just so, Sui reassured her, patting her shoulder. Xinghe, do not blame your grandfather. He has no choice but to step forward. I understand. I know my grandfather fights the guerrillas to prevent those heroic uncles from sacrificing themselves like my father, so that their children do not suffer as I do. Taking several deep breaths, Ji Xinghe suddenly assumed a stance of determination, her voice resolute. I too must grow stronger. I must stand up. I promise to protect my grandfather. Sui did not dissuade her, slowly rising to stand behind Ji Xinghe, prepared to support her should she falter. He gazed at the child's silhouette and recalled Ji Xinghe's departure from the mech warriors' waiting area, envisioning him charging out of base 6 in his mech. If only I could stand before the old horse, shielding him from the storm, rather than allowing him to protect me from the elements now and in the future. At that moment, Ji Xinghe was not standing in front of anyone, but rather behind them. Old horse, could you refrain from standing behind me? It feels rather chilly back there. Do you think I wish to stand behind you while you relieve yourself? Hurry up, will you? I cannot control that. Why is there no toilet designed inside the mech? It is so bothersome to have to step out. You are truly disgusting. If you don't mind the stench, I could help you modify it. I'm a mech repair specialist, and could even transform it into a smart toilet. Perhaps not. The enclosed system would trap the odor. Speaking of which, I was reluctant to urinate inside the mech at first, so I held it until I dismounted, and ended up with blood in my urine. Can you please spare me the details? You're not urinating inside the mech. What on earth are you talking about? It's indeed a pressing matter, otherwise, one feels discomfort afterward. Do you truly believe I could crush you with a single step? Although I declared my intent to flatten you. The mecha stationed outside the closed chamber remained motionless, patiently awaiting the mecha warriors to complete their restroom break and don their protective gear before retracting the chamber and reassembling their armor. The closed chamber automatically contracted, lifted by the mecha, and secured onto a mounting point on its back. The dust that had surged into the cockpit was expelled, replaced by air vital for human survival. And the mecha warrior, now rejuvenated, regained his combat readiness. In complete silence, Ji Xinghe turned away and once again positioned himself before the 2 mechas. Ji Xinghe was correct. A significant part of his motivation for stepping forward stemmed from his desire to shield these young mecha warriors from sacrifice. His abilities were indeed limited, unable to protect everyone. Yet he endeavored to safeguard as many as he could. At the 12 o'clock position, enemy activity was detected. The brief restoration of communication silenced the 2 loquacious mecha warriors. While Ji Xinghe, who had remained quiet until now, finally spoke up. Formation 3, I will charge forward, and you 2 will provide support. No way. I have 6 gold stars. I am the strongest, thus I should lead the charge while you 2 hold back. I am a sergeant, while you are a corporal and a private. How dare you defy military orders? Ji Xinghe's authority was once again called into question. Some invoked their gold stars, others their ranks, yet he was unable to leverage his age. Thus, he gently inquired, do you trust me?